Jiang Ning traversed into a fantastical realm, becoming the deposed crown prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. At the outset, he found himself imprisoned in the ancestral grounds of the royal family, unexpectedly accompanied by the game cheat he had programmed. Experienced cheat instantly possesses maximum level talent, with a cultivation speed unmatched by any living being in existence. Instant learning cheat instantly acquires a supreme comprehension, allowing him to grasp any technique or supernatural ability with a mere glance. Gold cheat automatically receives a substantial amount of spirit stones and celestial stones daily, soon to amass wealth rivaling nations. Instant destruction cheat. Once activated, it annihilates everything in its path, obliterating all living beings before him. 2 decades later, the unparalleled cheat user, Jiang Ning, emerged from the royal ancestral grounds, only to discover that it was not merely aimed at any one individual, but rather that all others in the world were utterly inferior. Invincible across the globe, there was not a single opponent worthy of his strength. I am invincible. You may act as you wish. Chapter 1. Sent to the royal ancestral grounds for introspection. Jiang Ning, as the crown prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, not only have you sullied the purity of the holy maiden of Taishan, but you have also been seduced by the demon sect, allowing her to escape. What punishment do you deserve? Our Great Xia royal family, descending from the bloodline of ancient emperors, is of the utmost nobility, yet you, a wretched spawn, bring misfortune upon the dynasty. Proclaim my decree. Strip Jiang Ning of his title as crown prince and confine him in the royal ancestral grounds for life, never to step outside. Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. The ancestral grounds contain countless supreme techniques and legacies left by our royal forebears. Then let his roots be severed, ensuring he can never cultivate again. Furthermore, with his talent, it is impossible for him to comprehend the supreme arts hidden within the forests. For over 1,000 years, no one from the royal family has succeeded. This is the best course of action to ensure this little wretch can never rise again. Deprived prince, I am an old servant dispatched by his majesty to supervise your introspection. I shall now escort you to the ancestral grounds. I hope you reflect well on the ancestral grounds and do not disappoint his majesty's good intentions, said an elderly eunuch with a head of white hair, his tone indifferent. Jiang Ning wore a bitter smile. What was once a perfect beginning had transformed into a hellish ordeal. Originally, I traversed to become a prince of a nation, invaluable beyond measure, yet was schemed against, stripped of my title, and had my roots severed, rendering me a mere wastrel. Indeed, Jiang Ning was a time traveler. While playing a role-playing game and utilizing his programmed cheats, an unforeseen incident caused him to faint and pass away. Upon awakening, he found himself as Jiang Ning, the crown prince of the alternate world of Great Xia. Jiang Ning was the sole son of the former Great Xia emperor. 3 years prior, the late Emperor Jiang Tianmong was assassinated by demon sect assassins during his travels. His elder brother, Jiang Tiantai, ascended the throne, while young Jiang Ning remained as the crown prince. The Great Xia Dynasty is governed under the auspices of the Taishan Sacred Land. The holy maiden Wang Yaoning's younger sister, Wang Lingyan, visited the imperial city. Wang Yaoning is renowned in the Xianhuang world as an extraordinary talent, breathtakingly beautiful, and the goddess in the hearts of all youths in the Xianhuang realm. Although Wang Lingyan, as her sister, lacked her sister's exceptional beauty, she still held a prestigious status. Late at night, she summoned the original Jiang Ning, expressing her feelings through the utmost temptation. The original was overjoyed, believing he had encountered a stroke of romantic fortune. However, as he merely grazed Wang Lingyan's form, she cried out in outrage. Consequently, he was grievously injured by the royal guards who rushed in, thrown into the dungeon. In the depths of the dungeon, the original's injuries worsened, leading to his demise, thus allowing Jiang Ning to seize his body and be reborn. As for the release of the demon sect sorceress, he was entirely framed. The previous day, Jiang Ning had received an imperial edict indicating that a certain agreement had been reached between the Great Xia and the demon sect regarding the release of the moon sorceress confined in the dungeons. The demon sect is the sworn enemy of the cultivation world, making a straightforward release impossible without inciting public outrage. As the crown prince, Jiang Ning secretly facilitated her release on behalf of the Great Xia. Ultimately, he was falsely accused of being seduced by the moon sorceress and facilitating her escape. It was evident that this was a scheme orchestrated by the current emperor, Jiang Tiantai. The objective was to strip Jiang Ning of his crown prince title and elevate his son, Jiang Baiting, as the new heir. Given the ruthless nature of the Great Xia emperor, he should not have spared my life, Jiang Ning pondered with some confusion. Why not execute him outright, but instead exile him to the ancestral grounds for introspection? The Empress Dowager summons you. Just then, a delicate young palace maid approached. Soon, Jiang Ning was led into a resplendent palace. Before him stood a regal and beautiful woman in her 30s, exuding grace and elegance. It was none other than Empress Dowager Li Muqing, Jiang Ning's biological mother. Quickly let me see my son. He has suffered these past few days. Li Muqing gazed at Jiang Ning with deep affection, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As a mother, how could she not feel heartache for her deposed child? Mother, living is a blessing. The suffering I endured is insignificant. Jiang Ning replied with a bittersweet smile, feeling a bit awkward, for he was no longer the true Jiang Ning. Suddenly, Li Muqing's expression turned icy. Do you think Jiang Tiantai is so benevolent as to spare your life? It was your mother who relinquished all her power as Empress Dowager to secure your survival. Remember, only your mother truly loves you in this world and is worthy of your complete trust. Do not easily believe anyone else. Li Muqing's face revealed exhaustion as she earnestly cautioned him, having evidently exerted herself greatly over Jiang Ning's predicament in recent days. Mother, your efforts are deeply appreciated. I shall forever hold this in my heart, Jiang Ning replied earnestly. Had the original owner not placed undue trust in his uncle Jiang Tiantai, he would not have met such a dire fate. The matter concerning Wang Lingyan merely leveraged the power of the Taishan sacred ground to impose pressure on Li Muqing, the Empress Dowager, and the court officials who support Jiang Ning. The gravest transgression, however, remains the release of the Moon Demon, a figure of considerable standing within the demonic sect. Subsequently, the mother and son engaged in light conversation for a while. Li Muqing exuded an overwhelming concern, evoking warmth within Jiang Ning, who had been an orphan since childhood. The sensation of maternal love is truly exquisite. It is time for you to depart, mother. Once you reach the ancestral grounds, do your utmost to preserve your life, and I shall await your return for rescue. You are my only son. I cannot forsake you. This time, I shall venture into a perilous realm, where survival is uncertain. Only by breaking through to the sacred realm can I rescue you and restore your lost foundations. Li Muqing's gaze was resolute. Mother, you need not risk yourself for my sake. It suffices that I am alive. Jiang Ning could not help but urge her. Although this was their first encounter, he was profoundly moved by her maternal affection and did not wish for her to endanger herself on his behalf. After all, he considered himself already dead. Living a little longer would be a worthwhile endeavor. Li Muqing gently caressed Jiang Ning's cheek, her face illuminated by a tender smile. For the sake of rescuing my son, I would endure any sacrifice, she declared. You are my son, the sole hope I possess in this world. I cannot abandon you. She then commanded, Shao Li, please come in. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? The previously mentioned graceful young maid entered, appearing merely 15 or 16 years of age, yet possessing an enchanting beauty. Ning, Shao Li has been raised by me since childhood. She is entirely trustworthy. Henceforth, let her remain by your side to care for you, for my heart would be at ease. Fearing her son might endure hardship, Li Muqing assigned Shao Li to attend to him. She was well aware of the harsh conditions at the ancestral grounds. Shao Li promptly knelt upon the floor, stating, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall look after the crown prince with utmost diligence. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure no harm befalls him. Ning, await your mother's return to rescue you. Li Muqing cast a lingering glance at her son, her face etched with reluctance. Thereafter, she soared into the sky, departing with unwavering determination. Mother, take care and ensure you return alive. Jiang Ning could only wish silently. He did not desire misfortune to befall her, for that would cause him great distress. She had bestowed upon him a profound maternal love he had never before experienced. Shortly thereafter, a carriage whisked Jiang Ning away to the royal ancestral grounds. As they passed through the city gates, a torrent of scornful words erupted from the populace, for the release of the demonists from the demonic sect had incited public outrage. The demonic sect is cruel, tormenting the innocent and cultivating their dark arts with human blood, warranting universal condemnation. My dear brother, once you arrive at the ancestral grounds, you may reflect deeply. As your elder brother, I shall seek someone to attend to you there whenever I have the opportunity. From a city tower, Jiang Baiding observed the carriage transporting Jiang Ning away from the imperial city, a cold smile creeping across his face. Soon, he would be proclaimed the crown prince of the Great Xia, the most formidable genius the royal family had seen in 5 centuries. He harbored intense resentment toward his younger brother, who had usurped the position that rightfully belonged to him as crown prince. Now that his aspirations had been realized, he reveled in his triumph. Wang Lingyan was one of his pawns, scheming to ensnare Jiang Ning in a web of deceit and humiliation. Chapter 2. The game cheat successfully loaded. In the vast expanse of the Daxia, the ancestral grounds lie nearly 1,000 miles north of the imperial city, shrouded in mystery and terror, making it the most enigmatic location in all of Daxia. The ancestral grounds consist of 4 distinct regions, the most significant of which is the Forest of Tablets. Within this sacred grove stand numerous ancient stone tablets, devoid of inscriptions. each a testament to the dedication of countless generations of the Daxiao royal lineage over the millennia. These stones are imbued with the spiritual essence of their ancestors. Those with sufficient enlightenment may glean profound techniques and divine powers from them. Only those who have achieved remarkable feats are permitted to enter the forest of tablets to comprehend the teachings inscribed within, while the transgressors of the ancestral grounds are relegated to merely polishing the stones and maintaining cleanliness. To dare to seek understanding without permission would invite severe repercussions. The second region is the prison grove, which confines heinous and formidable entities, along with ferocious beasts. It is the supreme fortune of the ancestral grounds that keeps them in check. The third area is the grave grove, housing the tombs of the illustrious Jiang ancestors of Daxia. The atmosphere is thick with deathly energy and ominous malice. Lastly, there is the guilt grove, where royal descendants sent for introspection reside. The grounds are saturated with the remains of powerful beings, resulting in an overwhelming aura of malevolence, rendering the environment exceptionally harsh. At night, one must endure the excruciating torment of myriad venoms consuming the heart, an agony unbearable to ordinary individuals. For royal progeny, being dispatched to the ancestral grounds is the utmost punishment. The suffering is akin to a fate worse than death. Inside the carriage, Jiang Ning absorbed the information relayed by Xiao Li regarding the ancestral grounds, which plunged him into deep contemplation. Initially, he had anticipated his entry into the ancestral grounds to be akin to a vacation, a chance to conclude his existence peacefully. He never fathomed that upon nightfall, he would be subjected to the harrowing pain of 1,000 venoms. Such suffering would be insufferable even for cultivators at the spirit realm, let alone a mere discarded wretch like him. Could he really resort to suicide to escape the torment? Yet, the memory of that woman's reluctant and loving gaze as she departed compelled him to promise to stay alive until her return. The thought of causing Li Muqing's sorrow and despair made the notion of self-harm unbearable. A sense of frustration welled within him. Golden Finger, for heaven's sake, show yourself. Jiang Ning cried out inwardly. On Earth, he often indulged in web novels on platforms like Tomato, where mediocre authors would regale handsome and affluent readers with tales of every transmigrator possessing a miraculous golden finger to defy fate. Where's mine? Suddenly, a line of text appeared in his mind. Optimization in progress, after which the cheat will be more applicable to the real world. Please wait a moment. Jiang Ning was astonished. Had the golden finger finally arrived? Your Highness, what troubles you? Xiao Li inquired with concern, noticing Jiang Ning's sudden change in demeanor. With a slight smile, Jiang Ning reassured her, I'm fine, nothing ails me, though internally, he was aflame with excitement, wanting to shout with joy. Xiao Li, we are about to prosper. Your prince's golden finger is on the verge of manifesting. Of course, Your Highness, whatever you need, just instruct me, Xiao Li replied obediently. Having been raised by Li Muqing, she held profound gratitude towards the Empress Dowager and was utterly loyal to Jiang Ning. Not long after, as Jiang Ning eagerly awaited, another line of text materialized in his mind. Optimization complete, cheat level 1 activated. Upon stepping into the immortal path, the cheat version will undergo the next update. Experience cheat, cultivation speed increased by 100-fold. Instant learning cheat, human level divine techniques can be comprehended in an instant. Gold coin cheat, automatically receives 10,000 spirit stones daily. Instant destruction cheat, once activated, heavenly thunder and earthly fire will obliterate all living beings in an instant. Can be used once a month. The greater the realm, the stronger the power. Currently capable of annihilating all beings below the celestial realm. Isn't this the game cheat I programmed? Jiang Ning gasped in disbelief. Heavens, it actually traversed with me. He realized that he had perished while using the cheat, which had transported him to this fantastical world. To his astonishment, the game cheat had accompanied him into this realm. Now, as a mere waste. Not even at the chi condensation stage, he could unleash heavenly thunder and earthly fire to slay beings of the celestial realm. Truly, his instant destruction cheat was extraordinarily powerful. Although usable only once a month, it served as a formidable trump card. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. The celestial realm represented the pinnacle of power throughout the Xia Dynasty. Even Emperor Jiang Tiantai himself was merely at the law manifestation stage. It was no exaggeration to assert that Jiang Ning could now easily defeat Jiang Tiantai. In the entirety of the Xin Yellow world, celestial realm beings stood atop the apex of the power hierarchy. The number of sacred realm cultivators was exceedingly scarce. And as for the Imperial realm, it had been over 30,000 years since their presence was last acknowledged. Activating gold coin cheat, spirit stones increased by 10,000. Jiang Ning understood that only upon choosing to withdraw would the spirit stones materialize. Otherwise, they existed merely as a string of code, akin to digits in a bank account requiring an ATM to access. This realization eased his mind. A sum of 10,000 spirit stones was considerable, and he had no means of storage. Moreover, accumulating 10,000 spirit stones daily would soon lead to an overwhelming surplus. Eventually, he would find himself unable to explain the origins of these spirit stones, which could bring him trouble. Spirit stones serve as the hard currency among cultivators in the Xin Yellow world, utilized for training, array formations, and controlling mechanical puppets, making them invaluable in the cultivation realm. 10,000 spirit stones could equate to a decade's worth of salary for a second-rank official in Daxia, illustrating the magnitude of that amount. It seems I shall soon possess wealth rivaling nations, Jiang Ning mused with a slight smirk. Even in the cultivation world, wealth held immense significance. Money could indeed wield great influence. For instance, the Hellgate of the Six Paths of Demons is an assassin organization bold enough to target even saints for the right price. Wasteful Prince. We have arrived at the ancestral grounds. Disembark at once. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Otherwise, I shall be forced to take action. The cold voice of the old eunuch echoed. He was a servant of the Daxia Emperor, tasked with monitoring the wasteful prince and preventing his escape from the ancestral grounds. Having spoken, the old eunuch vanished in haste, unwilling to endure the impending onslaught of malevolent energy that surged at night, a torment even he, at the peak of the Xiandan realm, could not withstand. Jiang Ning alighted from the carriage, accompanied by Xiao Li, and approached the Gilt Grove. Before him lay a collection of dilapidated wooden houses, small and shabby. Just then, a white-haired elder approached, his mouth revealing only a few remaining teeth. Welcome to the Gilt Grove, young man. I hope you can endure the night, the elder greeted Jiang Ning cheerfully. He scrutinized Jiang Ning with an unsettling gaze, reminiscent of a lecherous man eyeing a blooming maiden. This made Jiang Ning's skin crawl, and an uneasy thought flickered through his mind. Could this old man harbor such unsavory inclinations? A shiver coursed through him, and he tightened his grip. Who are you? Jiang Ning inquired, his voice steady despite the discomfort. I am the old steward of Zolin. Just call me Old Bai. I shall arrange your lodgings forthwith, the elder replied with a warm smile, leading Jiang Ning and his maid, Xiao Li, along the winding, rugged path. Soon, a dilapidated bamboo hut came into view. The scene was picturesque, with a small bridge arching over a meandering stream, birds chirping, and flowers perfuming the air. Surrounding the hut were towering trees, vibrant blossoms, and several acres of vegetable gardens, with the sound of crickets creating a serene symphony. It was, indeed, a tranquil haven. What do you think? I treat young ones rather well, don't you agree? The old man chuckled. Compared to the diminutive, ramshackle wooden huts, this bamboo cottage could be considered a mansion. Thank you, Old Bai. Jiang Ning expressed his gratitude before stepping inside the hut with Xiao Li. Let the games begin. The elder called out as soon as he bid farewell to Jiang Ning. Shortly thereafter, many of the condemned souls residing in Zolin gathered around him. If you don't survive the night, it's 1-to-1. Survive 3 days, it's 3-to-1. Survive 7 days, it's 5-to-1. The elder continued his raucous proclamations. Exiled to this desolate land without the possibility of escape, the inhabitants were driven to the brink of despair. Thus, the newcomers' endurance against the torturous pain known as 10,000 worms devouring the heart became their primary source of entertainment. The agony was unbearable for most, leading many to take their own lives. That lad has had his roots severed, rendering him utterly powerless. He certainly won't survive the night. I wager he won't make it. 3 spirit stones. Others countered. I bet on him surviving 7 days. I'll wager my entire fortune, 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones? Are you mad? Do you seek to squander your wealth? That boy is nothing but a cripple. How could he possibly last 7 days? I care not for your opinions. I'm betting small to win big. 1,000 spirit stones would secure my escape from this wretched place. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of bets and disputes. Chapter 3. Comprehending the void sword intent upon entering the bamboo hut and setting down his belongings, Xiao Li promptly remarked, My lord, it seems this place has been uninhabited for quite some time, accumulating a layer of dust. Allow me to tidy up before we settle in. Xiao Li, I am no longer a prince. Henceforth, refer to me as young master. Jiang Ning replied casually. Yet in Xiao Li's eyes, he would forever be the prince. The young girl hesitated, fearing to bruise her master's pride. After all, he had fallen from the lofty heights of royalty to the depths of a condemned soul. Such a drastic shift was something few could bear with grace. Just heed my words. Jiang Ning smiled gently, appearing unaffected by his circumstances. In truth, he was not the original owner of this identity, but merely an orphan from Earth, untouched by the weight of his predecessor's fall. Very well, young master. Xiao Li beamed, her dimples enchanting. Witnessing Jiang Ning's resilience brought her genuine joy, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Xiao Li's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly began to clean. Jiang Ning, realizing he had been staring, quickly averted his gaze. To be frank, Xiao Li was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman Jiang Ning had ever encountered in his life. Even the stars of his past life, enhanced by powerful beauty filters, paled in comparison to her radiance. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only its afterglow. The inhabitants of Zolin were compelled to sleep now, for the boundless malice would descend at midnight, rendering slumber impossible. They would have to rely solely on their willpower to endure until dawn. Xiao Li prepared a makeshift bed on the floor. Observing this, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she was merely a girl of 15 or 16. It seemed unfair for him to occupy the bed while she lay on the cold ground. Xiao Li, the bed is spacious enough, You should take the other side, he suggested, pointing to the far end. But Xiao Li fidgeted with her hands, her body radiating warmth. Oh my, the young master wants me to share a bed with him. Her face turned crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Perhaps you should take the bed, and I will sleep on the floor. Observing her embarrassment, Jiang Ning prepared to relinquish his place. No, young master, I will share the bed with you. Xiao Li quickly interjected, unwilling to allow Jiang Ning to sleep on the floor while she occupied the bed. Very well, let us retire for the night. Thus, Jiang Ning lay on one side, while Xiao Li took the other. Having just traversed through a bewildering array of events, Jiang Ning's weariness soon overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. However, Xiao Li found it impossible to sleep, her body aflame with heat. Jiang Ning, coming from Earth, had a relaxed disposition. In a time fraught with warfare, sharing a bed was but a trivial matter. Yet, Xiao Li's world was far more conservative. Sharing a bed, even without any illicit actions, could tarnish a girl's purity. However, when the Empress bestowed her favor upon the prince, Xiao Li had mentally prepared herself. Although bashful, she felt no aversion. The young master was approachable and lacked the arrogance and brutality characteristic of other princes. This made Xiao Li smile. Following Jiang Ning as her master was her fortune. In the early hours of the morning, the dead air and malevolence within the ancestral grounds began to coalesce violently, growing increasingly dense. Like a tidal wave, it engulfed the entire area. Within Zuilin, anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Jiang Ning and Xiao Li, startled awake by the onslaught of this malevolence, were met with a horrifying reality. It hurts. It hurts so much. The moment the vile energy invaded his body, Jiang Ning let out a harrowing scream, his teeth clenched in agony. It felt as though 1,000 worms were gnawing at his very essence, tearing him apart from within as he writhed on the bed, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. His complexion turned pale, drenched in sweat. Young master, you must endure. The Empress will surely return to save you. Xiao Li gently stroked Jiang Ning's back, attempting to provide comfort. The intensity of the pain almost rendered her incapable of bearing it herself. Yet, for the sake of Jiang Ning, she summoned an immense will to persevere. She had to set an example for him. If she succumbed to the malevolence, how could she support him in his struggle for survival? Xiao Li gritted her teeth, suppressing any sound of suffering. Her lips bled as she continued to soothe the tormented Jiang Ning. At that moment, he was utterly oblivious to her plight, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, even grappling with a fleeting impulse to end his own life. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, a moment of chaos led him to inadvertently activate a hidden mechanism. A secret compartment in the bamboo bed revealed itself, and an ancient wooden carving materialized before his eyes. The sculpture depicted an exquisitely beautiful woman, seemingly coming to life, like a celestial being descending from the heavens. It captivated Jiang Ning's attention, gradually allowing him to forget the searing agony of 10,000 worms devouring the heart. As you attentively observe the intricately carved wooden sculpture, a sudden enlightenment engulfs you, allowing you to grasp the essence of the void sword intent. Jiang Ning, taken aback, gazes at the words materializing in his mind. Soon after, a figure of unparalleled elegance and majesty materializes within his consciousness. With a swift motion, he unsheathes a sword, causing the world to freeze in an instant, suspended in time. This single strike shatters the vastness of the void, its power utterly terrifying. Boom. Jiang Ning feels an energy surge into his body, as if he has acquired something profound. The void sword intent has seamlessly integrated into his being. Is this what it means to possess an extraordinary ability? I have, in an instant, comprehended the void sword intent. His heart swells with joy, akin to a tempestuous sea, filled with elation. Although he remains unaware of the origins of the void sword intent, he is acutely aware of its formidable might. Time stands still, the void is obliterated. What a terrifying sword indeed. Furthermore, having grasped the void sword intent, the sword energy that courses through him incessantly dissolves the malevolent aura. The torment of the myriad poisons gnawing at his heart has vanished. He ponders the origins of the void sword intent, the identity of the woman depicted on the sculpture, and the identity of the imposing figure that emerged in his mind. Alas, I possess the sword intent, yet my broken roots preclude me from cultivation, rendering me unable to wield it. Nonetheless, I shall not succumb to despair. The stone forest harbors countless tablets, which may very well contain methods to restore my roots. Having witnessed the might of an extraordinary ability, Jiang Ning is filled with an indomitable spirit. Xiao Li, I am fine now, he smiles radiantly. Young master, you. Xiao Li gazes at Jiang Ning in astonishment. The ease he exudes does not seem feigned at all. My mother bestowed upon me a precious artifact capable of warding off malevolent energy. Naturally, Jiang Ning refrains from disclosing the truth about his newfound ability, attributing it all to Li Muqing instead. This is wonderful. Xiao Li beams with joy. Enough, little girl. Do not force yourself any longer. You are a remarkably stubborn and resolute child, Jiang Ning says with a twinge of pain in his heart. Lacking cultivation, he cannot manifest the void sword intent externally. Otherwise, he could assist Xiao Li in dispelling the malevolent energy. It is only when Jiang Ning shows no sign of distress that Shaoli finally reveals her own suffering, enduring until dawn when the malevolent energy begins to wane. What? That newcomer actually endured the entire night? This is a significant loss. How could this boy, stripped of his roots and without cultivation, have survived last night? Haha. I struck gold. Upon learning that Jiang Ning is still alive, there are mixed reactions. Some weep, while others rejoice. This newcomer possesses remarkable perseverance. Elder Bai nods with a smile. After rising, Jiang Ning is assigned to dust the stone tablets in the stone forest. The entrance to the stone forest is restricted to non-royals. Thus Shaoli must remain behind. Jiang Ning's heart brims with excitement as he strides towards the stone forest, hopeful that he might find a way to restore his broken roots. With the assistance of my extraordinary ability, I can cultivate in seclusion for several years in the ancestral land, ultimately becoming invincible. From that point on, the vast world shall be my playground. Activating the gold ability. Spiritual stones increased by 10,000. Jiang Ning's account reflects an additional 10,000 spiritual stones. Chapter 4. The Endless Stone Forest, The Legend of Jiang Tai-Su. The stone forest is the most crucial site within the ancestral land of the Jiang clan of the Great Xia. Countless stone tablets stand tall, each inscribed with a legacy. These are the inheritances left by the powerful members of the royal Jiang clan over the span of hundreds of thousands of years. Once, the Jiang clan was immensely powerful, tracing its lineage back to the ancient emperors, imbued with imperial blood, and numerous saints emerged from within the clan. However, they have now drastically declined, having not seen a saint emerge in over 10,000 years. Otherwise, they would not have sought refuge with the Tai Xian Holy Land for protection. Thus, hidden within this endless stone forest lie the supreme inheritances of many powerful saints, requiring a significant fortune to uncover. The royal Jiang clan has not seen anyone comprehend these supreme inheritances in a millennium. Those ancestors of the Jiang clan who left behind inheritances were at least at the law manifestation stage, for without reaching that realm, one cannot possibly create martial arts or techniques, let alone leave a legacy. Of course, not all inheritances within the stone forest are solely from royal ancestors. Some are left behind by powerful practitioners captured, as well as by great demons. This is also why there exists a prison forest within the ancestral land, where the formidable beings are suppressed by the royal Jiang clan. Only by leaving their legacies inscribed on the tablets can they be released or granted a swift end. To escape the ancestral land or avoid torment, some powerful beings are compelled to leave their legacies upon the tablets. Otherwise, why not simply eliminate these formidable entities? As they remain a threat, the stone forest is not only guarded by powerful formations, but also by 5 royal elders at the celestial stage. One of them has even reached the quasi-saint level, holding a high rank and serving as the guardian of the Great Xia. Outside the ancestral land, an elite army of 100,000 is stationed, solely to safeguard the stone forest's security. Upon arriving at the stone forest, Jiang Ning is greeted by the sight of numerous towering stone tablets. The accumulation over hundreds of thousands of years is evident in the immense number of tablets within the stone forest, dense and vast, stretching beyond sight. The tablets bear no written inscriptions, only intricate patterns depicting various forms: a sword, a blade, a drop of rain, a blossom. Such is the grandeur of the stone forest. Jiang Ning is filled with excitement, hoping to discover a method to restore his roots within. With the extraordinary ability at his disposal, surely the inheritances here are accessible for him to learn at will. A newcomer, so young, yet exiled to the ancestral land for reflection. I wonder what crime he committed? A venerable voice suddenly resonates behind Jiang Ning. Startled, he turns to see an elderly man who has approached him as silently as a ghost. The elder appears exceedingly frail, his eyes devoid of life, teeth nearly all gone, with only a few remaining, and his hair is almost completely lost, leaving behind sparse strands of white. He is as thin as a reed, little more than skin and bones. I have met a senior. Jiang Ning quickly bows in respect. No need to guess. It is evident you are one of the 5 elders guarding the stone forest. I released a demoness from the demon gate and provoked the sister of the saintess of Tai Xian, resulting in my prince title being revoked and my exile to the ancestral land for reflection, Jiang Ning says with a bitter smile. You young lad, though still quite young, I did not expect you to be so infatuated. However, it is normal for heroes to falter in the face of beauty. By the way, remember, you only need to dust the tablets. Do not inject your spirit into them. Jiang Ning looks at the elder in confusion. The elder explains gently. Each stone tablet is crafted by the Jiang clan using a special method. Before every royal ancestor passes away, they imbue their consciousness into the tablets, leaving behind their unique legacies. Without exceptional comprehension, not only will you be unable to grasp the legacies inscribed on the tablets, but you may also be harmed by their consciousness. The consequences could be as mild as becoming a fool or as severe as instant death. Now, go ahead and dust the tablets. With that, the elder vanishes from sight. Jiang Ning randomly selects a tablet and begins to wipe it clean. The tablet depicts a pattern of a drop of rain. Ignoring the elder's warning, Jiang Ning pours his spirit into the tablet. Eager to discover a method to restore his roots, Indeed, as he earnestly gazed upon the stone tablet, the auxiliary learning mechanism was activated. A line of text materialized in his mind. You have diligently observed the stone tablet, activating the instant learning feature, comprehending the mid-tier Earth-grade martial technique, dripping rain sword technique. Martial techniques are categorized into 3 tiers, human, earth, and heaven, each subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades, collectively known as the 3 tiers and 9 grades. Upon reaching the celestial human realm, one may commence the cultivation of divine abilities. These abilities are classified into 4 levels: minor divine abilities, major divine abilities, and supreme divine abilities. The cultivation methods also follow the 3-tier and 9-grade system. Above these lie the holy scriptures created by the sacred realm and the imperial scriptures crafted by the emperor realm. The mid-tier earth-grade martial technique is already a formidable skill, typically requiring one to be of the law manifestation realm to practice. Regrettably, it is not the means to restore my foundational roots that I seek. Jiang Ning remained undeterred and continued to explore the next stone tablet. However, he soon discovered that the instant learning feature had not activated. Reluctantly, Jiang Ning resumed his meticulous polishing of the stone tablet. Before long, a week had elapsed. At last, Jiang Ning discerned the regulations governing the instant learning feature. Within a single day, it could only be activated twice. Over the course of 7 days, he had comprehended 14 martial techniques or cultivation methods, including Tremor Palm, Heavenly Split Kick, Gale Spear Technique, and Great Sun Heart Sutra. Alas, none of these were what Jiang Ning desired. He was not concerned, for there were countless stone tablets to explore. He could take his time. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, leading him to the supreme inheritance left behind by a powerful figure of the sacred realm. As evening approached, Jiang Ning prepared to leave the stone forest and return. By coincidence, he encountered the remarkably aged elder once more. Young lad, impressive indeed. You have been rendered rootless and possess no cultivation. Yet you have survived for 7 days in this ancestral ground. Upon seeing Jiang Ning again, the elder exhibited a look of newfound admiration, acknowledging the formidable strength of the young man's will. Little did he know, Jiang Ning had comprehended the void sword intent, rendering malevolent energies incapable of infiltrating his being. Jiang Ning engaged in casual conversation with the elder. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the void sword intent he had gleaned from the wooden carving and felt a pang of curiosity regarding its origins. By the way, esteemed elder, I happen to hear about the void sword intent. Do you know its provenance? Jiang Ning inquired. The void sword intent. The elder paused, scrutinizing Jiang Ning intently before sighing. A millennium ago, there was a man named Jiang Taishu, the only one from my Jiang clan to awaken the imperial bloodline after tens of thousands of years. He was deemed the hope for the resurgence of our clan, a paragon of his generation, an extraordinary prodigy. The void sword intent was his creation, an unparalleled sword intent. Regrettably, he made a grave error that ruined his life. Otherwise, our Jiang clan would have had a sage to oversee us, and we would not need to curry favor with the Taishan sacred land. Jiang Ning's curiosity was piqued. What grave mistake did he commit? The elder continued. This incident is regarded as a tremendous disgrace for the Jiang clan, thus it remains undocumented, known to very few. He fell in love with a woman he ought not to have, seemingly one associated with the demonic sect. Ultimately, she betrayed him, leading him to commit a monumental blunder. The specifics are unclear, as it transpired so long ago. The elder lamented. Even those at the celestial human realm are still within the realm of mortals, with lifespans extending to a mere 200 years. However, once one breaks through to the sacred realm and becomes a sage, they can live for at least a millennium. Legendary emperors, on the other hand, are said to exist for over 10,000 years, an eternity indeed. Given the passage of such time, the elder could hardly possess comprehensive knowledge of events from a millennium prior. It seemed that the woman depicted in the wooden carving was indeed the object of Jiang Taishu's affection. Jiang Ning pondered, alas, how could Jiang Taishu, so deeply in love, find it in his heart to betray her? A generation's genius, rendered obsolete by a single woman. Had he devoted himself solely to cultivation, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the pinnacle of the Xianhuang world, a lamentable fate. The elder expressed profound melancholy. Such occurrences are truly heart-wrenching. Women can indeed influence the pace of one's cultivation. To become a powerful being, one must refrain from falling in love. While the elder remained engulfed in his sorrow, Jiang Ning quietly departed. The news of his survival for 7 days sparked considerable commotion within the sinful forest. A youth devoid of any cultivation had truly endured for 7 days. Such unwavering resolve was astonishing. The individual who had wagered his reputation was ecstatic, reveling in the outcome. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Ning's steadfastness stemmed not from sheer willpower, but rather from an external advantage. Chapter 5. You have comprehended the Imperial Scripture Dragon Force suppressing Heaven Scripture. 7 days had passed, although Jiang Ning had not discovered a method to restore his foundational roots. He did not relent. Each day, he continued to diligently polish the stone tablets. In the process, he utilized the instant learning feature to grasp the legacies within the tablets. You have earnestly observed the stone tablet, activating the instant learning feature, comprehending the upper-tier heaven-grade martial technique, 4 swift swords. Upper-tier heaven-grade. This is indeed the most formidable martial technique. Regrettably, without the restoration of his roots and lacking any cultivation, he could not wield it. Jiang Ning wore a bittersweet smile. The upper-tier heaven-grade martial techniques mastered by the entire Jiang royal family would certainly not exceed 10 individuals. Yet, he had comprehended it in an instant. Truly, such advantages surpass any talent or prodigy. The 4 swift swords encompasses whirlwind slash, forward slash, wall of wind, and gale annihilation slash. It is a transcendent sword technique that marries offense and defense, characterized by agility and grace. Its power is astounding, rivaling even some lesser divine abilities. Thus, another month slipped by. During this month, Jiang Ning's life revolved around a simple yet fulfilling routine. By day, he polished the stone tablets, searching for a means to restore his foundational roots. In the evenings, he returned to the sinful forest, cultivating the vegetable garden outside the bamboo cottage alongside Shaoli. He tilled the soil while she watered the plants, both reveling in the labor. Over this month, Jiang Ning, through his advantages, acquired innumerable cultivation techniques and martial skills. Each of these techniques, when presented individually, would incite fierce competition and bloodshed. Yet, Jiang Ning felt no joy. After all, none of these were what he truly sought. He yearned for a method to restore his foundational roots. Without the ability to restore his roots, these techniques held no value for him. Nevertheless, having comprehended such a multitude of techniques laid a solid foundation for him. Once his roots were restored and he could begin cultivating, he would surely soar to great heights. His stock of spirit stones had also exceeded 300,000. Such wealth would be hard to come by, even for those at the law manifestation realm. In the stone forest, Jiang Ning continued his daily task of polishing the stone tablets. You have earnestly observed the stone tablet, activating the instant learning feature, comprehending the upper-tier heaven-grade cultivation method Heavenly Fiend Azura Decision. The Heavenly Fiend Azura Decision is cultivated through boundless malice and death energy, and within this ancestral ground. There is no shortage of such energies. Moreover, practicing this technique frees one from the fear of malevolent energies infiltrating the body, sparing one from the torment of the 10,000 worms devouring the heart. Jiang Ning felt a surge of elation. Once he practiced the Heavenly Fiend Azura Decision, Shaoli would no longer have to endure the agony of the 10,000 worms each night. This little girl, who had shared her life with him in this ancestral land, though their acquaintance was brief, had become the person Jiang Ning felt the deepest affection for. Naturally, he did not wish to witness her suffering every night. After finishing his task of polishing the stone tablet, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo cottage. Jiang Ning also inquired and discovered that this bamboo house boasts a history spanning over 1,000 years. It is likely the very dwelling where the revered Jiang Taishu once resided in reflection in his ancestral land. Hence, it left behind a wooden carving of a woman that enabled Jiang Ning to comprehend the essence of the void sword intent. As night fell, Jiang Ning and Shaoli lay in bed. Shaoli had grown increasingly beautiful, and the bond of master and servant between them had deepened significantly. Initially, he had anticipated a life of hardship in the ancestral land, but he now realized it was indeed his most blissful time. The young master treated her with kindness and tenderness, embodying an approachable demeanor. Each evening spent together in the vegetable garden was her happiest moment. She seemed to grow more reliant on Jiang Ning. The thought of parting from him now would undoubtedly bring her immense sorrow. To her, the young master had become the dearest person in her world, second only to the Empress Dowager. Shaoli, I possess a method of cultivation that can absorb malevolent energy. I shall impart it to you, but you must ensure it remains a secret, Jiang Ning whispered softly into Shaoli's ear. Shaoli's talent was not to be underestimated. Despite lacking in quality resources, she had reached the pinnacle of the qi condensation realm by the age of 15. Master, I will not let anyone know, Shaoli replied, her obedience manifesting in a swift nod. Jiang Ning directly transmitted the Heavenly Fiend Azura technique, a superior tier cultivation method, to her. He had fully comprehended it. Although he could not utilize it, he was able to pass it on to others. Upon completion of the transmission, Shaoli's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at Jiang Ning in astonishment. This is a superior tier cultivation method. Master, why would you bestow such a precious technique upon me, a mere maid? Shaoli was momentarily at a loss. A superior tier cultivation method was among the most powerful techniques, surpassed only by sacred texts and imperial scriptures. Even within the royal family, only a select few core members could cultivate it. A sense of fear began to creep over her. Worried that her master might face punishment from the royal family for secretly imparting such a technique to her, Jiang Ning reassured her, you need not worry. I am well aware of my boundaries. Here, I have 10,000 spirit stones for you. Take them and cultivate at your own pace. He produced the 10,000 spirit stones, which cascaded into a small mound within the bamboo house. 10,000 spirit stones? For my cultivation? Shaoli exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. 10,000 spirit stones equate to the salary of a second-tier official in the Great Xia for a decade. As a mere maid, She had never encountered such an abundance of spirit stones, let alone ones meant for her cultivation. Master. Suddenly, tears welled in Xiao Li's eyes. What is the matter? Jiang Ning inquired, perplexed. Why are you so kind to me? I am just your little maid. Little girl, we rely on each other here. You are the closest person to me, Jiang Ning replied with a gentle smile, perceiving the adorable yet strong-willed girl as a sister. Woo. Xiao Li was moved to tears, overwhelmed by the kindness shown to her for the first time in her life. Enough of the tears. You must focus on your cultivation. As of now, my roots have been damaged, rendering me unable to cultivate. You must become strong to ensure my safety. To provide Xiao Li with reassurance in her training, Jiang Ning fabricated this excuse. Rest assured, Master, I will grow strong and will not allow anyone to bully you. Whoever dares to harm you must tread over my corpse first, Xiao Li declared, her gaze resolute. She accepted the superior tier cultivation method and the 10,000 spirit stones with a sense of determination. She understood that she had to grow stronger to better protect her master. Jiang Ning had already mastered the heavenly fiend Azura technique. With his guidance, Xiao Li quickly grasped the essentials. The malevolent energy was entirely absorbed by her, enabling her to cultivate the technique without being harmed or suffering from the torment of myriad heart-devouring goo. The following day, Jiang Ning ventured to the steel forest and encountered the elderly man once more, who appeared frail and toothless. Senior, why do you always sit upon this stone pedestal whenever I see you? Jiang Ning inquired. The stone pedestal bore the marks of time, adorned with a vividly carved dragon motif. Within the past month, he had encountered the old man numerous times, most often finding him in a meditative state upon the pedestal. The elder smiled faintly at Jiang Ning. Young man, there is a rumor among my clan that this stone pedestal harbors the greatest secret of the Jiang family. With one foot already in the grave, I am merely testing my luck to see if I can defy fate. It is uncertain whether this rumor holds any truth, for no one has ever discovered fortune upon this pedestal. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, the elder would engage in small talk with Jiang Ning during their encounters. The notion of the Jiang family's greatest secret immediately piqued Jiang Ning's interest. He focused intently on the stone pedestal, immersing his consciousness within it. Roar! Suddenly, a divine dragon materialized in Jiang Ning's mind. It stretched for countless kilometers, exuding an overwhelming aura of dragon might that surveyed the vast universe with disdain. It embodied an unparalleled majesty that reigned supreme over the heavens. You have meticulously observed the stone pedestal, activating the instant learning ability, and comprehended the first volume of the Imperial Scripture Dragon Might Subdues Heaven. The line of text that appeared in his mind sent a jolt through Jiang Ning. He was overwhelmed with exhilaration, unable to contain his excitement. The Imperial Scripture. My heavens, it is a cultivation method that can only be crafted by an emperor. Every emperor stands as an invincible powerhouse, and each imperial scripture embodies an unparalleled path of cultivation. This is the aspiration of countless individuals. Having comprehended the first volume of Dragon Blood Body Refinement, Jiang Ning also learned about its origins. It was authored by the Huanglong Emperor, Jiang Xinshin, and is divided into 3 volumes. The first volume, Dragon Blood Body Refinement, is a technique for refining the body. Practitioners must first shatter their bones, then utilize dragon blood to reconstruct their bodies, transforming their bone structure into that of a dragon, thereby forging an unparalleled dragon physique. The supreme dragon physique, with bones as resilient as iron, can rival defensive treasures. Upon mastering the supreme dragon physique, one's physical strength could slay saints and withstand imperial weapons. The second volume transforms vital energy into dragon might, serving as a cultivation technique. The third volume, Dragon Might Subdues Heaven, records countless devastating moves, capable of suppressing the heavens when mastered to perfection. Jiang Ning was aware of the titles of these 2 volumes, yet the rest of their content remained a mystery. Presumably, the Huanglong Emperor, Jiang Xinshin, was the ancestral emperor of the Jiang clan. Although he had only mastered the first volume, Dragon Blood Body Refinement, and had no knowledge of the other 2 volumes. The ability to restore his roots through this technique was indeed a monumental gain. Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the stone pedestal upon which the old man sat daily contained a method for restoring his roots. Had he known, he would have paid closer attention to its peculiarities. Senior, I shall attend to the steel now, and will not disturb your cultivation. Jiang Ning respectfully bowed. Go ahead. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the bamboo house, Jiang Ning found Xiao Li striving to break through to the Xiandan realm. With the superior tier cultivation method, a steady supply of spirit stones, and the dense environment of malevolent energy, her cultivation would undoubtedly ascend rapidly. However, despite having acquired a method to restore his roots, Jiang Ning faced a new dilemma. Where could he procure dragon blood? Dragons, even the weakest of serpentine dragons, possess strength comparable to that of saints. True dragons can even rival emperors. In his current state of utter helplessness, devoid of any cultivation, how could he possibly acquire dragon blood to forge his body? Was the method he had just discovered to restore his essence already rendered useless? A deep sense of reluctance churned within him. However, While genuine dragon blood remained out of reach, he realized he could obtain the blood of a serpentine dragon. Although the draconic essence within the serpent was faint, it could still be utilized to reinforce his body and condense dragon bones. Wasn't he there a fifth-tier serpentine dragon imprisoned in the confinement forest? A spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang Ning's mind. Over the past month, he had gained considerable insight into the Ancestral Land circumstances. He promptly sought out Elder Bai. Elder Bai, tomorrow I intend to deliver food to the confinement forest. The tasks of the prisoners were arranged daily by Elder Bai, including polishing the stone tablets and delivering meals to those formidable beings within the confinement. Youth. Those entities in the confinement forest are notoriously volatile and difficult to please. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the delivery? Elder Bai inquired. Indeed, Jiang Ning nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I have heard tales of numerous powerful beings from other races within. I am eager to witness them and broaden my horizons. Very well. You shall deliver the food to the confinement forest tomorrow. Elder Bai acquiesced and departed with alacrity. With his objective accomplished, Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy as he bid farewell. Though devoid of any cultivation, he had a trump card to rely upon. A fifth-tier demon beast was equivalent to a human in the law manifestation realm. With the aid of the celestial diagrams heavenly thunder and earthly fire, he could vanquish it in an instant. However, this powerful ability could only be employed once a month. Thereafter, he would need to proceed with utmost caution. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the Great Xia, Jiang Tiantai, inquired with an authoritative demeanor, Zhou Gonggong, what is the status of Jiang Ning? Seated upon the dragon throne, his visage was formidable, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying intensity that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Reporting to your majesty. Since Jiang Ning entered the Ancestral Land, he has been polishing stone tablets and farming alongside his little maid, exhibiting no unusual behavior. Remarkably, this boy has demonstrated unwavering resolve. Managing to endure the torment of the 10,000 worms devouring heart, replied the elder eunuch assigned to monitor Jiang Ning. Maintain strict surveillance over him. Should he exhibit any signs of movement, eliminate him without hesitation. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Tiantai's eyes. Though he was his own nephew, the stability of the throne took precedence. If Jiang Ning posed even the slightest threat, he would not hesitate to eradicate him. For now, allowing him to live was merely a transaction orchestrated by the Empress Dowager. Understood, your majesty. This servant comprehends, Zhou Gonggong responded with a chilling smile. At the Crown Prince's residence, Jiang Biting remarked, my dear brother, I never expected you to endure the torment of the 10,000 worms for over a month. Your days cannot continue in such a smooth manner. As your elder brother, I shall ensure someone takes good care of you. Upon receiving reports regarding Jiang Ning's circumstances, he smirked subtly. He would not permit the wasteful Crown Prince to live too comfortably. Once he concluded his current affairs, he would certainly make time to ensure Jiang Ning received proper attention. Your Highness, that waste has touched my body. You must sever his hands. Wang Lingyan declared with a look of disgust. The mere thought of Jiang Ning's touch repulsed her, and she believed that only by severing his hands could she relieve her pent-up resentment. Inger, this matter owes much to your assistance. Rest assured, since his hands have made contact with your body, I shall certainly have them severed to avenge you, Jiang Biting promised with a grin. At least you still possess some conscience, remembering the kindness shown to you, Wang Lingyan replied, casting him a flirtatious glance. I have already reported your talent to the Sacred Land. It should not be long before you become a true disciple of the Taishan sect. At that point, we shall be able to openly declare our relationship, she said, leaning gently against Jiang Biting. I vow, Inger, that I will never let you down in this lifetime. Jiang Biting assured her, his embrace firm, though a flicker of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. The following day, Jiang Ning wheeled a cart laden with food into the confinement forest. Last night, Shaoli had successfully broken through to the Xiandan realm, which had filled her with immense joy. She was now immersed in rigorous training, determined to grow stronger to protect her master. Upon entering the confinement forest, a cacophony of furious voices assailed Jiang Ning's ears. You Jiang scoundrel, release me. If I escape, I shall annihilate the Jiang clan and devastate the Great Xia. Thankfully, the void sword intent enveloped him, shielding him from the malevolent energies emanating from the enraged prisoners. Jiang Ning commenced distributing food to the inmates, who glared at him with contempt. Brother, release me, and I shall grant you whatever you desire. A stunningly alluring demoness presented herself before Jiang Ning, her exquisite form on full display as she sensuously caressed her long, fair legs. Yet, Jiang Ning, with singular focus on slaying the serpentine dragon, remained impervious to her seductive advances, knowing that distractions would only hinder his resolve. Eventually, he arrived at the cell housing the serpentine dragon. The dungeon was a dark abyss, descending hundreds of meters, suffused with a menacing aura. Before him coiled a massive black serpent, stretching over 100 meters in length, its eyes filled with a ferocious chill. Bound by 10 iron chains inscribed with countless glowing runes, it was secured within its prison. As Jiang Ning entered the dungeon, the serpentine dragon unleashed a roar, its cavernous maw wide open. You Jiang scum shall perish. I will devour you. It bellowed in fury. Were it not restrained, it would have swallowed Jiang Ning whole in its wrath. Without wasting words, Jiang Ning silently activated the celestial diagram's heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Thunder rumbled and flames erupted from the earth, unleashing a cataclysmic force that engulfed the serpentine dragon. Before it could emit a sound of agony, it perished beneath Jiang Ning's overwhelming power. The serpentine dragon would never have fathomed that it could be vanquished by a mere waste devoid of cultivation. Hastily, Jiang Ning collected a substantial amount of serpent blood before fleeing the confinement forest. Such a ruckus would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful beings from the ancestral land. His heart raced with exhilaration. With this serpent blood imbued with a trace of dragon essence, he could finally forge his body and restore his roots. Chapter 7. Supreme Dragon Bones, Half-Day Xiandan. Jiang Ning returned to his bamboo cottage unhurriedly. Surely, no one would suspect him, a mere waste, of the serpentine dragon's demise. He concocted an excuse to send Xiao Li away temporarily. He was meticulous in his actions. Until he achieved sanctification, he preferred to keep his ability to cultivate under wraps. After all, if his dear uncle learned of his restoration, he would undoubtedly seek his life. To safeguard his existence, Jiang Ning must tread carefully until he attained sanctification and became invincible in this world. Over the course of a month spent comprehending various legacies in the Steel Forest, he had mastered a powerful secret technique that enabled him to completely conceal his cultivation and aura. This was the foundation of his ability to masquerade as a waste. Thus, one would not attract unnecessary scrutiny or provoke excessive attention. What a worthless existence, yet long-lived, Jiang Ning murmured. The fact that he could continue to live in peace was solely due to his perceived insignificance, posing no threat to anyone. Jiang Ning prepared a wooden tub for bathing and proceeded to pour all the blood he had collected from the serpentine creature into it. If the blood of the serpent were to be infused into a precious cauldron inscribed with runes, complemented by some rare medicinal herbs, the results would be even more extraordinary. Nevertheless, having fully comprehended the upper volume of the dragon's might and heaven scripture, he felt that his cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort. Even under such adverse conditions, he believed he could manage to form his body with great difficulty. Indeed, the circumstances are far from ideal, Jiang Ning lamented. Aside from the serpent's blood, he had nothing else at his disposal. The viscous blood exuded a foul stench. Jiang Ning steeled himself against the odor and plunged into the wooden tub. He then commenced the operation of the upper volume of the dragon's blood body formation. A radiant divine light enveloped him completely. The serpent's blood began to bubble violently, and golden droplets of liquid continually levitated into the air. These golden liquids were the dragon's blood extracted from the serpent's essence. Jiang Ning inhaled the dragon's blood into his body, and mysterious runes began to manifest all over him, radiating brilliance that was both ancient and profound. A spectral dragon coiled above him, roaring fiercely, its might resonating through the heavens. Condensed the dragon bone, Jiang Ning bellowed, fervently channeling the dragon's blood body formation. The fractured bones within him began to reassemble, nourished by the dragon's blood, gradually forming into golden bones that emitted a resplendent glow. These were the formidable dragon bones. After approximately an hour, all of Jiang Ning's bones had successfully reformed into dragon bones, as unyielding as iron. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within him. With the successful forging of the dragon bones, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It was akin to a whale swallowing, consuming the essence of the world without leaving a trace. Jiang Ning concluded his practice of the dragon's blood body formation. The dragon's blood contained within the serpent's essence was still insufficient. It had barely allowed him to condense the dragon bones, but not enough to successfully forge the supreme dragon body. Despite the absence of the supreme dragon body, Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy. After all, his previously damaged bones had been completely restored, transformed into even more powerful dragon bones. At last, he could commence his cultivation. Unable to contain his eagerness, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged and began to circulate his technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Over the past month, Jiang Ning had grasped various cultivation methods, including several celestial-grade techniques. Now, they finally served a purpose. Typically, one could only operate a single technique at a time. However, it seemed that due to some fortuitous circumstance, Jiang Ning was able to simultaneously operate all the techniques he had comprehended. Thus, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy surged to an unfathomable degree. The spiritual energy of the world was insufficient to sustain his frenzied consumption. Fortunately, Jiang Ning possessed an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones were extracted, forming a small mountain within the bamboo cottage. Jiang Ning refined the spirit stones with his techniques, extracting the spiritual energy contained within. A cultivator at the condensation realm typically required half a stick of incense to refine a single spirit stone. Yet, as Jiang Ning operated multiple techniques simultaneously, all of which were at least earth-grade, the speed of refining the spirit stones was astonishingly rapid. In no time, he had completely refined the 1,000 spirit stones. transforming them into an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. The overwhelming influx of energy into his body nearly threatened to burst him apart, akin to an overinflated balloon. Jiang Ning felt a sense of despair. Would he meet his demise from overexertion? Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, a line of text appeared in his mind. You are currently in cultivation. Experience enhancement activated. Cultivation speed increased by 100 times. With his cultivation speed amplified 100-fold, the rate at which he consumed spiritual energy also escalated correspondingly. The vast energy within him was depleted at an extraordinary pace, alleviating the risk of explosion. You are currently in cultivation. Experience enhancement activated. Cultivation speed increased by 100 times. You are currently in cultivation. Experience enhancement activated. Cultivation speed increased by 100 times. This line of text appeared frantically in his mind. Jiang Ning's cultivation level soared at a visible rate. Condensation realm first layer. Condensation realm second layer. Condensation realm ninth layer. Reaching the pinnacle of the ninth layer, he continued to break through barriers with unimpeded momentum. He fervently circulated his techniques, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. Finally, Jiang Ning condensed a brilliant golden Xiandan in his dantian. Boom! A formidable force erupted from within him. Jiang Ning successfully broke through to the realm of Xiandan and ceased his cultivation. At that moment, the sun was nearing the horizon, and Shaoli would soon return. Achieving Xiandan in half a day, this left Jiang Ning astounded by his own rapid progress. Such speed could only be attributed to an extraordinary boon. No prodigy or genius could achieve such a feat. A smile crept onto his lips. At this rate of cultivation, how far could he be from attaining sainthood? However, the consumption of spirit stones was alarmingly swift. In merely half a day, he had exhausted the annual salary of a second-tier official in the Great Xia. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning was unconcerned. With his gold coin advantage, he had a continuous supply of spirit stones for his cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Shaoli returned. Young master, you seem to have changed in a rather remarkable way, she remarked, curiously observing him. Though she felt that something was different, she could not quite articulate what it was. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and replied, It must be your imagination, little girl. How could I possibly be different? At that moment, Jiang Ning realized the issue. Having achieved Xiandan in half a day, his gaze was now bright and spirited, his presence robust, and his body and spirit were imbued with unparalleled vigor. He was no longer the frail figure he had once been. A perceptive observer would easily discern that he was no longer without cultivation. It seemed that he must now be cautious and maintain the facade of a weakling in public, so as not to arouse suspicion. The next day, Jiang Ning heard rumors circulating in the Ancestral Land. The serpent within the prison forest had attempted to transcend its tribulation to become a dragon, but had failed and lost its life. The thunder and flames were omens that could only manifest during tribulations. After an investigation, the serpent's demise was attributed to its futile attempt to forcibly transcend and become a dragon. Given its fifth-tier rank, success was never an option. Ultimately, it perished beneath the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the investigation might lead back to him. He sought out Old Bai. Old Bai, the serpent attempted to transcend its tribulation yesterday, and with thunder and flames appearing simultaneously, I nearly lost my life. Perhaps it would be safer to switch to polishing the steel instead. Jiang Ning feigned a look of fear, his heart still shaken. Now that his root bones have been restored, he is able to cultivate and naturally wishes to venture into the steel forest in search of greater opportunities. Within the steel forest, numerous sages have left behind their legacies, divine abilities, sacred texts, and formidable secret techniques. However, the accumulation over hundreds of thousands of years has resulted in an overwhelming number of steals. To locate the supreme sacred texts and divine abilities is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, relying heavily on luck to prevent enemies from stealing their knowledge. Even the royal Jiang clan is unaware of which steel holds the sage's inheritance. Each steel appears identical, devoid of any distinguishing features. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter a steel of sage inheritance, the discoverer is strictly forbidden from disclosing its precise location. This measure is intended to maximize the protection of the steel forest, preventing it from being plundered by foes. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning remains unhurried. After all, he possesses ample time to search slowly and surely. Old Bai chuckled, Young man, I've warned you that the prison forest is fraught with danger. But if you wish to continue polishing the steels, so be it. He did not press Jiang Ning further and consented to allow him to continue his work in the steel forest. Jiang Ning bid farewell to Old Bai and proceeded to the steel forest to polish the steels. Chapter 8. Comprehending the demon sect's divine abilities, dual fiend puppet technique. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ning lived quite comfortably. Each day he delved into the inheritance within the steels, and upon returning to his bamboo hut, he devoured spirit stones to cultivate, thereby enhancing his realm of cultivation. Such a life was truly delightful. Everything was progressing positively. 3 months swiftly passed, and his realm had broken through to the spirit origin stage, reaching the 3rd tier. This was accomplished while Jiang Ning still had to polish the steels daily and secretly cultivate without little Li's knowledge. The maximum time he could devote to cultivation each day was merely 2 hours. Jiang Ning would send little Li away to practice the heavenly fiend Azura technique in desolate areas filled with dense malevolent energy, allowing him to find gaps in time to cultivate. It was not that Jiang Ning lacked faith in little Li. Rather, he was determined to keep his ability to cultivate a secret until he became a sage. Being exceedingly cautious would ensure a longer life. His uncle was formidable, and that dear brother Jiang Baidong would not let him off easily. Jiang Ning also imparted some powerful combat techniques to little Li to enhance her combat prowess. Little Li was the person he trusted most in this world and was thus worthy of careful cultivation. As a former prince, it was perfectly natural for Jiang Ning to master numerous cultivation methods. Little Li harbored no suspicions towards the formidable techniques Jiang Ning taught her, obediently running off to find a secluded place to practice. The ancestral land was vast, yet sparsely populated. Exercising caution, he remained undetected. During the day in the steel forest, Jiang Ning did not squander his time. While polishing the steels, he continuously evolved the various techniques and combat skills he had comprehended in his mind, thoroughly transforming them into his own combat strength. He even aspired to surpass his original understanding. For instance, he had initially grasped the Earth-tier superior sword technique, dripping water sword technique, upon entering the steel forest, and he subsequently evolved it into techniques comparable to the Heaven-tier inferior light rain sword technique and the Heaven-tier superior downpour sword technique. Jiang Ning had already learned numerous Heaven-tier techniques, combat skills, and secret arts. Therefore, he now fervently desired to comprehend the sacred texts and divine abilities, this ultimate inheritance. However, searching within the endless steel forest was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack, relying solely on slow luck. Through various inquiries, particularly casual conversations with the elder in the steel forest, Jiang Ning gained profound insights into this unfamiliar world. This realm was called the Xianhuang world, vastly larger than Earth by over 10,000 times. The top-tier forces in the Xianhuang world comprised 3 sacred lands, 5 imperial clans, 10 sects, and the demon sect with its 6 paths. The Taishan sacred land was one of the 3 sacred lands. In a bid to protect the endless steel forest, the Great Xia had reached an agreement with the Taishan sacred land for protection. Currently, the most formidable known beings in this world were at the peak of the Sage King realm. As for the Emperor realm, it had not been seen for tens of thousands of years, having completely vanished from the Xianhuang world. Rumors suggested that the Great Path had been suppressed, preventing the emergence of emperors. Additionally, there were other alien races of immense power, such as the Sea God clan dwelling in the depths of the ocean, the Golden Merfolk, the Xianbing clan from the frigid northern lands, and the Lava Giant clan from the Fire Valley, all of which were extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, various ancient ferocious beasts and primordial species roamed the land, known for their ruthlessness. This world was fraught with peril, unless one achieved unmatched prowess. They should not venture beyond the ancestral land. As a remarkable individual, there was no need for him to desperately fight for cultivation resources. Lacking techniques or divine abilities, the steel forest was abundant with them. Lacking resources, his gold coin sheet ensured he received 10,000 spirit stones daily, more than sufficient for cultivation. Why venture out into danger? He should first cultivate to become invincible. Moreover, every time he found himself in peril, he would gain great opportunities. However, Jiang Ning did not trust such mediocre authors. After all, one's life is one's own, and he could not gamble with it. The Emperor realm? Others could not break through, but who knew if he, with his unique circumstances, could succeed? Ever since restoring his root bones, Jiang Ning had become brimming with confidence. With 4 powerful cheats in hand, the world was his. In this lifetime, he was determined to become an emperor, to dominate the Xianhuang. He even yearned to glimpse what lay beyond the emperor. On this day, Jiang Ning arrived at the steel forest to polish the steels as usual. At that moment, he discovered a steel adorned with a skull emblem. Intrigued, he began to examine it closely. Boom! At that moment, 2 specters appeared in his mind, exuding an exceedingly malevolent aura, one black and one white. You have attentively observed the steel, activating the instant learning cheat, comprehending the demon sect's divine ability dual fiend puppet technique. Divine abilities. It was surprisingly a power greater than lesser divine abilities. Jiang Ning was instantly exhilarated. Was this not the very thing he had longed for? Divine abilities could harness the forces of heaven and earth for attack, far superior to techniques reliant on vital energy. Only those at the Heaven Man realm were typically qualified to practice such combat techniques, usually reserved for sages. However, with his cheat, Jiang Ning could cultivate divine abilities even at the spirit origin realm. Upon returning to his bamboo hut, Jiang Ning did not continue to elevate his cultivation today, but instead focused on practicing the dual fiend puppet technique. This was a divine ability from the demon sect, presumably left behind by a tortured demon sect strongman who had escaped the prison forest. The dual fiends were not offensive divine abilities, but rather supportive ones. By utilizing a vast amount of death energy and malevolent aura, 2 puppets were created, named White Fiend and Black Fiend. They were incredibly fierce, possessing formidable strength to assist their master in battle. Furthermore, they could perform soul possession to become others, with the cheat in hand. Jiang Ning had already mastered this demon sect divine ability thoroughly. The ancestral land was abundant in death energy and malevolent aura. Soon after, he successfully created the dual fiends. Boom. A chilling, sinister energy erupted, and before Jiang Ning appeared White Fiend and Black Fiend. Their faces were grotesque, exuding an aura of bloodlust, slaughter, and ferocity. Like phantoms, they float in the void. The dual specters possess no corporeal form, merely a swirling mass of malevolent energy, a monstrous amalgamation of deathly essence. Thus, they can seamlessly conceal themselves within the shadows of darkness. Upon restraining their aura, outsiders are utterly oblivious to their existence. Fortunately, I have transcended to the realm of the primordial spirit. Otherwise, having forged the white and black specters, I would be incapable of controlling them. Jiang Ning remarked with a sense of relief. The primordial spirit realm, as its name suggests, signifies a dramatic augmentation of spiritual power. To command the dual specters requires formidable mental strength. Roar. The dual specters erupted in excited howls, baring their fangs and claws, thirsting for carnage. Newly birthed, their vigor was boundless, necessitating an outlet. Come, let us engage in combat, but remember, only primordial spirit level power may be utilized. Jiang Ning recognized the significance of practical combat. The dual specters were perfectly poised to accompany him in his training. Newly manifested, their strength was already akin to the pinnacle of the unrestrained realm. As Jiang Ning's mastery ascended, so too would their power, eventually reaching the apex of the celestial realm. When unified, the dual specters could rival the strength of a sage. Thereafter, to enhance their prowess further, Jiang Ning would need to transcend the limits of this demonic gate's divine abilities. Chapter 9. Is this it? Do you dare to take my hands? The dual specters were momentarily taken aback. They were born as instruments of slaughter, yet were relegated to mere training tools. What an affront. Consequently, they unhesitatingly launched an attack against Jiang Ning. He conjured a luminous sphere, enveloping both specters to prevent the aftermath of their battle from damaging the bamboo dwelling. With a swift strike, he unleashed the final move of the Gale Wind Four Swords. The Gale Wind Annihilation Slash. The energy consumed by this top-tier heavenly technique was immense, far beyond the meager reserves of a mere primordial spirit. Yet, perhaps due to his extraordinary abilities, Jiang Ning could cultivate countless techniques simultaneously, his energy reservoir as vast as the ocean, ample enough to sustain the heavenly technique's demands. In an instant, his sword intent radiated with elegance and grace. The Gale Wind Annihilation Slash obliterated the dual specters in an instant. However, as long as Jiang Ning, their master, remained alive, he could resurrect them at any moment, provided he possessed sufficient malevolent and deathly energy. The ancestral land was abundant in such resources. To his surprise, he found his own prowess formidable enough to instantly annihilate two adversaries of equal rank. Jiang Ning smiled with pride. Wasn't this akin to bullying? The Gale Wind Annihilation Slash was a top-tier heavenly technique, which many celestial realm experts had yet to master. Employing it against foes at the primordial spirit level was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. It was no wonder the dual specters were swiftly vanquished. The dual specters glared at their master with resentment. What was promised to be a training session turned into an exhibition of overwhelming power, devoid of martial ethics. Jiang Ning soon realized this, offering an awkward smile. He resolved to refrain from employing such formidable techniques in his battles with the dual specters. His combat experience began to skyrocketing. Jiang Ning was thoroughly satisfied with his dual specter puppets. With them, he had finally acquired individuals he could utilize discreetly. In the future, they could assist him in various endeavors. Xiao Li, his maid, attracted too much attention. Jiang Ning was reluctant to task her with certain responsibilities. One day, an unsightly middle-aged man, bearing a horrific scar across his face, was brought to the Sin Forest. He was also of the Imperial Jiang lineage. Deliberately dispatched to the ancestral land by Jiang Beidang for reflection, he personally sought out Jiang Ning at the bamboo dwelling, revealing a sinister grin. Wasteful prince. Your life has been too comfortable. The prince has sent me to take good care of you. Be cautious. Jiang Yong laughed triumphantly before departing. The ancestral land had rules against private dueling, punishable by severe penalties. Thus, Jiang Yong required a secluded place to discipline Jiang Ning. Observing Jiang Yong's retreating figure, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a cold smile. Who would teach whom was yet to be determined. Nonetheless, this made him acutely aware that Jiang Tiantai and his son were continuously monitoring him. He must proceed with utmost caution. Once he attained sainthood, the Great Xia Dynasty would pose no threat. Jiang Ning dismissed the threat posed by the scarred man. Anyone who dared to seek trouble would be courting their own demise. Even cornered, he could unleash the cleansing diagram cheat. When Jiang Ning possessed no cultivation, the cleansing diagram cheat could annihilate those in the law manifestation realm. Now, having ascended to the third level of the primordial spirit realm, no one beneath the level of a sage could withstand its power. The Great Xia Dynasty had no sages. However, the cleansing diagram cheat could only be employed once a month. Its use required prudence, as it was a last resort for preserving his life. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from utilizing it. The following day, Jiang Ning returned to the steel forest to continue polishing the stone tablets, seeking to comprehend the legacies within the endless steel forest. Soon, Jiang Ning discovered a stone tablet and immersed his mind within it. You observed the stone tablet intently, activating the instant learning cheat, and comprehended the minor divine ability 5 elements barrier technique. In an instant, Jiang Ning grasped a powerful minor divine ability. Fortune was indeed on his side. Just yesterday, he had comprehended the divine ability dual spectre puppet, and today he had acquired another minor divine ability. Jiang Ning rejoiced inwardly. It seemed he had begun to experience a streak of good luck. While most could scarcely obtain a single divine ability, he had mastered 2. Moreover, the 5 elements barrier technique had the capacity to create a barrier space. In the future, when Jiang Ning engaged in covert operations or training, the barrier would render him undetectable to external senses. Previously, the barriers he employed were merely composed of energy, fraught with significant drawbacks and lacking security. Thus, acquiring the 5 elements barrier technique was of immense value to Jiang Ning at this juncture. Henceforth, he could strike or cultivate at will without fear of exposure. Furthermore, the 5 elements barrier technique had additional applications, even serving as a means to eliminate foes. Several hours later, Jiang Ning polished a stone tablet adorned with claw patterns. You observed the stone tablet intently, activating the instant learning cheat, and comprehended the top-tier heavenly technique Netherworld Ghost Claw. The Netherworld Ghost Claw was a profoundly malevolent and toxic minor divine ability, a legacy left by a formidable practitioner of the demonic path. Cultivating it required a substantial amount of malevolent and deathly energy. Despite its sinister nature, its potency was undeniable. Those afflicted by the Netherworld Ghost Claw would inevitably succumb to its poison, even if they initially survived. The dual specters, being embodiments of malevolent energy, were perfectly suited to inherit this technique, capable of unleashing its full power. Jiang Ning's perspective had elevated significantly. This top-tier heavenly technique, capable of inciting a bloodbath in the Great Xia Dynasty, was no longer of interest to him. After completing his tasks, Jiang Ning returned to the Sin Forest. As he passed through a deserted grove, a sinister laughter echoed from behind him. Wasteful prince, the prince has sent me to convey his regards to you, dear brother. The menacing scarred man leapt from a tree, landing beside Jiang Ning. He then tossed a small barrier talisman, enveloping both himself and Jiang Ning within. Your hands have touched Miss Ling Yan's body. How dare a lowly being like you presume to lay a hand on her? Leave your hands behind, rest assured. The crown prince will not take your life. Haha. After all, you are his brother. The scarred man sneered menacingly, advancing step by step towards Jiang Ning. Is that so? Are you so confident in securing my hands? Jiang Ning replied with a smile. The scarred man was taken aback. This was not the scenario he had envisioned. Why was this useless prince not afraid? Ha ha ha. You worthless fool. Cease your pretentious bravado. No one can save you. Surrender your hands. Without further hesitation, the scarred man swung his long knife, its cold gleam slicing through the air towards Jiang Ning. He was a practitioner of the 7th layer of the Xiandan realm, and he felt utterly secure dealing with a mere waste like Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning shook his head in resignation. Before achieving invincibility, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, with the opponent now at his doorstep, he would not show mercy. Those who dared to strike at him were destined for death. Extending 2 fingers forward, Jiang Ning effortlessly dissipated the blade's radiant light. Then, he grasped the long knife, and with a slight twist, it shattered into countless shards, like glass. Is this all? You wish to take my hands? Jiang Ning scoffed derisively. Chapter 10. The Intricacies of the Otherworld. How can this be? Am I seeing things? He is supposed to be a cripple. The scarred man stared in disbelief at the fragments of his long knife, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The searing pain from his bleeding palm served as a stark reminder that this was no illusion. With just 2 fingers, Jiang Ning had effortlessly thwarted his attack and shattered his weapon. Such prowess could only be wielded by a practitioner of the Yuan Shun realm. The former useless prince had only reached the 3rd layer of the Xiandan realm before losing his roots. How could this be happening? What was going on? Should he flee immediately? But with his current strength, how could he escape? It is my turn to strike now. Jiang Ning smiled coldly, raising his fist to unleash the earth-tier combat technique, the shattering fist, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. No, Crown Prince, spare me. Do not kill me. I am willing to serve you. The scarred man quaked in terror. Boom. Jiang Ning's punch obliterated a swath of forest behind the man. The small barrier was shattered. The scarred man screamed in panic, drenched in fear, clearly having wet himself. Ultimately, Jiang Ning redirected his punch, sparing the scarred man's life. It was not out of mercy. Rather, Jiang Ning realized that allowing the scarred man to live was the wisest choice. If the scarred man were to die, Jiang Biding would undoubtedly send more people to trouble him, increasing the scrutiny on him and heightening the risk of exposing his own powers. He planned to have Bai Sha possess the scarred man, staging a grand deception for Jiang Biding. Seeing that Jiang Ning had not killed him, the scarred man was overjoyed. Thank you. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming malevolent energy surged into him. Instantly, his consciousness was consumed by Baisha. Master. The scarred man bowed respectfully to Jiang Ning, his eyes filled with fervent loyalty. Indeed, at this moment, the scarred man was completely possessed by Baisha. Go find hands similar to mine and deliver them to Jiang Biding. Jiang Ning instructed. The more he feigned being useless, the more Jiang Tiantai and his son would relax their vigilance, perhaps even abandon their pursuit of him. Until he reached sainthood, Jiang Ning intended to bide his time, avoiding unnecessary risks to kill Jiang Tiantai and his son. Moreover, above the Great Xia Dynasty loomed the Taishan Sacred Land. Once Jiang Ning revealed his strength, who knew how the Taishan Sacred Land would react? Better to be cautious, with 4 powerful allies at his disposal. He would gradually cultivate his strength in the Ancestral Land until he achieved sainthood and could exact his revenge. Yes, master. Baisha departed. After Baisha left, Jiang Ning smirked coldly. There was still another individual to deal with. He would have Heisha possess him. This person was none other than the old eunuch sent by Jiang Tiantai to monitor him. Every so often during the day, he would enter the Ancestral Land to spy on Jiang Ning's situation. If Heisha possessed him, they could easily mislead the Great Xia Emperor with false information. Returning to his bamboo house, Jiang Ning resumed devouring spirit stones to cultivate. 4th layer of the Yuan Shun realm. Jiang Ning smiled, thoroughly pleased with his training speed. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. It would be impossible to replicate the rapid advancement of his initial training in just half a day to the Xiandan realm. He estimated that he could break through to the next layer within 2 or 3 days in the Yuanshin realm, and achieve the peak of Yuanshin realm in about half a month. Such a pace was extraordinarily remarkable. 3 days later, the old eunuch, Gong Gong, entered the Ancestral Land to inspect Jiang Ning's progress. As he passed through a desolate area, his expression suddenly changed. An unexpected barrier appeared, trapping him within. What? This barrier emanates the aura of the 5 elements. It is a divine ability. I am merely a minor practitioner at the peak of the Xiandan realm. How could I provoke an elder of the Tianren realm? The sudden emergence of the 5-element barrier left Gong Gong utterly stunned. A divine ability could only be wielded by someone of the Tianren realm. He was just a lowly cultivator of the Xiandan realm. For a master of the Tianren realm to act against him was utterly unjust. Jiang Ning, observing the terrified Gong Gong, let out a cold laugh and descended into the barrier. Senior, I am merely a humble practitioner of the Xiandan realm. Have I offended you in any way? Please, show some mercy and spare my insignificant life. Seeing the figure appear, Gong Gong was so frightened that he fell to his knees. A being of the Tianren realm could send him to his demise with a mere sneeze. How could he not be terrified? He cautiously lifted his gaze, stealing a glance at the newcomer, eager to discern their identity. How could it be you, the useless prince? Gong Gong was rendered speechless. A master of the Tianren realm had been reduced to that worthless figure. Just moments ago, he had nearly been scared to death, and now his anger was palpable. He felt compelled to teach this fool a lesson. Gong Gong, I am no longer a prince. Why do you greet me with such exaggerated deference? Jiang Ning mocked with a smile. Gong Gong's eyes glinted with a terrifying ferocity as he rose, shedding the appearance of pitifulness and adopting a menacing demeanor. A worthless fool cannot possibly be a master of the Tianren realm. The Empress must have bestowed some treasure upon him. Kill him, even with powerful treasures. It required commensurate strength to unleash their true potential. Gong Gong's expression grew cold, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. His Majesty has commanded that should this useless prince show any signs of abnormality, he is to be killed on sight. Gong Gong unleashed a needle, infused with formidable vitality, aimed directly at Jiang Ning's heart, a chilling smile gracing his face. This useless prince is doomed. Jiang Ning let out a cold snort, and with a gentle wave of his hand, an immense and formidable force surged forth. The flying needles were instantly obliterated. What? How is this possible? You were said to have your foundations ruined. Grandfather Zhou stared in disbelief at Jiang Ning, astonished. This discarded prince not only retained his cultivation but appeared to be even stronger, at least at the soul realm. How could this be? This is preposterous. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed. A terrifying malevolence surged into Grandfather Zhou's body. No, his face contorted in agony as he let out a wretched scream. Soon after, his suffering came to an end. The look in Grandfather Zhou's eyes as he gazed at Jiang Ning transformed into one of utmost reverence. Master. The black malevolence had successfully seized control of Grandfather Zhou. At this juncture, the scarred man emerged, cradling a pair of bloodied hands that bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Ning's. Well done, you may now report to Jiang Tiantai and his son, Jiang Ning instructed. Understood. The 2 malevolent entities vanished without a trace. Jiang Ning, seemingly unperturbed, strolled into the steel forest, where he encountered the elder once more. To his surprise, the elder had buried himself in the earth, leaving only his head exposed. Intrigued, Jiang Ning approached. Senior, why have you buried yourself in the soil? He inquired, perplexed. The elder displayed a hint of sorrow, a sense of solitude enveloping him. I have sensed that my time is drawing near. So I have chosen to familiarize myself with the sensation of being buried in the earth. In my youth, I basked in glory, but looking back now, it all amounts to naught but fleeting clouds. Despite the elder's immense power, he was ultimately unable to escape the cycle of life and death. All glory would dissipate into nothingness upon death. Jiang Ning stood rooted in place, seemingly touched, a somber expression overtaking his features. Indeed, who can escape the cycle of life and death? If it were when he had just traversed here, Jiang Ning might have accepted dying in his ancestral land as a fine choice. However, now, with the aid of his external enhancements, he could cultivate himself. He was unwilling to meet the same fate as the elder, reaching his limits. Mortals live at most for 2 centuries, while saints may live for a millennium, and emperors can endure for an astonishing 10,000 years. Above the imperial realm, one could surely live even longer, as long as one continuously breaks through. Immortality would eventually be achieved. The elder's words ignited within Jiang Ning a fervent desire for realms surpassing the imperial level. He was resolute in avoiding the arrival of his limits. He yearned for eternal life, a lifespan that matched the heavens. On this day, Jiang Ning solidified his ultimate goal since his arrival in this world, to attain immortality, to exist in harmony with the cosmos. As Jiang Ning departed, he resumed his task of polishing the steel. His resolve grew ever stronger. Wealth and splendor are but fleeting illusions. The true essence lies in perpetual growth and immortality. As for what lies beyond the imperial realm, Jiang Ning was unaware. After all, emperors had vanished for tens of thousands of years. He would have to explore that in due time. You have diligently examined the steel, awakening the ability to instantly learn, inheriting the lifetime legacy of a top-tier Earth-level alchemist. This, Jiang Ning stood in astonishment. He had never anticipated that he would comprehend the art of alchemy. It was tantamount to him fully inheriting everything from a top-tier Earth-level alchemist. Now, he could be considered a top-tier Earth-level alchemist himself, albeit lacking practical experience in alchemy. Alchemists are similarly divided into 3 tiers and 9 grades, above which lie the saint alchemists who concoct sacred pills, and the emperor alchemists who create imperial elixirs. The status of a top-tier Earth-level alchemist in the Great Xia Kingdom is comparable to that of a second-rank official. As long as one pledges loyalty to the royal family, one could be directly granted a noble title. This illustrates the extraordinary value of a top-tier Earth-level alchemist. In the prince's manner, Your Highness, we have procured the hands of the discarded prince, the scarred man reported, presenting the bloodied hands. Having completed his task, he was arranged by Jiang Baitung to leave the ancestral land. Well done. Remain in the prince's manor from now on, and I shall ensure your wealth and glory. Jiang Baitung smiled gleefully at the sight of the gruesome hands, having grievously injured the scarred man, unaware that he had already been possessed by the white malevolence. Jiang Ning had orchestrated a masterful act of subterfuge. How revolting. I never wish to see those filthy hands touch my person again, remarked Wang Lingyan. Her expression one of disgust. Jiang Baitung waved his hand, and the scarred man departed with the hands. A cruel killing intent flickered at the corner of the white malevolence's mouth, yet it suppressed its savage nature. It could not jeopardize the master's grand scheme. Yenner, I have avenged you. How shall you repay me? Jiang Baitung gazed intently at Wang Lingyan's slender figure, his smile wide. With Jiang Ning's hands rendered useless, he no longer posed a threat, and thus, this good brother required no further attention. You may dictate your own reward. Wang Lingyan blushed, lowering her head shyly. Jiang Baitung laughed heartily and swept her into his arms, carrying her toward the grand bed. Thus, the white malevolence became Jiang Ning's eyes and ears beside Jiang Baitung, while the black malevolence, having possessed grandfather Zhou, became an informant beside the emperor of the Great Xia. With their deceptive reports, Jiang Tiantai and his son grew increasingly at ease, believing that a thoroughly discarded individual could pose no threat to them. Jiang Ning was naturally elated, for he could finally remain undisturbed in the ancestral land until he achieved sainthood, without anyone disrupting his life. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months elapsed. During this time, Jiang Ning absorbed numerous legacies. Regrettably, he had yet to grasp a single minor divine ability. In terms of cultivation, he had broken through to the boundless realm and reached the 3rd level of boundless. The boundless realm allows one to disregard distance and achieve instantaneous movement. In the entire Xianhuan continent, those at the boundless realm are considered powerful. If one desires to hold an official position in the Great Xia, one could at least attain a 4th-rank official status. Jiang Ning had traversed into this world for less than a year. From a complete novice devoid of any cultivation to reaching the boundless realm was an astonishingly rapid progression, to say the least. Furthermore, Jiang Ning had no idea how many heavenly tier techniques and combat skills he had comprehended, as he had already integrated them seamlessly. His actual combat prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled among other boundless cultivators. With Jiang Ning's rise in power, the strength of the 2 malevolent entities also increased significantly. Reaching the level of Dharma manifestation, the maid, Xiao Li, possessed decent talent and practiced the top-tier heavenly technique, the heavenly malevolent Shura decision, within the ancestral land, which was rich in malevolent and deathly energies. With the abundant supply of spirit stones that Jiang Ning provided, her cultivation surged, and she had already entered the Xindan realm, reaching its pinnacle. Nonetheless, compared to Jiang Ning, the disparity was immense. After all, even the most prodigious talent could not rival someone with such extraordinary enhancements. One day, the Black Malevolence, having taken control of Grandfather Zhou, sought out Jiang Ning. Black Malevolence, do you have any news for me? Jiang Ning inquired. He now relied entirely on the Black Malevolence for information from the outside world. Each time the Black Malevolence visited him, it was always to convey significant news. Master, I indeed have 2 pieces of information to report, the Black Malevolence replied respectfully. Speak. Jiang Ning listened attentively. The first piece of news. Emperor Zhang Tiantai of the Great Xia has successfully transcended to the law manifestation realm, becoming a formidable practitioner in the celestial realm. Heish remarked. Oh, Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, hardly paying it heed. Zhang Tiantai's ascension to the celestial realm posed no threat to him. He would inevitably achieve sainthood himself, rendering the celestial realm unworthy of concern. The second piece of news. The Crown Prince Jiang Baitung, blessed with extraordinary talent, has taken the esteemed Taishian Saint Lord as his master, becoming a direct disciple of the Sacred Land. He has now set forth towards the Taishian Sacred Land, Heish informed. Jiang Baitung is heading to the Taishian Sacred Land? This revelation caused Jiang Ning to furrow his brow. Henceforth, should he wish to eliminate Jiang Baitung, the task would become considerably more arduous. Jiang Baitung had sent agents to seize his hands, a grievance that must be avenged. Should he strike now? Jiang Ning fell into contemplation. With the assistance of the Qingtu external aid, annihilating Jiang Baitung's entourage would undoubtedly be within reach. Ultimately, however, he decided against pursuing Jiang Baitung for the time being. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Given Jiang Baitung's status, an assassination would surely provoke the wrath of both the Taishian Sacred Land and the Great Xia Dynasty. Such a scenario could entail a hint of danger, potentially leading back to him through the faintest of clues. No one could predict what mad actions a grieving Jiang Tiantai might undertake. Presently, his strength was insufficient to withstand the fury of the Great Xia Dynasty, let alone that of the Taishian Sacred Land. Even the slightest risk was not worth the gamble. It was prudent to bide his time and cultivate towards sainthood in the ancestral grounds. The enmity would one day find its avenue for retribution. With 4 external aids at his disposal, given enough time, what could the Taishian Sacred Land possibly represent? There was no need for haste, nor to expose himself to perilous circumstances. Chapter 12. The Little Thief Delving into the Steel Grove. Jiang Baitung has departed for the Taishian Sacred Land. Baisha no longer needed to act as an undercover agent and returned to Jiang Ning's side. Following this, Jiang Ning intensified his training. He needed to attain sainthood swiftly, for in this foreign realm, such an achievement would grant him a sense of security. Each day, he diligently visited the Steel Grove, polishing the steels and comprehending the legacies left by the esteemed predecessors. You have attentively observed the steel, activating the instant learning external aid, and comprehending the divine ability Tiangang divine transformation. Divine abilities. The second divine ability he has grasped filled Jiang Ning's heart with joy. Although it was not an offensive ability, it held greater value for him than any attack-oriented skill. Upon mastering Tiangang divine transformation, Jiang Ning's spirits soared even higher. This ability could alter his appearance and aura. When practiced to its utmost, it could even facilitate transformations between genders, reversing yin and yang. There was no doubt that, under the influence of the external aid, Jiang Ning had already attained the pinnacle of mastery. With this divine ability, he could alter his appearance and aura when striking, rendering him nearly unrecognizable to others. Jiang Ning resolved to maximize the art of survival. Until he was invincible, he preferred to remain inconspicuous to avoid unnecessary troubles. Upon returning to his bamboo cottage, he began to experiment with the effects of Tiangang divine transformation. He transformed into an elderly man with white hair, a rugged warrior, a chubby child, and a greasy uncle. Each transformation bore no hint of incongruity, yielding excellent results. Even his close companion, Xiaoli, would likely fail to recognize him. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning ultimately decided to test the gender transformation. Transform. In an instant, a dashing young gentleman morphed into an unparalleled beauty. Long, slender legs, fingers as pale as jade, and an exquisite figure presented themselves before his eyes. Jiang Ning could not help but marvel. This was truly extraordinary. To test the effects further, he stealthily borrowed one of Xiaoli's skirts to don. Then, with a gentle gesture, he summoned a shimmering circle reminiscent of a mirror. Remarkably, he appeared indistinguishable from a woman. This yin-yang transformation was indeed wondrous. In the future, should he assume a female guise for his endeavors, who could possibly recognize him? A sense of pride and satisfaction swelled within Jiang Ning. The reflection within the circle showcased a breathtaking beauty, captivating even himself. If it weren't for the lingering external aid, he might have believed himself a woman. The following day, Xiaoli coincidentally wore the purple gown Jiang Ning had tried on the previous day. She frowned, momentarily frozen in place. an odd sensation washing over her. "Xiaoli, what is the matter?" Jiang Ning inquired. Xiaoli replied, "Young master, I feel something strange about this dress. It seems as if someone has worn it before. Yet, there were only the two of them in the bamboo cottage. How peculiar. Could it be that my intuition is wrong?" The little girl shook her head. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Xiaoli's intuition was remarkably keen. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly. "You must be mistaken. I can't chat with you now. I'm heading to the steel grove. Focus on your cultivation." He hastily made his exit, nearly mortified, regretting his whimsical decision to wear Xiaoli's dress. Had she discovered this, the little girl would surely have teased him mercilessly. Upon arriving at the steel grove, he found the elderly figure still buried in the yellow earth, with only his head visible, utterly still. "Senior, you're still here," Jiang Ning greeted with a smile. The ancestral grounds were largely deserted, and the steel grove was virtually devoid of visitors. Having someone to converse with was quite pleasant. Thus, each time he encountered this elder, Jiang Ning would extend his greetings. Over time, they grew quite familiar, akin to a pair of old friends. The elder held a distinguished status. Even royal disciples treated him with utmost reverence. Yet Jiang Ning spoke to him as a peer, neither servile nor arrogant, which endeared him to the elder. "I have lived my life in a haze, making many mistakes, seeking clarity before my end," the elder lamented. "Senior, what mistakes have you committed?" Jiang Ning asked curiously. 80 years ago, I personally took the life of my own son," the elder's voice trembled. To have slain his own son was an act of unspeakable cruelty. "Senior, why did you kill your own son?" Jiang Ning hesitated, not wishing to stir painful memories, yet curiosity compelled him to inquire. "Why?" The elder revealed a bitter smile. "They were once a pair of lovers, and in my quest for gratitude, I personally tore them apart. I sent his beloved to his cousin's home, facilitating their marriage, thinking it would absolve my guilt, repaying his cousin's father for saving my life." The elder's son had ventured out with his cousin for training, during which they encountered a woman, both falling deeply in love with her. In his attempt to repay his debt, the elder shattered the bond of love, marrying the woman to his cousin. On the day of the wedding, he stormed in, demanding the bride to leave with him. In a fit of rage, he accidentally struck his son dead. "Haha, in my quest for gratitude, I ended up causing my own son's demise. Am I not foolish?" Tears streamed down the elder's face. It was evident that he was filled with profound regret at this moment. "You are indeed foolish. There are myriad ways to express gratitude. Why must you destroy a pair of lovers?" Jiang Ning said bluntly. "I am aware of my foolishness, and I deeply regret my actions. Thus, I have come to this ancestral land and have not taken a single step away, dedicating myself to guarding my son's grave in penance for my sins. As the end draws near, I find myself uncertain about how to face my son in the afterlife." The old man wore an expression of profound remorse. "You have atoned for your transgressions for 80 long years. I believe he will forgive you," Jiang Ning comforted, his heart heavy with understanding of the torment the old man had endured throughout these 8 decades. After bidding farewell, Jiang Ning resumed his task of polishing the stone tablet. Suddenly, he paused, hiding behind the stone tablet, his face a mask of astonishment. For, not far beneath the ground, an individual had emerged unexpectedly, furtively glancing around. This was a diminutive yet formidable middle-aged man, standing at merely half the height of an average person. It was astonishing that someone had burrowed into the monument grove. The clandestine manner of his entrance suggested he could not possibly be a royal descendant here to comprehend the legacy enshrined within the stone tablets. Jiang Ning employed his divine ability, the celestial transformation, morphing himself into a rugged giant with a stubbled visage, intending to confront the little thief. The small man produced a crystal orb that emitted a continuous red glow. Simultaneously, a nearby stone tablet radiated a matching crimson light, illuminating a secret. "The legacy of the ancestor of life and death lies here." "Haha," the little man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. For this day, he had tirelessly practiced the long-lost earth-burrowing technique, successfully infiltrating the Jiang family's monument grove. Chapter 13. The Seal of Life and Death, Mastery over Life and Death. The little man, clutching the crystal orb, appeared shifty and secretive. The stone tablet glowed red, evidently concealing a mystery. Jiang Ning, of course, would not let this opportunity for gain slip away. He sensed the little man's cultivation level, which was the pinnacle of the boundless realm. Although he himself was merely at the 3rd level of the boundless realm, his comprehension of countless martial techniques and even divine abilities instilled him with confidence that he could dispatch this peak cultivator with a single strike. Observing the stone tablet pulsating with red light, the little man's face brightened, and he began to murmur to himself, "O ancestor, you were defeated by the sages of the Jiang clan and imprisoned in the grove. Ultimately, you were compelled to leave behind the secret arts of the seal of life and death. Now, with the decline of my sect, having lost the secret techniques, I have taken this risk to venture into the Jiang family's monument grove to reclaim the long-lost seal of life and death. I hope you bless me with the wisdom to comprehend the seal and restore the glory of the sect of life and death." The little man prayed fervently. The sect of life and death was once a preeminent force in the Shenhuang world thousands of years ago, with the ancestor of life and death being a great sage. Alas, as time passed, and due to a severe internal conflict, the sect of life and death had become merely a third-rate power in the Xianhuan continent. The pinnacle of the boundless realm was the strongest within the sect, and the little man was the current sect leader. The seal of life and death was a formidable secret technique created by the ancestor of life and death. It allowed the practitioner to embed the seal into the body of the cultivator, rendering them unable to seek life or death, forced to submit to his commands. In days of yore, the ancestor of life and death had commanded countless powerful beings to serve him through the might of the seal, elevating the sect to its zenith and instilling fear across the Xianhuan world. Unfortunately, he had provoked the then powerful Jiang clan, resulting in his imprisonment within the grove, where he left behind the legacy of the seal of life and death before being released. Once I acquire the seal of life and death, I can control numerous powerful beings, and restoring the sect of life and death will be effortlessly within my grasp. I must hasten to comprehend it. If those ancient monsters from the Jiang clan discover my presence, I will surely meet a dire fate. The little man caressed the stone tablet, preparing to delve into the teachings of the seal of life and death. Ahem. Jiang Ning lightly coughed, stepping forward. Who goes there? The little man startled, swiftly turning around, his face awash with terror. Within this grove resided 5 formidable beings of the Jiang clan, each at the celestial realm. Against the celestial cultivator, he would stand no chance. You are a sinner of the Jiang clan, punished to this ancestral land for reflection, tasked with polishing the stone tablets, Jiang Ning stated calmly. You have attentively observed the stone tablet, activating the instant learning ability, comprehending the secret technique, seal of life and death, mastery over life and death, and unavoidable subservience. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ning had completely mastered the seal of life and death. It turned out he was an utterly unremarkable individual. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you were a celestial cultivator guarding the grove, the little man remarked, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Consider yourself unlucky, since you have discovered me. I must send you on your way. Having been exposed, the little man resolved to silence him. You are but a useless wretch. I could crush you with a mere finger. Do you truly intend to act against me? I could easily pretend I never saw you. Moreover, I advise you to depart at once. There is no need to squander time here. You will never grasp the seal of life and death. Jiang Ning replied with a composed smile. His appearance was merely to acquire the seal. He was not a bloodthirsty maniac. Should the little man refrain from provoking him, he would consider him as though he had never entered the grove. Furthermore, having transformed into a rugged giant, he felt no fear of revealing his identity. What did you say? I cannot learn. The little man exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief, glaring up at Jiang Ning with fury. Jiang Ning shook his head and smiled. Pardon my frankness, but your talent is woefully inadequate. You lack even the qualifications to comprehend the legacy of the seal of life and death. Do not waste your time here. Jiang Ning had already fully grasped the seal, understanding it thoroughly. The little man's talent indeed fell short of even qualifying him for comprehension. At best, he might glean superficial knowledge. How dare you, a useless wretch, insult my talent? Have you a death wish? I will kill you. The little man seethed with rage at being derided by a mere nobody. Jiang Ning sighed. I assure you, I am not mocking you. I merely speak the truth. If you doubt my words, feel free to attempt it. You might even find you lack the qualifications to comprehend. Those lacking insight would find themselves gravely wounded when confronted with the will of the powerful left within the stone tablet. Light wounds could result in injury, while severe cases might lead to madness or even death. Thus, only true geniuses were permitted by the Jiang clan to enter and absorb the legacy within the stone tablets. This method of inheritance was also one of the reasons the Jiang clan could safeguard the grove. With such substantial risks involved, few dared to covet the treasures of the grove. Otherwise, how could the now declining Jiang clan protect the grove? Merely relying on the Taishan sacred land would not suffice to deter others' desires. Despite this, many cultivators still attempted to infiltrate the grove. I cannot comprehend. I shall demonstrate my understanding right now, so you, a useless wretch, can witness my remarkable talent. The little man sneered disdainfully, brimming with misguided confidence in his abilities. He channeled his mental energy into the stone tablet, seeking to grasp the legacy of the seal of life and death. Not long after, the little man let out a pained scream. With a spurt of blood, he clutched his head, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Reality had delivered a harsh blow to his ego. He truly lacked the qualifications to comprehend the legacy of the seal of life and death. His face flushed crimson as he glared at Jiang Ning. How could it be possible that I am not even qualified to comprehend? The diminutive figure exclaimed incredulously, engulfed in despair. After exerting immense effort to learn the life and death seals. Was it all for naught? I shall end your life. The furious little man prepared to unleash his wrath upon Jiang Ning. With his palm poised like a blade, he leapt towards Jiang Ning, relying solely on the raw strength of his physical form, as he was a mere waste of potential, unworthy of utilizing his vital energy. Sigh. You truly seek your own demise, Jiang Ning lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He concentrated his vital energy to forge a life and death seal, infusing it into the little man's body. Ah, ah, ah. The little man writhed in agony on the ground, rolling about as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his flesh. His fingers tore into his own skin, leaving a myriad of blood marks. The life and death seal. When did you learn the secret inheritance of my sect of life and death? He shouted in torment, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ning with shock and disbelief. I acquired the life and death seal the moment I appeared, Jiang Ning replied calmly. If you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for being ruthless. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly learn it so quickly? The little man's eyes bulged in utter astonishment, struggling to fathom how the secret of the sect of life and death could be so effortlessly grasped. I cannot explain it. I simply learned it in an instant. One can only blame my extraordinary comprehension, Jiang Ning shrugged with an expression of helplessness. Chapter 14. The Establishment of the Heavenly Gate, Breaking Through the Law Manifestation Realm. You lack martial ethics, ambushing a defenseless man of less than a meter in height. If you possess the ability, break the life and death seal upon me and engage me in a fair duel. The little man began to curse angrily, employing provocation. I am not one to adhere to martial decorum. Enough with the idle chatter. I will spare your life, but you must submit to me. You are well aware of the power of the life and death seal, and the dire consequences of refusal need not be reiterated. Having learned the life and death seal, Jiang Ning suddenly entertained the notion of clandestinely establishing a faction. Thus, remaining within the ancestral grounds would allow him to effortlessly grasp some information from the outside world. Moreover, possessing a formidable faction would undoubtedly be preferable to solitary endeavors. A faction could aid him in gathering intelligence and handling matters without needing to act personally, thereby reducing the risks of falling into perilous situations. Furthermore, if he required anything within the ancestral grounds, he could simply have them retrieve it for him. Master. Ultimately, under the coercive threat of the life and death seal, the little man capitulated. Though he felt great resentment, he dared not resist. By the way, who are you? Jiang Ning inquired. Master, I am Sun Juliu, the current leader of the sect of life and death. What is the current situation of your sect? Jiang Ning pressed further. There are over 3,000 disciples, 5 elders at the no distance realm, and 23 guardians at the Yuan spirit realm. Sun Juliu, not daring to conceal anything, reported the situation of the sect in detail. From now on, the sect of life and death shall be renamed the Heavenly Gate, and you will be the governor of the Great Xia branch of the Heavenly Gate. The core strength of the sect of life and death will be relocated near the imperial city of Great Xia. Within Jiang Ning's simple schematics, the supreme ruler of the Heavenly Gate would be none other than the leader himself. Following him would be 2 chief managers, 4 law kings, and 10 elder guardians, with various branch leaders and governors beneath them. However, the elders would certainly not change allegiance so easily. As the leader of the sect of life and death, he understood that such a transition was not solely within his purview. Simply refer to me as the leader. Remember this name, Emperor Sakya, the leader of the Heavenly Gate. Emperor Sakya, Sun Juliu, still unworthy of Jiang Ning's trust, naturally refrained from revealing his true identity. I shall grant you 5 life and death seals to control those 5 elders. Once you have dominion over them, the opinions of the remaining members will matter little. This is a society that reveres the strong. Yes, master. Under the threat of the life and death seal, the little man had no choice but to comply, though it left him deeply unsatisfied. The sect of life and death had thus perished. Extend your hand, Jiang Ning commanded. Sun Juliu, without hesitation, extended his palm, comparable in size to that of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Jiang Ning condensed 5 life and death seals, infusing them into Sun Juliu's palm. It is said that to wield the life and death seal to such an extent requires complete comprehension. Has he truly mastered it? Sun Juliu gasped in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality. I will provide you with 200,000 spirit stones for recruiting disciples. Furthermore, I will organize some heavenly grade cultivation methods and combat techniques for the disciples of the Heavenly Gate to learn. Having decided to establish the Heavenly Gate, Jiang Ning was naturally committed to fostering its growth. The resources at his disposal were vast quantities of spirit stones and the countless legacies he had comprehended in his mind. 200,000 spirit stones, heavenly grade cultivation methods, and combat techniques? Sun Juliu was utterly astonished. If this were indeed true, the transition of allegiance might be acceptable. The sect of life and death had completely declined, with its strongest legacy merely a top-tier earthly grade technique. The opportunity to learn heavenly grade methods would entice even the most formidable practitioners. As for 200,000 spirit stones, that was an astronomical sum. Wealth can open doors. Having sufficient spirit stones could indeed attract powerful individuals to serve. With Sun Juliu departed, Jiang Ning returned to his original visage and continued polishing the stone tablet. Time flew by, and soon half a year had passed. During this time, Jiang Ning had comprehended countless legacies, greatly enhancing his strength and understanding of the path of cultivation. At present, he sat cross-legged within the bamboo hut, preparing to break through to the law manifestation realm. He centered himself, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. With everything in place, he commenced his breakthrough. 3,000 spirit stones were completely refined in one breath, transforming into an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Boom. An endless tide of spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, as the dragon's bones emitted a resounding roar, voraciously drawing in the energy. You are in the midst of cultivation, activating the 100-fold experience bonus, increasing your cultivation speed by 100 times. You are in the midst of cultivation, activating the 100-fold experience bonus, increasing your cultivation speed by 100 times. This line of text repeatedly echoed in his mind. Roar. Behind Jiang Ning, a true dragon's law manifestation emerged, gazing down upon the universe with a majestic presence. Following that, a fearsome beast law manifestation adorned with golden horns appeared. Alongside a divine sword law manifestation, a demon god law manifestation, a celestial god law manifestation, and a blazing sun law manifestation. Ultimately, even Jiang Ning himself could not ascertain how many law manifestations had materialized behind him. Fortunately, a 5-element barrier protected him, otherwise, such overwhelming might would have certainly alerted the powerful beings within the ancestral grounds. To condense so many law manifestations required an abundance of spiritual energy. Instantly, a mound of spirit stones materialized within the bamboo hut, refined into spiritual energy and infused into Jiang Ning's being. Shortly thereafter, he felt an overwhelming clarity in his spiritual sea, a terrifying power coalescing within him. He understood that he was on the verge of breaking through to the law manifestation realm. The moment had come. Boom. The formidable force of the Dharma manifestation realm erupted from within Jiang Ning. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. He had successfully entered the Dharma manifestation realm. This realm is characterized by the ability to condense powerful manifestations for combat. These manifestations can take the form of weapons such as swords and spears, ferocious beasts, or ancient mighty beings. The quantity and strength of these manifestations determine one's combat prowess. Typically, ordinary individuals can condense only a single manifestation, while those with exceptional talent may manage 2 or 3. Outlandish prodigies, however, can condense more than 3. In the Xinhuang world, the record for the most condensed manifestations stands at 9, a number that seems to be an insurmountable limit. Yet today, Jiang Ning shattered this boundary, condensing a number far exceeding 9. His combat strength transcended that of his peers in the Dharma manifestation realm, and he no longer feared those in the celestial realm. After more than a year in this otherworldly land, he had finally acquired the means for self-preservation. After all, the Great Xia lacked saints, posing little threat to Jiang Ning. With his cultivation breakthrough, the powers of Baisha and Heisha had also significantly increased, reaching the celestial level. The fusion of the two Shay granted him quasi-saint strength. As long as no saints emerged, Jiang Ning was assured of his survival. Although he had successfully advanced in the Dharma manifestation realm, he remained aware that without achieving sainthood, he was but an ant. He continually reminded himself not to become arrogant or complacent. The higher one climbs in cultivation, the exponentially greater the difficulty becomes, and the pace will inevitably slow. The path to sainthood remains long. Chapter 15. The balance of authority and kindness, the ground-digging technique. Not far from the ancestral ground, within a dense thicket, a burly man adorned with an ice-carved mask appeared. This was Jiang Ning, having employed the heavenly gang transformation. Without the watchful eye of the Grandmaster Zhou, he could occasionally step out of the ancestral ground unnoticed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 7 figures leapt down from the towering trees. Among them were a diminutive figure under a meter tall, a maiden in a red dress, 2 elderly men, and 3 middle-aged individuals. They were none other than Sun Ju Lu and the elders of the primordial death gate. Greetings, master. The 7 bowed respectfully before Jiang Ning. The elder from the Wu Ju realm, evidently harboring grievances about being controlled by the life and death talisman, wore a grim expression. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Ning's lips. Boom. A wave of pressure from the Dharma manifestation realm enveloped them, rendering their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Master, spare us. We were wrong. The 5 elders hastily knelt, realizing their discontent had provoked the master. They were astonished. The master was far too powerful. The mere release of pressure was beyond their capacity to withstand. Was he truly merely in the Dharma manifestation realm? Upon witnessing their contrition, Jiang Ning withdrew his oppressive aura. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall ensure you attain wealth and status, eventually becoming great cultivators of the celestial realm, Jiang Ning promised. He understood that a blend of benevolence and authority was the hallmark of a superior leader. Thank you, master, they replied, though their hearts were not light with joy. They were acutely aware of their own talents. Merely reaching the Dharma manifestation realm in their lifetimes would be considered fortunate. They had never envisioned the possibility of becoming great cultivators in the celestial realm. Master, allow me to introduce you, Sun Ju Lu said with a beaming smile, stepping forward. This is Elder Qiu and Elder Lin. He then pointed towards the only woman present. And this is my daughter, Sun Yuchan. Your daughter? Jiang Ning's expression turned to one of surprise as he beheld the stunning beauty of the maiden clad in a flowing red dress, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. tall and slender, with long legs that captured the eye. Her skin was as white as jade and as smooth as mutton fat. Sun Lu, who stood under a meter tall and was remarkably unattractive, left Jiang Ning pondering how such a beauty could be his offspring. Could it be a miracle from the vast grasslands of Hulunber? Or perhaps a genetic mutation? Master, what is the matter? Sun Lu inquired, noticing Jiang Ning's momentary daze. I find myself quite curious about your daughter, Jiang Ning replied with a gentle smile. Sun Lu's face flushed, and he quickly grasped the implication of the master's words. He had encountered similar situations countless times before. It was unlikely anyone would link the two as father and daughter. I assure you, I am indeed my father's biological child. Please do not cast doubtful glances. Sun Yuchan interjected angrily, defending her father. Her vexation only enhanced her beauty. Yuchan, do not be disrespectful to the master, Sun Lu admonished, his expression turning stern. From now on, you shall serve as my messenger, Jiang Ning instructed, remaining unperturbed and smiling. He needed an intermediary to relay messages between himself and the Great Xia branch of the Heavenly Gate. Upholding one's parents' dignity was a natural obligation of a child. Yet, without parents of his own, whom could he defend? A wave of melancholy washed over Jiang Ning. He had grown up in an orphanage, never having laid eyes on his parents. Suddenly, he thought of Li Muqing, the woman who had risked her life to save her son. You must survive. Jiang Ning silently prayed. Yes, master. From now on, Yuchan will handle the messages, Sun Lu quickly affirmed, fearing his daughter might offend the master. Here are some heavenly grade techniques and combat skills. Choose one to cultivate, Jiang Ning declared, casting forth a collection of heavenly grade techniques and skills. Any single one of these would be enough to provoke the interest of celestial level great cultivators in the outside world. Yet in Jiang Ning's hands, they seemed utterly worthless. What? These are all heavenly grade techniques and skills. My heavens, over 20 of them. Sun Lu and the others were left utterly astounded. They had never encountered even a single heavenly grade cultivation method in their lifetimes, and now they were faced with such an abundance, their bodies trembled with excitement. They were left wondering about the astonishing background and identity of their master, who could so nonchalantly present them with such an immense collection of heavenly grade techniques. Quickly, open them and observe closely, they urged, unable to contain their eagerness. Incredible. There are annotations. We can learn them easily. Each of them displayed expressions of astonishment. With their innate talents, it would not have been easy for them to grasp these techniques, but the comprehensive annotations elucidating the profound principles made the cultivation process significantly easier. Jiang Ning had comprehensively understood these cultivation methods, and was thus able to inscribe annotations that directly access the essence of the principles, simplifying the learning process for others. Master. At that moment, Sun Lu and the others prostrated themselves on the ground, their expressions sincere. We vow to be eternally loyal to you, Master. Should we betray you? May the heavens strike us down. The allure of benefits serves as the strongest bond between individuals. After receiving the heavenly grade cultivation methods, it was clear that Sun Lu and the others psychologically acknowledged Jiang Ning as their master, rather than merely succumbing to the fear of the life and death talisman. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. Your ground digging technique is quite remarkable. Would you demonstrate it for me? Inspired by Sun Lu's ability to enter the ancestral ground undetected using this technique, Jiang Ning became intrigued. If he were to encounter danger, could he also escape by burrowing into the ground? Master, my ground digging technique has a limitation. It can only be practiced by individuals under 1 meter in height. Sun Lu explained. Let me give it a try, Jiang Ning remarked. Sun Lu produced the manual for the earth drilling technique. Jiang Ning glanced through it. You have carefully studied it, triggering the instant learning feature, and comprehended the secret art of earth drilling technique. In an instant, Jiang Ning mastered the earth drilling technique. Whoosh! He transformed into a drill and burrowed into the ground. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from beneath the earth. Huh, is that it? My goodness. Everyone was astounded by Jiang Ning's display of skill. Sun Yuchan's lips parted in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that the sect leader learned the life and death talisman in an instant, without deceiving me? Sun Lu was utterly astonished. This is simply monstrous. Was there truly no difficulty involved? Jiang Ning smugly dusted off his clothes. All right, you may leave now. Recruit as many soldiers as possible. Yuchan will remain nearby. Any orders from me shall be conveyed through her, as seeing her is akin to seeing me, Jiang Ning stated. Understood, sect leader. The crowd took their leave. Jiang Ning also returned to the ancestral grounds. Before departing, he gifted Sun Lu 200,000 spirit stones as development funds. 200,000 spirit stones equate to 200 years of salary for a second-rank official in the Great Xia. It is an astronomical sum. It is worth noting that reaching the rank of a second-rank official in the Great Xia requires one to be at least at the pinnacle of the Wujing realm. For someone like Sun Lu, a peak Wujing cultivator of a third-rate force, it would take a millennium to amass such wealth. Chapter 16. The Spirit Corpse Unrivaled Beneath the Sage. In the early hours, amidst the surging malevolence of the ancestral grounds, 3 figures emerged. They were 3 elders. each exuding a dense aura of death, appearing like specters in the darkness. Their faces were pallid and devoid of color, gaunt to the point of resembling corpses, instilling terror in any who might behold them. What was even more frightening was the ancient, pitch-black coffin they bore upon their backs, continuously emanating a chilling, sinister energy. Thousands of years ago, the Jiang clan was a superpower within the Xianhuang world, their burial grounds housing countless formidable beings. This was the prime location to seek out a quality corpse. The elder with yellow hair displayed a chilling smile. Thousands of years prior, the corpse-driving sect was also a formidable force in the Xianhuang world, feared by many. However, due to their habitual theft of corpses from various factions to create zombies, they were ultimately suppressed by a coalition of dozens of powers, with the ancestors of the Jiang clan intervening. Yet, like a centipede that, though dead, does not lie still, a few remnants of the corpse-driving sect managed to survive, albeit in the shadows. The burial grounds were protected by formations requiring the blood of the Jiang clan's direct lineage to breach. Conveniently. There is a direct descendant of the Jiang clan in the Sinful Forest, the discarded prince exiled here by the Emperor of Great Xia. The three members of the corpse-driving sect stealthily approached the Sinful Forest. Within the ancestral grounds, malevolent energies surged, and few of the Jiang clan's people remained. Beyond the crucial Steely Forest and Prison Forest, the defenses were not particularly stringent. Jiang Ning was asleep. Only upon reaching a transcendent state could one escape the need for sustenance and rest. Suddenly, Jiang Ning opened his eyes. His formidable consciousness detected three powerful beings at the Law Phase realm approaching his bamboo hut. Jiang Ning discreetly sealed the sleep acupoint of Xiao Li and lay back in bed, awaiting the arrival of the three, curious about their intentions. He also secretly instructed Bai Sha to refrain from taking action without his command. Soon, the three intruded upon the bamboo hut. "Who are you? Trespassing in my hut at this hour?" Jiang Ning inquired as he rose. Curiously, how was this young man unaffected by the malevolent energy? Falling victim to the myriad of curses? "We are from the corpse-driving sect. Long ago, the Jiang clan suppressed our ancestors. Now we come to steal the Jiang clan's corpses to create zombies. It is only natural that we use your blood to unlock the formation of the burial grounds." The elder with black hair declared with a vicious glint in his eyes. "Ah, so you are the infamous scoundrels of the corpse-driving sect." Jiang Ning retorted with a cold smile. "You think I, a mere waste, fear you?" The elder with yellow hair was taken aback. Jiang Ning wasted no time and immediately cast the 5 elements barrier. What sorcery is this? The three elders were suddenly struck with fear. How could a waste wield such power? They were utterly perplexed. Stormblade Sword Technique. Jiang Ning did not hold back, unleashing his ultimate move. This technique was an upgraded version of the Dripping Sword Technique. Within the 5 elements barrier, a torrential downpour commenced. Yet, instead of rainwater, it was a rain of sword energy. Clatter, countless droplets of sword energy cascaded towards the three members of the corpse-driving sect. What kind of sword technique is this? The sword energy is terrifying. The three elders were alarmed and hurriedly summoned their innate zombies from within the coffins to defend against the sword energy. However, even the three indestructible, copper-skinned, iron-bone zombies could not withstand Jiang Ning's sword energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy howled, and in a heartbeat, the three elders and their zombies fell to the ground. With a single strike, he had obliterated 3 opponents of the same realm, leaving them utterly defenseless. This exemplified Jiang Ning's formidable combat prowess. Understanding the principle of to kill and plunder, Jiang Ning began to search the bodies. After all, these were 3 Law Phase cultivators. Their worth would surely be substantial. Indeed, Jiang Ning uncovered numerous valuable items, spirit stones, rare materials, and medicinal pills. Is this the secret technique for corpse refining? Jiang Ning mused, intrigued by the ancient, yellowed tome in his hand. You have carefully studied it, triggering the instant learning feature, and comprehended the secret art of 4 Evils corpse refining technique. In an instant, Jiang Ning grasped the 4 Evils corpse refining technique at its highest level. Unbeknownst to him, he was the first to achieve such mastery over the technique, capable of refining the legendary spirit corpse. A spirit corpse possesses awakened intelligence, self-awareness, and is no longer merely a tool for slaughter. It can conceal its corpse energy from sunlight, rendering it undetectable as a zombie. Even more terrifying, a spirit corpse can cultivate techniques and powers. Having mastered the 4 Evils corpse refining technique, Jiang Ning decided to create a spirit corpse. This technique only allows for the refinement of one innate zombie. Jiang Ning activated the earth drilling technique and delved underground into the burial grounds. Upon lifting his head, he found himself before a tombstone inscribed with the grave of beloved son Jiang Yu. Was this not the elder's son? From the elder's words, Jiang Ning had learned of his son's name. Perhaps it is fate. You shall be my innate zombie. Jiang Yu was once the Jiang clan's greatest talent, having reached the celestial realm at a tender age. Had it not been for the elder's unfortunate mistake that led to his demise, he would have possessed strength on par with the elder today. His innate quality was not lacking. The quality of a spirit corpse is influenced by its previous life as talent and strength. Of course, a saint's corpse would be superior. But the saints of the Jiang clan had perished thousands of years ago, their remains long decayed. Preserving a saint's body for several millennia without decomposition is already the limit. Jiang Ning excavated Jiang Yu's grave and opened the stone coffin. Before him lay the corpse of a remarkably handsome young man. Jiang Yu, in his 50s, had attained the realm of transcendent beings, yet appeared no older than a youth in his 20s. The bodies of transcendent beings remained unchanged for a century. Jiang Ning extracted his own essence blood to nourish the spiritual corpse, subsequently employing the Four Fiends corpse refining technique to commence the creation of a zombie. The crafting of a spiritual corpse was not a task that could be accomplished in a mere moment. As dawn approached, it was time for me to depart. Jiang Ning closed the stone coffin and reburied Jiang Yu. The malevolent energy and deathly aura in the forest of graves were particularly dense, providing an ideal environment for corpse cultivation. Before leaving, he set up a small gathering of Yin formation, fervently absorbing the surrounding malevolent and deathly energies. This was indeed a geomantic treasure trove for refining spiritual corpses. Once successful, the spiritual corpse would undoubtedly surpass its predecessor in strength. Jiang Ning departed with great jubilation. The mightier the spiritual corpse, the stronger his own power would become. Thus, each dawn, Jiang Ning utilized his earth drilling technique to enter the grave forest for corpse refining. 3 months elapsed, and the spiritual corpse was finally completed. It bore little difference from an ordinary person, save for its exceptionally pale complexion. Having absorbed a significant amount of malevolent and deathly energy from the ancestral land, the spiritual corpse's strength had dramatically increased, far exceeding its former self. Beneath the realm of saints, it would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary. Jiang Ning was exhilarated. Thus, he had acquired another powerful trump card. In solitary combat, it was unlikely that anyone from the entire Jiang clan of the Great Xia would pose a challenge to the spiritual corpse. From this day forth, you shall be known as General. Reside in the ancestral land, absorbing the Yin and malevolent energies to cultivate, and remain concealed from all eyes, Jiang Ning instructed. Yes, master. The spiritual corpse replied, donning a black hat and bowing. In conclusion, Jiang Ning imparted numerous cultivation techniques to the spiritual corpse, including the Netherworld Ghost Claw. Chapter 17. Visitors from the Tai Xian Sacred Land, the schemes of the demon sect. Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo hut, still brimming with excitement. With an invincible spiritual corpse at his disposal, the threat to his life within the Great Xia Dynasty had significantly diminished, although the clear map artifact was available. With Jiang Ning's rising prowess, even a saint of the saintly realm could now be dispatched in an instant. However, as it could only be employed once a month, he would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. That little girl, oblivious to the world, was lost in sweet dreams, giggling even in her sleep. Observing the slumbering Xiao Li's innocent smile, Jiang Ning gently adjusted the blanket that had fallen to the ground. He genuinely regarded Xiao Li as a younger sister, for she was the only companion he had in this unfamiliar world. Soon after, Jiang Ning too succumbed to slumber. Approximately an hour later, dawn broke. Young master, I've noticed I've been sleeping rather soundly lately, often until daybreak. Do you think I might turn into a pig? Xiao Li exclaimed with a radiant smile, stretching languidly, her delicate arms glistening before Jiang Ning's eyes. My dear Xiao Li is so charming and beautiful. Even if you were to become a pig, you would undoubtedly be a delightful one, Jiang Ning teased, secretly amused. You were struck by my sleep-inducing pressure point. Hence the quality of your sleep resembles that of a pig. Young master, you're so insufferable, Xiao Li pouted, her cheeks flushed, though inwardly delighted by the compliment. Allow me to assist you with your morning routine, she offered, attending to Jiang Ning's awakening. Jiang Ning relished the service, savoring the comforts of this otherworldly existence where he was attended to. Such treatment was unimaginable back on Earth. Time swiftly passed, and half a year rolled by. Life remained tranquil, with no one daring to disturb Jiang Ning. Unbeknownst to many, his cultivation had silently ascended to the 7th peak of the law manifestation realm, drawing him ever closer to the realm of transcendent beings, the highest cultivation level within the Great Xia Jiang clan. Meanwhile, Xiao Li had also broken through to the primordial spirit realm. The rapidity of her advancement astonished even her. Frequently, she boasted of her genius in Jiang Ning's presence. If she were to learn that her young master was nearing the realm of transcendent beings, one could only imagine the shock that would grace her countenance. The spiritual corpse. Jiang Yu, having practiced the combat techniques imparted by Jiang Ning and the techniques recorded in the Four Fiends corpse refining technique, had experienced a substantial power increase. Even an ordinary transcendent being would find themselves swiftly dispatched by him. When he unleashed his abilities, the surrounding 10 miles would be reduced to scorched earth, with flora and fauna succumbing to decay. Concerning the Heavenly Gate, its development over the past year had been remarkably swift. With the celestial tier cultivation techniques bestowed by Jiang Ning and a wealth of spiritual stones, although Sun Ju Lu had yet to breach the law manifestation realm, his power had nonetheless grown significantly. The other 5 elders had advanced to the 7th or 8th levels of the boundless realm. Sun Yuchan had reached the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm, showcasing formidable talent. Furthermore, 9 others had successfully ascended to the boundless realm. The numbers of the Great Xia branch had swelled to over 10,000, and their influence gradually expanded throughout the Great Xia territory. However, this burgeoning power did not satiate Jiang Ning's aspirations for the Heavenly Gate. Over the year, he had comprehended countless celestial tier cultivation techniques, meticulously transcribing a plethora of them. He then entrusted this wealth of knowledge to Sun Ju Lu, instructing him to use it as bait to attract wandering cultivators of the law manifestation and even transcendent realms to join the Heavenly Gate. The meager resources available to these wandering cultivators rendered the celestial tier techniques irresistibly attractive, providing the most effective means for rapidly bolstering the Heavenly Gate's strength. As for concerns regarding loyalty, Jiang Ning remained unconcerned. As long as he possessed sufficient strength to subdue them, their allegiance was of little consequence. Moreover, with the life and death talisman in hand, those who defied him would find themselves trapped in a dire predicament. On this particular day, Jiang Ning received news that visitors from the Taishan Sacred Land had arrived. A total of 13 individuals, comprising 10 disciples and 3 elders of the transcendent realm, were in attendance. Among them was a figure with whom Jiang Ning shared a connection, Wang Yuning, the sister of Wang Lingyan, the revered holy maiden of Taishan. In her early 20s, she had already achieved the boundless realm, a true prodigy of unparalleled grace and talent. The Taishan Sacred Land, known for its protection of the Great Xia, had its own motives for doing so. Every 5 years, they would dispatch 10 talented disciples to the Steel Forest to comprehend the vast legacies contained within the ancient steels. In a dimly lit underground palace, 6 formidable masters of the transcendent realm gathered, engaged in hushed discussions. They were members of the demon sect's 6 paths, the evil extreme sect, specializing in dark arts, poison techniques, and mental manipulation. The emotion-severing hall, which sought to eradicate all forms of emotion in pursuit of a path devoid of compassion. The sky-mending pavilion, dedicated to the cultivation of both yin and yang. The Hell Gate, a clandestine organization of assassins, reputed to be the foremost killer organization in the Xianhuang world, capable of eliminating saints and great saints for a sufficient reward. The blood-refining hall, which gruesomely refined the essence of human flesh, and the heavenly demon sect, whose leader, known as the Heavenly Emperor, was reputed to be the foremost expert of the demon sect, teetering on the brink of the demon emperor realm. According to reliable intelligence, the 10 gifted disciples of the Taishan Sacred Land had arrived in the Great Xia's ancestral land, with the intent to annihilate them all. Among them, there are 2 significant figures, the saintess of Taishan, Wang Yuning, and the youngest son of the Taishan Saint Lord, Gu Jinghong. The 3 great sacred lands and the 6 paths of the demon sect have long been irreconcilable enemies, often sending assassins after each other's prodigious disciples. However, the Jiang clan, being descendants of a former emperor, possesses formidable heritage that cannot be underestimated. The 3 ancient protectors of the Taishan disciples are no ordinary individuals either. We must synchronize our efforts to master the 6 paths of heaven demon formation to secure victory. The 6 great practitioners of the demon sect continuously exchanged insights. A piece of good news has emerged. The ancestor of the Love Flower Pavilion is en route to the Great Xia. Suddenly, an elder from the pavilion chuckled. What? The ancestor of the Love Flower is also coming? The others in the demon sect were taken aback. The ancestor of the Love Flower is a demon sage, and seldom would she tread upon the territories of the 3 sacred lands. The presence of a sage or demon sage carries immense weight. It seems that the renowned prodigy, Wang Yuning, has piqued the interest of the ancestor of the Love Flower, prompting her to lower her status and come personally. Upon thinking of Wang Yuning, everyone finally comprehended the ancestor's purpose for visiting. With her arrival, the disciples of the Taishan Sacred Land are doomed. However, the repercussions of a sage's intervention are profound. It is only if we fail that the ancestor will take action. Understood. Let us commence the cultivation of the 6 paths of heaven demon formation, the elders of the demon sect declared, resolute in their determination to capture the prodigious disciples of the Taishan Sacred Land. Jiang Ning arrived at the Steel Forest to polish the stone tablets and glean the inheritances contained within them. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice pierced his ear. Sister Wang, isn't that the Great Xia's prince, Jiang Ning, who seeks to take liberties with your younger sister? A trio approached Jiang Ning, 2 women and 1 man. The speaker was a woman in a red dress, possessing a fair and delicate visage. The other, clad in white, had skin like fine jade, with elegantly arched brows and an ethereal beauty that eclipsed the world, none other than the illustrious Wang Yuning. The man, dressed in emerald robes, exuded an air of arrogance. He was Gu Jinghong, the youngest son of the Taishan Sacred Land, a genius who had reached the pinnacle of the Wujing realm by the age of 30. Yet, compared to Wang Yuning, he paled significantly. He had previously visited the Steel Forest, but according to regulations, Taishan disciples were allowed only 1 visit. However, privileges exist in this world, and his current presence was facilitated by the influence of his father, the Saint Lord. His ulterior motive was clear. He had come along because of Wang Yuning's arrival. Jiang Ning chose to ignore them, continuing to polish his stone tablet. Such prodigious individuals only grew more arrogant the more attention one paid them. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? The woman in red persisted, her tone shrill. Reluctantly, Jiang Ning responded. Greetings to the senior brothers and sisters of the Taishan Sacred Land. At this moment, he finally cast a glance at Wang Yuning. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her cold and stunning demeanor befitting her reputation as a divine maiden. However, Jiang Ning paid her beauty no heed. His sole ambition lay in achieving sainthood, becoming an emperor, and perhaps experiencing the essence beyond the imperial realm. Women would only serve to hinder his cultivation speed. So you are Jiang Ning? You certainly have a boldness about you, daring to take liberties with Yu Ning's sister. You should sever your own arms as an apology, Gu Jinghong stated, fixing Jiang Ning with a haughty gaze. As he pursued Wang Yuning, he sought to showcase his prowess. Given his status, he could easily dismiss even the Great Xia Prince without a second thought. The Great Xia Dynasty was merely a dog under the command of the Taishan Sacred Land. If his master desired your life, would you dare refuse? Trouble had unexpectedly arisen, and Jiang Ning frowned. Although he was unafraid of Gu Jinghong, revealing his strength would expose him and force him to leave his ancestral grounds, which would deprive him of the opportunity to comprehend further divine arts. What? Did you not hear my words? Gu Jinghong pressed, his voice sharp. To ask you to sever your own arms is already the greatest mercy. Were it not for Wang Yuning's connection, he would not have even deigned to glance at such a lowly waste of space. Speaking to him further would only tarnish his status. The woman in red quickly chimed in. Did you not hear Brother Jinghong's words, you worthless waste? Sever your own arms. It is the greatest mercy. Jiang Ning scoffed inwardly. There was no way he would sever his own arms, even if it meant revealing his strength. He would retaliate. The Taishan Sacred Land had sent 3 beings at the Tianren realm, and with the Invincible Spirit Core and the dual black and white specters present, Jiang Ning felt no fear. Moreover, in the most perilous moments, he could unleash his hidden powers, and even a sage would fall. Senior brother, he did not take liberties with my sister. Please do not press him. A sudden voice, ethereal as smoke, interjected. It was the prodigious Wang Yuning. Her tone crisp yet melodious, leaving one feeling as if bathed in spring's warmth. Sister, how do you know he did not take liberties with Ling Yan? Gu Jinghong turned to Wang Yuning, while Jiang Ning also looked on with curiosity, eager to hear her reasoning. His gaze held no impurities, only clarity. My beauty is undeniable, and seeing that he can maintain such clarity, how could he harbor any lascivious thoughts towards Ling Yan? Wang Yuning replied leisurely. Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the confidence radiating from this prodigious woman. Since my sister claims you did not take liberties with Ling Yan, you should leave at once and not delay our comprehension of the inheritance within this steel forest. Regrettably, you, a waste, will never have the opportunity to comprehend it. You are only qualified to polish the stone tablets. Gu Jinghong sneered, commanding Jiang Ning to depart. Were it not for Wang Yuning's intervention, he would have struck Jiang Ning down, regardless of whether the latter was wronged. His pride could not be compromised, right or wrong, it mattered not. Faced with Gu Jinghong's disdainful demeanor and repeated mockery, even Jiang Ning's patience wore thin. He replied softly, though I may be a waste and unable to comprehend this inheritance, your talent is insufficient, rendering you incapable of grasping the teachings inscribed upon the stone tablets. The moment these words left his lips, it was as if a powder keg had exploded. Gu Jinghong's expression darkened considerably. The renowned Gu Jinghong, the master of the Taishan Sacred Land, was accused of lacking talent? Jiang Ning, if you wish to keep your life, you should apologize to senior brother. Wang Yuning interjected, attempting to save Jiang Ning's life. Gu Jinghong's character for vengeance was well known. Senior brother's talent is among the best in our sacred land. How dare you say he lacks talent? You have audacity, the woman in red exclaimed sharply. Whether one's talent is sufficient or not can be tested. I wager you cannot even comprehend the most basic earth-grade martial techniques. Jiang Ning replied with a calm smile. Wang Yuning shook her head, realizing that the former prince of the Great Xia was bent on courting death and could only let him be. Very well, if I can comprehend it. You must apologize with your life, Gu Jinghong declared sternly. Should you fail to grasp even a basic earth-grade cultivation method, you must kneel and bow your head. Agreed. Gong Jinghong, without a moment's hesitation, agreed instantly. The last time he came, he had comprehended a high-grade celestial battle technique, thus brimming with confidence. He selected a stone tablet and infused his spirit into it. Jiang Ning discreetly instructed by Sha to take action. A terrifying mental shock surged towards Gong Jinghong. He let out a harrowing scream, being flung backward. A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. How could this be? His face was a mask of disbelief. Even Wang Yuning and the woman in the red dress wore expressions of astonishment. Wang Yuning stepped forward to examine the stone tablet, exclaiming in utter incredulity, This is merely an inferior-grade earthly battle technique, the Songlong sword technique. How could the senior brother lack the qualification to comprehend it? Upon hearing this, Gong Jinghong felt even more crushed, spitting out another mouthful of blood. I refuse to believe it. He became frantic, attempting several more times, only to be repelled each time. Blood spilling forth anew. Wang Yuning, witnessing this, hurriedly intervened. At this rate, Gong Jinghong might become a fool. So, do you now understand your own lack of talent? Jiang Ning mocked with a smile. Are you the one pulling the strings? Gong Jinghong retorted angrily. Jiang Ning replied coolly. The stone tablet was forged using the Jiang family's secret techniques. Even those in the celestial realm cannot meddle with it. How could a mere cripple like me do anything? Fulfill your wager. Gong Jinghong's face flushed crimson. Was he, the prodigious scion of the Holy Land, truly to kneel before a cripple? Chapter 19. Is Wang Yuning the daughter of fortune? A tremendous gain. This is a high-grade earthly treasure sword. Consider it my concession to you. Gong Jinghong's complexion darkened. Naturally, he could not kneel and bow his head. However, a promise made publicly could not be retracted. He could only offer a treasure sword as compensation. Jiang Ning, unwilling to reveal his strength and no longer wishing to provoke Gong Jinghong, declined. As a cripple, I have no use for it. He then departed. Wang Yuning gazed at Jiang Ning's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. How could one who had been rendered powerless maintain such an unyielding composure in their presence? She found it difficult to comprehend this former prince of the Great Xia. Subsequently, the three from the Tai Xian Holy Land traversed the stone forest, seeking their own fortunes. They had but a month to remain, with their chances of comprehension relying solely on luck. Jiang Ning was not about to let Gong Jinghong off easily. He had Bai Sha hide in the shadows, trailing him, ensuring that he could grasp nothing. It seemed Gong Jinghong's visit this time would yield no rewards. Time passed swiftly, and half a day went by. Jiang Ning's final recovery from the twice-daily automatic assembly meeting resumed. By coincidence, he encountered Wang Yuning once more amidst the stone forest. There she sat, cross-legged beneath a stone tablet, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. I am curious to see what she comprehends. Jiang Ning's gaze fixed upon the stone tablet. You attentively observed the stone tablet, activating the instant comprehension feature, and comprehended the sacred text Taiyin Xingdian. What? Jiang Ning's expression turned one of profound astonishment. A sacred text? It was actually a sacred text created by a sage. Wang Yuning's fortune was astonishingly favorable. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. A sacred text, transcending high-grade celestial techniques, was a method devised by a sage-level being. After practicing the sacred text, his speed of ascension to sainthood would be greatly accelerated. Moreover, the Taiyin Xingdian was no trifling matter. It was crafted thousands of years ago by a great sage known as the Moon God. It could absorb the essence of moonlight for cultivation, condensing pure Taiyin power within. This time, he truly struck gold. Jiang Ning jubilantly returned to his bamboo cottage. Commencing his practice of the Taiyin Xingdian, and indeed, his cultivation speed increased several-fold. If he could absorb the moon's essence on the night of the full moon, the effects would be even more profound. 3 days passed. The gentle moonlight enveloped Jiang Ning entirely. A surge of formidable power erupted from within him. 8th level of the law phase. Originally, he had planned to take at least 10 days to break through, but unexpectedly, he achieved it in just 3 days. The sacred text was vastly superior to celestial techniques. A smile graced Jiang Ning's lips. Furthermore, the sacred text encapsulated the blood, sweat, and will of a sage. Cultivating the sacred text would provide immense assistance in breaking through to sainthood. Jiang Ning visited the stone forest again, and by chance encountered Wang Yuning once more. She was seated beneath a new stone tablet. You attentively observed the stone tablet, activating the instant comprehension feature, and comprehended the divine ability, Sanyan Tianhua. This, a divine ability? Jiang Ning could scarcely believe it. The last time he had seen Wang Yuning, she had comprehended the Taiyin Xingdian. Now, once again, she had comprehended the divine ability, Sanyan Tianhua. Choosing 2 stone tablets, one a sacred text, and the other a divine ability, her luck was nothing short of extraordinary. It should be noted that Jiang Ning had spent nearly 2 years in the Ancestral Land, having only comprehended 2 divine abilities, Shuangsha Puppet Technique and Tiangang Divine Transformation. Wang Yuning's fortune was indeed remarkable. Could it be that she was the legendary daughter of fortune, favored by the world? Jiang Ning recalled the web novels written by mediocre authors. Such individuals, blessed by fortune, would effortlessly encounter serendipities. Wang Yuning piqued Jiang Ning's interest for the first time. Thus, he began to observe her daily, waiting for her to seek out new stone tablets. Days later, Wang Yuning departed from the stone tablet inscribed with Sanyan Tianhua. She had yet to enter the celestial realm and could not cultivate the divine ability. She could only spend several days memorizing it for future use. She then selected a new stone tablet. The opportunity to enter the Jiang family's stone forest was limited. She could not afford to waste it. You attentively observed the stone tablet, activating the instant comprehension feature, and comprehended the divine ability Zidian Leidao. Divine ability. Divine ability. Another divine ability. Jiang Ning's excitement was nearly uncontrollable. Wang Yuning was undoubtedly a person of great fortune. Once or twice could be deemed coincidence. But the third time was far from mere happenstance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 2 years in the Ancestral Land to find only 2 divine abilities. The Zidian Leidao harnessed the power of lightning, transforming it into a flying knife, indomitable in nature. with 9 levels of mastery. Each advancement allowed for the conjuration of an additional lightning flying knife. Jiang Ning could naturally unleash all 9 knives simultaneously. Several days later, after Wang Yuning recorded the Zidian layout, she sought another new stone tablet. You attentively observed the stone tablet, activating the instant comprehension feature, and comprehended the divine ability Dahuang Sutianzhang. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. Following Wang Yuning's lead in comprehending divine abilities, he had surpassed the achievements of his 2 years. The Dahuang Sutianzhang was reputed to shatter the heavens with a single palm strike. The magnitude of its power was unimaginable. With the 3 newly comprehended divine abilities, Jiang Ning's combat prowess surged manifold. Below the sage level, few would likely stand as his equal. Achieving sainthood was my ultimate goal. This degree of accomplishment remained far from sufficient. Jiang Ning clenched his fists. Regrettably, in the time that followed, it seemed Wang Yuning was content with having memorized the 3 divine abilities and did not choose any new stone tablets. This left Jiang Ning with a sense of loss and disappointment. On the night of the full moon, Jiang Ning quietly departed from the bamboo cottage. For the sake of safety, each time he ventured out at night, he donned the guise of a celestial being, transforming into a young man of 27 or 28. Possessing an elegant demeanor, he soared into the sky, facing the luminous full moon. A beam of radiant light descended from the moon, enveloping Jiang Ning. He sat cross-legged in midair, channeling the saintly text of the lunar shadow for his cultivation. You are in the midst of cultivation, activating experience enhancement. Cultivation speed increased by 100-fold. This line flashed wildly in his mind. Jiang Ning's realm began to surge upward at an astonishing rate. Boom. In just a short hour, he broke through once more, reaching the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. The speed was truly remarkable. Someone was indeed cultivating the saintly text of the lunar shadow, and judging by the pace at which he absorbed the moon's essence, he had attained a very high level of mastery. At that moment, a cool, ethereal voice echoed. Who? Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, extending his mental energy to sense his surroundings. Soon, a woman clad in white appeared, gracefully descending from the moon. She resembled a celestial maiden emerging from the moon palace, breathtakingly pure and untouched by any earthly filth. It was Wang Yuning. She too had cultivated the saintly text of the lunar shadow, and, on this night of the full moon, had naturally come out to practice. However, she had only just grasped the basics, and the disparity between her understanding and Jiang Ning's was vast. When she beheld Jiang Ning's visage, her heart was struck with astonishment. Hidden within the Jiang clan was an unparalleled genius. Surely, his talent surpassed her own. Wang Yuning. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to eliminate her to silence her. Ultimately, he decided against it. A person endowed with such great fortune might prove valuable to him in the future. To slay her now would be a regrettable loss. Chapter 20. The 6 Paths of the Demon Sect arrive. Who would have thought that such a prodigy was concealed within the Jiang clan? Wang Yuning gazed at Jiang Ning, her expression one of shock. This individual was unfamiliar to her. She had never heard of him. The renowned holy maiden of the profound yellow. You are not lacking either. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Suddenly, Wang Yuning made her move. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, a brilliant azure light shot towards Jiang Ning. The azure light emitted a wailing sound, slicing through the air with tremendous force. As a celebrated genius of the profound yellow, her combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Within the same realm, she was virtually invincible. This attack could hardly be intercepted even by a typical law manifestation expert. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Humph. Jiang Ning snorted lightly. The azure light, now merely a yard away from him, abruptly came to a standstill. Subsequently, an invisible force obliterated it entirely. Impressive. To easily neutralize my attack, try receiving another one. Wang Yuning praised. She bore no ill intent towards Jiang Ning. Rather, she sought to test his strength. Qian Lei Long Xiao. Wang Yuning, her white garments billowing, called out softly. A slender sword in her hand became intertwined with countless bolts of lightning. With a single swing, 9 streaks of thunder erupted, transforming into 9 roaring thunder dragons that charged at Jiang Ning. The violent currents crackled through the void. A mere trifle. Jiang Ning scoffed coldly. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed into the air. A blazing sword intent erupted forth. Fierce winds, absolute slash. He moved like lightning, ethereal and formless, enveloping the 9 dragons in an overwhelming sword energy. Swish, swish, swish. The 9 thunder dragons were instantly annihilated. With a swift step forward, a remnant shadow lingered in the air as Jiang Ning appeared beside Wang Yuning, his finger sword poised against her delicate neck. You have lost. The words flowed effortlessly from Jiang Ning's lips. The might of his 4-wind sword was comparable to some lesser divine abilities. He was merely in the 3rd stage of the law manifestation realm, yet he found himself utterly unmatched against her. Wang Yuning was left in sheer disbelief. As a daughter of heaven, even at the 7th stage of the boundless realm, she had previously bested law manifestation experts. Yet here she stood, unable to withstand a single strike from this enigmatic youth of the law manifestation realm. How could such an extraordinary talent emerge from the declining Jiang clan? Was it possible that another Jiang Taisu had appeared? Perhaps even a being more monstrous than Jiang Taisu himself. She was confident that in the same realm, she was certainly not inferior to him. Brother Jiang, please show mercy. My sister is immensely grateful. Wang Yuning spoke in a calm tone. A faint fragrance emanated from her being. It was not that Jiang Ning lacked murderous intent. What of ruthlessly trampling flowers? He spared Wang Yuning solely due to her possessing great fortune. She might prove useful to him in the future. Nothing more than that. Let us strike a deal. I will teach you the saintly text of the lunar shadow, and you shall not disclose our encounter to anyone. Wang Yuning's fortune was potent. She could be a valuable asset in the pursuit of future opportunities. Jiang Ning intended to establish a favorable relationship with her. When the time came to seek her aid, it would be easier to approach her. As for whether Wang Yuning would uphold her end of the bargain, he could only choose to trust her. Besides, what was the harm in exposure? He had already altered his appearance and aura. No one would likely associate him with a mere useless Jiang. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yuning nodded in agreement. The deal was struck. For her, it was an opportunity that carried no risk. Why not accept? She had witnessed firsthand the mysterious youth's profound understanding of the saintly text of the lunar shadow. The two ascended into the air, drawing upon the essence of the moon. Jiang Ning conveyed his teachings of the saintly text of the lunar shadow to Wang Yuning. Upon hearing his explanations, she was overjoyed. Many of her previous uncertainties had been instantaneously resolved. She was also astounded. How could someone of her age, merely at the law manifestation realm, possess such an advanced comprehension of the saintly text of the lunar shadow? This level of insight was truly astonishing to her. Thus, every night, Wang Yuning would promptly arrive at the designated location to listen to Jiang Ning expound upon the saintly text of the lunar shadow. She had made considerable progress in her understanding of it. In order to leave a profound impression on Wang Yuning and solidify their relationship, Jiang Ning engaged in discussions about life with the proud daughter of heaven. After several days of interaction, their rapport became quite pleasant. Finally, the time came for the disciples of the Tai-Xian Sacred Land to return. Wang Yuning found herself unexpectedly reluctant to part ways. After several days together, this mysterious talent from the Jiang clan had left a deep impression on her heart. I shall be leaving tomorrow. If you accompany me to the Tai-Xian Sacred Land, I assure you will receive the finest resources. Wang Yuning's cool voice resonated. With her nature, she always presented an air of icy pride. She genuinely wished for him to accompany her to the Tai-Xian Sacred Land. Jiang Ning shook his head in refusal. The Tai-Xian Sacred Land is not suited for me. What a jest. The myriad of inheritances within the stone forest was beyond compare, even exceeding that of the Tai-Xian Sacred Land. One must understand, this was the accumulated heritage of the Jiang clan, descendants of emperors, spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy within. For the aloof Wang Yuning, a renowned daughter of heaven, to personally extend an invitation to him for the Tai-Xian Sacred Land was a testament to the success of his plan. He had left a significant impression on her mind. In the future, his strategy of relying on her to seek opportunities had successfully taken its first step. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuning felt a deep sense of disappointment settle within her heart. Yet, her inherently cool demeanor prevented her from voicing her discontent, leaving her in contemplative silence. The two were momentarily ensnared in an awkward stillness. Before departing, she decided to gift him something. In the stone forest, you must have gathered quite a bit. If you don't mind, please present to me one of your findings, and I shall elucidate its essence for you. Jiang Ning sought to further solidify their relationship. Are you certain you can manage that? Very well, you shall impart to me the secrets of the Taiyin sacred canon, and in return, I will share with you a formidable technique, thus settling our accounts. Wang Yuning remarked, her expression inscrutable. Having never encountered such a technique, how could he, a mere practitioner at the law manifestation stage, elucidate its intricacies to himself? Perhaps he merely sought a powerful inheritance from her, using the opportunity as a pretext. A hint of disappointment flickered within her heart. Well, consider it settled. Wang Yuning then bestowed the purple lightning blade upon Jiang Ning, before turning to depart. Wait, Jiang Ning called out, prompting her to begin explaining the nuances of the purple lightning blade. Instantly, Wang Yuning's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Ning. How is this possible? He has only just encountered the purple lightning blade, yet he can perceive its profound meanings so readily? The prodigious depth of his understanding astonished the renowned goddess of the Xianwang realm. After hearing him, Wang Yuning experienced a sudden clarity, deepening her comprehension of the purple lightning blade. Once she broke through to the celestial being realm, she would officially be able to cultivate this technique. A wave of guilt washed over her. She had misjudged him. In the spirit of reciprocity, I present you with this gift. Wang Yuning removed a purple jade pendant she carried and offered it to Jiang Ning. It possessed the ability to nurture the primordial spirit. Jiang Ning accepted it graciously. The two engaged in conversation until dawn before parting ways. As she watched Jiang Ning's retreating figure, Wang Yuning lingered in thought. The following day, the people of the Tai-Xian Sacred Land prepared to take their leave. At that moment, however, the forces of the demonic sect suddenly descended upon them. Chapter 21. the spirit corpse strikes. Outside the ancestral ground, Brother Jiang, it is time for us to depart. No need for further farewells. Elder Qing of the Tai Xian Sacred Land bit. Jiang, the elderly man who often conversed with Jiang Ning, was Jiang Yu's father and held a high status within the Daxia Jiang clan, making him Jiang Ning's great-uncle. A smile spread across Jiang Shang's aged face. Safe travels, esteemed elders of the Sacred Land. The three celestial being elders of the Tai Xian Sacred Land prepared to lead their disciples away. Wang Yuning cast another glance at the Jiang clan's ancestral grounds, her expression complex. Gu Jinghong approached, eager to speak with Wang Yuning, but she ignored him. He was left feeling somewhat dejected, a shadow of coldness crossing his face before he quickly masked it. This visit had yielded him no gains whatsoever. Wang Yuning remained exceedingly indifferent toward him, their relationship making no progress. For reasons unknown, he had failed to acquire any legacy over the past month. Just then, a surge of demonic energy roiled, enveloping the area in a menacing aura. A chilling roar echoed, causing the weaker disciples of the Tai Xian to collapse in agony. Even Wang Yuning and Gu Jinghong turned pale at the sight. The demonic fiends had invaded the sacred ground of the Tai Xian. How audacious! The people of the demonic sect dare to intrude upon our Tai Xian sacred land. Elder Qing's face darkened with fury. The other two celestial being elders unleashed their auras, shielding the Tai Xian disciples within. Usually, celestial being practitioners would not recklessly intrude upon the sanctuaries of the three great sacred lands. The loss of even one formidable celestial being cultivator would be catastrophic. Had it not been for the prospect of capturing two significant targets, they would not have risked such an incursion. Elder Qing, cease your futile resistance. Today, you shall all perish. A voice echoed through the suffocating demonic energy as 6 celestial being elders from the demonic sect stepped forth, their cold, murderous gazes fixed upon the assembly of the Tai Xian sacred land. They radiated a terrifying demonic might, akin to a descent into a nightmarish abyss. Fiends, do not overstep your bounds. The ancestral grounds of the Daxia Jiang clan are not a place for your insolence. When my Jiang clan suppressed the Xinhuang, you demonic sect trembled in fear. To dare provoke us now is tantamount to seeking your own demise. Voices of outrage erupted from all sides as powerful figures hidden within the Jiang clan's ancestral grounds surged forth. A total of 6 celestial being cultivators emerged, their auras soaring, exuding an overwhelming presence. Within the Jiang clan, aside from the elderly Jiang Shang, none of the others were deemed a threat to them. The elder of the evil extreme sect sneered in disdain. They were all at the pinnacle of the celestial being realm. Only the quasi-saint Jiang Shang posed a genuine threat. Thus, they had prepared the 6 paths heavenly demon formation specifically to deal with him. Arrogance. The 6 celestial being clan elders from the Jiang clan charged into battle. The elder of the evil extreme sect dismissed them with a wave as he unleashed a malevolent sorcery. Instantly, a storm of loathsome black insects surged forth, swarming towards the Jiang clan elders. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged fiercely. 2 clan elders had already been bitten by the cursed insects, crying out in agony. Fiends of the demonic sect, do not grow too bold. At that moment, the 3 celestial being elders of the Tai Xian sacred land joined the fray. We shall fight together. The remaining 5 celestial being elders of the demonic sect also sprang into action. The celestial being realm could harness the power of heaven and earth. The unleashed destructive force was terrifying beyond measure. Wang Yuning and 10 disciples of the Tai Xian sacred land retreated far away. Is this the might of the celestial being realm utilizing the power of heaven and earth? How formidable! The disciples of the Tai Xian were gripped with fear as they witnessed the chaotic display of terrifying battle techniques erupting in the void, vibrant and blazing. The combat was extraordinarily fierce. Although the 3 elders of the Tai Xian sacred land had entered the battle, the elders of the demonic sect, being at the 9th level of the celestial being realm, dominated the confrontation against the Daxia and Tai Xian sacred land factions. The elder of the evil extreme sect unleashed his dark arts, summoning countless night bats that savagely attacked a Jiang clan elder, leaving him bloodied and mangled. The elder of the extinction hall executed a ruthless sword strike, unleashing a blazing sword aura that nearly cleaved a Jiang clan elder in 2. The elder of the Hell Gate concealed himself in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to stab at Elder Qing. Elder Qing was injured, cursing in rage, despicable. Ha ha. The Tai Xian sacred land and the Jiang clan are no better than this. The elders of the demonic sect laughed triumphantly. It seems that I, a man with 1 foot in the grave, must intervene today. Jiang Shang stated calmly. Boom. An utterly terrifying aura erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. As he struck forth with his palm, a radiant light surged upward. The overwhelming power surged toward the elders of the demonic sect like a tidal wave. This was the strength of a quasi-saint, magnitudes more powerful than that of the celestial being realm. Jiang Shang, we have prepared something special for you. The elders of the demonic sect formed a formation with the 6 paths heavenly demon array, ensnaring Jiang Shang within. Boom. 6 beams of black light emanated. infused with an exceptionally malevolent power, constricting around Jiang Shang. His expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that these fiends possessed such cunning tactics. Under the formidable 6 paths of demonic array, despite Jiang Shang's status as a quasi-saint, he could not withstand for long and ultimately succumbed. What? Even the quasi-saint Jiang Shang has been defeated? This is disastrous. The 3 elders of the Tai Xian Holy Land turned pale with dread. It was indeed catastrophic. The forces of the Jiang clan wore expressions of utter despair. Today we shall not only slay the people of Tai Xian Holy Land, but also cleanse the ancestral grounds of the Jiang clan. The demon lords laughed triumphantly, their voices echoing throughout the ancestral lands. Initially, the invasion by the 6 paths of demons had no bearing on Jiang Ning, who had no intention of intervening. However, the demons' audacious declaration to purge the Jiang clan's ancestral grounds incited Jiang Ning's ire. I do not provoke you, yet you seek to annihilate me. Thus, I shall no longer show restraint. Since you court death, allow me to escort you on your final journey, Jiang Ning declared. At that moment, a pale-faced figure clad in a conical hat materialized beside Jiang Ning. Master, the spiritual corpse, Jiang Yu, pays his respects, he intoned respectfully. With a frigid demeanor, Jiang Ning commanded, go forth and eliminate all the members of the 6 paths of demons. The might of Jiang Yu, being invincible beneath the saintly realm, was sufficient to shake the 6 formidable demon cultivators. Jiang Yu, filled with excitement, licked his lips. Bloodlust was an instinct inherent to the undead. In a blink, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the elders of Tai Xian Holy Land and the Jiang clan's patriarchs faced defeat, with even Jiang Shang, the guardian quasi-saint of the Jiang clan, falling within the 6 paths of demonic array. The disciples of Tai Xian and the Jiang clan members were engulfed in despair. The demon sect was overwhelmingly powerful and utterly insurmountable. I do not wish to die, the noble Gu Jinghong exclaimed in terror, reluctant to perish at the hands of the demons. Wang Yuning bit her lip, resolved to take her own life, fully aware of the horrifying fate that awaited a woman like her in the clutches of the demon sect. Who will save us? The Jiang clan members cried out in unison, their voices laden with desperation. They had initially believed that the Jiang clan, as descendants of an emperor, possessed some degree of legacy. However, today's events had left them profoundly disappointed, as not a single competent fighter remained. Is this it? The Jiang clan deserves its infamy among the imperial lineage. The demon elders spoke with smug satisfaction, reveling in their triumph. Jiang Shang, what other trump cards do you have? If not, you shall have no further opportunities. Jiang Shang's countenance turned ashen. It seemed that the Jiang clan had truly fallen to the point of having no cards left to play. The Jiang clan had revealed itself to be nothing more than a paper tiger, now devoid of any hidden strengths. After today, many who had once feared the Jiang clan would no longer regard them with trepidation. The security of the monument forest, which had once been attributed to the Jiang clan's past imperial legacy, would soon be in jeopardy. Who else is there? Since the Jiang clan possesses no more hidden strengths, we will revel in slaughter. The demon elders bellowed, brimming with arrogance. At that very moment, a cold, indifferent youth adorned with a conical hat appeared out of thin air. I have come to annihilate you, he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. Just as despair enveloped all, an overwhelming and majestic aura descended, akin to the crashing waves of a vast ocean, surging forth with might. A single sword strike swept away the oppressive demonic aura. The formidable adversaries of the 6 paths of demons could not help but retreat, their expressions betraying sheer terror. All eyes turned in astonishment towards the hat-clad figure who had materialized from the heavens. One sword strike repelled 6 demon experts? What unimaginable power is this? Is this the hidden strength of the Jiang clan? They marveled, realizing that within their ancestral grounds lay an unparalleled master. We are saved. The Jiang clan members rejoiced, their spirits rekindled. As descendants of an emperor, how could they be so easily defeated? Such formidable might. I have never encountered such a terrifying presence beneath the saintly realm. The elder Qing was left in a state of shock. The patriarchs of the Jiang clan exchanged bewildered glances at Jiang Shang, equally perplexed by this unforeseen situation. How could there be such a hidden powerhouse within the Jiang clan? As elders of the celestial realm, how had they been unaware of this? Jiang Shang stood rooted in disbelief, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, You are alive? How could he not recognize his own son? In that moment, a wave of elation and confusion washed over him. The survival of his son was indeed a momentous blessing. Yet he had personally buried him. How could this be? Yuo, the prodigy Jiang Yu? Was he not dead? The Jiang clan members were equally dumbfounded. This cannot be. The elder of the demon sect cried out, astonished and fearful, instinctively touching the scar on his face, a wound inflicted by Jiang Yu in the past. Jiang Yu, having been refined into a spiritual corpse by Jiang Ning, had lost his memories of his former life and paid no heed to his father Jiang Shang. With a long sword on his back, his face pale and devoid of warmth, he gazed coldly at the celestial realm elders of the 6 paths of demons. Those who trespass against the Jiang clan shall perish. His voice was saturated with bloodlust, sending shivers through even the demon experts. You are that prodigy Jiang Yu? Were you not dead? The elder of the demon sect questioned incredulously, shaking his head in disbelief. Why should I not live? Since I am here today, you shall all die? Jiang Yu declared, his sword transforming into a torrent of sword energy, piercing through the heavens as it surged towards the 6 demon elders. Drizzling rain sword technique. As a spiritual corpse, he had transcended the limitations of the undead, able to cultivate like a normal person. And his innate talent had been enhanced beyond measure. Spiritual corpses were mere legends, even at the height of the corpse-delivering sect's power. None had achieved such a state, except for Jiang Ning, the only one to have mastered the Four Fiends' corpse-refining technique to its utmost pinnacle. Faced with Jiang Yu's astonishing strike, the 6 demon elders' expressions shifted dramatically as they unleashed their full power to counter it. However, as one invincible beneath the saintly realm, Jiang Yu was not an adversary they could withstand. The sword energy pierced through their bodies, causing blood to spray forth. The 6 paths of demonic array. The demon elders activated their formation once more, summoning 6 black beams that coiled menacingly towards Jiang Yu. The black beams morphed in midair into massive demonic visages, unleashing terrifying howls that sent chills down one's spine. With a cold snort, Jiang Yu swung his sword towards the 6 paths of demonic array. In an instant, the sword energy surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying aura. Four-wind sword, whirlwind slash. The sword energy coalesced into a colossal tornado, tearing towards the demon elders. Thunderous roars filled the air as the sword winds howled, rending the very heavens and earth. 6 demonic heads, upon mere contact with the tornado, were instantly reduced to ashes. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, they charged towards the 6 paths of demonic great array, emitting a cacophony of collisions. The brilliance of the formation began to wane, dimming progressively. The elders of the demonic sect, each one desperately infusing their essence, bore pallid visages, their jaws clenched tightly, struggling to endure the agony. Crack. Ultimately, the array shattered. The 6 paths of celestial demons, which had once vanquished Jiang Shang, was effortlessly cleaved asunder by a single sword strike. The members of the 6 paths of the demonic sect spewed blood, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Yu's unparalleled might instantaneously instilled awe throughout the arena. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, a stillness so profound it was almost terrifying. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide and mouths agape, frozen in disbelief. Gradually, they began to rub their eyes, realizing this was no mere illusion, but a stark reality. It was unfathomable that the formidable 6 paths of celestial demons had been dismantled by a single sword. How astonishing! The 6 paths of celestial demons were no match for him. Beneath the sage, who could possibly defeat him, with Jiang Yu at the helm, and the sages refraining from intervention, who would dare provoke the Jiang clan? The elders of the Taishan Holy Land were utterly taken aback. They had never witnessed such formidable prowess beneath the sage. Even Wang Yuning, the renowned prodigy of the Xianwang, was left in awe by the might of the spirit corpse Jiang Yu. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Ning wore a satisfied smirk. Jiang Yu's performance had not disappointed him. With his protection, he had little to fear from the Daxia Emperor's malevolence. That dear uncle should prepare for his reckoning. The day of his sanctification would herald the end of his life. Yuer has evidently surpassed me by leaps and bounds, Jiang Shang said with a beaming smile. Filled with pride, his son not only survived, but had also attained such formidable strength. Flee. The elders of the demonic sect were struck with terror and scattered in panic. They could scarcely comprehend how such a monstrous force could exist beneath the sage. Since you have come, you shall remain. The spirit corpse Jiang Yu unleashed a wave slash, transforming into a beam of sword light. An elder of the evil extremity sect was instantly obliterated, his body torn asunder by the sword's aura. It was a one-sided massacre. Where are Hua Yin and the ancestor of the flower of emotion? The anxious inquiries rang out. An elder from the bounty pavilion sighed helplessly. I too am unaware. The ancestor's whereabouts are shrouded in mystery. Whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the spirit corpse was astonishing. Even if the elders of the demonic sect wished to flee, they found no opportunity. Elders from the celestial demon sect and blood refinement hall fell one after another. At this moment, only 3 elders from the demonic sect remained: the hall of emotion, the bounty pavilion, and the gate of hell. The spirit corpse Jiang Yu, with a fierce sword strike, had now arrived before the elder of the bounty pavilion. Yet, suddenly, Jiang Yu's sword halted, repelled by a terrifying force. Our elder of the bounty pavilion is not someone mere rabble can slay. An icy voice, indistinguishable from yin and yang, reverberated throughout the arena, as if descending from the heavens, imbued with authority. Chapter 23. The Jiang clan produces another sage. Boom. An overwhelming, terrifying pressure enveloped the area, reminiscent of Doomsday's arrival, rendering it exceedingly difficult for all to breathe. The atmosphere was oppressive. No one could stand upright. The presence of a sage. How could a demon sage descend so suddenly? Was he intending to shatter the established order? Did he not fear the intervention of the sages from our 3 holy lands? In the face of this sage-like aura, No one harbored a shred of rebellious spirit. The members of the Taishan Holy Land were engulfed in despair. It was over. The demon sage had arrived. And there was no hope of survival this time. It was too powerful. They were mere mortals, incapable of contending against such might. Below the sage, all were deemed commoners. Their lifespans unextended. The sage realm represented transcendence, metamorphosing the mundane body, granting lifespans exceeding a millennium. Beneath the sage, all were but ants. Even the formidable spirit corpse Jiang Ning possessed no ability to resist. The demon sage was, in essence, a sage. There was no distinction. However, the demonic sect had forcibly appended the term demon for differentiation. The demon king equated to a great sage, and the demon emperor to a sage king. The demonic might overshadowed the heavens and obscured the sun. Behold, a figure of unparalleled femininity, with flowing silver hair, descended. Boom. The pressure shook the world. The sage's might reigning supreme, subduing all present. The ancestor of the flower of emotion, over 8 centuries old yet appearing in his 20s, had arrived. Upon transcending to sagehood, one could rejuvenate, maintaining eternal youth. He had long been present. It was merely that the other elders of the demonic sect had perished. Hence he refrained from intervening. The competition among the 6 paths of the demonic sect was exceedingly fierce. It is the ancestor of the flower of emotion, they whispered, fear gripping their hearts. It's over. A chorus of despair echoed. In the shadows, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. This was dire. The demon sage had descended. And the spirit corpse was no match for him. You harbor an astonishing death aura within you. I am most curious how you managed to resurrect. Submit to me, and you may live today. The voice of the ancestor of the flower of emotion resonated like thunder, shaking the very heavens. All faces turned ghostly pale. Uffed. Those with lesser cultivation spewed blood. Kill. The spirit corpse Jiang Yu launched an assault against the ancestor of the flower of emotion. You overestimate your abilities. Came the ancestor's calm retort. Boom. With a mere gentle palm strike directed at Jiang Yu, he plummeted like a severed kite. Was this the power of a sage? All present were rendered speechless. Just moments ago, the invincible Jiang Yu had been sent flying with a single move. Beneath the sage, all were but ants. Even a being as formidable as the spirit corpse Jiang Yu, deemed invincible below the sage, was no match for him. This was precisely why Jiang Ning had to attain sagehood before daring to reveal his true self. Without transcending. In this law of the jungle where strength is the ultimate truth, one could hardly feel secure. The ancestor of the flower of emotion turned to Wang Yuning, nodding in satisfaction. The illustrious prodigy of the Xianhuang, Wang Yuning, was indeed a prime specimen. It was worth the risk to come for you. Entering the domain of the 3 holy lands was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, even for a sage. Only the foremost power of the demonic sect, the Emperor of Heaven, possessed the strength to brazenly intrude upon the territories of the holy lands. Hearing this, Wang Yuning's complexion paled, and she swiftly retreated. She understood all too well the grim fate that awaited her should she fall into the hands of a demon. Be my furnace, where can you possibly escape to? The ancestor of the flower of emotion extended a demonic hand towards Wang Yuning. Ancestor of the flower of emotion, if you dare to seize the saintess, it will be a matter of life and death with the Taishan Holy Land. I urge you to reconsider. In a moment of desperation, an elder from the Taishan Holy Land shouted. The ancestor of the flower of emotion scoffed disdainfully. Since when have we, the demonic sect, feared your 3 holy lands? He commanded, suppress. His palm transformed into an enormous hand, darkening the sky, descending upon the fleeing Wang Yuning. All were paralyzed by the sage's might, too fearful to advance and rescue her. Whoever dared to step forth would meet with death. It was utterly predictable. Wang Yuning's complexion turned ashen, despair enveloping her. Against a celestial being of such caliber, she had little chance of survival. However, when faced with the demon saint, there was not a glimmer of hope. Even in death, she could not allow herself to be sullied by this fiend. Wang Yuning bit her cherry lips, preparing to take her own life. Alas, in the shadows, Jiang Ning let out a sigh. Wang Yuning was the person of great fortune he had invested in. In the future, she might assist him in seeking opportunities. How could he permit her to perish in such a manner? If you seek death, then today I shall slay a saint. It would serve to establish my authority. And in the future, fewer rascals would dare to stir trouble, allowing me to cultivate in peace within my ancestral land. Jiang Ning's gaze turned icy. He intended to activate the clear image external aid and annihilate the ancestor of the passion flower in an instant. Activating clear image external aid, sword opens the heavenly gate. The form of attack from the clear image external aid could be determined by Jiang Ning himself. It was not strictly bound to thunder and fire. With a single swing of his sword, the gate to the heavens opened. Boom. At that moment, dark clouds enveloped the entire sky. The clear blue sky transformed into a night of darkness. This strike descended from the heavens, its sword energy chilling 19 provinces. Everyone sensed an invincible sword intent, sweeping toward them like a tsunami. What is happening? What is going on? Each person stood frozen in place. The ancestor of the passion flower's countenance drastically changed, halting the suppression of Wang Yuning. Could the Jiang clan possibly possess a saint? He found it hard to believe. Boom. A devastating sword radiance, imbued with unmatched might, surged toward the ancestor of the passion flower. The ancestor's expression darkened, and with hands forming seals, a terrifying holy might made the entire firmament tremble. You wish to kill me? Impossible. The ancestor of the passion flower bellowed. In the sky, a resplendent flower materialized, radiating light as it surged toward the sword's brilliance. Boom. The sword radiance was extraordinarily sharp and unstoppable, directly shattering the ancestor's defenses. Splurt. The ancestor of the passion flower was cleaved in two, blood staining the heavens. What? A saint has fallen? Panic seized everyone. The demon saint, the ancestor of the passion flower, was slain with a single sword strike. They were utterly shocked, left gaping in disbelief. This sword was exceedingly powerful. A saint had perished. In the Jiang Ancestral Land, there was indeed a saint. The members of the Taishian Sacred Land were all astounded to the core, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. To slay the ancestor of the passion flower with a single strike was no ordinary feat for a mere saint. Though this sword did not target them, they could sense the aura of death looming over themselves. Ha ha ha, the Jiang clan has a saint to oversee us. After 10,000 years, the Jiang clan has finally produced a saint once more. Tears welled in the eyes of every Jiang clan member. This was the hope of countless generations of the Jiang clan. A saint has emerged from the Jiang clan. Although Jiang Shang was bewildered, knowing that only a saint could accomplish the feat of slaying a demon saint, he was overwhelmed with joy. Heaven blessed the Jiang clan. He wept tears of joy. From now on, they would no longer be able to look down upon the Jiang clan with indifference, the members of the Taishian Sacred Land mused. The influence of a saint capable of killing a demon saint was monumental. Wang Yuning's face was one of lingering fear. She had nearly sacrificed herself for righteousness. Chapter 24. The Xianhuang Shakes, the second primordial spirit. The invincible ancestor of the passion flower was slain by a sword, shocking the entire assembly. The Jiang clan possessed a saint, and its members were overcome with joy. The people of the Taishian Sacred Land were astonished beyond measure. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 elders of the demon sect wore ashen expressions. They could scarcely imagine that the Jiang clan had a saint. And even the ancestor of the passion flower had been killed in a single strike. They regretted accepting the task to assassinate the disciples of Taishian. Run. The elders of the demon sect fled. Jiang Ning made no attempt to pursue, as the spirit corpse Jiang Yu was already injured. He could only allow the elders of the demon sect to escape. The elders of the Jiang clan and the Taishian Sacred Land were also wounded, lacking the strength to chase after them. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives. The people of the Taishian Sacred Land bowed respectfully toward the Jiang Ancestral Land. However, no response came. Everyone was curious about the identity of the Jiang clan saint. Elder Qing, to be honest, I am also unaware of this esteemed elder's existence. Perhaps he wishes to remain unknown, Jiang Shang said apologetically upon noticing the silence from the Jiang clan saint. Alas, it seems I am fated not to meet this esteemed elder. Elder Qing replied with a look of disappointment, having lost the chance to investigate the Jiang clan saint. Brother Jiang Shang, we must hasten back to the Sacred Land. This matter needs to be reported to the Holy Master. Elder Qing quickly insisted. Fearing that further complications might arise, returning to the Sacred Land without delay was the best choice. Be cautious on your way, Jiang Shang advised. Under Elder Qing's guidance, the group from the Taishian Sacred Land departed. Before leaving, Wang Yuning cast one last glance at the Ancestral Land, lost in thought. At that moment, the spirit corpse Jiang Yu, who had been struck down by the ancestor of the passion flower, stood up. Jiang Shang hurriedly approached, filled with excitement. You are. Jiang Yu ignored the elder, his expression utterly cold. He then vanished from the sight of the crowd. It seemed Yuer still had not forgiven me, the elder thought, filled with disappointment and sorrow. In the tablet forest. Master, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me. The spirit corpse Jiang Yu knelt before Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning replied, it is only natural that you could not match the demon saint. Do not blame yourself. You are injured as well. Go to the grave forest to absorb the yin and evil energy to heal. Thank you, Master. Jiang Yu vanished. This display of power led the outside world to mistakenly believe that the Jiang clan was under the protection of a saintly figure, hopefully deterring others' ambitions and reducing troubles. Jiang Ning mused inwardly. He merely wished to cultivate in peace within his ancestral land until he transcended into the realm of the saint. Subsequently, Jiang Ning returned to his bamboo cottage. Young master, my goodness, the might of the saint was so formidable. I was so frightened that I nearly collapsed to the ground. Shaoli exclaimed, her face still pale with lingering fear. I never expected that our Great Xia also possessed an even more powerful saint. If only I could become a saint, then no one would dare to bully you, young master. How wonderful that would be, Shaoli said with envy. Jiang Ning smiled gently, patting the little girl's shoulder. Fear not. As long as you diligently cultivate, you will surely transcend into a saint. Shaoli nodded earnestly, declaring, for the sake of the young master, I will definitely become a saint. In that moment, the little girl made a firm resolution. From now on, she would train with even greater diligence. She understood that if she became a saint, she could take the young master away from the ancestral land and help him reclaim the kingdom that rightfully belonged to him. You will surely become a saint, Jiang Ning said, warmth flooding through him. Xiao Li's presence brought him a sense of comfort in this unfamiliar world, instilling a feeling of belonging. Soon after, news of the emergence of a saint in the ancestral land, who had slain the ancestor of the passion flower with a single sword, spread throughout Xianhuang. Everyone was astonished, creating a tremendous uproar. Could this once declined imperial clan be on the verge of resurgence? Simultaneously, speculation arose regarding the identity of this Jiang clan saint. Was he of the Great Saint realm? Or perhaps the Saint King realm? Countless individuals pondered in their hearts. In the Hall of Extinction, a woman of enchanting beauty adorned in a black gauze skirt reclines upon a slumbering bed, her long, exquisite feet exposed and glistening like fine jade. Despite her millennia of existence, the passage of time has left no discernible mark upon her visage. Should Jiang Ning find himself in her presence, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for she is the very embodiment of the figure carved in wood. Upon hearing this revelation, her countenance shifts, and her cherry lips part in a whisper. Tai Su, could it be that you have not perished? Within the illustrious Jiang clan of the Great Xia, the individual with the most remarkable talent and the greatest potential to attain sanctity has long been regarded as the prodigious Jiang Tai Su from a millennium past. It is only natural for such suspicions to arise. In the imperial palace of the Great Xia, Emperor Jiang Tiantai is overcome with excitement. Ha ha ha. Our Great Xia too has a saint. The rise of the Jiang clan is within reach, he exclaims. Yet, he ponders who this venerable ancestor might be and whether he might be fortunate enough to meet him. Little does he realize that the Jiang clan's saint is none other than his own nephew, Jiang Ning, whom he has long sought to undermine. Jiang Tiantai, perhaps in his wildest dreams, could not have anticipated this twist of fate. He hastily sends word to the ancestral grounds, expressing his ardent desire to meet the ancestor. Eagerly, he wishes to encounter this Jiang clan saint. However, shortly thereafter, a eunuch delivers news that will shatter his hopes. The ancestor will meet with no one. What a pity. He laments. If I could have met the ancestor and forged a strong bond, my throne would be as stable as Mount Tai. With a heavy heart, Jiang Tiantai shakes his head in disappointment. In the stone forest, Jiang Ning arrives as usual. Jiang Shang has once again buried himself within the earth. Greetings, esteemed elder, Jiang Ning says with a habitual smile. Jiang Shang offers a faint smile in return. Young one, it seems we may not have the chance to meet again. What brings this about? Jiang Ning inquires, his brow furrowing. It is then he perceives that the elder is enshrouded in the ominous aura of death, his end imminent. I could have lived for another 2 to 3 years, but I have been grievously injured by the 6 paths celestial demon formation, and today shall be my last. The elder explains. I had been concerned for the Jiang clan, for I am the only one who stands as a quasi-saint. Haha. I never imagined that our Jiang clan would have a saint after all. To be capable of slaying a demon saint means at least a grand saintess power. Now, I can depart without worry for the future of the Jiang clan. The elder speaks with a tranquil demeanor. Rest assured, the Jiang clan's saint will protect the Great Xia. Jiang Ning responds with a sense of sorrow. He had not anticipated that Jiang Shang would not survive the night. Although he harbors enmity towards Jiang Tiantai, he too is a member of the Jiang clan and will naturally act to safeguard it whenever possible. Do you know? I have seen you ere. He is alive. Alas, he is unwilling to forgive me. Jiang Shang confides with regret, engaging in conversation with Jiang Ning. Do not worry. Esteemed elder, before the end, your son will surely forgive you, allowing you to depart without regret, Jiang Ning assures him. Jiang Shang shakes his head despondently. His expression was cold. He will not forgive me. However, being able to see him one last time and know that he lives is already a great solace. Trust me, Jiang Ning replies. Jiang Shang merely smiles faintly, believing Jiang Ning is attempting to comfort him. Jiang Ning does not elaborate further and takes his leave, beginning to clean the stone tablet. You have earnestly examined the stone tablet, activating the instant learning ability and comprehending the minor divine skill's second primordial spirit technique. Chapter 25, The Truth of 80 Years Ago. Though merely a minor divine skill, it is an exceedingly rare existence, likely as valuable as a top-tier divine skill, or even a grand divine skill. Jiang Ning's heart swells with joy. Upon reaching the realm of the primordial spirit, his soul's power greatly enhances, allowing him to split off a second primordial spirit. However, the technique to cultivate a second primordial spirit is extraordinarily rare. Even the 3 great sacred grounds may not possess it. Furthermore, even if there exists a method for cultivating the second primordial spirit, the difficulty of practice is immense. Out of 10,000 practitioners, perhaps only one could succeed. After all, the cultivation of the primordial spirit involves the essence of humanity, requiring the separation of one primordial spirit into 2. A single misstep could lead to one's demise. Thus, those who achieve the second primordial spirit are exceedingly few, making such individuals difficult to find. Jiang Ning could never have imagined that within the stone forest lay the inheritance of the second primordial spirit cultivation method. Moreover, with the activation of the ability, he has directly cultivated it to perfection. No matter the challenges in cultivation, they pose no hindrance to him. As for the function of the second primordial spirit, it serves to create a doppelganger. With a doppelganger, one essentially possesses two lives. Jiang Ning is naturally overjoyed. The more means he has to preserve his life, the greater his sense of security. As evening falls, Jiang Ning departs from the stone forest. He seeks out the spirit corpse, Jiang Yu, urging him to meet Jiang Shang one last time. Although he is no longer the Jiang Yu of yore, merely a lifeless husk, Jiang Ning is determined to fulfill Jiang Shang's final wish. Within the stone forest, the elder lies peacefully in a coffin prepared for himself, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, a figure approaches, clad in a black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Jiang Shang suddenly rises, his face alight with excitement. You are leaving. I have come to see you off on your final journey, the spirit corpse Jiang Yu states indifferently. Have you forgiven your father? Jiang Shang gazes longingly at the man beneath the hat. Indeed, the spirit corpse nods, igniting a wave of exhilaration within Jiang Shang. Tears streaming down his face. A lifetime of regret and guilt finally finds resolution before his passing. It seems that Jiang Ning, the young man, did not deceive him. The two begin to converse, though Jiang Shang speaks extensively, while Jiang Yu remains mostly silent. Ultimately, with a smile upon his face, Jiang Shang peacefully reclines within the coffin, closing his eyes and departing the mortal realm without regret. After 80 years of guilt, he finds solace in his final moments. The spirit corpse Jiang Yu gently closes the coffin lid before departing. He approaches Jiang Ning, delivering the news of Jiang Shang's passing. Jiang Ning feels a profound melancholy, realizing he has lost yet another companion with whom to converse in these ancestral grounds. May your journey be smooth, he silently bids Jiang Shang farewell. The following day, Jiang Shang is interred within the grave forest. Preferring not to have a noisy send-off after death, he leaves instructions that no grand funeral be held, merely to be buried within the grave forest. Thus, even as the only quasi-saint of the Great Xia, his departure is marked by an air of solitude. In the residence of Prince Yan, Jiang Yin hurriedly returns home. At that moment, a woman of enduring grace approaches him. What troubles you? She inquires. He is still alive. Jiang Yin replies, his expression darkening. The woman looks at her husband, bewildered. Jiang Yu is alive, and his strength surpasses that of Jiang Shang, Prince Yan reveals. What? The woman's face pales with fear. How could he be alive? We witnessed his burial with our own eyes. Prince Yin Jiang Yan is, in fact, Jiang Yu's cousin, while the woman is Ma Rongrong, the one who once loved him. If he discovers that we married and took the treasures of the Red Gourd Saint, he will surely seek retribution against us. Prince Yin expresses his deep concern. In truth, the man Ma Rongrong had fallen for was not Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yin himself. However, in pursuit of the treasures of the Red Gourd Saint, they orchestrated a cunning plot. Jiang Yu ventured forth to seize the bride, with Ma Rongrong feigning a profound affection and vowing never to marry, subtly inciting him to take action. Despite being a formidable practitioner at the celestial realm, how could Jiang Yu be so easily vanquished by Jiang Shang? It was evident that Ma Rongrong had been scheming behind the scenes. What to do? Fear began to creep into Ma Rongrong's heart. If he were to discover that she had wed Jiang Yin and seized the treasures of the Red Gourd Sage, anyone with common sense would grasp the reality of the situation. Eliminate him. The Prince of Yin declared ominously. Did you not claim he was even mightier than Jiang Shang? How can we possibly kill him? Ma Rongrong retorted. You should have remained hidden in the ancestral grounds, unaware of our affairs. We shall journey to the ancestral land under the pretense of mourning Jiang Shang. You will seek him out, gain his trust, and when the moment is ripe, employ the soul-extinguishing needle to eliminate him. The Prince of Yin replied with a malevolent glint in his eyes. He too feared Jiang Yu's vengeance. Hence the necessity to strike first. The soul-extinguishing needle, a supreme treasure retrieved from the lair of the Red Gourd Sage, is exceedingly sinister, capable of effortlessly extinguishing a person's soul. Should one be caught off guard, certain death awaits those below the sage realm. Even a sage would suffer grievous injury, their soul severely impaired. Very well, it must be this way. Prepare yourself. We shall set forth to the ancestral grounds on an auspicious day. Ma Rongrong's expression hardened with murderous intent. As long as Jiang Yu lived, her heart would remain restless, fraught with anxiety. Little did Jiang Yu know that the woman who professed her love for him had conspired with her cousin to orchestrate his demise. Within the ancestral grounds, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged upon his bed, commencing his practice of the second soul technique. The process of soul division required utmost caution and precision. Sweat beaded upon his forehead and cheeks. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged within his spiritual sea, slicing through his soul like a blade. Jiang Ning focused intently, fervently channeling the second soul technique. The agonizing sensation of his soul being torn asunder caused his entire being to tremble. Now, he seized the opportune moment and shouted. His soul split violently into two. The successful cultivation of the second soul. Two luminous orbs, akin to suns, floated at either side of his spiritual sea, mutually supporting one another. To forge a second physical form, certain materials were required. After utilizing the celestial transformation to alter his appearance, Jiang Ning departed from the ancestral grounds. Not far from the ancestral grounds, he found a quaint tavern where he encountered Sun Yuchan. This establishment served as a liaison point for Tianmin. Sun Yuchan resided here, facilitating communication between Jiang Ning and the branch of Daxia. The tavern thrived with patrons. I pay my respects to the sect master. After leading Jiang Ning to a secret chamber, Sun Yuchan bowed respectfully. Having cultivated a heavenly tier technique, her presence had grown significantly in potency over a brief period. And her respect for Jiang Ning, the sect master, deepened. Go, procure some materials for me, Jiang Ning instructed, providing Sun Yuchan with a list of items as detailed in the second soul technique. The advantages of establishing Tianmin were evident. He merely needed to delegate tasks to his subordinates. State any amount of spirit stones required without hesitation, Jiang Ning declared grandly, for he was not lacking in wealth. Rest assured, sect master, I shall expedite the acquisition of your necessities, Sun Yuchan affirmed before promptly departing. Chapter 26. The Demon King's Charge to His Daughter. Following Sun Yuchan's departure, Jiang Ning returned to the ancestral grounds, awaiting the materials to commence the creation of his second avatar. The avatar's function would not only grant Jiang Ning an additional life, but also enable him to oversee matters beyond the ancestral grounds. As he practiced the second soul technique, dividing his soul into two, Jiang Ning's mental prowess did not wane. Rather, it burgeoned. Traversing through a dense thicket under the cover of darkness, he sensed a fierce battle unfolding nearby. The intensity of the conflict was palpable. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Ning concealed himself, observing as two burly men pursued a strikingly beautiful woman clad in white. The woman's beauty was breathtaking, nearly rendering Jiang Ning dazed. The first brute had a lion's mane of golden hair, while the other bore the fearsome visage of a wolf. Jiang Ning's astonishment grew. Transformed demon saints. He had not anticipated encountering 3 demon saints in such proximity. Once a demon saint transcends, they attain the ability to assume human form. Although revealing their true nature typically augments their combat prowess, the clash was extraordinary, with overwhelming divine might shaking the heavens and earth. The lion saint exhibited sheer brute strength, while the wolf saint, cunningly relentless, launched stealthy assaults on the woman. The alluring woman, seemingly pregnant, struggled under their relentless onslaught. Yet, it appeared she was on the verge of unleashing a formidable secret technique. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if the world itself were succumbing to cataclysmic forces. The lion and wolf saints, their expressions paling in terror, attempted to flee with utmost urgency. Yet, they were tragically too late, ultimately falling to the woman's wrath. This terrifying technique seemed to bear a cost. Having executed it, the woman now appeared gravely weakened, her aura rapidly diminishing as if she teetered on the brink of death. The corpses of the 2 demon saints. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with greed. He was no longer an inexperienced cultivator and understood the immense value of a demon saint's demon core. Should he acquire it, his ascension to sainthood could be drastically expedited. However, the woman's terrifying strength caused him to hesitate. The cooldown of the external cleansing technique still lingered, rendering him wary of rash actions. A single misstep could cost him his very life. The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream as blood gushed from beneath her. Jiang Ning soon realized she was in labor. To his astonishment, 5 foxtails sprouted from her back, swirling gracefully in the air, exuding an enchanting allure. The legendary ancient breed, the 9-tailed fox, having developed 5 tails. Her corresponding strength was that of a demon king, great sage. Jiang Ning could hardly fathom encountering the fabled 9-tailed fox. A 9-tailed fox could slay emperors. A soft, delicate voice, sweet as honey, reached Jiang Ning's ears. Young brother, might you come forth to meet me? After a moment's hesitation, he stepped out. Indeed, she was a demon king, and he but a practitioner at the Dharma form realm. Her awareness of his presence was entirely reasonable. It seemed he had underestimated the extraordinary beings, even if they were demons. I am nearing my end. I entrust my daughter to you. Please take good care of her. The woman implored, cradling a small fox in her arms, her eyes filled with reluctance. With no other recourse, she placed her hopes in this human youth. Reaching towards her dantian, a radiant golden demon core materialized in her hand. This is my demon core, which can aid you in your cultivation. Additionally, there are 2 other cores from demon saints, which I offer as your reward. I implore you to take good care of my daughter. The woman gazed at Jiang Ning with a pleading expression, displaying a heart-wrenching vulnerability. In her desperate attempt to ensure her daughter's well-being, she willingly relinquished her own demon core. The profundity of maternal love struck Jiang Ning with a sudden jolt, prompting him to recall Li Muqing, who had ventured into perilous depths to save him. Unable to refuse, he nodded solemnly, stating, I shall nurture her with utmost care. Upon hearing his promise, joy illuminated the woman's face. With her last breath, she infused her entire essence into the small fox before sealing it away. She then entrusted the creature to Jiang Ning, who cradled the tiny fox in his arms. Thank you. After entrusting her daughter, the woman felt a wave of relief wash over her and peacefully departed. She found solace in the unwavering determination reflected in the eyes of this young human. He would undoubtedly safeguard her daughter. Upon her death, free from the constraints of demonic power, she reverted to her true form, a pristine white fox with 5 majestic tails. Perhaps, maternal love is the most magnificent phenomenon in existence. Jiang Ning mused. His thoughts gradually embraced the Empress Li Muqing, the mother of his beloved, whose sole wish was to reunite with her. You mustn't come to harm. I wish to see you again. Jiang Ning, not daring to delay further, swiftly transported the remains of the 3 demon beasts away. Such a commotion would surely attract attention soon. He stealthily infiltrated the burial forest and buried the corpse of the fox demon, the carcasses of the wolf and lion demons. However, he chose to keep. The flesh and blood of demon beasts are inherently potent, let alone that of demon saints. Naturally, Jiang Ning intended to consume them to enhance his own strength. As dawn approached, he returned to his bamboo cottage, cradling the small fox. Xiaoli, still in a deep slumber from the pressure point he had applied, remained oblivious. The tiny fox, with its large, adorable eyes, gazed at Jiang Ning, trembling slightly with fear. After all, Jiang Ning bore no resemblance to it. Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. Rest assured, I will care for you as you grow. Jiang Ning soothed the little creature. Sensing his kindness, the fox gradually ceased its trembling and nestled against him, succumbing to slumber. Having just been born, it had already endured such tumult. Its mother had died moments after its arrival. Clearly exhausted, Jiang Ning gently stroked its soft fur, which was remarkably smooth. A demon king being pursued undoubtedly involved significant figures within the demon realm. This may pose troubles for Jiang Ning in the future. Yet, he had made a solemn promise to the fox demon and would never renege on it. He would care for the little fox and ensure it thrived. Little one, you lack a name. It is time you received one. Given your pristine, snowy fur, I shall call you Xiaobai. Thus, Jiang Ning, a mere human, adopted a young fox with the bloodline of a 9-tailed fox. The newborn fox was frail and, lacking nourishment, Jiang Ning could only continuously infuse it with his vital energy. He sensed a terrifying energy within the little fox, albeit sealed away. This must be the residual power the fox demon had bestowed upon her child before her demise. Indeed, maternal love is profound, even ensuring her daughter's path was paved before her last breath. The following day, Xiaoli awoke to find the delicate little fox nestled in Jiang Ning's arms. Young master, what is this? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Jiang Ning smiled gently. Last night, this little fox wandered in, and seeing its pitiable state, we decided to adopt it. He stroked its soft white fur, relishing the comforting texture. Well, if you say we shall take it in, then so be it, Xiaoli agreed, fully supportive of Jiang Ning's decision. At that moment, the little fox slowly opened its charming eyes, waking up. Such an adorable little creature. Young master, may I hold it? Xiaoli asked, brimming with excitement at the prospect of cuddling the tiny fox. Young girls possess an almost irresistible inclination towards all things cute and cuddly. She extended her arms towards the little fox. However, the fox furiously fluffed up, casting a fearful glance at Xiaoli, and desperately sought refuge in Jiang Ning's embrace. Having only just come into the world, it was overwhelmed by the strangeness of its surroundings, perhaps perceiving Jiang Ning as its mother, for he had been its only contact since birth. Alas, young master, it seems it only permits you to hold it, Xiaoli remarked, slightly disappointed. The little fox affectionately nuzzled Jiang Ning's head, seemingly affirming Xiaoli's observation. Xiaobai is very well behaved, Jiang Ning declared, growing fond of the little creature. After completing their morning routines, they sat down to breakfast. Jiang Ning presented the prepared wolf meat, while he reserved the lion meat for himself, sharing the wolf saint's meat with Xiaoli. Young master, what kind of meat is this? It's delicious, Xiaoli exclaimed after taking a bite, unable to contain her enthusiasm as she savored the delectable dish. Jiang Ning chuckled inwardly. Could the meat of a demon saint not be exquisite? If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like. We have plenty, he encouraged, serving her more meat. The little fox also chimed in with eager yips. Jiang Ning cautiously offered it a morsel, and it devoured it with vigor. Truly, as a 9-tailed fox, it was born with the instinct to consume meat. Young master, I feel so full, as if I might burst, Xiaoli suddenly exclaimed, her face flushed and discomfort evident. She had transformed from a slender young girl into a round little tank, on the verge of tears from her overindulgence. The energy contained in the meat of a demon saint was immense, and it was no wonder she felt so bloated after consuming so much. You must quickly circulate your cultivation technique, Jiang Ning urged. Xiaoli hastily began to channel her top-tier technique. Before long, she had refined the excess energy. Her face lit up with astonishment. Young master, I've broken through 3 minor realms. This is incredible, she exclaimed, having ascended from the 5th to the 8th level of the Yuan spirit realm. This must be the demon beast meat sent by my mother. Perhaps it aids in cultivation. Jiang Ning offered as an explanation. Xiaoli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, Young master, this is a gift from the Empress, yet I've consumed more than you. Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. What is mine is yours. Eat to your heart's content. Thank you, young master, Xiaoli said, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. She felt immensely cherished by him. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ning was relishing a larger portion of lion meat all to himself. After the meal, Jiang Ning was preparing to head to the steel forest. Gigi, the little fox, with an anxious expression, tugged at Jiang Ning. Do you wish to accompany me? The little fox nodded vigorously. Jiang Ning gently patted its head. That place is off limits for you. You must stay obediently in the bamboo house and not wander off. With no choice but to remain at home, the little fox complied. You attentively observed the steel. Activating the instant learning enhancement. Comprehending the superior heaven tier technique, Heavenly Gang Indestructible Divine Art. You attentively observed the steel. Activating the instant learning enhancement. Mastering the intermediate heaven tier movement technique Divine Steps of 100 paces. In the evening, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo house. After Little Li and the little fox had fallen into a deep slumber, Jiang Ning found a secluded spot and cast the 5 elements barrier, beginning his cultivation. Before him appeared the corpse of the Lion Saint. Tonight, you shall serve as my training partner. Jiang Ning activated his technique, starting to refine the flesh and blood of the Lion Saint. The flesh of demon beasts was a potent nourishment, suitable for direct consumption or for refining through cultivation. Suddenly, Jiang Ning's expression changed, exclaiming, Heavens! Within its body lies an astonishing lineage of true dragon blood. Could it be that it is the ancient breed known as the Swan and I? He recalled the offspring born of the union between a true dragon and a lion. The Swan and I, and his face lit up with joy. At last, he could cultivate the upper volume of the dragon might, subduing the heaven scripture, dragon blood body refinement. The dragon blood of the flood serpent was far too diluted, merely sufficient for Jiang Ning to forge dragon bones and restore his roots. But it could not forge the supreme dragon body. Jiang Ning had long awaited the legendary supreme dragon body. Now, with the corpse of a demon saint-level Swan and I at his disposal, the prospect of forging the supreme dragon body seemed promising. This time, armed with formidable strength and the backing of a powerful faction, Jiang Ning would not act rashly or waste the dragon blood. He needed to prepare a large cauldron and the necessary auxiliary herbs. Concluding his cultivation, Jiang Ning made his way to the contact point of the Dragon Gate, instructing his subordinates to procure these items for him. These items were not particularly rare and could easily be purchased in the Great Xia Imperial City with sufficient funds. Thus, within 3 days, his subordinates had gathered everything he required. As for Sun Yuchan, she was still assisting Jiang Ning in locating materials for creating clones. These materials were quite precious and required time to find. A bronze ancient cauldron appeared before Jiang Ning. He then inscribed several secret patterns upon it. Not only had Jiang Ning inherited the legacy of an alchemist, but he had also acquired the skills of a pattern master. However, his level was not particularly high, barely sufficient for his needs. Once all preparations were complete, Jiang Ning infused the Swan Ni's precious blood into the cauldron. Soon, it began to boil violently, resembling water reaching its boiling point. Jiang Ning methodically added the auxiliary herbs, followed by the prime organs such as the heart and liver of the Swan and I, along with its demon core. The demon core, being of a level above Demon Saint, contained immense energy that would aid in cultivation. Moreover, it harbored the treasured techniques cultivated by the Demon Saint. Once refined, these techniques could be learned. When a demon beast transcends into a saint, it can comprehend the innate divine abilities hidden within its bloodline, known as treasured techniques. The stronger the bloodline, the more formidable the treasured technique. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the bronze ancient cauldron. Golden light instantly illuminated the surroundings, dazzling and intense. A rich fragrance wafted through the air. A spectral image of the Swan and I materialized, exuding an overwhelming majesty. When the time was ripe, Jiang Ning stripped down and entered the cauldron. Chapter 28, The Celestial Realm. 1,000,000 pounds of might. Once inside the bronze cauldron, Jiang Ning began to operate the dragon blood body refinement. The blood of the Swan and I within the cauldron boiled even more vigorously, emanating an increasingly brilliant light. Jiang Ning's handsome visage began to contort, clearly indicating the excruciating nature of the dragon blood body refinement. However, having endured the torment of the 10,000 insects devouring heart, this pain was trivial by comparison. An endless stream of energy was absorbed by Jiang Ning's physical form, causing his physical strength to surge dramatically. He felt as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Countless golden bubbles ascended, gradually coalescing into shape. Roar! A golden dragon materialized, soaring into the heavens and enveloping Jiang Ning within its embrace. Gradually, it began to meld with his flesh and blood. This was the pivotal moment in forging the supreme dragon body, drawing the dragon soul into his being and merging as one. Instantly, Jiang Ning radiated a magnificent aura, standing motionless as he diligently operated his cultivation method, continuously integrating with the dragon soul. His entire being was suffused with a brilliant divine light. Every inch of his skin seemed to inscribe powerful secret patterns, nurturing and strengthening his physique. The demon core of the Swan and I was also refined by Jiang Ning. You have refined the Demon Saint's demon core, activating the instant learning enhancement, comprehending the Swan Knee's treasured technique. The Swan Knee's treasured technique primarily focused on lightning-based attacks, with its highest mastery capable of unleashing 9 simultaneous thunderstrikes. Its might rivaled that of top-tier attack divine abilities, reaching the quasi-divine ability level. A faint smile graced Jiang Ning's lips, his heart filled with joy. The Swan Knee's treasured technique was undoubtedly the most potent offensive skill he possessed at present. Aside from the clear map enhancement, his combat prowess had soared once more. Jiang Ning continued with the dragon blood body refinement. This process persisted for several hours until he had completely fused with the dragon's soul. Fortunately, Jiang Ning's comprehension of dragon blood body refinement had reached the pinnacle. Otherwise, success would have been impossible without several days and nights of effort. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the bronze ancient cauldron exploded. Radiant light surged forth, blindingly bright. Jiang Ning was enveloped in boundless golden radiance, as if cast from molten iron, emanating a terrifying force that could shake the very heavens and earth. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the air, signaling the forging of Jiang Ning's supreme dragon body. He sensed that even a full-force strike from a celestial realm master would likely cause him no harm. His defensive capabilities were truly astonishing. This was indeed the supreme dragon body recorded in the Imperial scriptures. Jiang Ning clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his arms. With a single punch, he could unleash a force equivalent to 1,000,000 pounds. The supreme dragon body was beyond extraordinary. He had only just begun, and his pure physical strength could already rival that of a formidable celestial realm cultivator. Jiang Ning was astounded. Beyond the supreme dragon body lay 3 further realms: minor completion, major completion, and perfection, all requiring immense quantities of dragon blood for enhancement. It was said that a perfected supreme dragon body could contend with an emperor in physical combat. Yet, even the legendary yellow dragon emperor, Jiang Xiandong, had not attained the perfection realm. After tidying up the scene, as dawn approached, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo house. Upon his return, the little fox nestled in his arms, looking up at him with a pitiful expression, as if questioning his absence and lamenting its solitude. "I had matters to attend to, dear one." Jiang Ning gently reassured the aggrieved little fox. It completely relied on him, as if treating him like a mother. The little fox snuggled closer, extending its pink tongue to lick Jiang Ning's cheek, expressing its affection. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was a vixen, destined to transform into a breathtaking beauty. Oh my, had he just bestowed his first kiss upon a fox? The following evening, Jiang Ning retrieved the Demon Saint's demon core, embarking on the journey to comprehend its profound techniques. You have refined the Demon Saint's demon core, activating the instant learning ability, and have grasped the catastrophe dough technique. This technique, centered around fiery assaults, could unleash an inferno of 1,000 zhong, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Truly a fearsome power. In comparison, the technique of the Huanshe was significantly weaker, for the Huanshe possessed the true bloodline of a dragon. It was akin to merely an ordinary divine ability. 10 days later, with the aid of the demon core and the flesh of the demon saint, Jiang Ning firmly established his foundation, reaching the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. It was his custom to solidify his foundation to the utmost before breaking into the next major realm, ensuring optimal growth for the future. The little fox had also grown considerably after feasting on flesh, becoming increasingly affectionate toward Jiang Ning. If not for his restraint, it would likely have clung to him incessantly. Xiao Li, having consumed a substantial amount of catastrophe flesh, successfully broke through to the no-distance realm. At this moment, she had just turned 18, having recently come of age. When Jiang Ning first encountered her, she was a naive girl, still in bud. Now, she had blossomed into a tall, graceful beauty, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Moreover, reaching the no-distance realm at 18 positioned her as a paragon among the gifted in the outside world. Yet, she willingly chose to remain by Jiang Ning's side, serving as a modest maid without a hint of complaint, finding joy in her role. Xiao Li had also grown taller, her figure now elegant and curvaceous. Her once diminutive stature had transformed into a magnificent presence, causing Jiang Ning to flush with embarrassment upon witnessing her transformation. He mused, that little girl had finally matured into a young woman. Sharing a bed now seemed somewhat inappropriate. At that time, Jiang Ning had overlooked her youth. Hence, he intended to construct a bamboo house nearby for her. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Li turned pale with fright, tears streaming down her cheeks in a panic, fearing that Jiang Ning had begun to dislike her and wished to cast her away. Reluctantly, Jiang Ning had to abandon this idea. Of course, their shared bed was innocent. Nothing untoward had occurred. That night, as Xiao Li and the little fox slumbered, Jiang Ning stealthily slipped outside. The demon core of the little fox's mother lay within his palm. This was the Demon King's core, brimming with energy far beyond that of the Demon Saints. Had it not been for the nine-tailed fox's weakened state due to pregnancy, neither the Huanshe nor the catastrophe could have stood against her. He hoped it would assist him in breaking through to the celestial being realm. Jiang Ning commenced the refinement of this demon core, enveloped in a vibrant azure glow. Normally, a celestial being level cultivator would require years to refine a demon king's core. However, Jiang Ning's ability to simultaneously operate all the cultivation techniques he had mastered allowed him to refine at an astonishing speed. You have refined the demon core, activating the instant learning ability, and have comprehended the Nine Tails technique. This technique specializes in soul attacks, targeting the most vulnerable aspect of every cultivator. The potency of the Nine Tails technique transcends even the mightiest of divine abilities, a truly formidable force. Indeed, this terrifying bloodline, capable of toppling emperors, was no mere myth. The so-called soul attacks encompassed direct assaults that could shatter the soul, charm techniques, and the creation of illusions. The means by which the little fox's mother dispatched the Huanshi and the catastrophe was a forbidden technique within the Nine Tails technique, unleashing overwhelming power at the cost of her own soul. Such a technique, even if acquired, would be exceedingly difficult for a prodigious human to master. Yet, encountering someone like Jiang Ning, it was instantaneously perfected. With the Nine Tails technique in his arsenal, Jiang Ning's combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. He reveled inwardly in his excitement. Subsequently, he continued to refine the energy contained within the demon core. Boom. A terrifying aura of the celestial being realm erupted from Jiang Ning's being. He had successfully broken through to the celestial being realm, becoming the youngest celestial being level cultivator in the history of the Xianhuang world at the tender age of 21. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout Xianhuang. Chapter 29, The Ruthless Marongrong. The breakthrough to the celestial being realm was merely the beginning. The energy of the Demon King's core was overwhelmingly vast, and Jiang Ning had yet to fully absorb it. Celestial Being Realm Pinnacle, Celestial Being Realm 2nd level, Celestial Being Realm 3rd level, Celestial Being Realm 4th level, Celestial Being Realm 5th level, Pinnacle of the 5th level. Only then did Jiang Ning completely absorb the energy of the Demon King's core. In a single night, a Celestial Being level cultivator of the 5th level emerged. At this moment, Jiang Ning's face radiated joy and excitement. After spending over 2 years in this unfamiliar world, he had finally reached the celestial being realm. He now stood at the apex of the pyramid on the Xianhuang continent, capable of serving as a powerful elder in any of the 3 sacred grounds. However, he could not afford to become complacent. After all, beneath the saints, all were but ants. Without transcending into the sacred realm, there was no cause for pride. The path to becoming a saint was no longer distant. He was but a step away. Yet, that step was a chasm, with countless individuals remaining ensnared in the celestial being realm, unable to take that leap throughout their lifetimes. Jiang Ning thought of Jiang Shang, who ultimately could not break through to the sacred realm and perished as his lifespan waned. One cannot become a plump figure in one bite. He set a modest goal first, to break through to the quasi-saint realm and catch a glimpse of the sacred realm's grandeur. With this aim in mind, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo house. In the days that followed, Jiang Ning lived contentedly, engaging in cultivation, polishing the stone tablet, and caring for the little fox. As the little fox was not yet capable of human speech, Jiang Ning decided to teach it to write for easier communication. The little fox, being of the nine-tailed fox bloodline, was exceptionally intelligent and learned quickly. I shall name you Xiaobai. Are you satisfied? Jiang Ning conversed with the little fox. The adorable little creature, with its pink paws, grasped the brush and wrote on a piece of white paper. I dislike it. I feel you are being perfunctory with me. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ning replied, Then how about Bai Qian? The little fox nodded in approval and wrote, I like it very much. Jiang Ning chuckled. As long as Xiaobai is happy. The little fox was momentarily stunned, glaring at Jiang Ning as if its eyes were about to pop out. It hastily wrote on the white paper, You are Xiaobai. Your entire family is Xiaobai. The little fox became agitated, visibly irate. Although it had initially liked the name Bai Qian, it could not accept being called the disliked Xiaobai. Choose another name, it insisted in writing. What about Daji? Jiang Ning, lacking creativity in naming, could only borrow the name of a famous fox spirit from his past life. Daji was a name beloved by all, a symbol of beauty. The little fox's round eyes fixated on Jiang Ning, as it pondered whether this unreliable fellow was jesting again. I want to share your surname. The little fox rejected the name Daji. What about Jiang Xiaobai? The little fox, with its darkened face, couldn't help but call itself Little White, despite its coat of pure white fur. Consequently, Jiang Ning was compelled to earnestly contemplate a new name. Jiangli, henceforth you shall be known as Ali. Without the white, this should suffice, should it not? Jiang Ning sighed ruefully. The little creature certainly had quite a few demands. The small fox nodded in satisfaction and inscribed, Agreed. From now on I shall be called Jiangli. Thus, Jiangli became the eternal name of the little fox. On this day, Jiang Ning was en route to the Steel Forest for work when he encountered the entourage of Prince Yan. Isn't that the discarded prince, Jiang Ning? Aren't you going to kneel before the royal presence? The members of the Yan prince's residence mocked him cruelly, as the Yan prince supported the faction of Jiang Tiantai. It was only natural that he bore animosity towards Jiang Ning. Seeing the once mighty Jiang Ning in his current state of disgrace, they could hardly refrain from deriding him. If you were still the crown prince, you would not need to kneel before me. Now that you have fallen from grace, why do you not prostrate yourself? The Yin prince declared imperiously, wishing to see Jiang Ning submit. In ancestral grounds, only the deceased kneel. Should you perish, I might begrudgingly consider it. Jiang Ning replied with a mocking smile. I must attend to my duties in the Steel Forest and cannot indulge in old acquaintances with the Yin prince. With that, Jiang Ning departed without yielding. Truly lacking in wit, I wouldn't mind escorting the members of the Yin residence on their way, he thought. The eyes of the Yin prince and Ma Rongrong glinted with murderous intent. Were it not for the sacred grounds, a discarded prince would have long been silenced with a single strike for such insolence. Your Highness need not be angered over a mere trifle. Let us not forget the gravitas of our mission, Ma Rongrong whispered in the Yin prince's ear. Eliminating Jiang Yu is of utmost importance. He still lives and possesses greater strength than Jiang Shang, which leaves me in constant dread of his discovery of the truth and seeking retribution against me. Indeed. The Yin prince nodded. That evening, the couple visited the grave of Jiang Shang to pay their respects. Later that night, Ma Rongrong wandered alone in the ancestral grounds, searching for Jiang Yu. Brother Yu, I know you are alive. Why do you not come to see me? She called out, feigning deep emotion. She firmly believed that, given Jiang Yu's feelings for her, he would surely appear. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was practicing outside when he was taken aback by Ma Rongrong's voice. To his astonishment, the woman who had been in love with Jiang Yu was none other than the Yin princess. Years ago, Jiang Yu had perished because of her, and Jiang Ning did not wish for her to be overly sorrowful. Thus, he decided to grant her one last farewell by secretly instructing Jiang Yu to meet her. As Ma Rongrong continued her search for Jiang Yu, suddenly, a figure clad in a black robe and a conical hat appeared before her, his face an unsettling pale. Brother Yu, is it truly you? Ma Rongrong feigned excitement, her heart racing in shock that Jiang Yu had not changed at all. Despite her efforts to maintain her youth, she had begun to show signs of aging. It is I, the spirit of Jiang Yu nodded. Brother Yu, do you know how I have missed you all these years? At last, I can see you again. Ma Rongrong rushed forward and embraced Jiang Yu. The spirit, obeying Jiang Ning's command, did not resist. Is love truly this powerful? 8 decades have passed, yet this woman has not forgotten Jiang Yu, Jiang Ning mused, as a flicker of longing for love ignited within him. Such a bond, enduring through life and death, was indeed a source of aspiration. However, Jiang Ning's reverie was abruptly shattered. As Ma Rongrong clung to Jiang Yu, a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. A long needle of ominous black energy materialized in her hand, exuding a palpable aura of death. Taking advantage of Jiang Yu's unguarded moment, she abruptly thrust the soul-extinguishing needle into his mind. Jiang Ning stood in stunned disbelief. What was happening? Were they not bound by love? You should not be alive. I shall personally send you on your way, Ma Rongrong snarled, her visage twisted with malice. At that moment, the Yin prince also made his appearance, believing Jiang Yu, struck by the soul-extinguishing needle, was doomed. He smugly began to reveal the truth from 80 years ago. To think, Rongrong never loved you at all. Humph, from childhood to now, you've always overshadowed me, basking in glory. My father lost his life protecting yours. The Yin prince spat with venomous hatred. He then triumphantly embraced Ma Rongrong, intending to taunt the dying Jiang Yu. However, both were taken aback when, upon learning the truth, Jiang Yu remained expressionless and did not erupt in fury. How is this possible? Is he still human? Chapter 30. The Death of the Treacherous Couple, A Bountiful Harvest. From the shadows, Jiang Ning observed all that transpired, his expression turning frigid as a glint of cold fury ignited in his eyes. What he had initially believed to be a tragic love story, filled with solemn vows, had unraveled into a web of treachery. His predecessor had been so kind to the Yin prince, willing to forsake his own son to fulfill a love that the Yin prince had no conscience to honor. Now, to dare seek Jiang Yu's life. Thankfully, he was a zombie without a soul. Otherwise, he would have perished beneath the soul-extinguishing needle. A pair of treacherous souls, deserving of their fate. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt a deep sense of injustice on behalf of Jiang Shang, his heart encased in ice. For the first time since his arrival, he was overwhelmed with rage, even more intense than when Jiang Baiting sought to claim his hands. Jiang Shang had been a dear friend, and from him, Jiang Ning had learned much about the cultivation realm. Although Jiang Yu was now merely a lifeless shell, he had presented himself, and thus, Jiang Ning would seek justice for him and his esteemed predecessor. Murderous intent radiated from Jiang Ning's gaze as he coldly commanded, Jiang Yu, take action and eliminate this treacherous couple without mercy. Jiang Ning refrained from intervening directly. Jiang Yu was dead, and he would allow his corpse to exact vengeance on his behalf. Boom. Upon receiving Jiang Ning's order, a terrifying aura of ferocity erupted from within Jiang Yu's form. What? You have been struck by the soul-extinguishing needle and remain unscathed? The expressions of the Yin prince and Ma Rongrong shifted dramatically as they stared in disbelief at the spirit of Jiang Yu. With a swift motion, Jiang Yu's fingers elongated into lethal claws, aimed directly at the Yin prince and Ma Rongrong. ghostly claw of the netherworld. In a moment of desperation, the Yin prince shielded Ma Rongrong with his body, deflecting the attack meant for her. Ma Rongrong, filled with despair, looked at the Yin prince, shocked that her husband would abandon her in such peril. With a resounding rip, the ghostly claw descended, and Ma Rongrong, at the peak of the law manifestation stage, was torn asunder, blood mist swirling through the air. Partners in adversity, yet when calamity struck, they fled from each other. The Yin prince showed no remorse as he hastily attempted to escape. However, Jiang Yu's spirit, swift as lightning, blocked the Yin prince's path. "You forced my hand. Die." Jiang Yu. At that moment, a crimson gourd appeared in the Yin prince's grasp, enveloped in a fierce divine light, emanating a terrifying aura. A sacred artifact. Jiang Ning's heart raced. Not just anyone could forge their own sacred artifact, even among saints. The Yin prince possessing one was indeed surprising. "Perish." The Yin prince roared with malevolence. Within the crimson gourd, an innumerable torrent of wind blades erupted, surging forth with lethal intent towards Jiang Yu. Each sacred artifact represented the culmination of a formidable saint's efforts, wielding unparalleled power. This scarlet gourd was named the God-slaying blade. The red gourd saint had painstakingly refined 81 powerful wind blades, which lay dormant within the gourd. Once unleashed, all 81 blades would converge to claim the lives of adversaries. Originally, the Jiang clan possessed numerous sacred artifacts, given their ancestry of saints. However, many of these treasures had been lost to time. Of those remaining, aside from a few retained as national treasures, the rest had been sold off. Those who possess great wealth often find themselves in peril. The once mighty Jiang clan, now in decline, could not afford to retain items surpassing their current strength. The powerful wind blades sliced through the air, emitting a disconcerting sound as if they were tearing apart the very fabric of the void. Jiang Yu promptly summoned the wind wall from the Four Winds sword technique to intercept the incoming blades. The collision produced a sharp resonance. Yet the might of the sacred artifacts proved too formidable. The wind wall was rent asunder. Nevertheless, the wall had absorbed a significant portion of the wind blade's power. Jiang Yu unleashed the gale-severing strike, effortlessly dismantling the 81 wind blades. He then advanced, ghost-like, towards King Yan. King Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. With a swift motion, Jiang Yu's sword cleaved towards the king's head, soaring like a projectile. Blood stained the earth. In a seamless flurry of strikes, he executed a graceful series of movements, ultimately severing King Yan's head from his shoulders. Both the king and his consort perished on the spot. Perhaps, in their final moments, they experienced a fleeting pang of regret for their prior avarice. In an instant, Jiang Ning appeared before King Yan's lifeless body. He drew a deep breath, and the god-slaying blade manifested in his grasp. The ancestral lands held an abundance of legacies for him to cultivate, yet no suitable weapon had come to his possession. This sacred artifact could serve him adequately, at least for the time being. A smile graced Jiang Ning's face. Having vanquished the treacherous couple and acquired a sacred artifact, his spirits were undeniably elevated. Suddenly, Jiang Ning's gaze was drawn to a glimmer on King Yan's ring finger, a black ring. The spatial ring was exceedingly precious, often possessed only by powerful beings of the celestial realm or saints. For others, spatial bags were the norm. In contrast, spatial rings offered greater capacity and stability. Jiang Ning removed the ring, and with a surge of power, he dispelled the mental imprint left by King Yan. A trove of treasures awaited him. It appeared that King Yan had encountered significant opportunities. Jiang Ning was astonished as he glimpsed the contents within the spatial ring. Unbeknownst to him, King Yan and Ma Rongrong had conspired against Jiang Yu solely for these riches. Jiang Ning accepted the treasures with a grin, even if they held no personal use. They could be utilized to cultivate subordinates or exchange for resources beneficial to him. Master here. At that moment, the spirit of Jiang Yu removed the soul-breaking needle embedded in his own consciousness and handed it to Jiang Ning. "I have grasped a celestial-grade combat technique. The sunflower needle technique, which, when combined with the soul-breaking needle, can indeed kill without a trace," Jiang Ning remarked, carefully stowing away the needle. This object was immensely sinister, capable of shattering souls. When used in a surprise attack, it could yield unexpectedly lethal results. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and the spirit of Jiang Yu vanished from the scene. The following day, news of the deaths of King Yin and his consort spread throughout the ancestral lands. King Yin, a formidable figure of the celestial realm, held significant status. His demise in the ancestral lands would undoubtedly have far-reaching consequences. It was rumored that during the night, the queen had searched for Jiang Yu in vain. Those who had intended to investigate the cause of King Yan's death were now too intimidated to proceed. This was an invincible force below the saintly level. Who would dare provoke it? Even Jiang Tiantai, whose faction relied on King Yan, refrained from pursuing the matter. "My lord, I never expected both King Yan and his consort to be slain. The ancestral lands are fraught with peril. You must exercise caution," Shaoli spoke with lingering trepidation. Murders within the ancestral lands were exceedingly rare, and she worried for the safety of the prince. Jiang Ning smiled gently. "With you to protect me, I shall be just fine." Hearing her master's words, Shaoli proudly lifted her chin. She was now a formidable warrior herself, capable of safeguarding her lord. Ollie, do you now comprehend the dangers beyond our bamboo cottage? Do not constantly yearn to leave, Jiang Ning admonished the little fox, hoping to deter its persistent desire to accompany him outside. If someone astute were to discover its nine-tailed fox lineage, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. The little fox, evidently frightened, nestled within Jiang Ning's embrace, shaking its head in a show of reluctance to venture out. Chapter 31. The Second Avatar and the Annihilation of the Lin Clan. Unbeknownst to them, 10 days had slipped by. Jiang Ning finally received word from Sun Yuchan, informing him that the materials required for crafting the second avatar had been gathered. That night, after Xiao Li and the little fox had fallen asleep, Jiang Ning could hardly contain his eagerness to venture out. With the creation of a second avatar, it was akin to gaining an additional life. How could Jiang Ning not be exhilarated? This was a coveted aspiration for all cultivators. Even emperors yearned for a second avatar. Yet the cultivation of a second primordial spirit was notoriously arduous, often eluding even the most powerful. As he arrived at a small inn, a thunderous voice bellowed, "Surrender the Millennium 7-colored lotus root, or face death." The gruff tone resonated ominously. A burly man of the no-distance realm, flanked by dozens of men in black, had besieged the Heavenly Gate stronghold. The patrons fled in terror. However, Sun Yuchan stood her ground, confronting the black-clad men with her disciples from the Heavenly Gate. The Millennium 7-colored lotus root was an essential ingredient for crafting avatars, valued at an exorbitant price. One would require at least 100,000 spirit stones to acquire it. To facilitate the transaction for this precious item, Jiang Ning had permitted Sun Yuchan to offer various Earth-grade and even Celestial-grade combat techniques in exchange. "Are you from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce?" Sun Yuchan's icy gaze pierced through the air as she spoke coldly. Impressive deduction, indeed. "We are from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce," the burly man scoffed. "Despicable. How dare you, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, disregard integrity in business and send someone to follow me? Do you not fear the tarnishing of your reputation?" Sun Yuchan's face turned ashen with fury. The Millennium 7-colored lotus root had been procured from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and to her astonishment, they had sent someone to reclaim it following the transaction. This shameless behavior left her utterly aghast. After all, if this were to become public knowledge, no one would dare engage in trade with the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce again. "Once we eliminate you all, we need not fear the consequences," the burly man declared with a menacing glint in his eye. They followed Sun Yuchan, and upon discovering that she was not a person of significant power, they resolved to seize the heart of the 10,000-year 7-color lotus. At the behest of the Great Han, dozens of cloaked figures launched their assault. Sun Yuchan wore a face of despair. After all, she was merely at the Yuan Shun realm. The others were even less capable, not even reaching that level of cultivation. How could they possibly resist? "You dare to kill someone from the Heavenly Gate. You seek death." At that moment, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Jiang Ning, adorned with a mask resembling ice, entered the scene, emanating a terrifying aura of a celestial being. The group from the Great Han turned pale with fear. Their sect leader had actually reached the celestial realm? Even Sun Yuchan was taken aback. After all, not long ago, the sect leader was merely at the Dharma aspect realm. And the speed of his breakthrough was astonishing. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, they chose to escape. Confronted by a celestial master, they had no means to resist. Annihilate. With a mere clench of his fist, Jiang Ning unleashed a formless power that rippled outward like waves. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed. The entire group from Wanbao Zhai met their demise, collapsing into a pool of blood. This scene left Sun Yuchan and her companions utterly stunned. The sect leader's strength was terrifying beyond belief. With just a simple gesture, dozens of cultivators lay dead. Such formidable power was unprecedented. From now on, exercise caution in your endeavors. "I do not wish for such events to recur," Jiang Ning coldly admonished. Sun Yuchan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly acknowledged, "I understand. And I shall be doubly vigilant in the future." Jiang Ning nodded. His gaze turned icy as he surveyed the sea of corpses. A murderous intent welled up within him. Those who conduct business without integrity must pay the price. Wanbao Zhai no longer has reason to exist. Moreover, if Wanbao Zhai were not eradicated, they would inevitably seek trouble upon discovering Sun Yuchan's whereabouts. Thus, it was wise to strike first. Wanbao Zhai was not a formidable power. It was merely a trading market established by the Lin family. The Lin family held a hereditary dukedom in the Great Xia, with their domain located in Fanghua City. Within their ranks, there was only one celestial master for protection, albeit at the 4th layer of the celestial realm. Bai Sha and He Sha, however, had attained the pinnacle of celestial strength, capable of reaching quasi-saint levels when combined. Eradicating the Lin family would be a trivial task. Through special channels, Jiang Ning issued orders to Bai Sha and He Sha. Boom. The two spirits, Bai Sha from the Ancestral Lands and He Sha possessing the body of the late Lord Zhou, surged with excitement. The twin spirits inherently delighted in slaughter, and the mission bestowed upon them by their master filled them with euphoric anticipation. They dashed toward Fanghua City at breakneck speed. Upon reaching the secret chamber, Sun Yuchan presented all the materials she had gathered to Jiang Ning. Well done, you have worked hard. Here is your reward, Jiang Ning said, producing a piece of the flesh of a demon sage. This is the meat of a demon sage. Sun Yuchan's eyes widened in disbelief. She was no naive child. Having accompanied her father Sun Ju across various realms, she possessed considerable knowledge. She could hardly believe that the sect leader would bestow upon her such a precious gift. Sect leader, this. Her hands trembled, overwhelmed by the value of such a prize. Rewards are for merit, and penalties are for mistakes. This is a reward from me to you, Jiang Ning replied indifferently. Thank you for your generosity, sect leader. Sun Yuchan was deeply moved. At that moment, she felt a genuine allegiance to the heavenly gate rather than being coerced. With the heavenly level techniques and a wealth of spirit stones, coupled with the gift of demon sage flesh, who else would she follow if not him? You may leave now and guard outside for me, Jiang Ning instructed. Yes, Sun Yuchan replied respectfully as she exited. After she departed, Jiang Ning began crafting his second avatar. This was not a task that could be accomplished in a single day. Meanwhile, the twin spirits, under the cover of night, infiltrated Fenghua City like phantoms. They stormed into the Lin family's estate. The ancestral celestial master of the Lin family sensed an anomaly and his expression shifted. He rushed out without hesitation. Since you have come to the Lin family, please reveal yourselves. The ancestor of the Lin family declared. A sinister chuckle echoed through the air. Two dark figures lunged toward the Lin family ancestor. At that moment, the ancestor finally discerned their true identities and exclaimed in terror. It's the black and white twin spirits. It's the demonic sex twin spirits puppet technique. Clearly, the Lin family ancestor was well versed in the ways of the world. What grievance do we hold against you? Our master has decreed that the Lin family, for conducting business without integrity, shall be annihilated along with your 9 clans. The chilling voices of the twin spirits declared as they continued their assault on the Lin family ancestor. Snap! In a single encounter, the Lin family ancestor was slain. His head severed from his body. In his final moments, he must have regretted the immoral actions of his family, which ultimately led to their self-destruction and calamity. Following this, the twin spirits unleashed a massacre within the Lin estate. The entire Lin residence transformed into a hell on earth, rivers of blood flowing freely. After finishing off the last remaining member, the twin spirits exited with exhilaration. Chapter 32. Someone seeks to unearth Jiang Shan's grave. As dawn approached, Jiang Ning emerged from the secret chamber, preparing to return to the ancestral lands. Just as he stepped out, he encountered the strikingly tall and graceful Sun Yuchan, clad in white boots that accentuated her long legs. It was hard to believe that this stunning beauty, with her remarkable height, had a father who was a mere dwarf. Standing less than a meter tall, sect leader, Sun Yuchan greeted respectfully, her height slightly shorter than Jiang Ning, who stood at nearly 1.8 meters. Here are my compiled insights on cultivation. Take them, she said. Sun Yuchan had become one of his trusted confidants, yet her strength remained insufficient. Jiang Ning intended to elevate her capabilities in a short time. Otherwise, should trouble arise, he would have to intervene personally, undermining the very purpose of establishing the heavenly gate. The essence of creating the heavenly gate was to alleviate his burdens, not to become a source of them. Thank you, sect leader, Sun Yuchan expressed. Deeply touched as she accepted the cultivation insights. Resolutely, she vowed to dedicate herself to her training. Jiang Ning then departed. Upon returning to the ancestral lands, he encountered the returning twin spirits. Master, the Lin family has been eradicated. Jiang Ning nodded, inquiring, did you bring back any treasures from the Lin family? The twin spirits paused, then shook their heads. They were inclined toward slaughter, evidently lacking the awareness of looting as well. Jiang Ning did not blame them, instead advising. Remember next time, kill and loot. The spoils from the Prince Yin had ignited a fervor within Jiang Ning. Indeed, killing and looting was the quickest way to acquire wealth. Yes, master, we will remember, the twin spirits vowed, etching the principle of killing and looting deep into their souls. In the future, when they killed, they would seize the treasures of their victims. Subsequently, Jiang Ning dismissed them. He returned to his bamboo hut, where Xiao Li and the little fox lay in a deep, peaceful slumber, undoubtedly a result of Jiang Ning's influence. With half an hour left until dawn, he decided to rest for a while. Despite Jiang Ning's successful cultivation, he had yet to achieve transcendence, and thus required brief periods of rest each day to restore his vitality. As he reclined upon his bed, the little fox seemed to sense something and promptly burrowed into his embrace. Jiang Ning smiled gently, reflecting on the growing attachment of this little creature. Gradually, he came to accept the little fox as his kin. The following day, news of the Lin family's tragic annihilation spread throughout the Great Xia. Witnesses to the hellish scene of the Lin estate could not suppress their revulsion. The brutality was overwhelming, the bloodshed appalling. Fear gripped everyone. Who could be responsible for such a horror? Even the Great Xia Imperial Court dispatched the Yinglong Guard, akin to the Jinyui, to investigate the massacre. The chief commander personally took charge, but upon sensing the potent malevolence surrounding the scene, his countenance shifted dramatically. The well-informed commander finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The twin demon puppet technique, a dark art. He dared not pursue further inquiries. Mastering such a technique indicated the involvement of at least a demon sovereign, a level of power far beyond the Great Xia's capacity to confront. He had no choice but to report the incident to the Taishan sacred ground. The Lin family's extermination left a profound impact on the Great Xia. An atmosphere of dread and anxiety permeated the land. If such a prominent clan could be eradicated so brutally, how could anyone not feel fear? Yet, Jiang Ning, the orchestrator of this calamity, remained unfazed. By day, he continued his work in the Steel Forest, polishing the monuments while absorbing the legacies contained within. The Steel Forest was vast. Even with a millennium at his disposal, he could scarcely unravel its secrets. For it represented the accumulation of the Jiang clan's legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. At night, Jiang Ning visited the Tianmen stronghold to create his second avatar. Thus, another month swiftly passed, culminating in his successful breakthrough to the 6th level of the celestial realm. His second avatar was also completed. As he gazed upon the figure before him, an exact replica of himself, Jiang Ning felt immense satisfaction. Absorb. A radiant beam enveloped the second avatar before it merged into Jiang Ning's divine sea. With the creation of this second avatar, he had effectively gained an additional life. A smile crept onto his lips. Many emperors could not achieve the feat of creating a second avatar, yet he, a mere cultivator of the celestial realm, had done so. He was likely the first individual beneath a saint in the Xinhuang world to possess a second avatar. Of course, due to limited resources, the materials used for its creation were not of the highest quality, leading to an avatar of modest potential. However, Jiang Ning did not aspire for it to be particularly formidable. It was merely intended to serve as a substitute, a second chance at life. As long as his true self was powerful enough, that sufficed. Afterward, Jiang Ning exited the secret chamber. Sun Yuchan stood vigil at the door, her diligence unwavering. Indeed, you have already reached the 5th level of the Wujijing, Jiang Ning commended. Sun Yuchan's talent was truly worthy of being called extraordinary. Regrettably, the Death Gate had long since waned, unable to provide her with ample resources. Otherwise, she would have achieved renown akin to Wang Yuning. Thanks to the demon saint's flesh and cultivation insights bestowed by the sect master, Yuchan had made such significant progress. Continue to strive diligently, and you shall undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself in the Xinhuang world, Jiang Ning encouraged, gently patting her shoulder. Presently, the Tianmen only had a branch in the Great Xia and was severely lacking in talent. Individuals like Sun Yuchan could certainly be nurtured for future responsibilities. A faint blush crept across Sun Yuchan's cheeks as she nodded eagerly, feeling a rush of warmth. As a being from Earth, Jiang Ning did not regard the boundaries between genders with much gravity. However, as an indigenous inhabitant of the Xinhuang world, Sun Yuchan held the ingrained belief of propriety between men and women. A peculiar sensation stirred within her, ensnaring her thoughts and rendering her face crimson. In the Ancestral Land, that night, torrential rain poured down, cloaking the surroundings in an impenetrable darkness. Amid the downpour, 4 figures stealthily infiltrated the ancestral grounds. The raindrops fell incessantly, yet they did not dampen the attire of the 4 intruders. That old coot Jiangshang has finally kicked the bucket. Ha ha ha, what splendid news, boomed a burly man. That old fool killed our 3rd brother, forcing us to flee the Great Xia. This vendetta is unforgivable. A voice filled with hatred echoed. These 4 were the notorious Northern Border 4 weirdos, each a powerful cultivator in the celestial realm, with the strongest among them possessing the 4th level of that realm. They had once wreaked havoc within the Great Xia, but Jiangshang had single-handedly slain their 3rd brother, leaving the remaining 4 gravely wounded and compelled to escape the Great Xia, too terrified to return. Though we cannot exact revenge with our own hands, we shall not allow him to rest in peace even in death. We must unearth his corpse and torment it, avenging our 3rd brother. Yes, even in death. We will reduce him to ashes to quell our hatred. Isn't there a saint in the Jiang clan? Would this not invite our own doom? His son, Jiang Yu, is also a quasi-saint, a voice of concern remarked. Jiangshang had a poor relationship with his son. After all, he personally ruined his son's love life. He won't intervene. As for the Jiang clan saint, someone who has hidden for so long is unlikely to act easily. Besides, if we are cautious, we can sneak into the grave forest and steal Jiangshang's corpse without detection. Saints are merely human. They are not omniscient, the leader replied. The Jiang clan's ancestral land is heavily guarded only at the Steel Forest and the Prison Forest. The rest have little to no protection. Very well. Let us quietly proceed to steal Jiangshang's corpse. The Northern Border 4 weirdos advanced toward the grave forest, believing themselves to be undetected. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ning, who was practicing outside, overheard their conversation. Chapter 33, The Peril of Tianmen. Jiang Ning's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. How could he allow them to disturb the resting place of his old friend? Since the elder has passed, you should not disturb his peace. Do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Jiang Ning vanished from his location. The Northern Border 4 weirdos successfully infiltrated the grave forest and located Jiangshang's tomb amidst the relentless downpour. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and a brilliant bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating Jiang Shang's grave. Jiang Shang, you killed our third brother. Today, we come to reduce you to ashes. The leader declared coldly. Dig up his corpse and leave immediately. Just then, a figure materialized before them, clad in an ice mask that obscured his features, exuding a formidable aura. Who are you? The faces of the four weirdos paled, fixating on the suddenly appearing figure. You should not disturb the tranquility of the dead. Jiang Ning's voice rang out, cold and unyielding. We have a vendetta against Jiang Shang. I advise you to mind your own business. The burly leader of the four weirdos barked, his companions glaring at Jiang Ning with murderous intent. Humph! Jiang Ning scoffed, unleashing a sonic attack. Boom! The four weirdos felt as though their heads were about to burst, each letting out a pained scream as they collapsed to the ground in agony. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. At that moment, terror gripped their hearts, and they realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. With a mere snort, he inflicted grave injuries upon them. Such an existence was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Let me escort you on your journey. Jiang Ning's voice was icy as he prepared to strike, intending to annihilate the four monsters in a single blow. Senior, we acknowledge our errors. Please do not kill us. We will comply with whatever you command. The four monsters of Beijiang, being inherently cowardly, were so frightened by Jiang Ning's murderous intent that they hastily fell to their knees. Suddenly, Jiang Ning halted his attack. Observing the profound fear emanating from these celestial cultivators, an idea struck him. The Heavenly Gate was indeed in need of celestial-level cultivators to maintain its stronghold, and to dispose of these four would be a considerable waste. I shall spare your lives. But from henceforth, you must serve me, Jiang Ning declared as he swiftly conjured the four life and death seals and imbued them into the bodies of the four monsters of Beijiang. They writhed in agony on the ground, screaming in distress, their fingers tearing at their own skin, leaving them bloodied. The life and death seal. You are a disciple of the sect of life and death. The four monsters of Beijiang exclaimed in terror, fully aware of the seal's dreadful potency. Trapped between the desire to live and the inability to die, they felt a fear more profound than the specter of death itself. I am the Lord of the Heavenly Gate, Emperor Shirtian. As long as you listen attentively, the seal shall not unleash its power again, Jiang Ning's indifferent voice echoed. Greetings. Lord, we vow to remain steadfastly loyal to you. The four monsters of Beijiang, recognizing the gravity of their predicament, hurriedly prostrated themselves. The torment they had endured began to dissipate, though beads of cold sweat dotted their foreheads, a testament to the seal's terrifying influence. Henceforth, you shall serve as the four guardians of the Daxia branch of the Heavenly Gate. Jiang Ning assigned them their roles, envisioning that only those of saintly caliber could hold the position of Hall Master, while the requirements for the 10 elders and 4 Dharma Kings would be even more stringent. Yes, Lord. The four monsters of Beijiang responded promptly. What are your names? Jiang Ning inquired. I am He Long, He Hu, He Lang, and He Chai. He Bao is our third brother, but he has already perished, they replied. I care not for any past grievances with Jiang Shang. You are forbidden from disturbing his grave. Jiang Ning warned coldly. Understood, the four monsters of Beijiang said in fright. Jiang Ning instructed them to proceed to the Heavenly Gate stronghold where Sun Yuchan resided. He was confident that the Heavenly Gate would become the most potent and enigmatic force in the Xianhuang world. A smile of self-assurance graced his lips, for the four monsters were the foundation of his confidence. With such power at his disposal, the world was his to command. Although Jiang Ning himself was merely at the 6th level of celestial cultivation, he could effortlessly obliterate 4 celestial-level cultivators. This was the terror of his combat prowess. In the same realm, he claimed the 2nd position. Who would dare to claim the 1st? Yet Jiang Ning reminded himself to remain humble, for without transcending into the extraordinary, he was ultimately but an insignificant insect. Each night, he would venture out to cultivate, returning just before dawn to steal half an hour of sleep. 3 days passed, and suddenly, Jiang Ning received a message talisman. Whoosh! He vanished from the ancestral grounds in an instant. Upon entering the woods, a figure appeared before him, a stunning woman clad in a tight-fitting white leather dress that accentuated her alluring figure, with a full bosom and a waist as slender as a willow. Particularly striking were her long, straight legs encased in white leather boots, exuding an air of icy elegance and breathtaking beauty. Greetings, Lord. Sun Yuchan bowed respectfully. What brings you here? Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. She would not disturb him without significant cause. My father has sent word that numerous wandering cultivators, including those of the law manifestation realm, are plotting against the Heavenly Gate. She informed him. It appeared the Heavenly Gate's recent recruitment of talents through various methods had attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, driven by greed. They sought to benefit from the techniques and martial arts without pledging allegiance to the Heavenly Gate. However, due to their ignorance of the Heavenly Gate's depth, they had yet to take action. It seems our recruitment has made us a target. I shall personally intervene to extinguish their avarice with overwhelming strength. Jiang Ning replied with a cold smile. He resolved to leave the ancestral grounds, marking his first excursion into the outside world, leaving behind a second avatar. He felt no fear of discovery by those within the ancestral grounds. having spent nearly 3 years in this realm without truly exploring it. He thought it would be refreshing to witness the scenery of this otherworldly domain. Jiang Ning left a second avatar in the ancestral grounds and took the 4 monsters of Beijiang with him. Under Sun Yuchan's guidance, they made their way to the headquarters of the Daxiao branch of the Heavenly Gate. Inside a camp, countless wandering cultivators had gathered. It was no easy feat for them to acquire resources, which prompted their reckless endeavors. The movements of the Heavenly Gate had also attracted the attention of many formidable forces. Yet, uncertain of the Heavenly Gate's true strength, they had not acted immediately. A misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for their sects and clans. They learned that this so-called Heavenly Gate was merely a remnant of the sect of life and death, which had been embellished to appear more formidable. The fact that they could produce such a plethora of celestial and earthly grade techniques indicated that they had inherited a treasure trove from the sect of life and death, which had once been no less than one of the 10 major cultivation sections. Against the remnants of the sect of life and death, we would never dare to provoke them. But the current sect of life and death has no stronger cultivator than the pinnacle of the boundless realm. Ha! If we can take down the sect of life and death, their techniques will be ours. A portly man chuckled. So it is. This mysterious force called the Heavenly Gate is just the remnants of the sect of life and death putting on a show. What is there to fear? Let us go seize their treasures. The wandering cultivators cheered, bursting with excitement. Chapter 34. I am Emperor Shurtian. Upon discovering the essence of the Heavenly Gate, which was indeed a facade constructed by the sect of life and death, hundreds of wandering cultivators, each at least at the high level of the Xiandan realm, set forth in unison, marching towards the stronghold of the Daxiao branch of the Heavenly Gate. On their path, a dashing young man clad in a blue robe, accompanied by an elderly servant in gray, blocked their way, exuding no discernible aura as if he were a man on the verge of death. Who dares obstruct our path? A burly man, wielding a hefty broadsword, bellowed. I am Xiao Molan, the young master of Songhai City. The young man in blue gently waved his folding fan. The young master of the Xiao family of Songhai City. The wandering cultivators gasped in astonishment. Though Songhai City was not one of the 10 major cultivation sects, it was a force backed by 2 saints, Xiao Songtian and Xiao Songxing, both of whom were revered figures in the Xianhuang world. What business does the young master have? The wandering cultivator's demeanor shifted to one of respect. I seek to ascend to the Heavenly Gate and claim its techniques. Rest assured, I shall only choose one technique and will leave you with a portion, he replied. Xiao Molan smiled faintly, contemplating to himself. If he could bring back a tome of celestial-level cultivation techniques, it would surely earn him his father's admiration. During this journey of trial and tempering, he was determined to accomplish something remarkable, enabling him to return home and hold his head high before his father, mocking the heavens. The celestial-level techniques were exceedingly rare even in Songhai City. He was equally intrigued by the Celestial Gate, a faction that boldly offered a plethora of earthly and even celestial-level techniques to attract followers. Such extravagant profligacy was something he had never witnessed before. Techniques of celestial caliber were considered precious inheritances, rarely shared even among the top 10 cultivation sects and the 3 sacred grounds. Upon hearing that rogue cultivators intended to raid the Celestial Gate, he decided to join their ranks mid-journey. Haha, welcome. With young Master Xiao joining us, we are like a tiger with wings. The Celestial Gate will surely kneel and beg for mercy. The rogue cultivators flattered him, and the group continued on their way. The headquarters of the Celestial Gate's Daxiao branch was nestled in a valley within a great mountain. Although concealed, it could still be discovered by those with intent. Hundreds of rogue cultivators surged forth, unabashedly displaying their numbers. The branch leader, Sun Juliu, had already received word of their approach. What? Those rogue cultivators are upon us so swiftly? Sun Juliu's complexion turned pale with fear. He hoped the gate master would arrive soon. As the Daxiao branch lacked the strength to resist, he commanded everyone to prepare for battle. Despite having cultivated the techniques granted by the gate master, their limited aptitude and brief training period had resulted in minimal improvement. Among these rogue cultivators were several at the law manifestation stage. Sun Juliu could hardly fathom that the young master of the Xiao family from Songhai City was among them. Several hours later, the hundreds of rogue cultivators finally arrived at the valley's entrance, boasting 13 individuals at the law manifestation stage. Once we breach the Celestial Gate's headquarters, all their powerful techniques shall be ours. The rogue cultivators clamored as they rushed into the valley. Xiao Molan followed suit. Surrounding them were the Yinglong guards of the Daxia kingdom and spies from other major factions, concealed in the shadows, observing the unfolding events. At that moment, Sun Juliu led a large force out to confront the rogue cultivators, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense, thick with the scent of gunpowder. Sun Juliu, surrender the techniques and battle skills of the Celestial Gate, and we may spare your lives. Otherwise, we shall unleash a massacre, declared the leader of the black-clad rogue cultivators. A stern figure at the law manifestation stage, Feng Xiao, a renowned rogue. If you join the Celestial Gate, you shall certainly learn them. Sun Juliu feigned calmness, though inwardly he was in turmoil. After all, he was merely at the peak of the Wujian stage, yet to break into the law manifestation stage. How dare a mere Wujuan waste speak of joining us? Can the celestial gate afford to accommodate us, the great Buddhas? Feng Xiu scoffed derisively. A celestial gate guarded by a mere Wujuan has no right to our allegiance. Anyway, you shall not obtain the techniques and skills without joining the celestial gate. Sun Juliu forced himself to appear resolute. He understood the gate master's methods and the terrifying power of the life and death talismans, which left him too fearful to betray the celestial gate. Refusing our offer means we shall commence a massacre. The rogue cultivators shouted in unison. You dare to act against us? The gate master will not let you go. You shall all perish. Sun Juliu, desperate, invoked the gate master's name. Who is Sun Juliu? And who is the gate master of the celestial gate? The rogue cultivators hesitated, sensing the weight of the situation, uncertain of the gate master's true strength. At this juncture, Xiao Molan stepped forward, declaring, "What a joke. Let your gate master come forth. I would like to see just how formidable he truly is. Let us witness whether he kneels before me." A confident smile graced the handsome face of Xiao Molan. "I shall appear before you. And let us see who the one kneeling truly is." A cold, authoritative voice resonated throughout the valley. Boom. A flurry of withered yellow leaves shot through the air. In that instant, the heavens darkened, casting a shadow over the once bright day. The leaves descended like razor-sharp blades, radiating a dazzling brilliance as they targeted Xiao Molan's legs. "Young master, be careful." The elderly figure in gray behind him turned pale with alarm, unleashing his eightfold celestial realm power. Eightfold celestial. Gasps of shock echoed among the crowd. "How dare you ambush my young master? You seek your own demise." The elder charged forward, exerting all his strength to intercept the falling leaves. Bang! In an instant, crimson splattered everywhere. The eightfold celestial elder could not even utter a cry before being reduced to a mist of blood. What? Impossible. How could elderly die so easily? Xiao Molan was struck dumb with fear. The eightfold celestial had perished just like that? The faces of all present turned ashen, their limbs cold with terror. Some even collapsed to the ground in fright. The spies from various factions surrounding them were left utterly stunned, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. At that moment, a bloodied leaf drifted through the sky. A weapon capable of slaying an eightfold celestial master was merely a withered leaf? Silence reigned, an absolute stillness. How powerful must one be to achieve such a feat, slaying an eightfold celestial master with a single leaf? The Celestial Gate members were elated, realizing the true strength of their master. Joining the Celestial Gate was indeed a fortuitous decision. The valley trembled, all present felt the earth shake. Suddenly, a colossal ice-carved visage appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the land, exuding an eerie aura. Terror gripped the hearts of all who beheld it. "I am Emperor Shirtian, the Gate Master of the Celestial Gate." The commanding voice reverberated across the expanse, imbued with an invisible power that pierced the heavens. Everyone felt a deafening roar in their ears, their heads pounding as if they might burst. Chapter 35, The Awe of the Assembly. The voice reached a terrifying crescendo, instilling fear across the assembly. Heavens! How could a massive ice-carved face appear in the sky? Is this the enigmatic Gate Master of the Celestial Gate, Emperor Shirtian? So powerful. Everyone swallowed hard, overwhelmed with shock and dread. In the shadows, spies from various major factions widened their eyes in disbelief, even slapping themselves to confirm their senses. The stinging pain jolted their nerves, reminding them that what they witnessed was indeed real. This was a minor divine ability comprehended by Jiang Ning, formless projection, capable of magnifying one's projection to countless times its original size, appearing entirely real but possessing no combat power. For those who pursue strength, this ability is akin to a useless trinket, exceedingly challenging to cultivate. The purpose of formless projection was merely for show. Long thought lost, few knew of its existence. Yet it had unexpectedly been inherited within the Steel Forest. "This is our mysterious master. He is truly formidable. Haha, who would have thought I joined such a powerful sect? I've struck gold." The Celestial Gate members reveled in their excitement at that moment. Branch leader Sun Juliu, paying respects to the Gate Master. Sun Juliao knelt on the ground, paying homage to the sect leader. At this moment, thousands of disciples of the Heavenly Gate all bowed down in unison. "Is it your desire for me to kneel?" A thunderous voice emanated from a colossal ice sculpture in the sky. With a thud, Xiao Molan, the young master of Songhai City, could no longer resist and knelt before the overwhelming pressure that rendered him immobile. "Song Tian, you cannot kill me. No, no." Boom. A searing beam of light descended, and before Xiao Molan could finish his sentence, he was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Ning was not one to be trifled with. When the clear diagram was unleashed, even saints would meet their demise. He held no fear for Songhai City. Dead? The young master of Songhai City is dead? The scattered cultivators were utterly terrified. If Di Shirtian dared to kill Xiao Molan, would he spare them? They all knelt in fear, pleading for mercy. Particularly, the one with the 5-dragon severing blade was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Sect leader, spare us. We shall never dare again." They repeatedly bowed before the massive ice sculpture. Join my heavenly gate and serve my command, and you may live. The enormous voice resonated once more. Humph, even in death, I shall not be shackled by others' commands. A burly man, a formidable figure of the Dharma aspect realm, bellowed defiantly. With his strength, he could easily join a sect presided over by a saint and acquire abundant cultivation resources. However, freedom was paramount. He had chosen the life of a wandering cultivator. For him to join the heavenly gate was more unbearable than death. I shall fulfill your wish. Jiang Ning wasted no words. Boom. The burly man was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, sending shivers down the spines of the scattered cultivators. We are willing to join the heavenly gate. Spare us. One of them, kneeling on the ground, swore allegiance. Once they joined the heavenly gate, they would be considered one of their own, and these rewards shall be bestowed upon you. Countless rays of golden light fell from the heavens. Each golden beam contained a ground-level combat technique or skill. Heavens, they are all ground-level techniques and combat skills. The scattered cultivators rejoiced, leaping with excitement. Thank you for your generosity, sect leader. In the shadows, the spies observed with envy. Shirtian was indeed extravagant. It was reminiscent of commercial ventures on Earth, like Matewan or Didi, which required substantial financial investment in their early stages to rapidly develop the heavenly gate into a formidable force from scratch. Jiang Ning's methods were equally ruthless, splurging lavishly. This way, he could attract many talents or strong individuals to join. Eventually, he could assimilate other factions like he did with the Life and Death sect, turning them into branches or halls of the heavenly gate. Son, these individuals will become part of the Daxia branch. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ning assigned hundreds of capable scattered cultivators to Sun Juliao. Thank you, sect leader. Sun Juliao beamed with joy. From now on, even those of the Dharma aspect realm would have to heed his commands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 4 figures appeared, arms crossed, hovering in midair, exuding immense power. Heavenly human realm grand cultivators. Everyone gasped in astonishment. They were to become the 4 great protectors of the Daxia branch. The massive ice sculpture spoke coldly once more. My heavens, what divine entity is the heavenly gate? A mere branch boasts 4 heavenly human realm guardians. How formidable must their headquarters be? Let us depart. Inform others that the heavenly gate has been added to the list of forces that must not be provoked lightly. The spies of various factions, stunned, began to disperse. After issuing his commands, the colossal ice sculpture vanished. The sect leader is incredibly powerful. How long has it been since we last met? After the ice sculpture's disappearance, Sun Juliao felt a lingering fear. He recalled his first encounter with the sect leader, when the sect leader was still at the Boundless Realm. In just over a year, he had gained the power to obliterate even those at the 8th heavenly human realm. This progress was astonishing. Sun Juliao's confidence in the future of the heavenly gate grew, and he began to forget the Life and Death sect, fully endorsing the heavenly gate. After resolving the scattered cultivators, Jiang Ning returned to the ancestral land with Sun Yuchan. Sun Yuchan's admiration for the mysterious sect leader deepened, having witnessed his continuous rise in power. Moreover, her intuition suggested that the sect leader was not particularly old, perhaps even younger than herself, truly a prodigy. Xiaoyu. Jiang Ning called softly. At that moment, a shadow clad in a straw hat appeared like a specter, to conceal Jiang Yu's identity. The spirit corpse was enveloped in a shroud of deathly black mist, exuding an icy, sinister aura that sent chills down one's spine. Yuchan, Xiaoyu will remain by your side from now on. Below the saint level, there is nothing Xiaoyu cannot resolve. You need not disturb me henceforth. Jiang Ning did not wish to personally intervene in every matter that arose. Moreover, his current strength was on par with the spirit corpse, making it unnecessary for him to require protection. Yes, sect leader. Sun Yuchan was taken aback, not expecting the ominous, deathly figure to be so powerful. Subsequently, she led the spirit corpse away, her long, snow-white legs strikingly tall, the white boots accentuating her perfect silhouette, making her stand out among the crowd. How could a man of less than a meter in height have such a statuesque daughter? Jiang Ning watched Sun Yuchan depart, puzzled and shaking his head. Under the cover of night, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo house, retracting his second avatar into his consciousness. Chapter 36, Sister Jiang Yunha. Jiang Ning had been away for more than 5 days on this journey, the longest he had ever been away from the ancestral land, witnessing much of this world's culture and customs. With no pressing matters, he dedicated all his time to cultivation. Every full moon night, he would utilize the Tain Holy Scripture, absorbing the moon's essence for his practice. During the day, he would quietly polish the stone tablet and read books to broaden his knowledge. His comprehension of various legacies had significantly increased, and Jiang Ning was attempting to fully integrate them, unleashing even greater power. Thus, a year swiftly passed. Jiang Ning had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th heavenly human realm. The next step was to transcend into the saintly realm. Once he became a saint, he would no longer be an ordinary mortal with an extended lifespan that could last for 1,000 years. However, this transition was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. With countless grand cultivators of the heavenly human realm turned away at the threshold, Should one be fortunate enough to grasp even a trace of saintly intent, they could be deemed a quasi-saint, like Jiang Shang. Jiang Ning could only await his fortuitous encounter, a chance to enter the saintly realm. Little Li had successfully broken through to the boundless realm, reaching the 7th level of the boundless realm. After all, she had consumed a considerable amount of Jiang Ning's demon saint meat. Even after the demon saint meat was finished, the little girl still yearned for it. If she were to discover that the meat she had consumed was that of a demon saint, one could only imagine her reaction. Ah, the demon sage. A formidable entity on par with the saints. The little fox, Jiang Li, has grown significantly, its snow-white fur more resplendent and soft than ever. Truly, it embodies the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, a powerful ancient remnant. It has now attained the strength of the celestial realm. This is the terrifying nature of demonic beasts. They possess immense power from the moment of their birth. However, the heavenly Tao is fair. Once a demonic beast reaches the limits of its bloodline, further enhancement of its strength becomes exceedingly arduous. The little fox is both clever and obedient. Whenever Jiang Ning is engrossed in reading, it quietly keeps him company. Engrossed in books of its own. At this point, it has even learned to speak and occasionally engages Jiang Ning in discussions about the texts. Upon discovering that Jiang Ning is merely an unremarkable mortal without cultivation, it boldly declares its intention to protect him. Anyone who dares to bully Jiang Ning shall face its wrath. Jiang Ning is, after all, its dearest companion, regarding the heavenly gate as the terrifying prowess of its leader. Emperor Shirtian spread, the number of those seeking refuge within the heavenly gate multiplied exponentially. The strength of the Daxia branch was unprecedentedly enhanced. Sun Ju broke through to the law phase, while Sun Yuchan ascended to the no phase realm. Jiang Ning's subordinates have grown increasingly formidable. One day, unexpectedly, someone arrived at the Ancestral Land seeking Jiang Ning, which left him quite astonished. It was the first time in over 3 years that someone had come to find him. Under the guidance of Elder Bai, a strikingly beautiful young woman, radiant as the moon in the sky, graceful and stunning beyond compare, approached the bamboo cottage. Could it be that his mother had sent someone to deliver news? Jiang Ning felt a flutter of excitement. In the outside world, perhaps only Li Muqing still cared for him. After more than 3 years, he greatly missed the woman who had shown him immense affection. He had even instructed the Heavenly Gate spies to seek news of Li Muqing, but alas, it was as if his inquiries had vanished into the abyss, yielding no intelligence. Brother, you have suffered. I have come too late. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the exquisitely dressed young lady, with tears glistening in her eyes, gently embraced him, resting her head against his chest, her tears soaking his shoulder. Jiang Ning was taken aback. What was happening? Why was this beautiful girl throwing herself into his arms upon their first meeting? Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head as a flood of memories surged forth. Long ago, a delicate young girl, with skin as smooth as jade, had chased after him, timidly calling out, "Brother, brother, play with me. I want you to play with me." Those moments spent playing with his little sister brought her immense joy. On her 8th birthday, she clung to him, weeping and refusing to part, for someone was there to take her away, and she could not bear to leave him. Ultimately, the visitor had to incapacitate her before departing from Daxia. That separation lasted a decade. Now, Jiang Ning finally recognized the identity of the young woman before him, the beloved younger sister of the original owner, the eldest princess of the Xia Dynasty, Jiang Yunhe. Little Jiang Ning was only 3. At 8, she entered one of the 10 major cultivation sects, the 9 Absolute Sword sect. Yunhe, you have returned. Jiang Ning felt somewhat uncomfortable being embraced, managing only an awkward smile. Yes, I have returned. You have endured much. Now that I am back, I will ensure you suffer no more. Jiang Yunhe leaned against Jiang Ning's chest, her voice thick with emotion. Upon learning of her brother's downfall, her heart burned with unquenchable fury. Weren't you cultivating in the 9 Absolute Sword sect? How did you return? To ease the awkwardness, Jiang Ning sought a topic of conversation. Initially, my master forbade my return, but upon successfully breaking through to the primordial spirit realm, he permitted me to descend from the mountain and return to Daxia. Your sister is remarkable, breaking into the primordial spirit realm at 17. My talent is only slightly inferior to that of the divine maiden, Wang Yuning. The young lady gently rose from her brother's embrace, lifting her pure, beautiful face, and exhibited a moment of childlike pride before him. Jiang Ning smiled, reluctant to dampen her spirits, and praised her. His own attendant, the similarly aged Xiao Li, had already reached the 7th level of the no-phase realm, a feat made possible entirely through Jiang Ning's support. Brother, wait for me. I will surely rescue you from the ancestral land and restore your position as the crown prince. Jiang Yunhe's eyes shone with determination. With their father deceased and their mother missing, Jiang Ning was her only remaining kin, and she would not allow him to suffer any longer. You are kind-hearted, but I am doing quite well here. There is no need for rescue. Jiang Ning forced a bitter smile. Life in the ancestral land was hardly a suffering. He spent his days in the stone forest, comprehending enlightenment and constantly elevating his strength. What a wonderful existence it was. Brother, I understand you do not wish for me to confront Jiang Tiantai or put myself in danger. Rest assured, He would not dare to harm me. The young lady completely misinterpreted Jiang Ning's intent, speaking with unwavering conviction. After a brief conversation, Jiang Yunhe took her leave, eager to rescue her brother. Preparing to head to the palace to negotiate with Jiang Tiantai. Brother, wait for me. I believe we shall soon reunite. She waved her delicate, pale hand and soared away from the ancestral land. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes watched the entire scene unfold, those of Wei Tianxian, the chief steward of the imperial court, the foremost expert under Jiang Tiantai, a formidable practitioner of the celestial realm's 5th level. It seems the emperor's suspicions were not unfounded. Jiang Yunhe's sudden return is indeed an attempt to save her brother. Such actions will only bring disaster upon the fallen crown prince. A flicker of intense malice flashed in Wei Tianxian's feminine eyes. Chapter 37. Jiang Tiantai's Malevolence. After Jiang Yunhe departed the ancestral land, she made her way to the Daxiao Imperial Palace to meet with Emperor Jiang Tiantai. My dear niece, what brings you back from the 9 Absolute Sword sect? Jiang Tiantai feigned a benevolent demeanor, inquiring with apparent concern. However, Jiang Yunhe was not so easily deceived. She retorted coldly. If it were not for your majesty having rendered my brother a cripple and exiling him to the ancestral land for reflection, I would not have returned. Sensing her hostile intentions, Jiang Tiantai replied, it was never my wish to see my niece in such a state, exiled to the ancestral land for reflection. He not only disrespected the divine maiden, Wang Yuning, but was also ensnared by the moon demon, audaciously releasing her. Allowing him to retain his life is the utmost I can do. Jiang Yunhe scoffed, do not presume me gullible. My brother is no fool blinded by lust. You must have schemed for a long time to elevate your own son to the position of crown prince. Jiang Yunhe was unwaveringly confident in her brother. Jiang Tiantai's expression turned frigid. Are you insinuating that I conspired against Jiang Ning? Jiang Yunhe, you possess an audacity that defies the bounds of propriety. Jiang Tiantai unleashed his imperial authority, reprimanding her coldly. I am not slandering. This is the truth. Jiang Yunhe stood her ground, unyielding in the face of Jiang Tiantai's fury. For the sake of my brother, I shall not flinch, even in the face of a mere celestial realm grandmaster, let alone a saint. Such audacity, an affront to the imperial majesty, warrants imprisonment in the celestial dungeon. Jiang Tiantai waved his hand, preparing to apprehend Jiang Yunhe. Regardless of your status as a disciple of the 9 extreme sword array, you possess no right to act recklessly in the Great Xia. Jiang Tiantai, do you dare to harm me? At that moment, a long sword manifested in Jiang Yunhe's grasp. The glimmer of the blade was mesmerizing, exuding a formidable sword intent, imbued within the treasured sword. At this instant, every sword within the imperial palace trembled as if paying homage to their sovereign. The wind demon sword. The very sword wielded by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang in his prime. Jiang Tiantai's complexion paled in terror. The sword Saint Feng Qingyang, a figure of immense renown, stronger than any saint. The 9 extreme sword sect ranks among the top 10 cultivation sects in the realm, divided into the 9 sword palaces of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. The master of the Wind Sword Palace is none other than Feng Qingyang, a great saint. The other 8 palace masters are saints as well, along with the sect leader, the Absolute Sword Saint, of the Great Saint Realm, and 3 elder saints. This formidable foundation comprises 2 great saints and 11 saints within the 9 extremes sword sect. With the Wind Demon Sword in Jiang Yunhe's possession, it signifies that she has been designated as the successor of his teachings. Jiang Yunhe is the young master of the Wind Sword Palace. This status is exceedingly noble throughout the entire Shenhuan continent, perhaps even surpassing that of Emperor Jiang Tiantai of the Great Xia. Of course, the Jiang clan has its own saints, capable of slaying the ancestor of passion flowers in a single strike. Presently, the status of Emperor Jiang Tiantai has considerably elevated. Upon seeing Jiang Yunhe brandish the Wind Demon Sword, Jiang Tiantai hastily ceased his actions. He truly dared not lay a hand on the disciple of the Sword Saint. Jiang Yunhe smiled smugly, stating, Jiang Tiantai, as long as you restore my brother's title as crown prince, I shall no longer pursue this matter, otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. She was undeterred by Jiang Tiantai. Before her departure, her master bestowed upon her 3 strands of saintly sword intent, potent enough to slay any grandmaster of the celestial realm at the 6th level or above. Though the sword saint is formidable, my Jiang clan also possesses saints capable of vanquishing the demon saint with a single strike. Do not overreach. The notion that a mere girl could pose a threat incensed Emperor Jiang Tiantai, his face turning ashen with rage. The title of crown prince rightfully belonged to his son, Jiang Baiting. He could not easily pardon Jiang Ning. Jiang Yunhe's fists clenched tightly, her face flushed with indignation. Had it not been for the emergence of the Jiang clan saint, who had slain a powerful demon saint rumored to be a great saint, she would have long since taken action against Jiang Tiantai. Her status afforded her the ability to act with impunity within the Great Xia. Little did she anticipate that the Jiang clan saint, whom she regarded with trepidation, would be her own brother. Jiang Tiantai, I will not abandon my quest to rescue my brother. Jiang Yunhe departed the imperial palace. As she vanished into the distance, a hauntingly graceful figure. A wave of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Tiantai's gaze. Yet, ultimately, he succumbed to despair. The sword saint Feng Qingyang was not someone he could afford to offend. As for the Jiang clan saint, he was uncertain whether they would prove a match for Feng Qingyang or lend their aid to him. Do you know? The princess has returned. Huh. Who would have thought that the princess had become a disciple of the sword saint Feng Qingyang, inheriting his legacy? Jiang Yunhe's return rekindled the loyalty of the former courtiers, who rallied under her banner. Had it not been for the formidable influence of these former courtiers, Jiang Tiantai could have simply issued an imperial decree to eliminate Jiang Ning without much ado. Jiang Yunhe has garnered the support of these former officials. With the Jiang clan saint in play, she could not directly confront Jiang Tiantai. However, she could employ reasonable methods to unite the ministers and compel Emperor Jiang Tiantai to yield. At that juncture, the Jiang clan saint would likely refrain from intervening. The former Emperor Jiang Tianmong, a man of exceptional talent and vision, held immense prestige in the Great Xia. Thus, the influence of the former courtiers in the court was substantial. These officials were particularly eager to support Jiang Ning's ascent to power, ensuring their continued hold on the current privileges. Consequently, Jiang Yunhe embarked on a mission within the Great Xia court to rescue her brother Jiang Ning. In the worst-case scenario, she contemplated instigating a coup, uniting the ministers to depose Emperor Jiang Tiantai and ascend to the throne herself, subsequently passing the crown to her brother. As the disciple of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and the young master of the Wind Sword Palace, she was entirely qualified to contend for the imperial throne. Thus, the political landscape of the Great Xia was set ablaze. The following day, after the morning court session, the long-silent former courtiers began to voice their demands, calling for the restoration of Jiang Ning's title as crown prince. This infuriated Jiang Tiantai, his expression darkening with rage, nearly causing him to explode. Naturally, the loyal ministers of Jiang Tiantai began to retaliate, rebuking the notion that Jiang Ning's release of the moon demon constituted a grave offense. The Great Xia court swiftly transformed into a battleground of rhetoric, with spittle flying as tempers flared. It nearly escalated into a physical confrontation, causing Jiang Tiantai considerable distress. He could scarcely fathom that Jiang Yunhe had become the young master of the Wind Sword Palace. Due to this status, numerous neutral ministers aligned themselves with Jiang Yunhe, placing Jiang Tiantai in a position of disadvantage. After court, Jiang Tiantai promptly summoned Wei Tianxian. Like a specter, Wei Tianxian appeared before the dragon throne in an instant. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Wei Tianxian inquired respectfully. Wei Gonggong, go and eliminate Jiang Ning. To prevent unforeseen complications, you shall take matters into your own hands. Jiang Tiantai's gaze hardened with malice. Once Jiang Ning was dead, how could Jiang Yunhe possibly restore her brother's title as crown prince? As for the agreement with the Empress Dowager, he no longer cared. He feared that Jiang Yunhe might have contingencies to protect her brother if he dispatched Wei Gonggong, a formidable expert of the 5th level of the celestial realm. Rest assured, Your Majesty, soon, the head of the deposed crown prince will grace your table. Wei Tianxian replied with a confident smile, vanishing from the imperial palace, heading towards the ancestral grounds. Chapter 38. Assassination of Jiang Ning. In the ancestral grounds, Jiang Ning spent his days only attending to the steel forest in the morning to clean the steels. In the afternoon, he remained in the bamboo cottage, keeping company with the little fox. This little creature seemed increasingly attached to him, and he could only find time to read and play with it. Through the possessed presence of the dark shadow of Uncle Zhou, Jiang Ning had gleaned some awareness of the happenings within the court. He could only chuckle bitterly at the situation. His sister was quite the handful. He had no desire to leave the ancestral grounds at all. Had she ever considered the feelings of her elder brother? For Jiang Ning, the ancestral grounds were a treasure trove. Here, he could easily bide his time until he attained the status of a saint. Only by becoming a saint could he truly establish himself in this world governed by the law of the jungle. Thus, even if he could strike down his formidable enemy Jiang Tiantai, Jiang Ning prioritized the greater good and refrained from pursuing him, knowing that it would only sow chaos in the Great Xia and work against his interests. What are you thinking about? The little fox leaped onto Jiang Ning's shoulder, its adorable eyes fixed on him. Meanwhile, Xiaoli toiled in the vegetable garden, weeding, watering, and fertilizing. At 18, she had reached the 7th level of the no-distance realm, rivaling the divine Queen Yu Ning. Such a stunning figure, akin to a goddess illuminating the night sky, laboring without complaint in the fields. News of this would surely astonish and bewilder the cultivators of Xianhuang. I'm not thinking of anything. Jiang Ning smiled lightly. The little fox wrinkled its delicate nose and shook its head, saying, I can sense that you are lying. Ah, Jiang Ning was taken aback. Could this little creature truly discern deceit? Are you trying to prevent your sister from rescuing you from the ancestral grounds? The little fox inquired. This revelation left Jiang Ning even more astonished, as the fox had accurately guessed his thoughts. This is the telepathic ability of my nine-tailed fox clan. I can perceive some of your innermost concerns, the little fox declared proudly. Jiang Ning let out a bitter laugh, contemplating whether he would have no secrets in front of Ollie from now on. The little fox, noticing his thoughts, reassured him, I can only sense a fraction. I won't know all your secrets. Besides, even if I were to know them, I would never harm you. You are the most important person in my life. The little fox affectionately rubbed its small head against Jiang Ning's cheek. Clearly, in its eyes, no one else mattered more than him. Although it was merely a little girl of just over a year old, it possessed remarkable wisdom. Jiang Ning smiled with the pride of a father, feeling that his care for this little creature had not been in vain. What would you like to eat tonight? I will cook for you myself. In his joy, Jiang Ning decided to showcase his culinary skills. I want roasted fish tonight. Come with me to catch some, the little fox replied, darting into the house and quickly returning with a fishing rod clutched in its tiny paw. Ever since tasting the fish Jiang Ning had grilled himself, it had been unable to forget the flavor. All right, we shall feast on roasted fish tonight, Jiang Ning agreed with a smile. Young master, I want some too, exclaimed Xiaoli from the vegetable garden, her face beaming with excitement. Jiang Ning, accompanied by the little fox, made his way to a secluded lake near the ancestral grounds, a place so remote that it rarely saw visitors. Jiang Ning had discovered it while seeking a quiet spot to practice his cultivation at night. He cast the bait and threw out the fishing line, beginning the pursuit of fish. The little fox perched anxiously on Jiang Ning's shoulder, eagerly watching the float, whispering to itself, fish, fish, please bite. At that moment, the float wobbled, and the little fox couldn't contain itself, exclaiming, hurry, reel it in. Jiang Ning calmly replied with a smile, do not rush, the fish have yet to fully bite. Just then, a terrifying pressure surged toward the lake, sending the fish scattering in panic. The immense force stirred the water into chaotic waves, while the surrounding trees swayed violently, as if caught in an unprecedented tempest. In the realm of the celestial, one could manipulate the forces of nature itself. Every action and movement could invoke celestial phenomena. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, realizing it seemed that due to Jiang Yunhe, Jiang Tiantai had already set his sights on him with murderous intent. Humph, but Jiang Ning was no soft persimmon. A surge of killing intent rose within him. Suddenly, an effeminate eunuch with a gloomy gaze appeared, gliding through the air as if walking on solid ground. The little fox flared with indignation. You old fool, you scared away my fish. Do you dare to face me? The fact that such a small fox demon could speak astonished Wei Tianxian, who then burst into laughter. Realizing that this little fox possessed considerable bloodline strength and would make a delightful pet to capture. Not only have you frightened away my fish, but you also wish to seize me as a pet? How dare you? The little fox, incensed, transformed into a streak of fierce light and launched an attack at Wei Tianxian. Boom. The two clashed midair. Wei Tianxian staggered back a few steps, his expression one of utter shock. What? How is this possible? My heavens, this little fox has reached the 6th tier of demon beasts. Celestial realm. You are an ancient bloodline. Your lineage must be of the primordial heritage. Wei Tianxian was overcome with excitement. The rarity of such ancient bloodlines drove even saints to madness. Little one, surrender peacefully and become my pet, he declared, conjuring a massive radiant hand aimed at the little fox. Unyielding, the little fox summoned a ball of foxfire to strike back at Wei Tianxian. Boom. The tremendous explosion sent waves soaring dozens of meters high, reducing the surrounding trees to mere dust. Jiang Ning chose not to intervene immediately, allowing the little fox to witness the harsh realities of the world. Otherwise, with its invincible demeanor, it would inevitably encounter peril. It seemed that in order to subdue this little fox, he would need to reveal some true prowess. Enraged, Wei Tianxian unleashed his blazing palm, a top-tier heavenly skill. The colossal flames surged forth, radiating temperatures capable of incinerating the void itself as it hurtled toward the little fox. The little fox, undeterred, transformed its foxfire into 3 fiery blossoms to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. The little fox clashed directly with Wei Tianxian, who was at the 5th level of the celestial realm. The ferocity of their battle obliterated everything around them, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Ultimately, however, due to its youth and inexperience, even as a descendant of the 9-tailed fox, the little fox was defeated. With a splatter, it was sent flying by Wei Tianxian, coughing up blood. Upon witnessing the little fox's injury, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed, and a terrifying killing intent surged from his eyes. If you dare to harm it, no one will be able to save your life. His cold voice resonated. Jiang Ning set aside his fishing rod and rose from the small stool. Huh, you, a mere cripple, think you can kill me? Wei Tianxian laughed mockingly. He believed that even the former prince, now a cripple, could be crushed beneath a single finger. Today marks your demise, former prince, Wei Tianxian proclaimed with glee. Chapter 39. The news brought back by Jiang Baiting. Killing you is more than sufficient. Jiang Ning replied with an indifferent tone. His concealed aura erupted forth. A terrifying presence surged from within him. The heavens trembled. The sky darkened with ominous clouds. And the fierce winds intensified, snapping the towering trees from a distance. Wei Tianxian, who had been laughing hysterically, abruptly ceased, leaving him dumbfounded. Why, you are at the peak of the celestial realm. How is this possible? Wei Tianxian could hardly believe his eyes. suspecting he was trapped in an illusion. The once downtrodden Jiang Ning, exiled to the ancestral grounds for 3 years, could not possibly have emerged as a peak celestial cultivator. Even the little fox stared incredulously at Jiang Ning, unable to fathom how the seemingly weak individual, whom it vowed to protect, could suddenly unleash such overwhelming power. I harbor no desire to kill, yet if you persist in seeking death, I shall reluctantly fulfill your wish. An imposing aura erupted from Jiang Ning, enveloping him in a resplendent radiance, adorned with intricate runes, emanating a terrifying presence that left all in shock. Wei Tianxian felt his soul tremble, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel and worship Jiang Ning. No, even if you are at the peak of the celestial realm, you cannot possess such an overwhelming might. Wei Tianxian cried out in terror. In that moment, facing Jiang Ning felt akin to confronting a saint, leaving him devoid of any will to resist. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning unleashed his divine technique, the purple lightning blade. The thunder roared, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Around them, an endless storm of thunder and lightning converged into a purple lightning dagger, merely an inch in length. Ah, divine ability. This is the divine purple lightning dagger. How could you possibly have learned it? My heavens, what kind of monstrous talent are you? Achieving the pinnacle of the celestial realm in just 3 years and comprehending such divine abilities. This is something even saints struggle to grasp. A prodigy, a freak, your majesty. Haha, you have offended a being you should never have crossed, and we are all doomed. Wei Tianxian shouted in terror. The dagger sliced through the air, roaring towards Wei Tianxian amidst a myriad of swirling lightning. In an instant, it traveled 1,000 steps, a thunderous force approaching from afar. The overwhelming current reduced everything around to mere dust. No, Wei Tianxian attempted to flee, but escape was futile. He watched helplessly as the purple lightning dagger pierced through his chest, emitting a desperate howl. Boom. His entire being exploded, transforming into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind, a sight too gruesome to behold. After slaying Wei Tianxian, Jiang Ning approached the little fox, cradling it in his arms, and asked with concern, "Are you all right? How could you be so formidable?" The little fox was still in shock. "I have always been powerful. I simply lacked the opportunity to showcase my abilities before you." Jiang Ning smiled. "If you were so powerful, why did you not act sooner? You made me suffer and cough up blood," the little fox retorted angrily. Feeling deeply aggrieved at being forced to confront such formidable foes as a mere child of just over a year old. Fuming, it cursed him with a circle gesture. Jiang Ning comforted it, chuckling. "You are too proud, believing yourself invincible. Perhaps this will serve as a lesson." Humph. The little fox huffed, refusing to acknowledge Jiang Ning. Even until nightfall, it did not spare him a glance. When Jiang Ning roasted fish, the savory aroma wafted into the air, causing the little fox to salivate uncontrollably. Yet, remembering it was cooked by that insufferable man, it resisted. Jiang Ning, presenting the roasted fish with an enticing smile, said, "So delicious. Little Ailey, will you not partake?" The little fox displayed a haughty demeanor reminiscent of a princess, declaring, "I would rather starve than consume anything prepared by you." Ultimately, the irresistible allure of the fish overcame its resolve. "So fragrant. You must roast fish for me every day from now on." The little fox perched on Jiang Ning's shoulder and devoured the fish voraciously. Watching the adorable little fox, Shaoli couldn't help but burst into a peal of silver laughter. "All right, from now on, you shall have roasted fish daily," Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Indeed, children are easily appeased with a little coaxing. Within the royal palace, Jiang Tiantai received the news of Wei Tianxian's demise, his face turning an ominous shade of gray. Bang! In a fit of rage, he smashed the table before him. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yunhe would indeed send someone to protect her brother, and even Eunuch Wei had fallen. Jiang Tiantai could never fathom that it was Jiang Ning who had slain Eunuch Wei. From that moment on, he dared not send assassins after Jiang Ning lightly. His head throbbed, unable to eliminate Jiang Ning, and with Jiang Yunhe's influence growing, more and more ministers were siding with her. What should he do? There was a real possibility that this insolent girl would instigate a coup, as she had garnered substantial support. Jiang Tiantai felt utterly drained, overwhelmed by despair, and slumped on his dragon throne. As the identity of Jiang Yunhe as the disciple of the sword Saint Feng Qingyang and the young master of the Wind Sword Palace spread, her faction grew stronger. Jiang Yunhe was determined to rescue her brother, her only remaining family in the world, and she would not allow anyone to harm him again. "Whoever dares to harm my brother, I shall slay without mercy." The following day, in the court, there were even those who openly petitioned, proclaiming the unparalleled talent of the eldest princess, suggesting she be appointed as the young master of the 9 extreme sword sect, and urging Jiang Tiantai to abdicate in her favor. This infuriated Jiang Tiantai, rendering his face pale with rage, nearly causing him to explode. Just as Jiang Tiantai found himself in a crisis, tormented by headaches, Jiang Baitung returned from the Taishan sacred land bearing news. The messenger was an elder from the Taishan sacred land who had met the emperor of the Great Xia. This elder, a being of the celestial realm's second layer, showed immense respect towards Jiang Tiantai. "Jing Elder, what news has my son brought back?" Jiang Tiantai could not help but inquire eagerly. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have a remarkable son. Baitung has ascended the 9 layers of the ascending tower and has been selected as a disciple by a Saint King Elder. Proclaimed as the sacred son of our Taishan sacred land," Elder Jing reported. "You mean to say Baitung has been taken as a disciple by a Saint King? And has been named the sacred son of the sacred land?" Jiang Tiantai was overwhelmed with indescribable excitement. "Haha, my son Jiang Baitung indeed possesses the bearing of an emperor. It has been thousands of years since anyone has conquered the ascending tower. Even the divine maiden Wang Yuning only reached the 8th layer. In the span of thousands of years, only 3 individuals have ascended to the 9th layer, all of whom eventually became emperors. Thus, my son Jiang Baitung's potential for greatness is no exaggeration. However, the path to greatness had long since dimmed, and emperors had vanished for millennia, leaving the reasons shrouded in mystery. Your Majesty, I sense an unusual atmosphere in the imperial city. What has transpired?" Elder Jing inquired curiously. Consequently, Jiang Tiantai recounted the events concerning Jiang Yunhe. Chapter 40. Heavenly Techniques, the Sky Repairing Technique. Upon hearing Jiang Tiantai's account, Elder Jing chuckled coldly. "Your Majesty, although the disciple of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang is formidable, how could he possibly compare to your son? Baitung is the crown prince of Great Xia. No one can usurp his position. The Sword Saint Feng Qingyang stands before Great Xia as a divine figure, yet in the presence of the Taishan sacred land. He pales in comparison. Baitung's master is a long reclusive Saint King Elder, making his status superior to Jiang Yunhe's. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall return to the sacred land to inform the sacred son and request reinforcements," Elder Jing declared with unwavering confidence. "Jiang Yunhe's ambitions to restore Jiang Ning to the crown prince's position shall never come to fruition. Then I shall trouble you, Elder Jing," Jiang Tiantai said, his face alight with joy. He had never anticipated that in his moment of crisis, his son Jiang Baitung would shine so brightly, having conquered the 9th layer of the ascending tower and become the sacred son of the sacred land. His status instantly elevated him to one of the most esteemed figures in the Xinhuang continent. Elder Jing departed, and Jiang Tiantai began to fortify his defenses against Jiang Yunhe's advances. As long as he awaited the reinforcements from the Taishan sacred land, he could secure a victory over Jiang Yunhe and her allies. You have carefully observed tenfold, activating the instant learning enhancement, comprehending the secret technique, Sky Repairing Technique. Jiang Ning closed his eyes, absorbing the vast and powerful essence of the Sky Repairing Technique, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. This technique was extraordinarily potent, undoubtedly the most formidable secret art he had ever encountered, surpassing even the 9-tailed treasure technique. Jiang Ning could hardly believe that such a powerful legacy existed within the stone forest. Along with the Sky Repairing Technique, there remained a fragment of a final message. It is said that the art of heavenly restoration was acquired by a member of the Jiang clan, a quasi-imperial elder, 200,000 years ago within a mysterious cave. Its origins are shrouded in enigma, rendering its pursuit utterly elusive. This elder devoted his entire life and expended immeasurable effort. Yet he could not even catch a glimpse of the vastness of the heavenly restoration technique, unable to grasp the fundamentals. His failure to master this art became a lifelong regret. Before his demise, he could only imbue the technique into a stone tablet, leaving it amidst the forest of steels, hoping that a destined individual in the future would uncover its secrets, thus allowing him to depart with a smile in the afterlife. A technique that eluded a quasi-emperor throughout his existence was effortlessly mastered by Jiang Ning in an instant, achieving perfection in the art of heavenly restoration. The powers of the heavenly restoration technique are 5-fold. First, it enhances innate talent and comprehension. Even a waste of a person who could not break through to the chi condensation realm can, through this technique, transform into a cultivation genius. Such a miraculous effect is truly astounding. Second, it repairs the physical body and the soul, rendering all flaws into a harmonious whole, devoid of weaknesses. While the human body cannot attain perfection, the heavenly restoration technique allows one to achieve the pinnacle of flawlessness. Even demonic beasts can cultivate, purifying their bloodline power and evolving to higher levels. Third, it can rectify the deficiencies of other cultivation methods, combat skills, and divine abilities, significantly amplifying their potency. Fourth, it facilitates rapid recovery from injuries. Fifth, it enables the execution of a forbidden technique known as celestial calamity, which possesses tremendous destructive power and defies the heavens. It should be employed sparingly. These 5 formidable functions of the heavenly restoration technique are truly otherworldly. Jiang Ning was utterly astonished, never imagining his fortune would lead him to such a transcendent secret art. With the heavenly restoration technique in his possession, among equals, if he claimed the second position, who would dare to assert the first? A smile crept across Jiang Ning's lips. As night fell, he arrived at a desolate location, establishing a 5-element barrier. He commenced his cultivation of the heavenly restoration technique. His entire being was enveloped in a dazzling 7-colored radiance, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. After a night of practice, Jiang Ning was brimming with excitement. Utilizing the heavenly restoration technique, he repaired his supreme dragon body, propelling it towards a state of utmost perfection. In just one night, he gained a staggering 200,000 gene of strength, allowing his punch to reach a might of 1,200,000 gene. Such a monumental increase was undeniably immense, and yet, his supreme dragon body had yet to attain its ultimate state. The heavenly restoration technique truly is a miraculous art. Exceedingly powerful. Had the Jiang clan ancestor successfully cultivated it, he undoubtedly would have transcended to the Imperial realm. Still in a state of shock, Jiang Ning devoted himself to the rigorous practice of the heavenly restoration technique each night. Naturally, he did not forget to share this formidable transcendental art with those closest to him. To Xiao Li and the little fox, his two most cherished companions, he imparted the teachings without reservation. However, given the technique's complexity, he simplified it into 5 scrolls: the scroll of endowment, the scroll of body, the scroll of law, the scroll of injury, and the scroll of calamity. He entrusted the scroll of endowment, which enhances innate talent, to Xiao Li, while bestowing the scroll of body, which repairs the physical form and purifies bloodlines, to the little fox. As a 9-tailed demon fox of ancient lineage, the little fox's bloodline had become quite diluted over the eons, as it was not sustained by 2 purebred 9-tailed foxes. Otherwise, her mother would not have been merely a weak demon king. If the heavenly restoration technique is mastered, the little fox could potentially restore her bloodline to its former glory. With his profound understanding of the perfected heavenly restoration technique, Jiang Ning could elucidate countless insights to aid both companions in their comprehension. Their cultivation would be far easier than that of the Jiang clan's quasi-imperial ancestor. Moreover, each night, he utilized his mastery of the technique to assist them in their dreams. Coupled with the simplification into 5 scrolls, their learning progressed swiftly, and soon both companions had entered the preliminary stages of cultivation. However, the path to achieving perfection remained long and arduous, reliant on their own fortune and comprehension. Since acquiring the heavenly restoration technique, Jiang Ning became completely engrossed in its practice, dedicating every moment to self-improvement and striving for perfection. As for enhancing his innate talent, it held significant importance for him as well. The experience boost provided a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed. The higher Jiang Ning's innate talent, the faster his cultivation would advance following that 100-fold increase. Thus, his daily pursuits revolved around elevating his innate abilities and perfecting his physical body and soul. Herbal supplements also served as excellent aids. Consequently, Jiang Ning instructed Sun Yuchan to procure a vast supply of spiritual herbs. After careful consideration, he decided to impart the scroll of endowment to Sun Yuchan, for she would become his representative in the heavenly gate, and her strength must not be weak. Through their interactions over the days, Sun Yuchan had also earned Jiang Ning's trust, and so a month passed. Jiang Ning's physical strength surged to 2 million gene. His soul grew immensely robust and indestructible, and his innate talent experienced a significant enhancement. Chapter 41 recounts the tale of Jiang Taishu and the sacred text of the void. Although he had not yet discovered the opportunity to attain sainthood, solidifying his foundation step by step was indeed a wise course of action. Jiang Ning remained unhurried. Without the means to achieve sainthood, he focused on fortifying his roots. The stronger his foundation, the more accessible his path to sainthood would become, and his combat prowess would grow correspondingly. As for how to attain sainthood, it required a moment of enlightenment and the understanding of a saint's will. No amount of grueling practice could substitute for this realization. One day, as Jiang Ning was immersed in his cultivation, a graceful figure appeared at his bamboo hut. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was his sister, Jiang Yunhe. Brother. Jiang Yunhe exclaimed joyfully, her delight evident in her demeanor. It had been long since she had experienced such happiness. You've come. Jiang Ning responded with a smile. Brother, I bring you good news. That old scoundrel, Jiang Tiantai, plans to abdicate. In 3 days, he will pass the throne to me. At that time, I shall restore your title as crown prince in the name of the Emperor of Daxia, and eventually, I will pass the throne to you. Jiang Yunhe's exquisite face radiated with joy. She had finally rescued her brother. Wasn't I amazing, sister? From now on, I will protect you. Who dares to harm my brother Jiang Yunhe? They shall not escape my wrath. The girl, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, confidently patted Jiang Ning's shoulder and proudly raised her chin. Being able to protect her brother became her greatest source of pride. This warmth filled Jiang Ning's heart. In this otherworldly realm, there was someone who genuinely cared for him. He began to feel envious of the original owneress' life, blessed with a good mother and a loving sister. This made Jiang Ning, a child who had tasted the bitter winds of life, feel an overwhelming sense of envy. Rest assured, I will take good care of mother and my sister, Jiang Ning silently vowed. In that moment, he fully embraced his identity as Jiang Ning, the crown prince of Daxia. The person he once was on earth would fade into the distance. However, this predicament left Jiang Ning in a quandary. He was reluctant to depart from his ancestral land, yet he could not bear to witness the disappointment on the young maiden's face. Thus he could only nod in acquiescence. He resolved to devise a plan to remain after 3 days. At worst, he would reveal his prowess to Jiang Ning, who would undoubtedly prevent him from leaving the ancestral grounds. Rest assured, in 3 days' time, we shall meet again in the Imperial Palace. And no one shall dare to bully you again. You have an extraordinary sister. The maiden puffed up with pride, declaring her sister's superiority. Jiang Ning indulged her with flattery, which elicited a radiant smile from the stunning girl. She gently embraced her brother, saying, I shall take my leave now. In the end, Jiang Ning watched as Jiang Ning departed. Little did she know, this was merely a delaying tactic orchestrated by Jiang Tiantai. In 3 days, reinforcements from the Taishan sacred ground would arrive at the Great Xia Dynasty, marking her impending doom. Upon learning of this, Jiang Baiting sought the counsel of his revered master. The Taishan sacred ground was also aware of this development. Sword sage Feng Qingyang would not easily accept a disciple. Once he did, that individual would possess unparalleled talent in the sword path, capable of fully inheriting his legacy. Historically, the Taishan sacred ground had been at odds with the 9 extremes sword sect. Thus, they aimed to extinguish Jiang Yunhe's prodigious talents entirely. Dispatching numerous formidable warriors with a singular objective, she must not be allowed to survive. Shortly after Jiang Yunhe's departure, Shaoli excitedly approached. Young master, look. I discovered a precious sword while tilling the soil. She presented a sword, still caked in earth, before Jiang Ning. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Jiang Ning's body, as if he had formed a connection with the sword, stirring his very soul. Shaoli, keep it there, and continue tilling the land, Jiang Ning instructed. As you wish. Young master, Shaoli replied, joyfully returning to her task, hoping to unearth more treasures for him. Ali, let us go fishing. We shall feast on grilled fish tonight. Jiang Ning commanded. The little fox, salivating at the thought, swiftly retrieved the fishing rod. Upon reaching the lake, she eagerly exclaimed, Young master, let me catch plenty of fish. Jiang Ning chuckled, I have matters to attend to. You may fish alone. Very well. The little fox, being a sensible child, did not press him further and set off to fish. Given her prowess, she could catch as many fish as she desired, but that would be too mundane. Fishing was a delightful pastime. After sending the little fox on her way, Jiang Ning drew forth the sword. Taisu sword. The name resonated in his mind with clarity. Suddenly, a memory surged into his consciousness. Jiang Taisu had become a saint a millennium ago. Jiang Ning was taken aback. No wonder he felt such a profound connection upon first seeing the sword. After all, he had comprehended Jiang Taisu's void sword intent. This sword, known as the Taisu sword, was the very sword of enlightenment that led Jiang Taisu to sainthood. A holy sword. This marked the second sacred artifact he had acquired, aside from the god-slaying blade. Moreover, he could sense that the Taisu sword far surpassed the god-slaying blade in power. Jiang Taisu was indeed a prodigious genius from a millennium ago, a being who reignited the glory of the Jiang clan. Through the saintly will imprinted upon the Taisu sword, Jiang Ning finally grasped the events of 1,000 years prior. At the age of 32, Jiang Taisu ascended to the realm of transcendent beings. He ventured forth with his sword, traversing the mortal realm, where he encountered a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Even heroes falter before the allure of beauty. He fell deeply in love with her, and she reciprocated his affections. On the night of their union, they were entwined in blissful intimacy. However, the following day, Jiang Taisu's wife attempted to kill him, plunging a sword through his heart. Jiang Taisu, filled with despair, gazed incredulously at the one he loved. Why would she wish to end his life? At that moment, the woman revealed her true identity. She was a disciple of the 6 paths of the demon sect's hall of emotionless destruction, devoted to a path devoid of compassion or sentiment, severing all emotional ties. She required a husband to fulfill her ambitions and subsequently slay him to attain sainthood. Jiang Taisu, without a doubt, became her stepping stone to enlightenment. After achieving her goal, she abandoned his lifeless body. Jiang Taisu emerged as the sole descendant of the Jiang clan to awaken imperial blood after tens of thousands of years. With the aid of this imperial blood, his fatal injuries inexplicably healed. Though he did not perish, he became a mere shell of his former self, retreating into the ancestral grounds. Alas, Jiang Taisu was too extraordinary. Even as a reanimated corpse, he still achieved sainthood, wielding the void sword Dao with an unfathomable battle prowess that instilled fear in all. Unwilling to remain in this sorrowful place, he buried the Taisu sword and feigned death, leaving the ancestral grounds. To this day, there has been no trace of him, suggesting that Jiang Taisu may still yet live. However, over the course of a millennium, there has been not a whisper of his existence. Jiang Ning was astonished, scrutinizing the Taisu sword intently. You have witnessed the saintly will, triggering the instant learning ability, gaining insight into the sacred text void sacred text and the void sacred intent. Instantly, a stream of text appeared in his mind. Chapter 42, Shao Li's Weeping. The void sacred intent coalesces into saintly will, allowing me to strive for the realm of saints. Jiang Ning was overwhelmed with excitement. At present, his realm could be considered quasi-saint. To comprehend saintly intent without having achieved sainthood is to be in the quasi-saint stage, a critical step towards transcending into the sacred realm. Jiang Shang had once occupied this realm, yet he could never take that final step, awaiting his inevitable fate to pass into oblivion. Jiang Taisu, I am deeply indebted to you. Your void sword intent has spared me from the torment of countless poisons gnawing at my heart. Now, acquiring the void sacred intent provides me with the opportunity to attain sainthood. I shall never forget your tremendous kindness. Jiang Ning respectfully bowed to the Taisu sword, honoring Jiang Taisu. This sword of enlightenment was a token of affection given to Jiang Taisu by the woman from the Hall of Emotionless Destruction, which is why he buried it outside the bamboo hut instead of taking it with him. Thus, it ultimately fell into Jiang Ning's hands. The void sacred text was a sacred text created by Jiang Taisu after his ascension, mastering the true meaning of the void and the pinnacle of spatial manipulation. It wielded immeasurable power and defied the heavens. Compared to the void sword intent, it was infinitely superior. Only by fully comprehending the void sacred text could Jiang Ning truly grasp the extent of Jiang Taisu's prodigiousness. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly be a terrifying entity capable of suppressing an entire world. It was a tragic fate that a single woman had ruined his life. The void sacred intent and the void sacred text have opened a grand door for Jiang Ning. He sensed that he was nearing the threshold of transcending into the sacred realm. The might of a saint is simply beyond the comparison of mere mortals. Only by achieving sainthood could Jiang Ning firmly establish himself in this extraordinary world. At this moment, the little fox, with its delicate pink paws clutching a fish basket and the other carrying a fishing rod, approached Jiang Ning in a comical manner. Look, I have caught a multitude of large fish. You must roast them all for me tonight, it said, swallowing hard, its mind consumed by the delicious prospect of grilled fish. You little glutton, I shall ensure you are well fed. Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled its fur. Suddenly, the little fox wrinkled its nose and remarked, why do I feel that you are different all of a sudden? Is that so? Perhaps, Jiang Ning replied with a slight smile. The essence of the void saint within him bestowed an air of transcendence, rendering him noticeably distinct. Clad in a flowing white robe, he appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled majesty, his eyes sparkling with an intimidating brilliance. His ethereal demeanor suggested a being on the verge of ascension. Such a person was rare in this world. He was a paragon among the elite. Accompanied by the little fox, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo cottage. Young master, you are becoming increasingly handsome, remarked Xiaoli, unable to contain her surprise at Jiang Ning's transformed appearance. Immediately, her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Is Sister Xiaoli experiencing a springtime awakening? The little fox innocently inquired. Ali, you naughty creature, dare not mock your sister, Xiaoli retorted, her shyness causing her to lower her head, too bashful to meet Jiang Ning's gaze. The trio, a man, a woman, and a fox, kindled a bonfire, joyfully preparing a feast, relishing the delightful taste of grilled fish. Jiang Ning reveled in this leisurely existence. The following day, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Ning did not visit the steel forest. Instead, he resolved to enter seclusion, determined to fully immerse himself in his pursuit of the saint realm. Thus, he prepared to reveal his true identity to Xiaoli. Your young master is a quasi-saint. Indeed, he was on the brink of transcending into the sanctified realm, and Xiaoli was among the closest individuals to him in this world. It was time she learned his secret. Young master, why did you not go to the steel forest today? Xiaoli asked curiously. Jiang Ning smiled, but did not elaborate. Instead, he said, strike me with all your might. Xiaoli was taken aback, questioning his unusual request. What has come over you today? Are you out of your mind? Young master, I could not possibly harm you. She shook her head vigorously, fearing her punch might inadvertently cause him harm. It's quite all right, deliver your blow. This is an order you cannot refuse. Give it your all. Jiang Ning encouraged with a smile. Xiaoli wore a worried expression, hesitating. What troubles you? Jiang Ning inquired. To be honest, young master, I might accidentally kill you. Her voice dwindled, fearful of bruising his pride. Fear not. Strike me as hard as you can. Jiang Ning reassured her without a hint of concern. Very well, here I come. Seeing Jiang Ning's resolute attitude, Xiaoli reluctantly prepared to strike. However, she refrained from using her full strength, delivering a soft punch towards him. The moment her fist drew near, an overwhelming force sent her flying backward. What? Xiaoli exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't the young master incapable of cultivation? How could I, a practitioner of the boundless realm, be repelled? You must use your full strength. Jiang Ning insisted. At that moment, Xiaoli resolved to unleash her full power, directing a forceful punch toward him. Bang! She sensed that her strike had dissipated into nothingness. As Jiang Ning remained unscathed, smiling at her. Young master, what is happening? Xiaoli questioned, utterly astonished. The world believes your young master to be a waste. They simply do not comprehend. I am already half a step into the saint realm, Jiang Ning stated nonchalantly. Boom! The essence of the void erupted forth, causing Xiaoli's complexion to pale instantly. Saintly essence. Young master, you are already a quasi-saint? Xiaoli gasped in shock. struggling to comprehend that the person she had been with daily had quietly achieved such a milestone. A quasi-saint? For now, yes, but in just a few days. Your young master shall transcend into the saint realm, Jiang Ning proclaimed confidently. Transcend into a saint. Young master, you are on the verge of becoming a saint? Shaoli was utterly stunned by this revelation. The Jiang family had not seen a saint in over 10,000 years. In Shaoli's eyes, a saint was akin to a divine being. Heavens, such a divine presence is about to be realized by my own young master, she thought. Feeling as though she were in a dream, she slapped herself hard. Ouch, it's real. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled a mother who had ventured into perilous lands to save her son. Perhaps she would never see the Empress again. Overcome with sorrow, Shaoli could not help but throw herself into Jiang Ning's embrace, weeping heartily. Having been raised by the Empress, her bond was profound, and she desperately missed Li Muqing. Do not cry. I have already sent someone to inquire about the Empress's whereabouts. Jiang Ning gently stroked Shaoli's back, soothing her. After a long while, her emotions began to calm. Shaoli, you and Ali shall guard me. I must devote myself entirely to breaking through to the saint realm. Jiang Ning instructed. Rest assured, young master. Anyone who dares disturb you must first step over my dead body, the little girl declared resolutely. The little fox also stood tall, patting its chest proudly. Subsequently, Jiang Ning entered a state of seclusion, embarking upon his journey to the saint realm. Chapter 43, The Sword Technique of Celestial Severance. And the Crisis of Jiang Yunhe. Jiang Ning established a 5-elements barrier, creating an expansive space. He then sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. As a celestial being, he wielded the power of heaven and earth, allowing him to traverse the skies with ease. Next, the Taishu sword was unsheathed, spiraling above his head. As the sword of enlightenment, it bore the formidable essence of a saint. The Taishu sword was also Jiang Ning's chosen weapon for his path to sanctification. To wield a sacred artifact as a means of enlightenment would naturally amplify its power upon achieving sainthood. Such privilege was reserved for the prodigies of superlative factions. You have observed the sword intent of the saint, activating the instant learning ability, comprehending the celestial severance sword technique. Jiang Ning was taken aback. This was the first occurrence of its kind. The celestial severance sword technique was not conceived by Jiang Taishu. Rather, it was a technique he had independently developed after observing the sword intent of a saint. It appeared that the instant learning ability could not only facilitate the rapid acquisition of any supernatural skill, but also enable the creation of powerful techniques through serendipity. Although he had yet to attain sainthood, Jiang Ning sensed that with this sword, he could easily slay a saint. I am on the path to the saint realm. Nothing shall obstruct my journey, Jiang Ning vowed with determination as he began his intense breakthrough. The divine essence of the void enveloped his entire being, and the vast truths of the void swirled around him. He seemed to merge with the void, becoming one with all that surrounded him. His consciousness, unfathomably empty, extended into the void like an outstretched hand, moving with effortless grace. The Taijin sacred text, the void sacred text, and the various techniques of the heavenly fiend and Azura that Jiang Ning had cultivated were now operating in unison. Undoubtedly, the void sacred text was the most formidable technique within Jiang Ning's grasp, far surpassing the Taijin sacred text. It would undoubtedly become the cornerstone of Jiang Ning's cultivation, and in the future, he would even employ the heaven-mending technique to enhance it. Jiang Ning was relentlessly accumulating energy, determined to burst open the gates of the sacred realm and draw extraordinary power into his being. Meanwhile, Shao Li and the little fox diligently safeguarded Jiang Ning, unwilling to allow even a moment of complacency, as the most important person in their lives was striving to breach the sacred realm. They would not permit anyone to disturb his cultivation. Time flew by swiftly, and soon 3 days had passed. In the Imperial Palace, Jiang Tiantai was filled with excitement. The reinforcements from the Taishan sacred land had finally arrived. 13 formidable cultivators, all at the celestial stage. The elder among them, the one of the highest realm, was a quasi-saint. With long chestnut hair and clad in a flowing blue robe, his demeanor was cold and exuded a fierce aura. Having met Elder Huang and the other elders of the sacred land, Jiang Tiantai promptly greeted them with respect. Your Majesty is too courteous. The group of elders from the sacred land replied with slight smiles. The proud elders of the sacred land naturally looked down upon the emperor of the Daxia. Yet the current emperor was different. As the father of the sacred son, Jiang Baitung, this status commanded respect from the elders. Your Majesty, what is the current situation? Elder Huang, the quasi-saint, wasted no time and asked directly. Jiang Tiantai shook his head, his expression grim. The court officials have rallied behind Jiang Yunhe, the young master of the Wind Sword Palace, and are pressing for my abdication. Tomorrow South Morning Court will serve as the final ultimatum. Jiang Tiantai's fists clenched in anger, his face pale with fury. Being forced into abdication by the likes of Jiang Yunhe infuriated him. What is that mere young master of the Wind Sword Palace compared to me? My 9 absolute sword palace is far superior to the Taishan sacred land, one elder scoffed. Rest assured, Your Majesty, no one can usurp your throne. The 3 great sacred lands, aside from the four most mysterious imperial clans. And the 6 paths of the demon sect are rooted in the Xianhuang continent and fear no other forces. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your support. I am deeply grateful. Jiang Tiantai expressed his thanks earnestly. Nonsense. We are all family here. No need for formalities, the elders from the sacred land chuckled. Will your Jiang clan's saint intervene in this matter? Elder Huang inquired, voicing his greatest concern. It is highly likely he is a great saint. This is a matter of my Jiang clan. Only those capable will take charge, and I believe he will not intervene. Furthermore, he has never meddled in Jiang clan affairs over the years, maintaining a very low profile. Only when the audacious ancestor of the flower of emotion sought to slaughter my Jiang clan's ancestral grounds did he take action, slaying him with a single sword stroke. Jiang Tiantai replied. Yet, uncertainty lingered within him. He had never met this saintly ancestor and did not know who he was. Those from the demonic sect deserve no sympathy. Elder Huang remarked, expressing the sacred land's deep disdain for the 6 paths of the demon sect. As long as the elder does not intervene, tomorrow will be Jiang Yunhe's day of reckoning. The elders of the sacred land laughed triumphantly. However, Jiang Tiantai worriedly questioned, Jiang Yunhe, she must have powerful protectors in secret. Will this cause us trouble? He informed the elders of the death of Wei Tianxian. Elder Huang smiled mysteriously, saying, rest assured, he has come along. Even if the Wind Sword Palace has strong protectors for Jiang Yunhe, she is doomed. Jiang Tiantai asked, puzzled. King Xuanzi, the sacred son's senior brother, Elder Huang replied. What? That King Xuanzi who became a great saint 10 years ago, causing a stir in Xinhuang? Jiang Tiantai exclaimed, then burst into laughter, feeling reassured by his presence. King Xuanzi had come primarily to guard against the possible arrival of the sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He would not intervene unless absolutely necessary, Elder Huang explained. Jiang Tiantai nodded, feeling significantly more at ease. After all, King Xuanzi was a great saint, the strongest genius of the Taishan sacred land in nearly 1,000 years. Even if the sword Saint Feng Qingyang came, he could not possibly save Jiang Yunhe. Jiang Yunhe, you wretched girl, just await your demise tomorrow, Jiang Tiantai sneered, harboring no familial affection whatsoever. Aside from his son, Jiang Baiting, he felt no kinship towards anyone else. The following day arrived swiftly. Jiang Yunhe rose early, donned in a silver-white swordsman's attire, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her beauty breathtaking and her demeanor spirited. Brother, after today, you shall emerge from the ancestral grounds. Your glory is about to be restored. Jiang Yunhe beamed as she gazed towards the ancestral grounds, utterly oblivious to the impending peril. Accompanied by a group of ministers supporting her, she marched toward the central hall of the Imperial Palace, intent on forcing Jiang Tiantai to abdicate. In the Grand Central Hall, imbued with shimmering symbols and constructed from unparalleled immortal stone, the atmosphere was magnificent and resplendent. The Daxia Jiang clan, once an imperial lineage, had basked in glory for several 100,000 years. Thus, the court possessed extraordinary depth. The luminous runes etched upon the great pillars were enough to instill trepidation even in celestial stage cultivators, exuding an aura that seemed to engulf mountains and overlook the world. Emperor Jiang Tiantai of Daxia sat upon the throne, awaiting Jiang Yunhe's arrival. Below him were a host of dignitaries from Daxia. Soon, the striking figure of Jiang Yunhe, clad in her white swordsman's attire, entered the central hall, accompanied by a retinue of ministers backing her. Jiang Tiantai, if you do not abdicate now, when will you? She demanded, her fierce gaze fixed upon Jiang Tiantai. Seeing him still seated upon the throne, displeasure surged within her. She harbored no goodwill towards this uncle who had harmed her brother and forced her mother out of power. In fact, she suspected that her father's death was connected to him. Your Majesty, the eldest princess possesses extraordinary talent as the young master of the Wind Sword Palace. You ought to abdicate, urged a chorus of ministers supporting Jiang Yunhe. Her prestigious background emboldened them, stripping away their fear of Emperor Jiang Tiantai. How audacious, you treacherous ministers! Shouted those loyal to Jiang Tiantai, enraged. Haha, Jiang Tiantai laughed heartily. Niece, I have no intention of abdicating to you. Who does not know your intentions? You wish to pass the throne to your useless brother. Jiang Yunhe frowned, anger flashing in her eyes. Jiang Tiantai, do you intend to go back on your word? Jiang Tiantai shook his head, insisting, I am not going back on my word. I simply do not wish to hand the Daxia over to a useless person. This is for the sake of Daxia. Since you have gone back on your word, do not blame me for being impolite. I shall personally take you down. Jiang Yunhe declared in fury, preparing to strike at Jiang Tiantai. Are you the young master of the Wind Sword Palace? Such audacity. One might think that the 9 Absolute Sword Palace is the foremost power in the Xinhuang world. A voice, cold and commanding, reverberated through the air. An overwhelming presence surged forth, and the faces of the ministers shifted in alarm as over a dozen formidable auras manifested. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. 13 elders from the Taishan sacred land entered the central hall, with Elder Huang, a quasi-saint, leading the procession, exuding an imposing aura. Why have the elders of the Taishan sacred land suddenly arrived? The ministers of the Great Xia were taken aback upon seeing the sacred robes worn by the elders. "We welcome the arrival of the Sacred Land Elders," exclaimed Jiang Tiantai with excitement. "It is an honor to meet the Sacred Land Elders." The Taishan Sacred Land loomed over everyone like a mountain, and no one dared to show anything but respect. Jiang Yunhe's face turned pale. She could not fathom why the elders of the Taishan Sacred Land had come at this moment. What business do the Sacred Land Elders have in the central hall? Jiang Yunhe asked, her tone tinged with unease. Elder Huang smirked icily and replied, "Jiang Yunhe, like your brother, you have colluded with the demon sect, betrayed the righteous path, and willingly descended into depravity, endangering the world. We have come today to cleanse our domain." His words, steeped in righteousness, sought to impose moral superiority over Jiang Yunhe. The 3 great sacred lands and the 10 major cultivation sects constituted the righteous path, opposing the 6 paths of the demon sect. Without sufficient justification, they could not act against Jiang Yunhe, so they preemptively accused her of a grave crime. Jiang Yunhe's face flushed with indignation. When had she ever colluded with the demon sect? "Old fool, which of your eyes saw me conspire with the demon sect? Present your evidence," she retorted, her tone frigid. It was astonishing that the elders of the sacred land would dare to fabricate such lies. "Your brother released the moon demon, and you wish to seize the throne to save him. Is that not collusion with the demon sect? The emperor of the Great Xia can only be Jiang Tiantai, not you. The demon is in league with the demon sect," Elder Huang declared. This was an unfounded accusation, a pretext to condemn her. Jiang Yunhe trembled with rage. How shameless the members of the sacred land were. The throne of the Great Xia was an internal affair of the Jiang family and did not fall under the jurisdiction of the sacred land. Even if there were those who colluded with the demon sect, it was for the Great Xia to address. At this moment, a minister supporting Jiang Yunhe could no longer contain himself. The emperor of the Great Xia is the father of the sacred son, Jiang Baiting. Thus, this matter is naturally within the purview of our sacred land. We do not wish for the Jiang family, to which the sacred son belongs, to become a den of chaos, Elder Huang responded. It was then that Jiang Yunhe grasped the situation. The elders of the sacred land had come specifically to aid Jiang Tiantai. She was astounded to learn that Jiang Baitung had actually become the sacred son of the sacred land. What? The crown prince has become the sacred son of the sacred land? Heaven above. The ministers were in shock. At this juncture, the support for Jiang Yunhe among her ministers began to waver. Except for a few staunch loyalists of the former emperor, the rest had turned into fence-sitters. Jiang Yunhe ground her teeth in frustration, never anticipating such a dramatic shift in the situation. Jiang Tiantai wore a smug grin, reveling in the fortune of having such a promising son. In the ancestral land, Jiang Ning remained engrossed in arduous cultivation, striving to break through to the realm of the saint. The so-called saintly realm was about comprehending the essence of sanctity, allowing one's spiritual power to transcend the mundane. Subsequently, one's physical body would undergo a metamorphosis, coalescing extraordinary strength. Jiang Ning had already grasped the essence of the void saintly principle, a creation of the unparalleled genius. Jiang Taisu. He then aimed for the transcendence of his physical form, gathering extraordinary power. Seated in the void, Jiang Ning continuously operated the void saint scripture, transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the extraordinary void power. The energy surrounding him gradually morphed into pure void power. For 3 days, he cultivated at an unprecedented speed, utilizing countless spirit stones. Finally, a resplendent beam of golden light erupted from within him, soaring into the sky. Thankfully, the 5 elements barrier was in place. Otherwise, the surrounding area would have been stirred to chaos. At this moment, the formless and colorless energy within Jiang Ning had entirely transformed into a cerulean mist, flowing throughout his body. This cerulean mist contained an unfathomable extraordinary might. Though it appeared weak, even a trace of it could rend mountains and boil seas. The extraordinary power, the void power, surged within him, and Jiang Ning was elated, his face aglow with excitement. Indeed, he had fully broken through to the saintly realm. His physical form had transcended, and the energy within him had converted into extraordinary power. An immense saintly aura erupted from Jiang Ning's being. Jiang Ning had been in this unfamiliar world for over 3 years. He had yearned to transcend into the saintly realm, and today he had finally achieved it. Entering the saintly realm meant he could now roam freely through the world. After entering the saintly realm, I can effortlessly vanquish anyone beneath the imperial realm. In this era of the fallen imperialists, a quasi-emperor is the strongest, Jiang Ning proclaimed. In the entire Xinhuang world, there was no one he could not defeat. He deemed himself invincible and truly possessed that qualification. He had finally established a foothold in this otherworldly realm. Chapter 45, Sword Chi spanning 10,000 miles. Jiang Taisu is not dead? Following his breakthrough to the saintly realm, Jiang Ning could not help but extend his spiritual sense outward. Everything within the ancestral land lay bare before his perception. He then spread his spiritual sense beyond the ancestral land, reaching into the outside world. The outpost at Tianmen, that small inn, appeared distinctly in his awareness. At that moment, Sun Yuchan was engaged in secluded cultivation. His spiritual sense continued to radiate outward. Typically, a newly ascended saint could only encompass a radius of 10 miles with their spiritual sense. Yet, Jiang Ning's spiritual awareness astonishingly exceeded that, extending to a terrifying 1,000 miles, 100 times that of his peers. His spiritual sense reached from the ancestral land to the royal palace of the Great Xia. The events occurring in the central hall were entirely within his perception. With the arrival of the Taishan elders, Jiang Yunhe found herself at a disadvantage. Most of her supporting ministers had shifted their allegiance to Jiang Tiantai. With the backing of the Taishan sacred land, who would dare oppose Jiang Tiantai? Jiang Tiantai laughed triumphantly. It was time to eliminate Jiang Yunhe. From this point forward, that useless Jiang Ning would have no chance of rising again. I now declare, on behalf of the Taishan sacred land, your punishment as a colluder with the demon sect. You are sentenced to death and will be executed on the spot. Elder Huang proclaimed with arrogance. At this moment, they had received orders to ensure the death of Jiang Yunhe, the unparalleled sword genius of the 9 absolute sword sect. At this time, one of the elders from the Taishan sacred land extended a withered hand towards Jiang Yunhe, intent on delivering a fatal strike. He was a test stone. If Jiang Yunhe had no hidden cards, she was doomed. The palm, infused with the power of heaven and earth, was terrifyingly formidable. The very void trembled under its might, and the entire central hall shook violently. Had it not been for the protective runes, the hall would have collapsed in an instant. You seek death. Do not blame me, Jiang Yunhe said, her expression icy. It was then that she realized the Taishan sacred land was wholly intent on eliminating her. With her mere soul formation realm, she was naturally no match for the great masters of the celestial realm. At that moment, a small talisman materialized in her hand, adorned with the image of an unremarkable little sword. Jiang Yunhe cast the talisman aside, and instantly, the small sword radiated a brilliant golden light, ringing with a resonant clang. Dazzling and resplendent, as if a miniature sun hovered in midair. The sword intent of the sage. The elder who had attacked Jiang Yunhe screamed in terror. Thud! The formidable sword intent pierced through his body, and he fell lifeless on the spot. The sword intent of the sage, wielded by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang, indeed concealed a powerful card. Boldly, you have slain an elder of our holy ground. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Elder Huang bellowed in fury. The sword saint of the great sage realm is an entity of unimaginable power. Thus, even a mere drawing of a small sword on paper embodies an overwhelming sword intent capable of annihilating beings of the celestial realm. Faced with the sword intent of the sage, the remaining 12 elders of the holy ground dared not underestimate the situation any longer and all joined forces. Boom, boom, boom. 12 potent auras erupted, illuminating the sky as they descended upon Jiang Yunhe. Her complexion turned ashen, utilizing the sword intent bestowed by her master. She felt fearless against the quasi-saint. Yet, confronting 12 celestial beings united was an insurmountable challenge. Was she destined to perish here today? I have yet to rescue my brother. Jiang Yunhe's face betrayed her unwillingness. At that moment, Jiang Ning, observing through his divine sense, was consumed by overwhelming rage. Those who dared to harm my sister must all perish. Jiang Ning extended a finger, wielding it like a sword, gathering a formidable void sword intent. He swung his finger, unleashing a sword chi that tore through the air. At this juncture, having entered the realm of the saints, Jiang Ning had fully comprehended the void sacred scripture, the void sacred intent, and the void sword intent. His void sword was immensely powerful, capable of world-destroying might. Thunder rumbled. In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted colors. Dark clouds obscured the blazing sun. In this moment, an immense and boundless sword chi enveloped the surrounding 10,000 miles. Every inch of the void was saturated with sword chi that could rend the very heavens. The sword chi spanned 10,000 miles. The endless void sword chi surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, roaring and crashing towards the central hall. It was as if divine retribution had descended upon the mortal realm, causing the entire imperial city of the Great Xia to tremble. This sword was nothing short of resplendent. It was breathtaking. A sword from the heavens. Its chi traversing 10,000 miles. Everyone present in the central hall was rendered speechless. What is happening? They shouted in terror. One by one, they prostrated on the ground, unable to rise. Witnessing this scene, the hidden Qing Xuanzi was profoundly shocked. Unable to believe his eyes, he exclaimed, "The void sword chi." He suddenly recalled Jiang Taishu, the prodigy of a millennium ago. The void sword intent was indeed his creation. Once, a single individual had slain dozens of celestial beings of the same realm. That sword had astonished the entire Xinhuan continent. After suffering from emotional wounds, he had single-handedly annihilated a stronghold of the emotionless sect. Dozens of celestial beings had avoided him. None were his match in a single strike. Ultimately, a saint of the emotionless sect had intervened, resulting in both sustaining grave injuries. Jiang Taishu returned to the Great Xia heavily wounded and secluded himself in his ancestral land. The saint from the emotionless sect suffered severe injuries and perished 3 years later. The void sword intent was, for the past millennium, the most coveted treasure of the Tai Xian Holy Land. Regrettably, it had been completely lost to time. Never did one imagine that today, the void sword intent would re-emerge. Could it be that the unparalleled genius Jiang Taishu from a millennium ago did not perish? How could this be possible? The Jiang clan had personally buried him. Perhaps this was a disciple of Jiang Taishu. However, if it were indeed Jiang Taishu himself, that would be terrifying. With his extraordinary talent, one could hardly fathom how powerful he would be a millennium later. Nevertheless, I, Qing Xuanzi, am no fool. I hope you are not dead. I shall have a battle with you to see who truly is the most brilliant talent. As the most gifted individual of the Tai Xian Holy Land in a millennium, Qing Xuanzi naturally harbored a formidable sense of pride. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes alight with combat fervor. The void sword intent. Could it be that Uncle Taishu still lives? Did he not perish? Could it be that the one who killed the ancestor of the emotion flower was indeed Uncle Taishu? The elders of the Jiang clan, upon sensing the Taishu's sword qi, became exhilarated and agitated. Jiang Taishu. He was once hailed as the unparalleled genius who could lead the Jiang clan back to glory. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, in the central hall, the 12 elders of the holy ground, who had intended to strike at Jiang Yunhe, found themselves utterly powerless against this sword strike from 1,000 miles away. The surging void sword qi pierced through their hearts on the spot. All fell lifeless. Blood gushed forth, staining the entire central hall crimson. This was the might of the void sword intent. A single void sword could claim the lives of enemies from 1,000 miles away. The remaining saints were utterly incapable of such a feat. As for Jiang Tiantai, Jiang Ning chose not to slay him for the moment. He wished to confront Jiang Tiantai, to instill fear in him before his death, to make him understand just how powerful he truly was. He would regret his actions, unable to die with his eyes closed. To kill him outright would be too merciful. Chapter 46. Unleashing Divine Techniques, Slaying a Great Saint Beyond One's Rank. In the hall, everyone was left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the previously arrogant elders of the holy ground would all perish. They swallowed repeatedly, stunned by the turn of events. 12 celestial beings had vanished just like that. The might of that sword was overwhelming. The emperor of the Great Xia, Jiang Tiantai, trembled uncontrollably in fear. Had the sword Saint Feng Mo intervened? He was a great saint. A sword strike from afar could surely annihilate 12 celestial beings. The ministers who had previously wavered were now pale and trembling, filled with regret. The magnificence of that sword had instilled terror in them, including the celestial beings. Under the might of that sword, they felt utterly powerless to resist. Their very souls were nearly shattered by the piercing sword intent. Before a transcendent saint, they were far too weak, no different from ants on the ground. Jiang Taishu was but a figure from a millennium ago, and few remained who knew him. Even fewer were aware of the void sword intent. Thus, they mistakenly believed that it was the sword Saint Feng Qingyang who had acted on Jiang Yunhe's behalf. Has my master arrived? Yet, this was not his sword intent. Jiang Yunhe's delicate nose wrinkled slightly. No. At that moment, a white-haired elder stepped forward, trembling with excitement. This was not the work of the sword Saint Feng Mo. It was the void sword intent. Uncle Taishu is alive. The elder was an esteemed elder of the royal family, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Taishu was undoubtedly the greatest regret of the Jiang clan of the Great Xia. What? This is the legendary void sword qi? The unparalleled genius Jiang Taishu of the Great Xia did not perish a millennium ago? Ha ha ha, if Elder Taishu is still alive, our Great Xia shall surely regain the glory of 10,000 years ago. Upon hearing the elder's words, the ministers in the court began to chatter excitedly, laughing joyously. Naturally, many were left bewildered, unaware of Jiang Taishu's remarkable deeds. After being enlightened by colleagues who were aware of the truth, a look of utter astonishment crossed his face. A prodigy, unparalleled in the world. The Great Xia is destined to rise. Jiang Taishu has indeed not perished. Is the saint of the Jiang clan truly him? Jiang Tiantai appeared utterly shocked. Yet, why did he choose to strike down the elder of the Holy Land? Was it Jiang Yunhe's ascension to the throne that was the intention of the venerable Taishu? His complexion turned ashen in an instant. Anger surged within him. How could Jiang Yunhe possess such fortuitous luck, with the sole saint of the Jiang clan extending support to her? How could he possibly eliminate Jiang Yunhe now? Suddenly, he recalled Qing Shuzi. Hope now rested upon him. Grateful for his great uncle's life-saving grace, Yunhe would never forget. Jiang Yunhe bowed respectfully towards the ancestral grounds. She had thought she would surely perish today, unable to rescue her brother. Little did she expect that the saint of the Jiang clan would intervene on her behalf. Within the ancestral grounds, after Jiang Ning executed a flawless sword strike through the void, he ceased to pay attention to the affairs of the court and directly exited his seclusion. He had sensed a terrifying aura approaching the ancestral grounds, surging forth like a colossal tempest. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. Was it the grand saint of the Taishu Holy Land? A cold smirk crept across his lips. If you dare to cause trouble in the ancestral grounds, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Now that he had broken through to the saint realm, He could obliterate any being beneath the emperor level with ease. Jiang Ning felt no fear of retaliation from the Taishu Holy Land. Of course, he also needed to act discreetly and gradually enhance his strength. For the extraordinary ability could only be employed once a month. Young master, you have emerged from seclusion. Was that terrifying sword strike you unleashed? Xiao Li inquired in astonishment. It had been utterly frightening. She nearly lost control in fear. The little fox leapt onto Jiang Ning's shoulder and remarked, "Only Brother Jiang could unleash such a fearsome sword strike." Jiang Ning acknowledged this with a slight smile, saying, "Indeed, that sword was my doing. It is an inheritance of my great-uncle's void sword intent. You two go into the bamboo house. I shall attend to a visitor," he instructed. The duo nodded. With one darting into the bamboo house, Jiang Ning stepped into the void as if it were solid ground, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Such heights could only be achieved by those who had transcended to the saint realm. Although great cultivators in the celestial realm could also fly, they could never ascend to such lofty heights. Fluffy clouds drifted by, and a chilling wind greeted him. The adage speaks of high places being intolerably cold. Upon a cloud, a man clad in green robes, appearing to be in his late 20s, materialized before Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning could sense a field of power emanating from the green-robed man, transforming the surroundings into a sacred domain under his control. Undoubtedly, this man was a bona fide Grand Saint. The realm of saints is divided into 3 sublevels: Saint, Grand Saint, and Saint King. Saints condense extraordinary power. Grand Saints condense domain power, known as the sacred domain. And Saint Kings possess the ability to create worlds from thin air. You are not Jiang Taishu. Your aura clearly indicates that you have only recently stepped into the saint realm and have not yet condensed your own domain power. Qingshu Zi gazed at Jiang Ning, whose face was concealed by an ice mask, his eyes radiating an extraordinary sharpness. Initially, he had harbored apprehensions regarding the prodigious Jiang Taishu from a millennium ago, but now, seeing this mysterious saint of the Jiang clan, who had only recently broken through, he felt no fear. A sigh of relief washed over him. It seemed you were merely Jiang Taishu's disciple, having grasped his void sword intent. Correct, I am indeed Jiang Taishu's disciple, Jiang Ning confirmed with a nod. Humph, how audacious of you. A mere saint dares to kill the elders of my Taishu Holy Land? Do you wish to perish? Qingshu Zi bellowed. He unleashed his formidable sacred domain, enveloping Jiang Ning within it to prevent his escape. This day, he would not let Jiang Ning go. Firstly, to avenge the elder of the Holy Land, as the face of Taishu Holy Land must not be tarnished. Secondly, the Taishu Holy Land desperately coveted the void sword intent. For me, killing a grand saint like you poses no challenge whatsoever. How can one even call that audacious? Jiang Ning mocked with a smile. This was not mere bravado. He had fully comprehended the profound truths of the void, and his combat prowess far surpassed that of others at the same level. Additionally, he had cultivated several powerful divine abilities, mastering the calamity-inflicting treasure technique, the nine-tailed treasure technique, and the lion-like treasure technique, all at the pinnacle of perfection. Qingshu Zi had merely broken through to the Grand Saint realm a decade prior, not a seasoned powerhouse. Thus he was confident in his ability to slay Qingshu Zi. You, a mere saint, are quite arrogant. Die. Qingshu Zi seethed in fury as the domain power erupted. Instantly, the temperature within the sacred domain plummeted, forming countless ice spikes that rained down upon Jiang Ning like a deadly storm. The howling wind accompanied by a torrent of ice spikes pierced through the void, descending upon Jiang Ning. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pincushion. The domain power was the external manifestation of extraordinary power, capable of releasing various attribute forces. Clearly, Qingshu Zi had comprehended the ice attribute's sacred intent upon attaining sainthood. Boom, boom, boom. Each ice spike possessed the power to effortlessly annihilate a quasi-saint. Now, with thousands converging, the resultant force was unimaginable. Indestructible golden body. Jiang Ning summoned a small divine ability he had mastered. A beam of golden light erupted, forming a golden bell that shielded him within. The relentless barrage of ice spikes crashed against the golden bell, scattering countless golden sparks, yet failing to inflict any harm upon Jiang Ning. Though it was merely a small divine ability, its power was formidable when cultivated to perfection. Moreover, Jiang Ning had utilized the sky replenishing technique to restore his supreme dragon body to its utmost state, rendering his physical form comparable to a defensive sacred artifact. Thus, Qingshu Zi's attacks were utterly ineffective against him. What? You actually emerged unscathed? Qingshu Zi exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. I am a grand saint. How could I fail to subdue a saint? It is now my turn to strike, Jiang Ning said with a cold smile. He raised his fist and hurled it at Qingshu Zi. With a thunderous roar, the sound of a dragon's cry echoed forth. You seek death. Qingshu Zi infused all his domain power into his fist and charged toward Jiang Ning. Bang! Their fists collided. The sound of cracking bones reverberated as Qingshu Zi was sent flying a considerable distance, crying out in pain. You are far too weak. Even a single punch from me is beyond your capability. Jiang Ning sneered with disdain. having cultivated the unparalleled supreme dragon body. It was tantamount to courting death to compare physical strength with him. Such formidable physical strength is that the supreme dragon body you cultivated from the emperor's scripture. Dragon might shakes the heavens? Qing Xuanzi was utterly astonished, his visage a portrait of terror. The imperial scriptures of the Jiang clan were renowned throughout the Xianhuang world. However, an inexplicable calamity several tens of thousands of years ago resulted in the loss of the dragon, might suppressing the Heavens Sutra. Now, as Jiang Ning cultivated the supreme dragon body, could he remain unshaken and unperturbed? Your eyesight is commendable. Indeed, it is the supreme dragon body, Jiang Ning remarked. What of your cultivation of the supreme dragon body? I shall not compete with you in physical strength, Qing Xuanzi declared, swallowing a medicinal pill, his shattered right hand rapidly regaining much of its former state. At that moment, the frigid winds howled, the heavens and earth freezing over, and a tempest of hail descended. Qing Xuanzi, now thoroughly enraged, ceased to hold back. The essence of icy sanctity enveloped the surroundings. Boom. He unleashed a colossal icy fist towards Jiang Ning. Divine art, frosty fist. Boom, boom, boom. 3 flames, black, white, and red, soared into the sky, enveloping Jiang Ning in a fiery embrace, transforming him into a being of flame. Divine art, 3 flames heavenly fire. The 3 celestial flames merged, forming a fire lotus that Jiang Ning hurled towards Qing Xuanzi. With a resounding crash, the icy fist was immediately melted by the fire lotus, leaving Qing Xuanzi dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. 3 flames heavenly fire. You have actually cultivated this divine art to perfection. Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Ning. Without further ado, Jiang Ning raised his hand, summoning a knife of swirling lightning. Divine art, purple lightning blade. Swish. The lightning blade darted forth with blinding speed, akin to a striking electric serpent, aimed directly at Qing Xuanzi. This is bad. Qing Xuanzi's expression shifted dramatically, feeling an icy chill creep up his spine. He quickly conjured an ice wall for defense. Yet, the powerful lightning blade pierced through the ice wall, directly striking Qing Xuanzi's body. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from Qing Xuanzi's mouth. You actually wounded me, he growled, his countenance darkening. Qing Xuanzi unleashed all of his power, summoning a tempest of glacial storms within the sacred realm, with terrifying hail pelting down and frigid winds howling. He executed his mightiest divine art, Radiance of Ice. Conjuring a massive ice pillar, he hurled it towards Jiang Ning, imbued with cataclysmic force. In response, Jiang Ning unleashed his divine art, Great Desolation, shattering heaven palm. A colossal palm descended. Boom. The giant palm collided with the ice pillar, erupting in a cataclysmic display of power. The entire realm trembled. Impossible. How could you have cultivated 3 distinct divine arts to perfection? Qing Xuanzi screamed in terror, his body drenched in blood, severely injured by the Great Desolation, shattering heaven palm. Divine art, swan and eye? Jiang Ning exclaimed. A swan and eye manifestation, suffused with lightning, materialized from thin air, emitting a thunderous roar. 9 black lightning spheres rained down from the heavens. Jiang Ning had an abundance of divine arts and techniques at his disposal, now unleashed in relentless succession. Observing the great sage Qing Xuanzi, how could he withstand such onslaught? The swan and eye art's 9 lightning spheres descending. This is the pinnacle of mastery. How could this be? Qing Xuanzi shouted in frustration. As the 9 lightning spheres descended, they struck him simultaneously. The crackling of powerful lightning formed a dense electric net, obliterating everything in the vicinity. No, how could I possibly perish? Qing Xuanzi let out a desperate, anguished cry. Under the overwhelming might of the swan and eye art's lightning, he was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The most prodigious genius of the Taishan sacred land in a millennium, the great sage Qing Xuanzi, thus perished at Jiang Ning's hands, unable to believe that he had fallen to a mere sage. How had this sage accomplished the feat of mastering 3 divine arts, including the swan and eye art, to their utmost pinnacle? No prodigy could possibly achieve such a feat. Is it truly over? I have yet to unleash the 9-tailed art, nor the might of the celestial calamity light. Jiang Ning seemed disappointed, lamenting the missed opportunity to test the power of these 2 techniques. Qing Xuanzi had cultivated for over 2 centuries, yet had only managed to bring a single divine art to the level of great accomplishment. Typically, very few great sages could attain a divine art's perfection. Achieving such mastery was an arduous endeavor, akin to scaling the heavens. Conversely, Jiang Ning effortlessly comprehended several divine arts and 3 techniques to their zenith, coupled with his breakthrough to the sage realm, allowing him to harness extraordinary power. Could he not be formidable? In the exhibition of his divine arts and techniques, it was entirely reasonable for him to have slain Qing Xuanzi, who was merely in the early stage of the great sage realm. Chapter 47. Jiang Tiantai seeks audience with his great uncle. After vanquishing the great sage Qing Xuanzi, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo cottage. He had begun to gauge the extent of his own power. With full effort, he was virtually invincible beneath the sage king level. Of course, If he employed the Qingtu enhancement, even a sage king would meet his demise. Such was the allure of wielding enhancements, allowing one to engage in battles across vast realms with the ease of dining. Upon entering the small dwelling, Xiao Li and the little fox rushed over, filled with concern. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Xiao Li exclaimed. Her eyes reddened with worry as she anxiously felt Jiang Ning's body for injuries, having been terrified moments before. The little fox leaped onto Jiang Ning's shoulder. "You just displayed such overwhelming might. It seems you have endured a fierce battle. How did it fare?" it inquired. Sensing Jiang Ning's stable aura and lack of injury, the little fox's worry dissipated. Xiao Li, curious, leaned in, her petite, jade-like ears perked up to listen. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. It was merely a great sage from the Tai Xian sacred land. He was far too weak. I employed only 70% of my strength to defeat him. Is this truly the strongest prodigy of the Tai Xian sacred land in a millennium? Quite disappointing. Jiang Ning's tone was remarkably casual, as if slaying a great sage were no more difficult than butchering a chicken. However, this revelation left Xiao Li utterly astonished, her expression wide with disbelief. Heavens! A great sage from the Tai Xian sacred land. To Xiao Li, a sage was akin to a divine being, and a great sage was a figure of celestial proportions. Yet, this terrifying entity had fallen at the hands of her young master. Stunned, Xiao Li's mouth hung agape as she stood rooted in place, slowly regaining her senses. "Young master, you have only just stepped into the sage realm. How could you possibly slay a great sage?" Suddenly, Xiao Li realized that she and the little fox had been guarding him. "You see, my young master is exceptionally brilliant and unparalleled, the unrivaled prodigy of heaven and earth, the strongest in all eternity, and defeating foes beyond his level is but a trifle." Jiang Ning boasted of himself. "Young master, I admire you so much. I wish to be as formidable as you," exclaimed Xiao Li. The young maiden's heart raced vigorously, her pair of adorable, sparkling eyes gazing at Jiang Ning, radiating fervent admiration. Her exquisite, enchanting visage flushed a deep crimson, embodying the quintessential image of a girl infatuated and smitten. Ever since she entered the ancestral grounds alongside Jiang Ning, her thoughts had been entirely consumed by him. "Humph! To have slain a great sage in such a rare spectacle, and yet you did not summon me," the little fox, slightly displeased, puffed up adorably. "I shall certainly do so next time." Jiang Ning could only respond with a smile, which made the little fox's expression brighten once more. Almost immediately, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "What treasures did you acquire from slaying a great sage?" "Naturally, there are plenty," Jiang Ning replied, revealing a spatial ring in his hand. He could never forget the act of plundering after a kill. As Qing Xuanzi, the most prodigious genius of the Tai Xian Holy Land in a millennium, undoubtedly possessed an abundance of treasures. Jiang Ning, who was left with nothing but a pile of spirit stones and an immeasurable array of cultivation techniques in his mind, could not afford to overlook such an opportunity. Although the newly emerged talents Jiang Baiting and Wang Yuning, who had conquered the 9 levels of the Ascension Tower, were indeed formidable and extraordinary, they were all mere ants before achieving sainthood, completely devoid of qualification for ranking. Upon inspection, the site before him was replete with precious cultivation resources, rare materials, and countless divine weapons and treasures. Is Qing Xuanzi truly this wealthy? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Subsequently, the three of them engaged in a delightful distribution meeting, eliciting cheerful laughter from Xiao Li and the little fox. However, Xiao Li abruptly seemed to recall something, her laughter ceasing. "Young master, now that you have killed the great sage of the Tai Xian Holy Land, might they send someone to seek revenge on you? We should hasten our escape from the Great Xia." Indeed, how had she forgotten this matter? The Tai Xian Holy Land stood at the pinnacle of the entire Xianhuang world. Having offended them, was there still a path to survival for the young master? "Do not worry. Even if the Holy King of the Tai Xian Holy Land comes, I have my own means to deal with them," Jiang Ning gently reassured her, patting her fragrant shoulder, feeling an indescribable warmth in his heart. As an orphan, he finally experienced the warmth of someone caring for his well-being. The girl and the fox were destined to become crucial figures in his life. Meanwhile, the external world remained awestruck by the sword strike that had just cleaved through the heavens. Within the confines of the prison forest, those imprisoned by the Jiang clan, criminals and great demons alike, erupted in anguished, despairing cries. With such a terrifying presence within the Jiang clan, we shall never see the light of day again. In the Imperial Palace, within the central hall, they were still caught up in fervent discussions. Excitement coursed through them as they speculated that the unparalleled prodigy Jiang Tai-Su from a millennium ago might still be alive. Hope surged for the Jiang clan. Each person felt their hearts swell with anticipation, yet they remained unaware that during this time, the Jiang clan saint had already slain a great sage of the Tai Xian Holy Land. Had they known, they would not know whether to feel exhilarated or anxious. To the saints, all beneath them were but ants. Even if countless celestial beings perished, the Tai Xian Holy Land might not respond to a mere saint. However, should a great sage fall, the consequences would be irrevocable. After waiting a long time without hearing from Qing Xuanzi, Jiang Tiantai hurriedly fled the hall. perhaps fearing Qin Xuanzi's wrath. After all, the name of Jiang Tai-su was indeed fearsome. If that prodigy were to survive and reach sainthood, he would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the Xian Huang realm. Having departed the imperial palace, he hastened toward the ancestral grounds. He sought to meet with the Jiang clan saint, his great-uncle, regardless of whether he was Jiang Tai-su or not. He must inform this great-uncle of his son's unparalleled genius. If his son's talents exceeded those of Jiang Yunhe, would the great-uncle still assist her? Thus, it was imperative that he sought an audience with the Jiang clan's saint. Jiang Yunhe was also left astounded by the recent sword strike, losing interest in entangling further with Jiang Tiantai as she exited the palace. As a sword cultivator, her perception of that strike was especially acute. It nearly shattered her sword heart. Fortuitously, the strike was not directed at her. Jiang Tiantai rushed to the ancestral grounds and fell to his knees, proclaiming loudly, "Descendant of the Jiang clan, Emperor of the Great Xia, Jiang Tiantai, seeks an audience with my great-uncle. I have important matters to discuss." His voice resonated throughout the ancestral grounds. Jiang Ning, leisurely fishing within his bamboo cottage, also heard Jiang Tiantai's voice, and a smirk of mockery graced his lips. He had not anticipated that Jiang Tiantai would personally deliver himself to his doorstep. Excellent. Today, old grievances would be settled alongside new ones. Thus, he sent forth his authoritative voice. "Come forth, following my guidance." Chapter 48, Jiang Tiantai's Terror, 3 Extraordinary Powers. A beam of purple light surged skyward, appearing before Jiang Tiantai, subsequently guiding him in a particular direction. Jiang Tiantai, elated by the turn of events, hastily followed the guidance of the purple light, internally sneering, "Jiang Yunhe, once I report Tinger's talents to my great-uncle, he will undoubtedly abandon you. Humph, that will be your demise." He harbored profound confidence in his son's abilities. As for Jiang Ning, he perceived him as a calamity. He would not allow him to remain and cause further trouble. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Tiantai's eyes. Jiang Ning, the so-called waste, had become a target for his wrath. Under the guidance of the purple light, Jiang Tiantai was swiftly led to the lake where Jiang Ning often fished. Jiang Ning was leisurely engaged in fishing, with the little fox perched on his shoulder, drooling in anticipation of the evening's roasted fish feast. Jiang Tiantai, sharp-eyed, soon spotted Jiang Ning. "It's you? You worthless fool, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Jiang Ning, cold malice filled Jiang Tiantai's gaze. Jiang Ning turned to face Jiang Tiantai, a smile adorning his face. "My dear uncle, did you not request to see me?" The little fox, entirely disinterested in Jiang Tiantai, remained fixated on the fishing rod, lost in thoughts of roasted fish. Jiang Tiantai frowned, coldly retorting, "When did I ever request to see you?" Jiang Ning chuckled mockingly. "Just moments ago, you addressed me as great-uncle. Have you forgotten already?" "Humph." Jiang Tiantai's voice turned icy. "I sought an audience with the Jiang clan's saint, not you. You are quite audacious to impersonate a saint of the Jiang clan. Such a crime deserves death." Jiang Tiantai's gaze, filled with lethal intent, was locked onto Jiang Ning. He felt an overwhelming joy. Jiang Ning was essentially paving the way to his own demise. Impersonating his great-uncle, a saint of the Jiang clan, was a capital offense. "I shall send you on your way. Soon, your sister will follow you to reunite." Jiang Tiantai smirked triumphantly, raising his hand to strike Jiang Ning. As a formidable cultivator of the celestial realm, a mere slap could easily obliterate this waste. "Enough of this noise," Jiang Ning bellowed, his entire demeanor shifting to one of cold indifference. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure, emanating from a saint, enveloped Jiang Tiantai. Thud! Jiang Tiantai found himself utterly powerless before Shenwei, collapsing to his knees. A chill coursed through his heart, and he cast a look of sheer disbelief and terror towards Jiang Ning. "What, Shenwei? You truly are the saint of the Jiang clan?" He could scarcely fathom that the once disgraced Prince Jiang Ning, whom he had crippled over 3 years ago, had ascended to sainthood. How could this be? 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. How had Jiang Ning achieved such a feat? Surely, there were no prodigies in the entire Xianhuan continent who could reach sainthood so swiftly. No, it was impossible for a mere cripple to attain such heights in just over 3 years. Jiang Tiantai felt as though he were hallucinating. He incessantly reassured himself that this must be an illusion. Jiang Ning smirked coldly. "Uncle, your failure to kill me back then was your gravest mistake. Now, the time for vengeance has finally arrived. You were the one who killed my father, were you not?" "Indeed, it was I," Jiang Tiantai admitted without hesitation. With Jiang Ning having become a saint, did he still possess any hope of resistance? Whether he confessed or not, death awaited him. "I did not deceive you. I had long since made an agreement with the demonic sect for them to assassinate your father while I seized the opportunity to strip you of your abilities. Haha, go ahead and kill me. One day, Tinger will surely avenge me." Jiang Tiantai laughed maniacally, fully aware that Jiang Ning would not show him mercy. Thus, he refrained from begging for his life and maintained a facade of bravado. Jiang biting. He shall never surpass me in this lifetime. What could he possibly use to seek revenge? Jiang Ning scoffed disdainfully. No matter how gifted a genius might be, they could never compare to an individual with sheer luck. Without further ado, Jiang Ning unleashed the three flames of heaven, conjuring a small fireball that surged towards him. Jiang Tiantai didn't even have the chance to scream before he was incinerated, reduced to ashes. The first enemy, Jiang Tiantai, met his demise at Jiang Ning's hands. The remaining adversaries were Jiang Baiting and Wang Lingyan, but alas, they were currently in the Taishan sacred land, rendering Jiang Ning unable to exact his vengeance upon them for the time being. "You frightened away my fish," the little fox complained. As the fish had fled in terror at the display of Jiang Ning's saintly might, Jiang Ning affectionately pinched the little fox's nose. "All right. I will accompany you in fishing until you are satisfied before we return." The little fox immediately brightened, for she was akin to a little girl, easily appeased. The scene of one person and one fox fishing by the lake was both peculiar and heartwarming. The news of Jiang Tiantai's death was soon disseminated, attributed to Jiang Ning's status as a Jiang clan saint. Upon hearing this, the ministers who had supported Jiang Tiantai wore expressions of despair. Clearly, the Jiang saint, suspected to be Jiang Taishu, had chosen to back Jiang Yunha. The Great Xia was on the brink of upheaval. After making this announcement, Jiang Ning turned his attention inward, focusing on his cultivation. The realm of a saint merely provided him with the means to protect himself, yet to dominate the Xianhuang, further diligence in his training was imperative. Moreover, he had incurred the ire of the Taishan sacred land. The Qingtu external aid could only be utilized once a month, and its reliability was questionable. Therefore, his own strength remained paramount. You have viewed the Taishan cold scripture, activating the instant learning external aid, achieving the great perfection realm. The Taishan cold scripture was a sacred text cultivated by Qingshuzi, not one of his own creation, but rather composed by a powerful sage king from the Taishan sacred land. Typically, when stronger sacred texts were at one's disposal, saints would not easily endeavor to create their own, as the process was exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, the outcome often paled in comparison to the established sacred texts. Such a thankless task would not be undertaken lightly. Now, Jiang Ning no longer needed to avoid suspicion from Xiao Li and the others. So he began his cultivation in the bamboo house. This secluded location ensured he would not be disturbed. Boundless cold energy emanated from Jiang Ning's body, transforming the bamboo house into an ice chamber. Outside, both Xiao Li and the little fox couldn't help but shiver in the chill. Before long, a powerful icy attribute of extraordinary force roamed within Jiang Ning's body. Indeed, he successfully condensed a second form of extraordinary power, the ice power. This new force coexisted harmoniously with the void power within him, resulting in no conflict whatsoever. Such a phenomenon would be exceedingly perilous for anyone else, yet for Jiang Ning, it posed no danger at all. Perhaps this was the benefit of his fortuitous circumstances. Next, Jiang Ning activated the Taiyin sacred scripture, allowing him to condense a third extraordinary power within him, the Taiyin power, with three forms of extraordinary power residing within him. It was only natural that the potency of his extraordinary forces vastly surpassed that of other saints. His strength surged significantly. The greater the number of extraordinary powers he condensed, the more it seemed his own might increased. It appeared that in the future, he should strive to condense even more forms of extraordinary power. A faint smile graced Jiang Ning's lips, as he was quite pleased with his cultivation achievements. Chapter 49. The Fury of the Taishan Sacred Land. Days later, Jiang Yunha arrived at the Ancestral Land. Clad in a white swordsman's attire, the spirited young girl dashed joyfully towards the bamboo house. "Brother," she exclaimed excitedly, waving her delicate hand, radiant as jade, in greeting to her beloved brother. Clearly, her spirits were high. Jiang Tiantai had finally been brought down. She could rescue her brother. Jiang Ning greeted his sister with a warm smile, stepping outside to welcome her. He felt deeply moved, knowing that she had risked her life to save him. "Please, take a seat," he offered, personally bringing a chair for her. Xiaoli respectfully presented tea. "Your Highness, please enjoy." Jiang Yunha, too exhilarated to sip her tea, began speaking excitedly. "Brother, after discussions with the clan elders, I have been nominated as the Empress of Great Xia. The coronation ceremony will take place in 3 days." Jiang Ning smiled slightly. "Congratulations on becoming Empress. You shall undoubtedly reign over the 8 desolations and command the Xianhuang." Jiang Yunha laughed. "Brother, please do not jest. I undertake all this for you, never once considering the title of Empress. Once I am crowned, I will release you in the name of the Empress. Then take you to the 9 Absolute Sword sect to seek the Master's assistance in restoring your roots, and afterward, I will abdicate the throne to you. You are the true ruler of the Great Xia Jiang clan, and I will always stand by you as your most steadfast support." The youthful girl radiated confidence and vitality. In her childhood, her brother had protected her. Now, she wished to safeguard him. Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. The Ancestral Land was an excellent place for cultivation, and he had no intention of leaving. Should he inform this girl that he had become a saint? Ultimately, he chose to keep this matter concealed. It was not a matter of distrust towards Jiang Yunha, but rather that she did not remain by his side like Xiao Li and the little fox. In the outside world, it was inevitable that some flaws might be exposed. Presently, he had incurred the wrath of the Taishan Sacred Land. If his identity were revealed, it could endanger Jiang Yunha. For the sake of absolute safety, it was wise to temporarily withhold this information from her. Furthermore, until he achieved invincibility, the more mysterious his status as a Jiang saint remained, the more it would instill fear in potential enemies lurking in the shadows, preventing them from daring to cause trouble. He had ample time to train fervently, honing his skills until he could conquer the world without relying on external aids. With a slight smile, Jiang Ning extended a hand, placing it gently on the young girl's chest. "Examine my root bones," he instructed. Jiang Yunha looked at her brother with a hint of confusion, then placed her delicate fingers on his arm. Her face lit up with astonishment. "Brother, your root bones have actually recovered, and the energy emanating from them is so powerful. One of our family's saints has intervened to restore my root bones," Jiang Ning replied, offering an excuse. "There is no need to seek assistance from the 9 Absolute Sword Sect or the Wind Demon Sword Saint." "Haha, that's wonderful. Then you can come with me back to the Imperial City and ascend the throne directly," Jiang Yunha exclaimed joyfully. She had taken on the role of empress because her brother's root bones had been damaged, preventing him from inheriting the throne. Now that his root bones were restored, the process could be expedited. "No, it is better for you to ascend as empress while I remain here in our ancestral land to train alongside the saints of our clan. Once I reach the celestial realm, you can pass the throne to me," Jiang Ning suggested, stalling for time. If he were invincible in the world, being an emperor would be inconsequential. For now, he simply wished to remain in the ancestral land, cultivating until he became unmatched. "Very well then. I shall temporarily assume the role of empress of the Great Xia," Jiang Yunha conceded reluctantly. With a gentle smile, Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and said softly, "Silly girl, it matters not who rules the Great Xia. We are inseparable." A pang of jealousy stirred within him at the thought of the original owner of his body, who had a mother who doted on him and a sister who cared for him deeply. As an orphan, how could he not feel envious? Yet now, all of that belonged to him. He was Jiang Ning, the discarded crown prince of the Great Xia. "In my eyes, you are the true ruler, the sovereign of the entire Great Xia," the young girl said with a sweet smile, snuggling closer to her brother. In his presence, she transformed from a fierce figure into a gentle and obedient sister, reminiscent of when she was a small shadow by his side. Time passed swiftly, and it was soon time for Jiang Yunha to depart. "Brother, I must leave now. You must come to the Imperial City in 3 days for my coronation ceremony," she said, bidding a reluctant farewell. "Oh, and here is a gift for you from me." Jiang Ning presented her with 2 volumes of cultivation secrets. "The Four Winds Sword of Gale," she exclaimed, captivated at first sight. This was a technique created by their ancestor, Jiang Yasu, thousands of years ago. Conceived in the midst of a tempest, it perfectly aligns with your attributes, and once you cultivate it, your combat prowess will undoubtedly soar. The other volume was the Scroll of Endowment, which would enhance one's innate talents upon cultivation. The Four Winds Sword had already been refined by Jiang Ning, its power rivaling that of minor divine abilities, and he had meticulously annotated it for easy understanding. "Thank you, brother," the young girl beamed, embracing him with joy. She assumed the origins of the secrets were gifts from the saints of their clan. With Jiang Ning watching, she departed from the ancestral land. As her figure faded from view, Jiang Ning remained lost in thought for a while. "Young master, are you reluctant to part with the princess?" Shaoli teased. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. How could I not be fond of such a lovely sister who cares for me? Some things he had yearned for in his past life. And now, in this reincarnation, he cherished them even more. Afterward, Jiang Ning immersed himself in his training. He needed to grow stronger, not only to protect his own life, but also to safeguard those he wished to defend. The Taishan Sacred Land, nestled amidst towering mountains that pierced the heavens, was a sight to behold. Majestic peaks soared into the sky, adorned with towering trees and vibrant blossoms, housing grand palaces. Cascading waterfalls resembled the Milky Way descending from the heavens, while cranes soared alongside the rosy clouds, reflecting the autumn waters that harmonized with the sky. The view was breathtaking, evoking an overwhelming sense of awe. Within the sacred land, powerful beings abounded, with tens of thousands of inner disciples and over 1 million outer disciples. Numerous dynasties, families, and sects of cultivation were subordinate to the sacred land. The might of the Taishan sacred land inspired both reverence and fear. However, this formidable entity was currently engulfed in a tempest of rage. Ordinary elders and disciples remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos, still basking in the pride of their lofty pursuits toward transcendence. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the sacred land gathered in the great hall, their expressions grim. The fall of 13 elders in the celestial realm was a matter of little consequence for the vast sacred land. Although it was an affront to their pride, they could easily retaliate against those who dared to offend them. Yet, the demise of Qing Xuanzi was akin to a tectonic upheaval for the Taishan sacred land. A great saint, the most extraordinary genius of the sacred land in a millennium, had perished at the hands of the Great Xia Dynasty. How audacious! The Great Xia Dynasty has the gall to kill Qing Xuanzi, bellowed a furious elder with fiery red hair. His eyes burned with a murderous intent. Indeed, we must retaliate. Obliterate the Great Xia Dynasty and annihilate every last member of the Jiang clan. Do they still believe they are the Imperial clan of Ur? Echoed the other elders in unison. The vassal dynasties of their sacred land had dared to slay the genius saint, trampling their dignity underfoot. All eyes turned toward a middle-aged man seated at the head of the hall. With a flicker of his gaze, a golden aura surged forth, rending the air. His presence was as terrifying as an abyss, captivating and formidable, radiating divine light that commanded respect without the need for anger. He was the Taishan Sacred Master, the father of Gu Jinghong, a peak powerhouse of terrifying prowess. With a deep and authoritative voice, the Taishan Sacred Master addressed the assembly. Everyone, remain calm. It is said that the Jiang clan saint is Jiang Taishu. You are all aware of his formidable reputation. Qing Xuanzi stood no chance against him and had no opportunity for escape. He likely possesses strength equal to my own, perhaps even that of a saint king. Given Jiang Taishu's mastery of void power, if he is indeed a saint king, we cannot contend with him. The void power is not only immensely powerful, but it also allows for great spatial movement, making it nearly impossible for other saint kings to pursue him. Our immediate task is to ascertain his realm and determine whether he truly is Jiang Taishu. We must refrain from acting hastily. If he is indeed the Saint King who has comprehended void power, what will we do if he seeks vengeance against the Taishan Sacred Land? The Holy King, who has comprehended the power of the void, moves with unparalleled freedom. Unless the Emperor of the realm intervenes, no one can contend with him. This is the gravest concern of Qing Xuanzi. The saint of the Jiang clan, without a hint of hesitation, eliminated Qing Xuanzi, clearly possessing the confidence to disregard any retaliation from the Holy Land. As the sovereign of the Holy Land, one must tread carefully. What do the elders of the Supreme Council think? Inquired the rotund elder with crimson hair. The elders of the Supreme Council he referred to are, of course, the Holy Kings concealed within the Forbidden Grounds. It is indeed this, he continued, seeking to ascertain whether the Jiang clan saint is indeed Jiang Taishu. The master of Taishan remarked, how shall we discern if he is Jiang Taishu? The elders of the Holy Land began to grapple with this dilemma once more. Suddenly, a woman in red, still exuding grace, beamed with realization. We need only to disseminate the news that Jiang Taishu might still be alive to the Hall of Annihilation. Surely someone will venture to investigate the truth for us. The master of Taishan seemed to have recollected something as well, joyfully stating, in the past, the Rakshasa demoness of the Hall of Annihilation shared a fateful bond with Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu's prospects were nearly obliterated by her hand. It is said that the Rakshasa demoness harbors a tinge of remorse towards Jiang Taishu, which has hindered her from mastering the annihilation technique to its utmost pinnacle and ascending to the Holy King realm. To reach that realm, she must eliminate Jiang Taishu once more, achieving a state of true detachment and ruthlessness. Can you imagine her reaction upon learning that Jiang Taishu may still be alive? Would she not journey to the Great Xia? The other elders of the Holy Land erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, let the Rakshasa demoness assist us in uncovering the truth without charge. Once we ascertain that Jiang Saint is not the Holy King Jiang Taishu, we can strike without mercy, erasing the entire Jiang clan from the realm of fantasy. A dreadful killing intent filled the eyes of the master of Taishan. No one shall dare offend the majesty of the Holy Land. By the way, the death of Qing Xuanzi must not be disclosed for the time being. Firstly, it would tarnish our Holy Land's dignity. Secondly, should the Rakshasa demoness learn of Qing Xuanzi's demise, she may lack the courage to venture into the Great Xia. The master of Taishan commanded. Understood, Holy Master, replied the assembly of elders. The irate elder with crimson hair, still simmering with rage, declared, for now, we may refrain from confronting the Jiang Saint. However, we must commence comprehensive sanctions against the Great Xia Dynasty, sealing it off. Firstly, merchants are forbidden from entering the Great Xia to conduct business, severing their food and cultivation resources. Secondly, let the forces under our dominion frequently harass the borders of the Great Xia Dynasty, exhausting their defenses. Thirdly, restrict the people of the Great Xia from leaving. Once they depart into our territories or those of our vassals, they shall be slain without mercy. The crimson-haired elder enumerated 13 punitive measures against the Great Xia Dynasty, encompassing economic, political, and cultivation-related sanctions. Furthermore, it shall be publicly announced that our Holy Land no longer offers protection to the Great Xia Dynasty. Those who covet the inheritance of the Stela Forest will surely take action, inevitably attempting to breach the ancestral lands of the Great Xia. The pretext being that the Jiang Saint has slain 13 celestial elders of our Taishan Holy Land, serving as retribution. While we cannot avenge Qing Xuanzi at present, we must impose punishment upon the Great Xia Dynasty. Very well, let this decree be issued, the master of Taishan acquiesced. What will Beiting think of our punishment against the Jiang clan? Suddenly interjected an elder. After all, Jiang Beitung is a prodigy who has ascended the 9 tiers of the Ascension Tower. With Jiang Tiantai already slain by the Jiang Saint, it is likely that Beitung's animosity towards the Jiang clan rivals our own. The master of Tai Xian chuckled softly. In this instance, Jiang Beitung is completely entwined with the Holy Land. Holy Master, both Beitung and Wang Yuning are exceptional. We might consider uniting them. An elder suggested with a smile. We shall deliberate on that later. The master of Tai Xian hesitated for a moment, knowing that his own son also harbored affections for Wang Yuning. Subsequently, the meeting concerning the Great Xia Dynasty came to a close. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, far away in the ancestral land of the Great Xia, remained oblivious to the sinister machinations of the Tai Xian Holy Land. On this day, under the attentive service of Shao Li, he donned his attire, exuding an ethereal grace. This time, he intended to step out of the ancestral grounds with utmost propriety, heading to the Imperial Palace to attend his sister's ascension ceremony. Chapter 51. You have comprehended the middle volume of the Dragon's Might Suppressing the Heavens scripture. Ali, you and Shao Li remain in the ancestral land. There is no need to accompany me, Jiang Ning stated. The little fox, puffing up in indignation, used her delicate paws to nudge Jiang Ning's armpit, expressing her discontent. Why am I not allowed to go? The emperor's ascension ceremony must have an abundance of delicious treats. This little one was entirely a glutton. Jiang Ning explained. The ceremony will be crowded and filled with prying eyes. If someone discovers your nine-tailed fox lineage, it would be dire. Such an ancient rare species being exposed would surely stir the entire Xianhuang world. Moreover, Ali's mother was hunted down by the demon saint, likely linked to the higher echelons of the demon race. If Ali's bloodline is revealed, it would inevitably attract powerful foes from the demon clan. The clear map external aid can only be utilized once a month. I must remain cautious. But I want to eat delicious food. The little fox pouted, snuggling in Jiang Ning's embrace and forcing out a few tears to feign innocence and garner sympathy. Ultimately, Jiang Ning relented, promising to bring back a multitude of treats, which made the little fox beam with delight, urging Jiang Ning to hurry along. As for Shao Li, she was the most obedient to Jiang Ning. Being told not to go, she harbored no grievances. Her primary responsibility was to keep an eye on the little fox. The useless prince has returned. Humph. He merely has a good sister, Jiang Ning overheard as he entered the city, the townsfolk murmuring discontentedly about him freeing the individuals from the demonic sect. Jiang Ning merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Guards, imprison those vile commoners who speak ill of my brother in the heavenly prison. At that moment, a furious voice rang out across the crowd. A battalion of Imperial guards coldly apprehended the gossiping citizens, while Jiang Ning was indifferent to idle chatter. Jiang Yunhe could not tolerate any slights against her brother. Brother, I have come to welcome you. The young girl smiled sweetly, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, exuding an aura of authority. Indeed, my sister possesses the bearing of an empress, Jiang Ning chuckled. Following this, under Jiang Yunhe's guidance, they entered the Imperial Palace. The ascension ceremony proceeded as scheduled. Jiang Ning sat quietly, refraining from engaging with any ministers. After the ceremony concluded, Jiang Yunhe brought Jiang Ning to her quarters. Brother, please do not leave tonight. Stay here and return tomorrow. Jiang Yunhe gazed at Jiang Ning with longing. It had been a long time since they had been alone together. Jiang Ning's heart softened, and he agreed to stay the night in the palace, returning the following day. Wonderful, Jiang Yunhe exclaimed, leaping with joy like a little girl, completely shedding her earlier empress-like demeanor. Afterwards, Jiang Yunhe led Jiang Ning on a tour of the palace. Brother, this is the imperial seal of the Great Xia. It is said to have been crafted by our ancestor, the Yellow Dragon Emperor Jiang Sulong himself. Jiang Yunhe smiled as she presented the jade seal, intricately carved with a golden dragon, for Jiang Ning to admire. The jade seal symbolizes the supreme authority of the Great Xia Dynasty. Jiang Ning accepted the imperial seal, casting a fleeting glance upon it. Suddenly, a line of text materialized in his mind. You have beheld the imperial seal of the Great Xia, triggering the instant learning enhancement. Comprehending the second volume of the Imperial Scripture Dragons, Might Suppressing the Heavens. What? The second volume of the Imperial Scripture Dragons, Might Suppressing the Heavens. Jiang Ning's heart surged tumultuously. He could scarcely fathom that his attendance at his sister's coronation would lead to an understanding of the second volume of Dragons, Might Suppressing the Heavens. This scripture, conceived by the progenitor of the Jiang clan, the Huanglong Emperor, is divided into 3 volumes. The first volume comprises the supreme dragon body that Jiang Ning has already forged. The second volume details the cultivation methods, while the third volume contains numerous forbidden lethal techniques, capable of devastating the world. At that moment, Jiang Ning stood utterly stunned, overwhelmed by the joy of acquiring the cultivation section of the Imperial Scripture. In the Xinhuang continent, the mightiest entities are not the 3 sacred lands or the 6 paths of the demonic sect, but rather the reclusive 4 imperial clans. The strength of these 4 clans derives from their imperial bloodlines, the inheritance of the imperial scriptures, and even the protection of imperial weapons. Now, having obtained the cultivation section of the imperial scripture, Jiang Ning's exhilaration was beyond words. Once he breaks through to the Saint Realm, even with a 100-fold enhancement in cultivation speed, the journey to ascend to the Saint King realm would still be exceedingly protracted. the higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of cultivation and the more time it demands. However, with the cultivation section of dragons might suppressing the heavens, the time required to reach the Saint King realm would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. This is the terrifying speed of the Imperial Scripture's cultivation. Of course, while the speed is formidable, the difficulty of cultivation is equally daunting. With the enhancement at his disposal, Jiang Ning could effortlessly master it, bypassing the arduous challenges of cultivation. "Brother, what troubles you?" Jiang Yunhe inquired, noticing Jiang Ning's dazed expression. Jiang Ning replied with a hint of melancholy. "It's nothing. The sight of the seal reminded me of our mother. Over 3 years have passed, and I wonder how she fares." Jiang Yunhe too felt a pang of sorrow, recalling how their mother had ventured into perilous realms for his sake, lamenting their inability to locate her. Jiang Ning grasped the young girl's hand, gently reassuring her, "Do not worry, we shall find our mother. I believe she is safe." That evening, Jiang Ning and Jiang Yunhe shared the same chamber, bringing her great joy as it felt reminiscent of their childhood, when they were inseparable. At the break of dawn, Jiang Yunhe received urgent news. After reviewing it, her expression turned grave. "What is it?" Jiang Ning inquired. Jiang Yunhe, filled with indignation, declared, "The Taishan Sacred Land has announced it will no longer protect the Great Xia Dynasty and is imposing comprehensive sanctions against us." Humph. Do they truly believe Jiang Yunhe is easy to bully? Now that I am the Empress of the Great Xia, I must shoulder the responsibility for our people. "Brother, you should return to our ancestral land to cultivate," Jiang Yunhe suggested with a smile. "Leave the affairs of the Great Xia to me, your Empress." Jiang Ning nodded, assuring her that should any needs arise, she could send a messenger to inform him. Subsequently, under Jiang Yunhe's escort, he departed the imperial city, returning to their ancestral land. Gazing upon the majestic dynasty, Jiang Ning's eyes turned cold. The Taishan Sacred Land dared to act against the Great Xia. He would ensure that the entire Sacred Land would regret their actions. "Little girl, go forth and make your mark. As your brother, I will undoubtedly support you. Anyone who dares to harm you shall not escape retribution." With the acquisition of the second volume of Dragon's Might Suppressing the Heavens, Jiang Ning anticipated a significant acceleration in his cultivation speed. It would not be long before he could become invincible in the Xianhuang realm, even without relying on enhancements. He mused. Upon returning to the ancestral land, the little fox chastised Jiang Ning for his late nights. Yet, upon his presentation of various delectable treats, her grievances were quickly forgotten in the delight of the feast. Chapter 52, Abnormal Cultivation Speed, the Invasion of the Eight-Nation Alliance. Following the issuance of a suppression order by the Taishan Sacred Land against the Great Xia Dynasty, the lives of the Xia populace grew exceedingly arduous. While they managed to sustain themselves with food, the resources for cultivation were completely lacking. If this persisted, the national strength of the Great Xia would inevitably wane. Some cultivators, unable to procure the necessary resources, began to voice their grievances against the Great Xia Dynasty. Many even risked escape from the nation, only to be met with death upon crossing the border. Moreover, incursions from foreign nations to plunder their borders were not uncommon. This left the newly crowned Jiang Yunhe in a state of disarray. The court became a flurry of tension and activity, with military forces mobilizing frequently to address various crises. Despite the tumultuous world outside, Jiang Ning remained unfazed within the ancestral land. After attaining the second volume of Dragon's Might Suppressing the Heavens, he immersed himself in rigorous training. The disturbances affecting the Great Xia were nothing more than a troop of clowns. His true adversary was the Taishan Sacred Land. To resolve the impending crisis, he understood that he must continuously enhance his own power. Concurrently, he also practiced the Void Sacred Canon, Lunar Sacred Canon, and Taishan Cult Scripture. As for the previous Earth and Heaven tier techniques he had cultivated, they were naturally abandoned upon reaching the Saint Realm. These techniques could merely condense vital energy, failing to yield extraordinary power, rendering them useless. Seated cross-legged, Jiang Ning established a 5 elements barrier and began his first cultivation session of Dragon's Might Suppressing the Heavens. Having comprehended this imperial scripture to a state of perfection, the process became remarkably effortless. Within a single day, he manifested the unique true dragon power of Dragon's Might Suppressing the Heavens within him. Cultivating beneath the Saint Realm involved transforming vital energy into dragon might, while cultivation within the Saint Realm entailed condensing true dragon power. Roaring, the sound of a dragon's cry echoed as a yellow dragon's phantom enveloped Jiang Ning, exuding an awe-inspiring might. The overwhelming pressure nearly shattered the very fabric of reality. The potency of the imperial scripture was undeniably formidable. From this moment forth, Jiang Ning harbored 4 extraordinary powers within him: void power, true dragon power, ice power, and lunar power. True dragon power, acquired through the cultivation of the imperial scripture, far surpassed the other extraordinary powers in might. With a mere flick of his hand, Jiang Ning could unleash a colossal force capable of subduing all saints. Moreover, true dragon power could be synergized with his supreme dragon body, exponentially augmenting its potency. Truly, the imperial scripture exceeded his expectations in terms of power. Jiang Ning's visage bore a look of astonishment. If he were to confront Qin Shuzi now, he could easily dispatch him with a single strike, rather than engaging in a protracted battle. After condensing true dragon power, Jiang Ning simultaneously operated the imperial scripture alongside the 3 sacred canons to enhance his own realm. You are currently in cultivation. Activating the experience enhancement, cultivation speed increased by 100-fold. You are currently in cultivation. Activating the experience enhancement, cultivation speed increased by 100-fold. Jiang Ning's mind was inundated with these lines of text. The cultivation speed of the imperial scripture was already rapid, and with Jiang Ning's comprehension at its zenith, the addition of a 100-fold enhancement in speed was akin to wings being granted to a tiger. The pace of his cultivation soared to astonishing heights, rendering it almost unbelievable and remarkably extraordinary. In just a matter of days, Jiang Ning ascended to the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. This abnormally rapid cultivation speed left him utterly astounded. Alas, though the speed is phenomenal, the consumption of spirit stones is rather excessive, Jiang Ning lamented with a wry smile. Over the years, he had amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones through the use of a gold coin cheat, but now a third of that fortune had been expended. At this rate, as long as he possessed sufficient resources, it seemed plausible that he could cultivate to the Saint King realm within a few years. Such a pace could be described as extraordinarily defiant. Subsequently, Jiang Ning secluded himself for another half-month. His accumulated spirit stones were entirely depleted. Along with the resources obtained from the affluent Qin Shuzi, Jiang Ning barely managed to break through to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Within him resided 4 extraordinary powers. Thus, the energy required for his breakthrough was more than quadruple that of other saints. For minor breakthroughs, it was primarily about accumulating energy with enough resources. The process was relatively effortless. However, significant breakthroughs necessitated overcoming bottlenecks, often consuming considerable time, sometimes even an entire lifetime, without advancement. In just 20 days, Jiang Ning transitioned from the initial stage of the Saint Realm to its peak. Such a rapid progression, if revealed, would undoubtedly astonish many. Of course, this remarkable speed was attributable to his simultaneous cultivation of the Emperor's Sutra and the 3 sacred classics, which accelerated his training pace 100-fold, enabling such a frenzied rate of advancement. In contrast, had it been anyone else attempting to absorb such an immense amount of energy in a short span, they would have perished from the overload. This velocity was a feat only achievable by one with extraordinary means. After 20 days of seclusion, Jiang Ning emerged, having only to find an opportunity to break through to the Great Saint Realm. With his current combat prowess, he felt confident that there would be no opponents beneath the Saint King level, barring the exception of Qing Tu, the cheat. During the time Jiang Ning was engaged in his intensive training, under the covert directives of the Taishan Sacred Land, the 8 Nations Alliance comprising the Great Li, Great Yan, and 6 other dynasties amassed a million-strong army to invade the Great Xia. In truth, these 8 dynasties were once territories of the Great Xia. However, following the decline of the Jiang clan, they could no longer maintain their vast territories, leading to fragmentation and a desperate effort to preserve their current domains. The Taishan Sacred Land instigated the invasion to both tighten the Great Xia's living space and to retaliate against the Jiang clan saints, whom they could not confront directly at the moment. Aside from the suspected presence of the Saint Jiang Taishu, the Jiang clan's strength was not formidable. The 8 Nations Alliance could easily trample the Great Xia as long as they refrained from attacking the imperial city, believing that the Jiang saints would not act against a mere host of ordinary soldiers. Of course, if a Jiang saint did intervene, it would serve to test whether he was Jiang Taishu and ascertain his realm. After all, the lives lost would not be their own, and the Taishan Sacred Land would not be troubled by the sacrifice. With the million-strong 8 Nations Alliance pressing into the borders of the Great Xia, the elite troops of the 8 Nations faced off against the Great Xia's forces, which could not possibly withstand such might. The commander of the Tiger Prison Pass, astonishingly, surrendered without a fight, leading 10,000 stationed soldiers to capitulate. The 8 Nations Alliance surged into the Great Xia territory without resistance. Far away in the Great Xia imperial city, Jiang Yunhe received news of this military report, her expression turning icy with fury, a tide of murderous intent swelling within her. She had not anticipated the emergence of the first traitor in her Great Xia. Come on, I shall not fear your 800,000 troops. Jiang Yunhe clenched her fists. She had also not foreseen that the death of 13 elders in the celestial realm would provoke such a significant reaction from the Taishan Sacred Land. She believed that the Sacred Land was deliberately targeting her siblings due to Jiang biting. It was well known that when a saint acted, even significant powers rarely retaliated unless the saint was wantonly slaughtering. After all, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, death in battle was a commonplace occurrence. It would be unreasonable for the Taishan Sacred Land to seek revenge for a single death. Such an endeavor would be exhausting and would only create more enemies. Of course, the exception lay with saints, as they were the foundation of a power. If one were killed, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Jiang Yunhe remained unaware that her dear brother had slain Qin Shuzi. Otherwise, the Taishan Sacred Land's response to the Great Xia would not have seemed peculiar. Qing Shuzi was a great saint and the most gifted individual in the Taishan Sacred Land in a millennium. As Jiang Yunhe seethed over the invasion by the Eight Nations Alliance and the betrayal of the Tiger Prison Pass commander, the Prime Minister of the Great Xia, accompanied by a group of ministers, entered the imperial study. Your Majesty, they all bowed in respect. Prime Minister, Grand Tutor, what brings you to seek an audience with me? Jiang Yunhe inquired. The Great Xia Prime Minister, an elderly man with graying beard, replied. We have come to implore your Majesty to visit the ancestral grounds and request the assistance of our great ancestor to confront the invasion of the Eight Nations Alliance. According to our intelligence, these invaders are nothing but beasts. Upon entering our Great Xia, they have slaughtered indiscriminately, leading countless of our citizens to perish beneath their blades. We cannot afford further delay, otherwise, even more of our people shall meet a tragic end. The Prime Minister's urgency was palpable as reports of massacres poured in, leaving him exhausted with a desire to don armor and personally repel the Eight Nations Alliance. How can such trivial matters trouble our Jiang saints? Jiang Yunhe furrowed her brow, reluctant to appear ineffectual by seeking the aid of the Jiang saints. Your Majesty, if we do not summon our great ancestor, how can we withstand the Eight Nations Alliance, which boasts nearly 100 celestial realm cultivators and 1,000,000 elite troops? The Prime Minister lamented. Saints are the trump cards of a power and seldom intervene lightly. However, we find ourselves without options now. Is it truly the case that our Jiang clan lacks the strength to resist the Eight Nations Alliance? Jiang Yunhe questioned, perplexed. Having cultivated in the 9 Absolute Sword sect since childhood, her understanding of the Jiang clan's foundation was limited. At this moment, an elderly royal uncle stepped forward, whom Jiang Yunhe would address as Great Uncle. Your Majesty, though our Jiang clan was once an imperial lineage, we have now fallen into utter decline. Without the intervention of our great ancestor, we cannot hope to halt the Eight Nations Alliance, the elderly lord said with a weary expression. He reminisced about the glory of their clan in the past, lamenting that they could not even deal with a troop of clowns today. Very well. I shall seek out our great ancestor. Jiang Yunhe reluctantly agreed. Just then, a palace maid entered to report, Your Majesty, someone requests an audience, claiming to be your senior brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhe's spirits lifted. Perhaps the 9 Absolute Sword sect had dispatched someone to offer assistance upon learning of her plight, thus alleviating the need to trouble her great ancestor. Soon, she met the envoy from the 9 Absolute Sword sect, a dashing young man in his late 20s accompanied by an elder. Zhou Liangshan, is that you? Jiang Yunhe exclaimed joyfully. Greetings, Elder Hua, she added, elated. Zhou Liangshan, a prodigious disciple of the Fire Sword Palace and the young master, had reached the law manifestation realm at the age of 28. The elder with him was a formidable celestial realm cultivator. Zhou Liangshan smiled, Junior sister. I have come to escort you back to the 9 Absolute Sword sect. Jiang Yunhe frowned. Currently, the Great Xia is under invasion by the Eight Nations Alliance. As the Empress, how can I leave? Zhou Liangshan replied. Precisely because of this, I am here to ensure your safety and take you back to the sect. According to our intelligence, the Eight Nations Alliance is backed by the Taishan Sacred Land, indicating that this entire affair is orchestrated by them. The 9 Absolute Sword sect and the Supreme Xian Holy Land harbor some grievances. It is perilous for you to remain here. Jiang Yunhe's voice turned frigid. Brother Liangshan, I shall not return with you. You may leave. Must you truly return? Zhou Liangshan's demeanor was resolute. Having harbored feelings for Jiang Yunhe, he could not bear the thought of watching her walk to her demise. What is your status? Do you possess a decree from my master? What qualifications do you have to command my departure? Jiang Yunhe replied with a cold laughter, finding Zhou Liangshan's interference rather presumptuous. Senior Elder Hua, act swiftly and forcibly take her away, Zhou Liangshan commanded. He would not permit Jiang Yunhe to meet her end. Apologies, young mistress, Elder Hua stepped forward, intent on abducting Jiang Yunhe. I dare you to try? Jiang Yunhe summoned her saintly sword intent, which startled Elder Hua into immediate inaction. Saintly sword intent of the Wind Palace. Zhou Liangshan was also taken aback, his sword heart nearly shattered by her sword intent. Brother Liangshan, the Great Xia does not welcome you. I implore you to depart at once, or I shall unleash my saintly sword intent. Jiang Yunhe coldly issued an eviction order. With her brother present, she could never leave to return to the 9 Absolute Sword sect. At this moment, she felt nothing but disdain for Zhou Liangshan. Her heart filled with deep aversion. Zhou Liangshan's expression darkened. Junior sister, you, leave at once. Jiang Yunhe shouted, preparing to unleash her saintly sword intent. With no alternative, Zhou Liangshan and Elder Hua were compelled to exit the Imperial Palace. How infuriating. How can my junior sister be so obstinate, playing with her own life? Zhou Liangshan seethed with anger. There is no need for concern, young master. I have a plan that will ensure Jiang Yunhe returns to the 9 Absolute Sword sect willingly. Elder Hua assured, a confident smile gracing his lips. Zhou Liangshan's spirits lifted. Elder Hua, what is this brilliant strategy? Elder Hua replied with a smirk. Jiang Yunhe has grown up in the 9 Absolute Sword sect, bearing little affection for the Great Xia. Her presence here is solely for her brother, Jiang Ning. If we were to abduct Jiang Ning and bring him to the 9 Absolute Sword sect, she would have no choice but to return. He had thoroughly investigated that Jiang Yunha's return to the Great Xia was entirely for her brother's sake. An excellent idea. Haha. Let us proceed to the ancestral grounds and capture Jiang Ning, Zhou Liangshan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The two then set off towards the Jiang clan's ancestral grounds. At the ancestral grounds, after concluding his meditation, Jiang Ning proceeded to the steel forest to polish the steels. Given his current status, he was no longer required to labor. However, Jiang Ning entered the steel forest not to work, but to comprehend the legacies inscribed upon the steels. You diligently polished the steel, activating the instant learning ability, and comprehended the divine technique, Fei Peng Bao Shu. To his surprise, treasures of techniques lay within the steel. Jiang Ning's heart soared with joy. In the past, the powerful Jiang clan had once subdued certain demon saints, leaving behind their treasured techniques in the steel forest. The Fei Peng Bao Shu was a technique of the ancient and rare Fei Peng divine bird. While its combat prowess was modest, its flight speed was unparalleled. Upon mastering the Fei Peng Bao Shu, one could manifest a pair of luminous wings from their back, enabling flight significantly faster than that of a saint. You diligently interacted with the steel, activating the instant learning ability, and comprehended the secret method rebirth of severed limbs. As the name suggests, severed limbs and lost bodily organs could regrow through this unique and wondrous technique. Having mastered these insights, Jiang Ning returned to his bamboo hut, where Shaoli approached with news. Young master, outside the ancestral grounds, a self-proclaimed princess wishes to see you. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in confusion. Yunha's fellow disciple seeks an audience with me? He then stepped out of the ancestral grounds to meet his sister's companion, though uncertain of the purpose. Being a companion of his sister, Jiang Ning did not refuse the meeting. Soon, not far from the ancestral grounds, Jiang Ning encountered Zhou Liangshan and Elder Hua. Chapter 54. Jiang Yunha's plea for help, enslaving captives. May I inquire what brings you two here? Jiang Ning asked indifferently. I am Liangshan, senior brother to Jiang's sister. Zhou Liangshan replied with a smile. What is the matter? Jiang Ning pressed, not wishing to waste time on trivial matters, eager to return to his cultivation. Zhou Liangshan was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Jiang Ning's aloof demeanor. Annoyance swelled within him, for he was inherently proud. His voice turned icy. I request that you accompany us to the 9 Absolute Sword sect. Haha. Jiang Ning chuckled. I have no time to accompany you. I wish only to remain here in the ancestral grounds and cultivate. Refusing my hospitality will bring consequences, Zhou Liangshan warned, his irritation boiling over. Infuriated by Jiang Ning's disregard, Zhou Liangshan resolved to take action and subdue him, intending to teach him a lesson. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed, his gaze turning cold. How dare he take action against me? Is he attempting to force me to reveal my true strength? A murderous intent surged within him. Having offended the supreme Xian Holy Land, he was reluctant to expose the secret of being a Jiang clan saint. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Zhou Liangshan, you have the audacity to lay a hand on my brother? You seek death. Jiang Yunha, having come to invoke the aid of her ancestor, chanced upon Zhou Liangshan's impending assault on her brother. Enraged, her killing intent surged forth. To her, her brother was a taboo. Anyone who dared to harm him would face her wrath. Without hesitation, she unleashed her saintly sword intent. The sword energy surged like a torrential downpour toward Zhou Liangshan. Beware, young master, Elder Hua exclaimed, rushing to shield Zhou Liangshan, gathering his vital energy to withstand the saintly sword intent. Poof! Elder Hua was severely wounded by the saintly sword intent, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his high cultivation level spared him from death. Zhou Liangshan, positioned behind him, was also affected, coughing up blood and sustaining significant injuries. Junior sister Yu. Zhou Liangshan gazed at Jiang Yunha in disbelief. She had actually turned against him. Had Elder Hua not intervened, he would have perished on the spot. Anyone who dares harm my brother will face my wrath, Jiang Yunha stated coldly. Her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Very well, we shall depart. Zhou Liangshan seethed, his fury boiling over. Jealousy and hatred for Jiang Ning consumed him. To think Jiang Yunha would go so far as to attempt to kill him for her brother was a bitter pill to swallow. Concealing his murderous thoughts toward Jiang Ning, he departed alongside Elder Hua. Once they left, Jiang Yunha rushed forward, concern etched upon her face. Brother, are you unharmed? She quickly examined Jiang Ning, sighing in relief upon finding him unscathed, and a sweet smile blossomed on her lips. Jiang Ning smiled gently. With such a formidable sister, how could anything be amiss? The fierce protection of his sister warmed Jiang Ning's heart, a feeling he cherished as an orphan who had grown up without family. Jiang Yunha's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit shy? Was I too fierce just now? Jiang Ning chuckled. Not at all. You were rather impressive and commanding. By the way, what brings you here so suddenly? Jiang Yunha declared. I have come to seek the aid of my great uncle in our ancestral land. The 8-nation alliance is utterly despicable, mercilessly slaughtering our Xia citizens. The young girl's face was a portrait of indignation and fury. Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing she sought him as her great-uncle. His dear sister, oblivious to the fact that the brother by her side was the very great-uncle she sought, was likely lost in her own dreams. He feigned jealousy and remarked, "Ah, I thought you were here to visit your brother, but it turns out you seek your great-uncle." With a playful smile, Jiang Yunhe responded, "If brother is reluctant to part with his sister, he can move to the palace to live with me." Jiang Ning shook his head repeatedly, expressing his preference for the comfort of their ancestral land. As the siblings conversed, they made their way into the ancestral grounds. "Go find great-uncle. I shall wait for you in the bamboo hut," Jiang Ning instructed. "But I do not know where great-uncle is," the young girl replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Jiang Ning chuckled and said, "He should be fishing by the lakeside. Off you go." He gestured in the direction of the lake. "All right, I shall go," she said gleefully, heading toward the direction Jiang Ning indicated. Jiang Ning swiftly employed the celestial transformation technique, transforming into a venerable elder with flowing white hair. He teleported to the lakeside, donning a bamboo hat and preparing to fish, awaiting his sister's arrival. Before long, Jiang Yunhe reached the lake. "You are great-uncle?" she exclaimed in surprise. "I am aware of your purpose," a voice, old and resonant, replied. The elder remained turned away, absorbed in his fishing, exuding an aura of a transcendent hermit. "Return home. Reinforcements will arrive tomorrow," the elder continued. "Thank you, great-uncle," Jiang Yunhe bid farewell, feeling a tinge of regret for not having seen her great-uncle's face directly. After her departure, Jiang Ning reverted to his original appearance. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the prison forest. For the sake of his sister, it appeared he would have to exert himself, using the life and death seal to enslave all the prisoners within the prison forest as a force against the 8-nation alliance. Jiang Ning resolved to act that very night, intending to enslave all the inmates within the prison forest. The forest housed ordinary practitioners, demonic cultivators, ferocious beasts, and formidable outsiders, all of whom were notorious for their malevolence. The prison forest was fortified with powerful formations established by the ancestors of the Jiang clan. Even saints could not escape its confines. Occasionally, prisoners captured by the Taishan Holy Land were also sent to the prison forest for confinement. Thus, many individuals and ferocious beasts were imprisoned within. If he could subdue them all, it would undoubtedly constitute a formidable force. Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo hut. After reminiscing with her brother for a while, Jiang Yunhe reluctantly took her leave, burdened by the pressing matters necessitated by the invasion of the 8-nation alliance. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Jiang Ning transformed into a lean, dark-clad youth and entered the prison forest. At that moment, a cacophony of anguished wails echoed through the air, filled with resentment and hatred. Jiang Ning unlocked the cell door. Inside was a disheveled old man, his appearance decrepit, yet possessing a terrifying level of cultivation at the 8th stage of the celestial realm, enveloped in a golden light. Upon seeing Jiang Ning enter, he glared fiercely, craving to feast on his flesh and drink his blood. Jiang Ning activated the mechanism, and the golden light dissipated. The old man was taken aback, thinking, "Has this fool truly released the seal and set me free? Ha ha ha. The damned seal has finally vanished. Youngster, since you freed me, I'll feast upon you." The old man erupted in maniacal laughter, driven solely by a desire to consume Jiang Ning's flesh and vengeance. With a resounding crash, the 8th-stage celestial realm elder was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. "Impossible. You," he stammered, incredulous that such an unremarkable youth had defeated him in a single blow. Without further ado, Jiang Ning struck down the elder and promptly employed the life and death seal. The excruciating torment of countless curses invaded the old man's body, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. "The life and death seal," he shrieked in terror, fully aware of its dreadful potency. "Submit to me." Jiang Ning's voice was cold and commanding. "I would rather die than bow to a Jiang," the old man retorted defiantly. Yet, after a brief half-incense worth of time, the old man's expression transformed into one of submission, calling out to Jiang Ning, "Master." An aura of genuine fragrance enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Ning nodded approvingly, then proceeded to exert control over each of the prisoners within the prison forest. Under Jiang Ning's formidable influence, whether they were alien warriors, demonic cultivators, or ferocious beasts, all submitted to him, bowing and addressing him as their master. The power of the life and death seal was indeed terrifying. Regrettably, it could only control those beneath the level of a saint. Otherwise, commanding a few saints as subordinates would have been quite advantageous. As Jiang Ning approached another cell, he suddenly sensed an extraordinary presence within. To his astonishment, there was a saint imprisoned inside. But how could the Jiang clan, now in decline, have imprisoned a saint? Jiang Ning pondered in bewilderment. He picked up the logbook placed at the cell's entrance and opened it. Each cell was accompanied by a log detailing the life stories of its inmates. The great Riverblade King Lu Mubai, born into the Lu family of the Dayu Empire, a quasi-saint. 50 years ago, he was imprisoned in the Jiang clan's prison forest by the Taishan Holy Land elder, Huang Tianba. Jiang Ning gleaned insights into the man's past. It appeared that after being imprisoned, he had achieved sainthood. His misfortune was to have encountered the Jiang clan's prison forest, even upon breaking through to the saint level. He could not escape his cell. Jiang Ning mused silently. Without hesitation, he opened the cell to investigate further. Inside, dozens of rune-etched iron chains bound a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, surrounded by a golden light. The sight sent chills down Jiang Ning's spine. The man was emaciated, with sparse hair and missing teeth, his chest sunken, reduced to mere skin. Most disturbingly, he was devoid of hands and feet, and even his eyes had been gouged out, leaving hollow sockets. He was nothing more than a grotesque shell of a human. Huang Tianba, I will kill you. I will kill you. Upon noticing Jiang Ning's presence, the old man began to struggle violently, howling in rage. An aura of ferocity permeated the air, instilling terror. Huang Tianba, I once considered you my dearest brother. Yet you coveted my wife and daughter, slaughtering them. To torment me, you reduced me to this wretched state, imprisoning me in this eternal darkness. The hatred burns within me. Even now that I have achieved sainthood, I cannot escape to exact my revenge. The great Riverblade King, Lu Mubai, roared in madness. Jiang Ning finally understood the crux of the matter. You yearn for vengeance against Huang Tianba, do you? I can assist you, provided you submit to me. Jiang Ning offered enticingly. Bah, you Jiang clan are nothing but Huang Tianba's lackeys. The great Riverblade King retorted angrily. Jiang Ning replied, rest assured. The Jiang clan is now at odds with the Taishan Holy Land. Your enemies are our enemies. A terrifying aura emanated from Jiang Ning, enveloping Huang Tianba. The latter displayed an expression of disbelief, as he found himself engulfed in profound despair. He fell silent, acknowledging the undeniable prowess of the individual before him. Very well. As long as I can confront Huang Tianba, I shall submit to you. The great river sword saint exhibited no hesitation. He was willing to pay any price for vengeance. This is a secret art known as rebirth of severed limbs, which I now bestow upon you. Jiang Ning marveled at the serendipity of encountering the great river sword saint shortly after comprehending this mystical technique. Through his divine consciousness, Jiang Ning transmitted the secret art to Lu Mubai. Upon receiving the inheritance, Lu Mubai's heart swelled with joy and excitement. At last, he would have the chance to fully restore himself. From now on, my life shall belong to you, master, regardless of what is required. He felt immense gratitude towards the one who had granted him the opportunity for rebirth. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, he had enslaved the entire prison forest, acquiring a sage, 53 celestial beings, over 800 practitioners at the Dharma aspect stage, as well as formidable alien warriors and monstrous beasts. Such strength was more than sufficient to establish a first-rate power within the Xianhuang continent. Jiang Ning fully unleashed his spiritual awareness, conducting a final inspection to ensure no threats remained. His divine consciousness surpassed that of his peers in the same realm. Suddenly, he was taken aback by an overwhelming presence, far mightier than that of Qing Shuzi. This revelation left Jiang Ning astounded. Soon, he arrived before an ancient stone door, adorned with formidable seals. He could sense that the powerful aura emanated from beyond this ancient threshold. Recalling the records regarding the prison forest, Jiang Ning surmised that behind the stone door lay the deepest depths of the prison forest, situated 3,000 meters underground, a place designated for the confinement of mighty beings. This sparked his curiosity. The Jiang clan had not produced a sage in over 10,000 years. How could such a powerful entity be imprisoned here? He decided to investigate further, reassured by the presence of the Qingtu talisman that rendered him fearless of any danger. This door could only be opened by a sage of the Jiang bloodline. Jiang Ning infused the stone door with his extraordinary power. With a thunderous rumble, the door began to creak open. With a leap, Jiang Ning soared inside. In the heart of the prison forest, he encountered stone pillars of ceiling, guarding the prison. The radiance was intense, illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated through the air. A colossal black dragon, stretching 100 feet in length, emanated an overwhelming presence as it spiraled through the sky. The aura of a demon king enveloped the entire prison. Whoa, it's been over 10,000 years. The damn Jiang clan has finally sent someone in. Your esteemed dragon lord is about to die of boredom. The black dragon exclaimed excitedly. It turned out to be a pinnacle-level flood dragon, a demon king. Jiang Ning mused, realizing that its existence for over 10,000 years indicated it was indeed an ancient dragon. According to the classifications of the Xianhuang world, 300,000 years ago marked the ancient era, 100,000 years ago the primeval era, and 10,000 years ago the archaic era. The Jiang clan's progenitor, the Huanglong Emperor, was a great emperor of the ancient age. Thus, this dragon could be considered an ancient being. Little one, do you know how delighted your dragon lord is? Finally, a living soul to converse with. Damn Jiang Jiantian. Capturing me here means I can no longer enjoy my beloved three-headed dragonettes. The ancient dragon lamented, casting a pained gaze at Jiang Ning. Chapter 56. The Demon King Submits. Jiang Ning's formidable consciousness discerned the ancient dragon's strength. It was a demon king at its peak, equivalent to a human at the pinnacle of the great sage stage. Any being capable of surviving from ancient times to the present was undoubtedly formidable. This underscored the brevity of human lifespan compared to these powerful bloodline beasts. Even emperors had lifespans barely exceeding 10,000 years, while certain powerful bloodline beasts could live for tens of thousands of years. The longest living beings were the transformed spirits of flora and fauna, with some defying the odds to surpass 100,000 years. Ah, the air of freedom is exhilarating. I am finally going to see the light of day again, haha. The ancient dragon continued to laugh heartily, its voice resonating throughout the deepest recesses of the prison forest. Little one, quickly release your dragon lord. The ancient dragon's massive, icy eyes bored down on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. You may be freed, but only if you submit to me. Now that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the sage realm and mastered countless divine arts, his power was incomparable to before. Though the ancient dragon was formidable, it was still no match for Jiang Ning. Beneath the sage kings, Jiang Ning could effortlessly dominate all. While the strength of the ancient dragon was impressive, killing it outright would be a waste. Although it could enhance his supreme dragon body, the increase in strength would not be substantially significant. It would be far more advantageous to subjugate this ancient dragon for his own use. Should it prove obstinate, Jiang Ning would not hesitate to extract its dragon blood to refine his supreme dragon body. How dare you, little one, bargain with your dragon lord? Do you wish to be obliterated? The ancient dragon growled menacingly. Jiang Ning scoffed mockingly. I do not believe you. How audacious. You dare to disrespect your dragon lord. It seems a lesson is in order for you today. Despite your youth, you have reached the sage realm. Your tender flesh must taste exquisite. It has been over 10,000 years since I last savored meat. You shall serve as my feast. With that, the ancient dragon swung its enormous, razor-sharp claws toward Jiang Ning, intending to rend him apart. This strike seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space, instilling terror. Jiang Ning activated his supreme dragon body, a dragon's roar resounding forth. Unarmed, he struck with his fists against the ancient dragon's claws. The ground trembled as if a volcanic eruption had occurred. What incredible physical strength you possess for such a little thing, the ancient dragon exclaimed in shock. Renowned for their robust physicality, the dragon race found it incomprehensible that a human could stand against them. Suddenly, the ancient dragon seemed to recall something, exclaiming in astonishment, You have successfully cultivated the supreme dragon body. No wonder you sought to challenge your dragon lord. Prepare to perish. The ancient dragon bellowed, its radiance intensifying. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. A devastating breath of dragon fire erupted from its maw, forming a pillar of searing heat that surged toward Jiang Ning. The terrifying temperature ignited the very air around them. Jiang Ning smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Taishu sword materialized in his hand, its ethereal sword intent surging forth. The sword light was awe-inspiring as he cleaved through the raging dragon flames. The overwhelming dragon fire was effortlessly sliced in two, dissolving into nothingness. The ancient dragoness technique was thus easily countered by Jiang Ning. The ancient dragon stood frozen, paralyzed by disbelief. The sword light pierced the heavens, and the ethereal sword aura coalesced into a complete strand of sword silk, advancing towards the ancient demon dragon. Startled, the dragon's countenance shifted dramatically as it swiftly sought refuge. The ancient demon dragon was no weakling, and despite exerting all its strength, it managed to deflect Jiang Ning's assault. Submit to me, or I shall extract your dragon blood to cultivate the supreme dragon body, Jiang Ning declared coldly, wielding the Taisu sword. He prepared to unleash his suppressed divine abilities and magical techniques to subdue this formidable ancient dragon. This ancient dragon represented the most powerful adversary Jiang Ning had ever encountered, necessitating his utmost effort to secure victory. Brother, my dear brother, I, the little dragon, was wrong. From now on, you shall be my elder brother, and I shall serve as your younger brother. The once arrogant ancient dragon suddenly pleaded, tears streaming down its face. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Was it surrendering already? He had yet to exert his full power, completely overturning his perception of the ancient dragon. He had anticipated that the dragon race was immensely proud and would not easily concede defeat. He had intended to invest considerable effort in taming it, only to be surprised by its rapid capitulation. He felt a tinge of disappointment. Are you truly so afraid of death? Not even putting up a fight? Jiang Ning remarked, feeling a sense of boredom. Initially, he had intended to test the prowess of the Nine-Tails magical technique, the might of the celestial calamity. Old dragon, I am merely discerning the times, not fearfully clinging to life. Brother, you are simply too powerful, wise and martial, the strongest prodigy beneath heaven and earth. I shall follow you henceforth, the ancient dragon responded, transforming into a robust man in his 30s, sporting a rather unsavory demeanor, and ingratiating himself with flattery. The dragon breath he had just unleashed was his innate divine ability, the flame dragon technique. His strongest strike had not grazed Jiang Ning, and given his youth, he had successfully cultivated the supreme dragon body. Such a prodigy was indeed a rare sight on the Xinhuang continent. The ancient dragon, now wise to the circumstances, capitulated without further contest. Consider yourself fortunate. You shall follow me as my subordinate from now on. With the dragon's surrender, Jiang Ning did not impose further demands. He sheathed the Tai Su sword. Big brother, in front of others, may I refrain from addressing you as such? After all, I am over 10,000 years old. It feels rather undignified to call a lad in his 30s big brother, the ancient dragon expressed, somewhat bashfully. Did you just say that? Jiang Ning inquired with a smile. His gaze fixed on the ancient dragon. The dragon shivered involuntarily. And no, you shall always be my big brother. How old are you exactly? Jiang Ning pressed. Cough, cough. I am over 18,300 years old. When I was captured, I had just transcended the tribulation to become a demon sage. It seems. The Jiang clan has encountered some calamity, allowing me to be completely forgotten here. How infuriating. Even after becoming a demon king, I still cannot break this damned seal. Woe is me. I have been trapped here for over 10,000 years, nearly perishing from loneliness. The ancient dragon wore a mournful expression, gazing pitifully at Jiang Ning, which sent chills down Jiang Ning's spine. How can you, having lived for over 18,000 years, possess so little pride? You bring shame upon the dragon race. As for what calamity had befallen the Jiang clan, only fragments of history remained in the tomes of the Great Xia. It was recorded that the Jiang clan had gathered all their sages to venture into a mysterious land, never to return. The once mighty imperial clan, the Jiang family, had thus fallen into obscurity, reduced to a state where they no longer possessed even a single sage, forced to rely on the Taishan sacred land for mere survival. Chapter 57, Jiang Yunhe's Shock, the decisive battle against the 8-nation allied forces. What is your name? Jiang Ning inquired. The ancient dragon puffed out its chest proudly, exclaiming, Dragon Grandpa. He was quite fond of this name. Jiang Ning shook his head. No, that name is far too mundane. From now on, you shall be called Long Ritian. The ancient dragon protested. Brother, Long Ritian lacks the grandeur of Dragon Grandpa. I refuse it. Jiang Ning chuckled. Ritian, one who can conquer the heavens. How can you say it's not impressive? Conquer the heavens? Hee. Now that you mention it, it does sound rather grand. Thank you, brother. From now on, I shall be known as Long Ritian. Long Ritian beamed with joy. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Long Ritian left the prison. Whoa. Once outside the prison, Long Ritian excitedly howled in exhilaration, finally breathing in the air of freedom. After arranging for the control of the prisoners in the confinement forest, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo house with Long Ritian. He had just instructed Long Ritian to unleash his dragon might, intimidating the prisoners, who trembled in fear, deterred from betraying Jiang Ning. Especially the fierce beasts, who cowered under the pressure of his bloodline power, prostrated on the ground, utterly immobilized. Jiang Gij. Who is this exceedingly unsavory person? The little fox leaped onto Jiang Ning's shoulder, expressing disdain. The transformed Long Ritian indeed appeared rather unsightly. How dare you, little fox, insult your esteemed dragon grandpa? I am a dragon, not some unsavory brute. How do you speak? Do you even know how to speak? Believe it or not, I could devour you. Long Ritian growled menacingly at the little fox. The little fox looked at Jiang Ning with pleading eyes, as if on the verge of tears. He is scaring me. Jiang Ning gently tapped Long Ritian's head. Ali is still small. You must not be harsh with her. He affectionately stroked the little fox's soft, white fur. Long Ritian wore a deeply aggrieved expression. I merely spoke a little loudly. The little fox smirked, basking in Jiang Ning's affection. Jiang Gij dotes on me. You should be envious. Humph. That night, Jiang Ning banished Long Ritian from the bamboo house, assigning him to guard the courtyard. Whoa. Long Ritian howled at the moon in dissatisfaction. Am I, a proud dragon, reduced to a mere watchman? This is a disgrace to dragonkind. Yet, it seemed he had no sense of honor himself. The following day, Jiang Ning instructed all prisoners to head to the imperial city to seek out Jiang Yunhe. The 8-nation allied forces, mere clowns, did not require Long Ritian's intervention. The great Riverblade Saint, Lu Mubai, was focused on cultivating the secret technique Jiang Ning had bestowed upon him, regrowing his limbs and eyes. In the imperial palace, Your Majesty, grave news. A eunuch rushed in, visibly flustered. Jiang Yunhe furrowed her brow. What has caused such alarm? The prisoners in the confinement forest have all escaped and are advancing towards the imperial city. The old eunuch exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. What? Jiang Yunhe felt a wave of headache wash over her. How could the prisoners escape? These were ruthless individuals, filled with hatred towards the Jiang clan. Should they reach the imperial city, it would surely result in rivers of blood. Jiang Yunhe quickly summoned the army to confront the impending threat at the city gates. The formidable warriors of the Great Xia hurried to provide support. Each of them was drenched in sweat, clearly feeling the immense pressure exerted by the vicious prisoners. They're here. They are coming. Quick, prepare for battle. The citizens of the Great Xia were thrown into a state of panic, witnessing the approaching threat comprised of dozens of formidable celestial realm cultivators, over 800 manifest realm practitioners, and a substantial number of fierce beasts. This formidable force, even a sage would likely retreat in trepidation upon encountering it. Jiang Yunhe's countenance turned ashen as she prepared to summon the sword intent of the sage to confront the threat. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the prisoners materialized at the city gate. Jiang Yunhe and her companions were poised for battle. Many ministers and soldiers trembled uncontrollably in fear, while the common folk scattered in panic, their cries and shouts echoing in a cacophony. "We greet your majesty." At that moment, dozens of celestial-level cultivators and over 800 beings of the law manifestation realm, including fierce beasts, knelt before Jiang Yunhe, offering their respects with utmost reverence. These were notorious individuals, their combat prowess terrifying. Ordinary cultivators of the same realm stood no chance against them. What is happening? At this instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Why were the prisoners kneeling in homage? Each was utterly bewildered. Jiang Yunhe too was rooted to the spot, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. "The sage of the Jiang clan has summoned us to assist your majesty in combating the coalition of 8 nations. We shall heed your majesty's command," spoke an elder with a fierce countenance and a single eye, who stood at the forefront. "Granduncle truly possesses remarkable abilities to have subdued all the prisoners in the prison forest," Jiang Yunhe gasped in astonishment. After the defection of Zhang Xueliang, the commander of the Tiger Prison Pass, the coalition of 8 nations had invaded the territory of the Great Xia, slaughtering 18 cities and resulting in millions of casualties among the people. A million-strong army, with banners like a forest and blades like a sea, exuded an overwhelming malevolence that swept across the land. At that moment, the ancient city walls, stained with the remnants of countless battles, bore witness to the bloodshed and corpses littered everywhere, smoke billowing into the sky. This time, the invasion of the Great Xia and the razing of cities have brought us immense wealth and spoils. The generals of the 8 nations laughed heartily. Report. At that moment, a scout approached with urgent news. "What is it?" "We have detected a Great Xia army approaching our forces," the scout reported. The Great Xia truly overestimates itself. "Apart from the sage of the Jiang clan, what can they use to oppose our coalition?" boasted the general of the Great Li dynasty, chuckling. "Relay the orders. The coalition shall advance on the Great Xia army." The million-strong coalition of the 8 nations surged forward to attack the Great Xia forces. Shortly thereafter, the two armies encountered each other in a narrow canyon. The Great Xia army numbered only around 100,000. A meager force that only fueled the disdain of the coalition's general. "General, I request permission to engage in battle." At this juncture, the treacherous Zhang Xueliang eagerly pledged his loyalty and begged to take the lead. "Very well, let General Zhang lead the charge." "I am honored," Zhang Xueliang exclaimed, excitedly leading the 10,000 traitorous soldiers toward the Great Xia army. To annihilate this Great Xia force would secure his merit and ensure his prominence in the coalition. For the sake of his future, the entire Great Xia army had to be wiped out. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. 2 eerie figures, one black and one white, materialized before the army, the twin fiends. They eagerly licked their lips, for slaughter was their greatest delight. "What are you? Presumptuous enough to stand in front of my army?" Zhang Xueliang sneered, riding a fierce black tiger as he charged at the twin fiends. With an army of 100,000 behind him, he felt unfazed even against 2 peak celestial cultivators. Boom, boom. A white light soared into the sky, followed by a black light, which then fused into one. The twin fiends merged, unleashing a power equivalent to that of a sage. A terrifying wave of sinister energy swept toward the traitorous army. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, the battlefield was drenched in blood, and the once mighty army lay slaughtered. The 10,000 soldiers fell like blades of grass before a tempest. The twin fiends, initially machines of death, now wielded destruction akin to that of a nuclear bomb, truly a battlefield meat grinder. How is this possible? Zhang Xueliang's eyes widened in abject horror. Uft. His chest was pierced, and the betraying general met his demise. What is happening? The generals of the 8 nations were struck with panic. "Those who dare to offend the Great Xia shall be punished, no matter the distance." A thunderous voice resonated through the canyon. At that moment, the prisoners from the prison forest surged forth, surrounding the coalition of 8 nations within the canyon. The Great Xia army had served as bait, luring the coalition into the trap. Now, there was no escape for them. Jiang Yunhe was determined that none from the invading coalition would leave the Great Xia alive. The blood-soaked enmity of the Great Xia people demanded retribution. What is happening? How could the Great Xia possess such formidable warriors? The coalition was gripped with terror. Kill. The prisoners charged forth, their pent-up rage from years of confinement now unleashed upon the coalition. As the twin fiends and the frenzied prisoners attacked, the coalition found themselves engulfed in chaos, suffering countless casualties. At that moment, the spirit corpse Jiang Yu descended from the skies, letting out a ferocious roar. A bloodthirsty aura enveloped the battlefield as he savagely slaughtered the coalition forces. Faced with such a relentless spirit corpse, the coalition was paralyzed with fear. Bold enough to kill. A general from the Great Xia Dynasty, witnessing the hooded figure decimating his soldiers, furiously retaliated. Jiang Yu swung his sword, and the general of the Great Yin was swiftly annihilated. How powerful! That is Jiang Yu, the Jiang clan's quasi-saint, who single-handedly defeated 6 peak celestial cultivators of the demon sect. The terrified soldiers cried in unison. The invincible spirit corpse, with blood-red eyes, charged into the ranks of the million-strong coalition. Typically, even the most formidable celestial cultivators would struggle against a large army, for they would eventually exhaust their vital energy. However, the spirit corpse drew life force from the battlefield, growing stronger with each kill. The more it slaughtered, the more powerful it became. The twin fiends, too, thrived on carnage, showing no signs of fatigue. Together, the spirit corpse and the twin fiends transformed into a relentless meat grinder on the battlefield. The coalition of 8 nations, filled with elite warriors, was engulfed in terror as they faced the overwhelming force. With every drop of blood absorbed, Jiang Yu underwent a transformation, evolving toward the realm of the saintly corpse. Boom! An unfathomable aura of malevolence erupted from Jiang Yu's being, signaling his evolution into a saintly corpse. His elongated claws, fearsome zombie fangs, and a ferocious visage emerged, accompanied by a pair of massive zombie wings sprouting from his back. This was an eventuality Jiang Ning had never anticipated. Had he known that the spirit corpse could ascend to the saint realm, he would have had no need to control the prisoners of the prison forest. With a mighty roar, the saintly corpse let loose a cry that echoed through the depths of the canyon. In the realm of the square circle, the soldiers of the 8 nations found their very essence of life force abruptly siphoned away by the spectral corpse from afar. The emergence of this formidable spirit, having attained a state of sanctity, instilled terror of the utmost degree. Such a breathtaking spectacle left all witnesses in a daze. Even the notoriously vicious beings of the prison forest trembled in fear. No, the 8-nation allied forces erupted in cries of despair. Under the merciless slaughter inflicted by the spectral corpse, the twin fiends, and the prisoners of the prison forest, the valley ran red with blood, and corpses floated for miles. 1,000,000 soldiers of the 8 nations were utterly annihilated. This battle had unequivocally asserted the national prestige of the Great Xia. As for the victory on the battlefield, Jiang Ning remained oblivious, his indifference unyielding. The antics of a motley crew of clowns failed to capture his attention. The only entity deserving of his focus and respect was the Taishan sacred land. Undoubtedly, the knowledge of the spectral corpse achieving sanctity would elate him, for it signified the addition of a formidable subordinate. Emerging from his ancestral land, Jiang Ning wandered into a small grove. At that moment, Sun Yuchan, possessing legs of perfect elegance and an exceptionally tall figure, clad in white boots, approached him. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, she bowed respectfully. "Master, I have procured information regarding that woman." Jiang Ning inquired, "Who is she?" Ever since he had unleashed the void sword intent to save Jiang Yunha, he had presented Sun Yuchan with the wooden carving of that woman, instructing her to investigate her identity. Jiang Ning was aware that she belonged to the 6 paths of the demon sect, yet her specific identity remained a mystery to him. With the possibility of Jiang Taishu still being alive, it was likely that this woman would venture to the ancestral land. Hence, Jiang Ning took her seriously. Understanding oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Should this woman come seeking trouble, he would be psychologically prepared. The mistress of the Hall of Eradication, the Rakshasa Demoness, is a formidable being on the cusp of the Demon Emperor realm, Sun Yuchan stated with solemnity. The leader of the 6 paths of the demon sect held an exceptionally noble and fearsome status. She could not fathom why her master had tasked her with investigating the Rakshasa Demoness. What if there were enmity between them? Concern for her master began to gnaw at her heart. The Demon Emperor realm is, in essence, equivalent to the Holy King realm, with no discernible difference. The practitioners of the 6 paths of the demon sect merely adopted a different nomenclature to signify their uniqueness. So it is the mistress of the Hall of Eradication, Jiang Ning mused. It appeared that by inheriting Jiang Taishu's void sacred canon, he was also bound to inherit the karma associated with the Hall of Eradication. It was noteworthy that this Rakshasa Demoness had ties to the Jiang clan, specifically to the long-rumored still-living Jiang Taishu. In the past, she had married Jiang Taishu, only to plot his demise the very next day. Fortune favored Jiang Taishu, and he survived. After returning, this Rakshasa Demoness bore a descendant of the Jiang clan. Jiang Ning was curious about the news Sun Yuchan had uncovered. "Which child?" he inquired. "Dead, slain by the Rakshasa Demoness herself." The path of cultivation in the Hall of Eradication mandates the severance of all ties, love, familial bonds, and friendships. To ascend to the highest realm, the Rakshasa Demoness must eliminate her own child, Sun Yuchan explained. This woman was ruthless enough to personally slay her own offspring. Jiang Ning fell silent, a sense of anger welling within him. The Rakshasa Demoness was indeed merciless. "Very well, you may leave. Focus on your cultivation," Jiang Ning said, tossing a pile of resources to Sun Yuchan before departing. At the Hall of Eradication, the Rakshasa Demoness, having concluded her prolonged seclusion, finally emerged. "Had I personally slain Jiang Taishu back then, my practice of the eradication canon would have reached perfection, allowing me to break through to the Demon Emperor realm," she muttered, her expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, a report reached her ears. The Jiang clan saint has unleashed the void sword intent. seemingly the unparalleled prodigy Jiang Taishu from a millennium ago. What? Jiang Taishu is alive? The Rakshasa demoness was instantly taken aback, her countenance reflecting disbelief. Failing to slay Jiang Taishu had become her lifelong regret, hindering her pursuit of perfection in the eradication canon and her ascension to the demon emperor realm. Ha ha ha, Jiang Taishu. You have escaped death. Heaven has granted me another opportunity to eliminate you. The Rakshasa demoness erupted into joyous laughter, then vanished from the grand hall. She made her way to a dilapidated tavern at the foot of a mountain, seeking a certain individual. Jiang Taishu was indeed a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. No one knew the extent of his power after a millennium. Such a formidable being, had it not been for her ambition to break through to the demon emperor realm. The Rakshasa demoness would not dare provoke him lightly. Therefore, she required an ally to confront Jiang Taishu, an individual of peak great sage strength. The Blue Moon Spear Saint. Once the foremost talent of the Blue Moon Sacred Sect, one of the 10 esteemed cultivation sects, had pursued the Rakshasa demoness alongside Jiang Taishu a millennium ago. Unfortunately, she ultimately chose Jiang Taishu. When the Rakshasa demoness turned against Jiang Taishu, she revealed her identity as the Holy Maiden of the Hall of Eradication. Nevertheless, the Blue Moon Spear Saint remained undeterred, hopelessly infatuated with the Rakshasa demoness. To this end, he forsook his sect and took refuge beneath the Azura mountain, guarding his heart as goddess. Yet, the Rakshasa demoness, resolute and unyielding, could never accept his affections, treating him with cold indifference. Each time, the Blue Moon Spear Saint would console himself, believing that as long as she was happy and safe, he would be willing to do anything. Thus, he quietly resided beneath the Azura mountain for nearly a millennium, becoming an assassin who dealt with those who opposed the Rakshasa demoness. The enchanting and bewitching Rakshasa demoness entered the rundown tavern, where a disheveled middle-aged man clad in tattered blue robes appeared before her. Ro, you've come. What tasks do you require of me? Just command me, he exclaimed, excitement radiating from him upon seeing his goddess. Each time she summoned him for a task, it brought him immense joy, for it afforded him the rare chance to gaze upon her and exchange a few words, moments that would sustain him for years to come. Accompany me to slay Jiang Taishu. The Rakshasa demoness stated coldly, without preamble. Jiang Taishu is not dead? The Blue Moon Spear Saint was equally astonished. It is said he has not perished, recently unleashing the Void Sword intent. With sword energy spanning thousands of miles, the Rakshasa demoness replied in a frigid tone. The prospect of killing Jiang Taishu is thrilling. Let us go now. The Blue Moon Spear Saint was overwhelmed with excitement. His goddess sought to eliminate her rival Jiang Taishu. How could he contain his exhilaration? Let us depart. Whoosh, whoosh. The two peak great sage powers vanished from the tavern in an instant. At the Taishan Sacred Land, an elder of great sage realm chuckled heartily. Master, the Rakshasa demoness and that lovesick Blue Moon Spear Saint have entered our sacred domain. It seems they are in search of the Jiang clan saint. The Taishan Sacred Lord nodded with a smile. You go investigate further. Remember, do not approach the battlefield, lest you be caught in the crossfire and lose your life. The elder clad in yellow chuckled, reassuring the Holy Lord. Fear not, I shall exercise due discretion. With that, the elder vanished from sight. As long as we ascertain whether the sage of the Jiang clan is indeed Jiang Taishu, and whether he has ascended to the Saint King realm, we can obliterate the Great Xia Jiang clan and exact vengeance for Qing Xuandi, the Taishan Holy Lord declared coldly. Only if Jiang Taishu has reached the Saint King realm will the Taishan Holy Land take heed. Should he merely be at the Great Sage level, he can be slain. If he is not Jiang Taishu but the Jiang clan sage is at the Saint King realm, he too can be eliminated. A Jiang Taishu at the Saint King realm, wielding the power of the void, would find escape impossible even should the Taishan Holy Land dispatch several Saint King elders to hunt him down. The wrath of a Saint King would be unbearable for the Taishan Holy Land. At the Jiang Ancestral Ground, Jiang Ning was instructing the little fox and Xiao Li in the art of heavenly restoration, a technique that would enhance the little fox's bloodline purity and augment Xiao Li's innate talents. Jiang Ning had mastered the technique to its utmost pinnacle, enabling him to elucidate the nuances of cultivation, thereby facilitating their understanding. As for Long Ritian, Jiang Ning had yet to fully trust him. Hence he would not impart the celestial art of restoration to him. Suddenly, Jiang Ning sensed an ominous shift, his pupils narrowing. A tempest was brewing. Ali, Xiaoli, retreat into the house, Jiang Ning commanded, gazing skyward. Be cautious. Ali and Xiaoli exchanged worried glances with Jiang Ning before hastily entering the wooden cabin. They understood that a fierce battle was imminent. The sky darkened ominously, shrouded in an unsettling gloom that weighed heavily upon the spirit. Thunder rumbled as lightning cleaved the heavens. Jiang Ning's expression grew somber as he scrutinized the sky. He recognized that this abrupt change in weather was not a natural phenomenon, but orchestrated by human hands. If a celestial realm cultivator could influence the weather, how much more so a sage? With a deafening roar, 9 terrifying bolts of lightning descended, striking toward the Jiang ancestral ground, sending chills through all present, paralyzing them with fear. Is the retribution from the Taishan Holy Land upon us? Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes, regarding the 9 streaks of lightning with a cold smile. Is this an attempt to intimidate me? You shall regret it. With a roar, Jiang Ning unleashed the ancient beast-s technique, channeling the immense power of the 9 lightning strikes to counter the descending bolts. The clash of 18 bolts erupted into a cataclysmic display of might. Jiang Taishu, you yet live? A chilling female voice resonated, echoing through the land. The Rakshasa Demoness and the Blue Moon Spear King descended from the swirling clouds upon the Jiang ancestral ground. By heavens, 2 peak great sages. How terrifying. Long Ritian quaked in fear, instinctively shrinking back. Perhaps being imprisoned in the forest of captivity for over 10,000 years had rendered him somewhat timid. Swiftly, Jiang Ning, wishing to conceal his identity, enveloped himself in the flame of the 3-flame celestial fire, transforming into a fiery figure as he soared toward the Rakshasa Demoness. It was then that he beheld her true form, an enchanting figure, strikingly beautiful beyond compare. The reality far surpassed the wooden carving. No wonder his great-uncle had been so infatuated with her. This Demoness was indeed a beauty capable of bringing nations to ruin. Jiang Ning marveled at the Rakshasa Demoness allure, yet lamented that she was akin to a rose with thorns, capable of ruthlessly extinguishing even the life of her own flesh and blood. Are you Jiang Taishu? The Rakshasa Demoness inquired, her delicate brows furrowing. The figure enveloped in flames obscured their true visage, leaving her uncertain of his identity. Whether or not I am is of little consequence, Jiang Ning replied, producing the wooden carving and tossing it to the Rakshasa Demoness. He had no intention of affirming or denying his identity, shrouded in an aura of mysterious fog that instilled caution in others. Receiving the carving, the Rakshasa Demoness' expression darkened. It appears you are indeed Jiang Taishu. Today, I shall kill you, she declared with a chilling resolve. Regardless of whether he was Jiang Taishu or not, she resolved to err on the side of caution, willing to slay 1,000 innocents rather than let one slip away. Kill me? Do you possess the capability? Jiang Ning retorted with a cold laugh. This woman was undoubtedly heartless. He felt a sense of injustice for his great-uncle, having developed an inexplicable fondness for her. Jiang Taishu, the Blue Moon Spear Saint bellowed. You carved a likeness of Luo Luo into wood, expressing your longing and proving your affection for her. If you truly love her, you should surrender and allow her to fulfill her desire to slay you, thus breaking through to the demon emperor realm. As one who loves her dearly, you must possess that awareness. Crawl back to your grave. Jiang Ning shot back at the Blue Moon Spear King with 5 icy words. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a peaked great sage to stoop to such a level of sycophancy. What is a sycophant? Jiang Ning mused. Regardless of whether I am one, I know that if one loves another, they should spare no effort to bring them joy. If you cannot even do that, what right do you have to claim love for Luo Luo? The Blue Moon Spear King scolded, looking down upon Jiang Taishu with disdain. Enough of this drivel, attack. The Rakshasa Demoness interjected, frowning at the Blue Moon Spear Saint. Yes, I see my error, Luo Luo. I shall remain silent. The Blue Moon Spear Saint promptly acquiesced. Adopting a submissive demeanor, Jiang Ning found himself at a loss for words. Was there truly such a wretched man as the Blue Moon Spear King in this world? It was hard to fathom, utterly incomprehensible. In that moment, the Rakshasa Demoness and the Blue Moon Spear Saint, 2 peak great sages, surrounded Jiang Ning. Big brother. Long Ritian observed, torn by indecision as he witnessed Jiang Ning encircled. Should he lend assistance? Ultimately, he overcame his fear, transforming into a fearsome dragon and soaring skyward. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Unfair. 1 against 2 is hardly a fair match. Big brother, I'm here to help. Long Ritian cried out. Seeing Long Ritian come to his aid, Jiang Ning felt a flicker of gratitude. This fellow, devoid of any sense of decorum, had not faltered in a critical moment. Facing 2 opponents, Jiang Ning remained undaunted, although slaying 2 peak great sages would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, Jiang Ning was merely at the pinnacle of the sage realm, except for the extraordinary advantage provided by his unique ability. With Long Ritian assisting him in holding one of them off, Jiang Ning felt confident that he could secure their lives today and avenge his great-uncle. What? A peak demon king dragon? The appearance of Long Ritian startled both the Rakshasa Demoness and the Blue Moon Spear Saint. The dragon clan, known for their potent bloodlines, possessed formidable strength among their peers. With such a powerful ally, capturing Jiang Taishu would undoubtedly become a daunting task. Nevertheless, regarding her potential breakthrough to the demon emperor realm, the Rakshasa Demoness would not relent. The young maiden possesses an exquisite beauty. Haha, accompanying you brings great joy, indeed. Upon beholding the enchanting visage of the Rakshasi, even the lecherous old man could not suppress his salivation. A paragon of beauty, his eyes, filled with excitement, glowed a fierce crimson, seeking death. Witnessing the goddess being humiliated, the saint of the Blue Moon Spear was engulfed by fury. With a swift motion, he unleashed his spear like a dragon, conjuring an unrestrained tempest as he charged towards Long Ritian. Good heavens, a gentleman should use words, not fists. Can we not avoid conflict? This cowardly old lecher, faced with the terrifying assault of spear techniques, desperately dodged, too fearful to strike back. In truth, as a pinnacle of the dragon race, his strength was formidable. Yet, this old lecher had been imprisoned for far too long, lacking the courage to engage in a fierce battle. After long Ritian drew the blue moon spear saint away, only Jiang Ning and the Rakshasi remained. The beautiful face radiated an aura of boundless coldness and murderous intent. Within her lovely eyes flickered a crimson brilliance. Boom. The woman who captivated both Jiang Tai-su and the blue moon spear saint made her move. Her slender jade-like hand crackled with countless arcs of lightning. As her palm descended, a multitude of lightning spheres materialized, plummeting towards Jiang Ning like meteorites. Roar. A dragon's roar erupted as Jiang Ning activated the supreme dragon form, amplifying his power. The Tai-su sword in his grasp blazed with a searing light, akin to a blazing sun suspended in the sky. With a stroke of the sword through the void, the sword's energy traversed thousands of miles. The terrifying sword wave ruthlessly shattered the lightning spheres. You are merely at the saint level, yet your void sword intent has actually breached my world-destroying heavenly thunder? The Rakshasi was astounded. Let me enlighten you on the true power of lightning. Jiang Ning sneered, condensing a purple lightning flying knife. A manifestation of a thunderous lion, surrounded by arcs of lightning, emerged in the void. The flying knife fused with the thunderous lion, charging towards the Rakshasi. The purple lightning knife represented the apex of the thunderous lion's techniques. Jiang Tai-su, it appears that although your realm remains at the saint level, you have comprehended the divine arts to an unfathomable degree. The Rakshasi remarked with a cold smile. In her hand appeared a sickle shrouded in black mist, exuding an exceedingly sinister aura. The death sickle, the holy weapon of the Rakshasi, nurtured from the essence of countless days of blood. She swung her deathly sickle, unleashing a beam of deathly light to counter Jiang Ning's assault. Boom. A violent collision shook the very heavens and earth. Jiang Ning staggered back several dozen steps, while the Rakshasi retreated over 100. Truly, the master of the Hall of Annihilation, the Rakshasi, who stood on the verge of becoming a demon monarch, was not easily trifled with, Jiang Ning pondered. After all, his realm was an entire stage lower than that of the Rakshasi. The Rakshasi, too, found it astonishing. Jiang Tai-su is indeed a prodigy. Despite the disparity of an entire realm, he managed to gain the upper hand. Jiang Tai-su, you may be a prodigy, but alas, your realm is too low. Today shall be your demise. The Rakshasi was unwilling to prolong the engagement. Boom. The domain of death erupted forth. The momentum surged to its zenith, preparing to unleash her most formidable technique. Death Devour. A colossal beam of deathly light, 1,000 feet long, descended from the heavens, enveloping Jiang Ning. Today, I shall let you witness the ultimate profundity of the Void's sacred canon. Jiang Ning spoke with unwavering confidence. Jiang Tai-su is an indisputable prodigy. The Void's sacred canon he created surely ranks among the foremost of all sacred texts. Whoosh. In the next moment, Jiang Ning erupted forth. An endless force of the Void surged like a tidal wave. Chapter 61. The Demon Monarch and the Saint King strike together. The path of the Void is the most enigmatic of all. Jiang Tai-su, with his terrifying talent, crafted the Void's sacred canon, glimpsing a fraction of its secrets. Within the Void's sacred canon are recorded numerous formidable techniques. Jiang Ning unleashed one of the ultimate moves, the Void Flower. Vast and mysterious, the power of the Void coalesced into a 9-colored blossom. The Void Flower erupted, capable of suppressing eternal, ultimate power. Kill! Jiang Ning shouted fiercely. The Void Flower surged towards the Death Devourer. Rumble! In that moment, two immensely powerful techniques collided in the heavens, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The Elder in yellow, observing from afar, displayed a look of astonishment. The power of the Void? It appears this individual must be Jiang Tai-su. Without the world power of a Saint King unleashed, it seems Jiang Tai-su is merely a name without true substance, having not yet broken into the Saint King realm. Regardless of whether Jiang Tai-su survives the Rakshasi's hand, the Great Xia clan is doomed. The Elder in yellow chuckled coldly. On the battlefield, the Void Flower radiated a dazzling brilliance, freezing the void, halting time, and stilling all things. The Rakshasi's expression shifted to one of disbelief. After unleashing her full power, she was still being suppressed by a mere saint. Boom. The Void Flower, imbued with the power to suppress eternity, struck fiercely at the Rakshasi. The Rakshasi was struck hard, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. She was severely injured by Jiang Ning's Void Flower. Alas, even the Void Flower could not slay the Rakshasi. It seems that beings of supreme strength beneath the Saint King are not so easily vanquished. I can only resort to that technique now, Jiang Ning thought to himself. That technique is too detrimental to the balance of heaven and earth. Reluctant to use the heavenly purging extranet, Jiang Ning felt compelled to employ it to eliminate the Rakshasi. Luo, you are injured. Jiang Tai-su, you vile creature, how dare you harm Luo? I will kill you. The Rakshasi, grievously wounded, was consumed by rage. Jiang Ning ignored the Blue Moon Spear Saint's fury, preparing to unleash the celestial cataclysmic light. The art of heaven repair contained a forbidden killing move that defies heaven and wields immense power. Instantly, countless colorful runes materialized in the sky. Each rune radiated a formidable presence, as if capable of suppressing the heavens. My heavens, what technique is my elder brother employing? This might is too overwhelming. The old lecher trembled in fear. Unleash! Jiang Ning bellowed. In the heavens above, a gigantic vortex appeared, resembling the eye of the celestial. Boom! The most terrifying cataclysmic light erupted from the massive vortex, descending to strike at the Rakshasi. Such overwhelming might. What divine art is this? No, you cannot harm Luo. The blue moon spear saint, in a frenzy, dashed before the Rakshasi, attempting to shield her from the celestial cataclysmic light. Bang! The terrifying cataclysmic light descended. The blue moon sacred spear shattered completely. The cataclysmic light ruthlessly penetrated the blue moon spear saint's body. Subsequently, it pierced through the Rakshasi behind him. Both were left in disbelief, eyes wide open as they gazed at Jiang Ning. Reluctantly, they closed their eyes. Two peak great saints, teetering on the edge of becoming saint kings, thus fell. The woman whom Jiang Tai-su once deeply loved was mercilessly slain by Jiang Ning, and the surrounding 100 miles transformed into a desolate wasteland of death. Everything was ruthlessly obliterated by the celestial cataclysmic light. This is precisely why it is referred to as a forbidden art that contravenes the will of heaven, an art that annihilates all. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had deliberately distanced the battlefield from the ancestral grounds of the Jiang clan. Otherwise, the entire ancestral land would have been laid to waste by him. Uncle Tai-su, I have slain her. I hope you shall not hold it against me. This woman killed your child, and I could not allow her to live. Jiang Ning silently communicated within his heart. With a swift motion, he departed from the battlefield. He had also made a preliminary assessment of his own strength, capable of utterly overwhelming any great sage. However, slaying a formidable being like the Rakshasa sorceress, who stood on the cusp of becoming a saint king, would still prove to be quite a challenge. Of course, by unleashing the celestial cataclysm, he could obliterate any being beneath the realm of the saint kings in an instant. The three realms of the saint domain, each tier separated by an abyss, comprise the transcendent strength of saints, the domain power of great sages, and the world power of saint kings. Although Jiang Ning's combat prowess was indeed extraordinary, confronting a saint king remained a formidable task. Nonetheless, he felt no fear towards the saint kings, for he was an invincible force. Once the clear image plugin was activated, who could rival him? Brother, my admiration for you is as boundless as the ocean. Your brilliant and martial demeanor fills me with awe, exclaimed Long Ritian, who hastily began to flatter Jiang Ning. He felt immensely relieved that he had quickly chosen to concede that day. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to blood extraction for training purposes. It seemed he was indeed wise and heroic, having such an extraordinary elder brother, who would dare to bully Long Yi in the future. Long Ritian reveled in his own cleverness. In truth, you are not weak. With diligent training, those two adversaries earlier wouldn't have posed a challenge for you, Jiang Ning remarked. Considering Long Ritian's commendable performance that day, he decided to personally train him to enhance his strength. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally train you. Long Ritian was overjoyed. Thank you, brother. I shall certainly train diligently. Anyone who dares to disrespect you in the future, I will seize all their treasures and women. Jiang Ning chuckled silently, bemused by the old lecherous dragon's avarice for both beauty and wealth. Did you emerge victorious? Inquired the little fox as it leapt onto his shoulder. Indeed. Jiang Ning replied with a gentle smile. What was the strength of your opponents? Two beings on the verge of becoming saint kings. Both at the pinnacle of the great sage level, Jiang Ning answered. What? You killed two beings on the brink of becoming saint kings? The little fox was astonished. Its fur standing on end. Little Li was equally taken aback, her mouth agape. Isn't the young master simply extraordinary? Long Ritian interjected proudly. I contributed as well. I'm quite impressive. Flexing his muscles. I only saw a certain foolish dragon being relentlessly pursued and beaten, Jiang Ning teased, exposing Long Ritian's plight. Long Ritian looked utterly aggrieved. The Taishan Holy Land. Ha! So Jiang Taishu has not yet ascended to the Saint King realm. That battle lacked the aura of world power. The Great Xia Dynasty clan is doomed. The Taishan Holy Lord laughed heartily. At that moment, an elder radiating a terrifying aura, as scorching as the sun, emerged from a spatial passage. An overwhelming pressure made everyone in the hall break into a cold sweat. The Taishan Holy Lord and the remaining elders hurriedly bowed. Supreme Elder Zhao Jinxiu, the esteemed master of Jiang Baitung, a terrifying powerhouse in the mid-Saint King realm, who had lived for over 2 millennia. I shall now proceed to annihilate the Great Xia Dynasty clan, Zhao Jinxiu stated calmly. An ethereal passage materialized in the void, and he disappeared within it. The aura of the Demon Emperor? Upon entering the Great Xia territory, Zhao Jinxiu's brow furrowed. Zhao Jinxiu, let us set aside our grievances for now. Today, our goal aligns, to eliminate Jiang Taishu. An authoritative voice resonated. Chapter 62, Slaying 2 Saint Kings to stir up some excitement. With a thunderous rumble, the void trembled. Above the skies, a colossal black vortex emerged, instantly unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun. Saint Kings, having mastered the power of the world, are capable of creating realms, conjuring matter from thin air, and instantaneously traversing the void. The strength of a Saint King far surpasses that of a great sage, while it is not uncommon for a prodigy to defeat a great sage. Throughout the annals of the Xianhuang world, no prodigy has ever emerged capable of rivaling a Saint King from the great sage realm. A great sage surviving beneath a Saint King's might is already an extraordinarily rare occurrence. Amidst the overwhelming demonic energy, an exceedingly grotesque elder, hunchbacked and wielding a serpent-headed staff, stepped forth. A black venomous snake coiled around his neck, its triangular eyes gleaming with a fierce cold light. Black Serpent Demon Emperor, so it is you, old fellow, Zhao Jinxiu remarked coldly. Clearly, there existed a history of enmity between the two. The Black Serpent Demon Emperor, the supreme elder of the Hall of Annihilation, had long concealed himself in forbidden lands for secluded cultivation, having reached nearly 3,000 years of age. 3,000 years is also the lifespan limit for a Saint King. In the past, Zhao Jinxiu, as an elder of the Taishan Holy Land, had been pursued by the then Black Serpent Demon Emperor, which had cultivated a deep-seated grudge. Zhao Jinxiu, Jiang Taishu has slain the master of my Hall of Annihilation. Such a crime cannot be forgiven. I have come to kill him. You have come to Great Xia, presumably with the same intent to slay Jiang Taishu. Since our goals coincide, let us temporarily set aside our past grievances and join forces to eliminate Jiang Taishu, the Black Serpent Demon Emperor suggested with a smile. Zhao Jinxiu remained silent, tacitly agreeing. The Demon Emperor and the two Saint Kings, standing at the pinnacle of the current Xianhuang world, set forth towards the Jiang clan's ancestral grounds. The previously opposing righteous path and demonic path had now united, their objective singular, to eradicate Jiang Taishu. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning remained peacefully asleep, cradling the little fox in his arms. An overwhelming tide of demonic energy and a vast sword intent surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami toward the Jiang clan's ancestral grounds. At that moment, the inhabitants within a radius of several thousand miles, including the populace of the Great Xia Imperial City, suddenly felt an intense chill wash over them, awakening them from their slumber. The terrifying pressure rendered it exceedingly difficult for them to breathe. What is happening? Why has the weather turned so suddenly cold? The citizens were engulfed in a state of panic. In the imperial palace, Jiang Yunhe awoke, her complexion paling. Could it be that a Saint King has descended? As the deputy master of the Wind Sword Palace, her experience was certainly not trivial. With a deafening rumble, an incomprehensibly terrifying aura surged forth, as if the very heavens and earth were about to collapse. An unimaginable and dreadful pressure caused every living being within a radius of several thousand miles to feel as though their souls were on the verge of shattering. Heavens! What kind of terrifying powerhouse has descended upon our Great Xia? A throng of cultivators gazed upward at the sky, their voices trembling with fear. Yet Jiang Ning remained undisturbed, soundly asleep with the little fox. Little Li also slept in tranquil silence. Outside the bamboo cottage, the slumbering Long Ritian was jolted awake. Two human Saint Kings. How could such powerful beings come here? We must flee quickly, or we won't even know how we died. Long Ritian trembled in fear. However, looking toward the direction of the bamboo cottage, he felt a sense of loyalty preventing him from abandoning it. He knew very well that these two human Saint Kings were undoubtedly coming for his elder brother. Though I am terrified, I still possess a sense of loyalty. Long Ritian rushed to the front of the bamboo cottage, anxiously calling out, "Brother, we must flee. Two Saint Kings are coming." A faint voice emerged from within the bamboo cottage. "Do not panic. I shall go forth and slay two sovereign kings to entertain you." The voice was steady, devoid of any hint of alarm. Long Ritian urged, "Brother, what time is it? Please refrain from boasting." Slaying two sovereign kings would demand an extraordinary exertion of strength, and it was utterly implausible that he could accomplish such a feat even if Long Ritian were to perish. He could not bring himself to believe that his elder brother possessed the capability to vanquish two sovereign kings. After all, he himself had only reached the pinnacle of the sage realm, and being able to slay a great sage could be deemed an unparalleled prodigy throughout the ages. The annihilation of a sovereign king was beyond the realm of possibility for any sage, no matter how monstrous their talents. The sovereign kings, who comprehend the power of the world and can forge heavenly domains, are simply insurmountable for a sage. "Just watch closely," came the calm voice from within the bamboo house. Enclosed within a protective barrier of the five elements, Xiao Li and the little fox were entirely unaffected, sleeping soundly. In the face of a sovereign king, it was inconceivable that Jiang Ning could be a match unless he were to ascend to the great sage realm, in which case he might contend with a sovereign king. However, as a sage, it was utterly impossible to slay a sovereign king. Yet, one must not forget that Jiang Ning was a cheat. With the clear map external aid activated, anyone within his line of sight could be dispatched in an instant. The bamboo door creaked open, and Jiang Ning emerged. "Brother, are you truly not fleeing? You intend to confront two sovereign kings?" Long Ritian asked again, disbelief etched on his face. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, a mere sovereign king, I can dispatch with a mere wave of my hand. Come, I shall accompany you. For I am the most loyal of brothers. Although he was aware that his elder brother was boasting, he felt compelled to uphold his loyalty. Long Ritian gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. Through their time together, he had developed some affection for Jiang Ning. Enveloped in the flames of the three flames' heavenly fire, Jiang Ning soared onto Long Ritian's back. Let us go, to slay the sovereign kings. Long Ritian roared, bolstering his own courage. Despite knowing his elder brother was exaggerating, he could not forsake his loyalty. Though afraid for his life, Long Ritian's straightforward character compelled him to support his brother. Jiang Taishu, come forth to meet your demise. I am Zhao Jinxiu of the Taishan Sacred Land. I am the venomous serpent demon sovereign of the Annihilation Hall. The thunderous voices reverberated like celestial thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Zhao Jinxiu, venomous serpent demon sovereign. 2 sovereign kings are here to eliminate me, a member of the Jiang clan. We are doomed. The Great Xia shall be obliterated. The common folk, upon hearing these voices, were engulfed in despair, their spirits crushed. Why must the Jiang clan be treated thus? Is it truly the fate of our lineage, descended from the ancient emperors, to face extinction today? The members of the Jiang clan were steeped in hopelessness. The might of Zhao Jinxiu and the venomous serpent demon sovereign loomed large in the Xianhuang world, truly standing at the pinnacle of existence. How could a single distant uncle hope to contend against them? What did you say? Do you dare to threaten Lord Long? Long Ritian bellowed defiantly, fully committed to bravado. After all, if he could not defeat the sovereign kings, he might as well revel in verbal sparring. One may lose in battle, but one must never lose a battle of wits. Suddenly, a colossal black demon dragon soared into the sky. Are you here to kill me? Jiang Ning's indifferent voice rang out, his aura unmasked. Chapter 63. Jiang Taishu, the supreme expert of Xianhuang, pinnacle of the sage realm? How could his cultivation be so low? Upon sensing Jiang Ning's realm, Zhao Jinxiu and the venomous serpent demon sovereign were taken aback. They had presumed Jiang Taishu to be at the apex of the great sage realm, only to discover he was merely at the pinnacle of the sage realm. A cold smirk formed within their hearts. This made him all the easier to kill. Indeed, we have come to slay you. A millennium ago, you should have perished. Why have you emerged to stir up trouble a millennium later? Zhao Jinxiu's voice dripped with cold disdain. Qing Shuzi had been his prized disciple, who had tragically fallen to Jiang Taishu's hand, intensifying his murderous intent to the extreme. Kill me? Jiang Ning scoffed. With you too? I could send you both to your graves with a single strike. Haha, you claim that you can slay us with one blow? Jiang Taishu, while you may be a prodigy, your words are absurdly arrogant. The venomous serpent demon sovereign chortled, laughter racking his belly. Long Ritian's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. In his heart, he thought, brother, I know you are a genius prodigy, but to speak so arrogantly makes me embarrassed to acknowledge you. It is too shameful. Jiang Ning wasted no time. Clear map external aid, activate. The Taishu sword materialized in Jiang Ning's grasp. The power of the external aid surged into this sword, which was a testament to Jiang Taishu's path to enlightenment. Without any ostentatious display, Jiang Ning soared into the sky, effortlessly wielding the Taishu sword toward the 2 sovereign kings. The terrifying, colossal sword light cleaved through the void. The previously dark night transformed into brilliance under the illumination of the sword's radiance. What is happening? Is it dawn? The common folk exclaimed in astonishment. As the sword light surged forth, mountains crumbled and the earth quaked, showcasing an overwhelming might. Boom. Zhao Jinxiu and the venomous serpent demon sovereign's expressions shifted dramatically as they exerted their utmost strength to resist. Yet, they could not prevent the sword light from piercing through their forms. How is this possible? Zhao Jinxiu and the venomous serpent demon sovereign stood in stunned silence. Disbelief and unwillingness etched on their faces. They were sovereign kings, mid-tier sovereign kings at that, standing atop the world. How could Jiang Taishu, merely a sage, slay them with one sword? They howled in despair. They had dominated the Xianhuang realm for countless years, suppressing an era. Yet now they faced death at the hands of a mere sage. How could they accept it? With a series of chilling cracks, the formidable bodies of the 2 sovereign kings disintegrated like ice sculptures beneath the terrifying sword energy. The overwhelming pressure that had loomed over the Great Xia dissipated with their demise. The citizens of the Great Xia collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. With the sword sheathed, all was settled. Brother Yu. Long Ritian stood frozen in place, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He had initially thought his brother was merely boasting about slaying 2 sovereign kings for his amusement, never imagining he would actually succeed. Brother, my admiration for you exceeds even the waters of the great rivers, Long Ritian stammered, still in shock. The terrifying pressure had vanished, and the citizens of the Great Xia breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though they had not witnessed the battle, they had an inkling of the outcome. They had triumphed. Their Jiang clan sage had emerged victorious. We, the Jiang clan, have defeated even sovereign kings. Ha ha ha. The restoration of our imperial lineage is within reach. The Jiang clan members erupted in excited laughter. We have won. It appears that Zhao Jinxiu and the venomous serpent demon sovereign have perished. Great uncle, what incredible heights has your power attained? You have slain 2 sovereign kings. Jiang Yunhe exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the entire Great Xia Jiang clan was set ablaze with fervor, kneeling in reverent worship toward the ancestral grounds. The Jiang sage within the ancestral grounds had become the spiritual beacon for all. After slaying the 2 sovereign kings, Jiang Ning returned to the bamboo cottage, where the little fox and Shaoli stirred from their slumber, as if foreseeing the gravity of recent events. The little fox inquired, "Where have you been?" Jiang Ning replied with a faint smile, "I went to take a life." "Whose life?" they asked. 2 sacred kings," Jiang Ning responded calmly. "What? Sacred kings?" The little fox was taken aback, its fur bristling in shock. "Just the other day, you vanquished 2 great saints, and now you've slain 2 sacred kings?" In that moment, the little fox found itself utterly bewildered by its brother Jiang. "Both sacred kings have perished at the hands of our young master? Does that not render you invincible in the world?" Shaoli exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Jiang Ning shook his head, stating, "Being invincible is not sufficient. This is why I have chosen to keep my identity concealed. Maintaining an air of mystery is the best strategy until I truly attain invincibility." Hee. Shaoli thought to herself, "To me, the young master is the mightiest person in the world," and she beamed with admiration. Not long after, the news that Zhao Jinxiu and the poisonous serpent demon emperor had ventured to the Jiang clan's ancestral grounds to slay Jiang Taishu, only to be met with their demise, sent shockwaves throughout the entire Xianwang realm. Everyone was astonished by Jiang Taishu's formidable strength. The 2 mid-stage sacred kings had not even been granted the chance to escape. What kind of terrifying power could achieve such a feat? Had Jiang Taishu's prowess firmly established him as the strongest in the world? The 6 paths of the demon sect, the 3 sacred lands, and the 10 major cultivation sects were all shaken by the news. The illustrious name of Jiang Taishu, a name long forgotten for a millennium, once again resonated throughout the Xianwang world. In the eyes of many, he had ascended to the status of the world's strongest. The 9 Absolute Sword Palace had heard that a single sword strike, akin to the rising sun, had felled Zhao Jinxiu and the poisonous serpent demon emperor. The mysterious sword had sensed something and no longer permitted its use. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang bowed in respect to the Jiang clan's ancestral grounds, a bitter smile adorning his face. He had come to realize the vast chasm that lay between himself and Jiang Taishu on the path of the sword. He had been presumptuous in claiming the title of Sword Saint. Even the ancient sword he had obtained began to disdain him. Unbeknownst to the world, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had already cultivated to the half-step Sacred King realm, showing signs of breaking through to the Sacred King stage, thanks to an ancient sword he had discovered in a mysterious cave. Regrettably, Jiang Taishu's sword strike that dispatched 2 Sacred Kings had caused the ancient sword to sense something, leading it to reject him. It was time to return this sword to its rightful owner. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a magnanimous individual. Since the sword no longer served him, what use was it to keep it by his side? Gifting it to Jiang Taishu would also earn him a favor. Moreover, due to the identity of his disciple Jiang Yunhe, he had established a rapport with the Jiang clan. In the Hall of Annihilation, a decree had been issued. Henceforth, they would no longer seek trouble with the Jiang clan. An elder had made this proclamation. The Hall of Annihilation had suffered the loss of a hall master and a senior elder this time, yet they dared not seek revenge. Had Jiang Taishu truly become invincible in the world? The populace only knew that he had slain 2 sacred kings. The extent of his terrifying power remained a mystery. Chapter 64. The Demon Emperor meets the Celestial Emperor. The little fox transforms. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Taishian sacred land was overwhelmingly somber, shrouded in gloom. The laughter and cheer of yesteryears had vanished, replaced by silence and sorrow. The death of Qing Xuanzi had been announced, and now, the elder Zhao Jinxiu had also perished. When had the Taishian sacred land ever endured such humiliation? And now, they could not even seek vengeance. Heaven knows just how powerful Jiang Taishu truly was. To send someone in pursuit would be akin to courting death. A dignified sacred land reduced to this state, their hearts were heavy with oppression and fury. A feeling of utter helplessness overwhelming them. Jiang Taishu, you feigned being at the great saint level to lure Uncle Jinxiu into seeking vengeance, only to ambush him without honor. Upon hearing of Zhao Jinxiu's demise, the Taishian sacred master was so enraged that he spat blood. The Taishian sacred land had sustained immense losses. The fall of a sacred king dealt a devastating blow to their standing in the Xianhuang world. Each sacred king held the power to influence the Taishian sacred land status. At this moment, Jiang Baiting did not feel sorrow for his master's death. Instead, he was filled with regret. Had he known that Jiang Taishu had not perished and possessed such terrifying strength, having slain 2 sacred kings, why had he ever sought to join the Taishian sacred land? With his own talents, he surely would have been accepted as a disciple by Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu would not have supported Jiang Yunhe. The title of the world's strongest, that great pillar of strength, would have been his. Such regret. Yet, with his father Jiang Tiantai deceased, he was irrevocably bound to the Taishian sacred land. Regret served no purpose now. Jiang Yunhe, One day I shall kill you and avenge my father, Jiang Ning vowed through gritted teeth. Within the celestial demon sect, the leader, the celestial emperor, was the foremost powerhouse of the demon sect. Had it not been for his presence, the righteous factions would have long since eradicated the demon sect. The title of celestial emperor surpasses that of a great emperor. It is said that only those who possess the strength to single-handedly slay a great emperor may be honored with the title of celestial emperor. The celestial emperor chose this name to reflect his arrogant and self-assured nature. This was also an era of decline for emperors. Otherwise, anyone bold enough to adopt such a title would have been swiftly dealt with. A throng of great emperors would have stormed in to teach him a lesson. Jiang Taishu? Huh. The world is rife with rumors that you are the strongest in Xinhuang, yet I do not believe it. I am determined to measure my strength against yours. The demon emperor, with a cold smile, resolved to confront Jiang Taishu and prove his superiority. Subsequently, the demon emperor prepared to journey to the Great Xia for a decisive battle with Jiang Taishu. My lord demon emperor, I have significant news to report. At that moment, a shadow darted into the grand hall like lightning. Although the celestial emperor was merely at the quasi-emperor level, he was still addressed as the demon emperor by his followers. Showcasing his hubris, the quasi-emperor can also be regarded as a half-step great emperor. While he barely qualifies as an emperor, lacking his own emperor weapon and the creation of his own scriptures, his strength pales in comparison to that of true great emperors. There exists a chasm between them. What news do you bring, Ghost Shadow? The celestial emperor inquired with authority. Demon emperor, I have uncovered the information you requested, Ghost Shadow replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, the celestial emperor became exceedingly agitated and hurriedly asked, Who is my daughter? A disciple of the Butian Pavilion, Moon Demon. Boom. The demon emperor vanished in an instant, heading towards the Butian Pavilion, completely disregarding his plans to challenge Jiang Taishu. Far away in the ancestral grounds, Jiang Ning remained unaware that he had narrowly escaped calamity. Currently, in the cooldown period of the Qing II external aid, he was in no position to contend with the celestial emperor. The one who had inadvertently aided him was none other than the Moon Demon. Had the previous host not spared the Moon Demon all those years ago, the celestial emperor would never locate his daughter, the Moon Demon, and would instead seek out Jiang Ning to contend for supremacy. It appears that the world is inescapably entwined in a web of cause and effect. Jiang Ning chose not to continue his own cultivation. Instead, he devoted his efforts to guiding Long Ritian, Xiao Li, and the little fox in their training. He instructed them in the art of mending the heavens and taught them an array of formidable combat techniques. Particularly, Long Ritian possessed immense strength, surpassing even that of the Rakshasa female demon. However, over 10,000 years ago, he had been imprisoned in the forest of captivity, utterly oblivious to the vastness of his own power and potential. Under Jiang Ning's tutelage, he made rapid advancements, his strength soaring dramatically. After engaging in battle with the two great holy kings, Jiang Ning had come to place his complete trust in Long Ritian. Though this creature was timid, lecherous, and somewhat brash, he was fiercely loyal. Jiang Ning had thoroughly acknowledged this little brother in his heart. With a resounding boom, Long Ritian unleashed a single strike that flattened a towering mountain. He stared at the scene in astonishment before erupting in jubilant laughter. I never imagined I, the great dragon, could be so formidable, Long Ritian exclaimed, reveling in his newfound prowess. I told you, your strength is substantial. You simply have yet to realize it. If you diligently practice the mending technique, it may refine your bloodline, and one day you might transform into a true dragon, Jiang Ning remarked. Thank you, big brother, for your guidance. From now on, I shall follow you faithfully. As brothers, we should share both fortune and adversity, Long Ritian replied with delight. Jiang Ning smiled gently and nodded. Then, the two of them began to drink heartily. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed them in warmth. At some point, the little fox scampered over, her delicate paws clutching a jar of wine, eager to sample its contents. You are too small to be drinking alcohol, Long Ritian declared, seizing the jar as he had just finished his own. The little fox growled in indignation, her sharp ears perked up in protest. Ali, this is for you. Jiang Ning chuckled, offering his own drink to the little fox. As a result, she became intoxicated, her consciousness fading as she nestled against Jiang Ning. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from within the little fox, an energy spiraling out of control, prompting her to cry out in distress. A gentle white light enveloped her form. This was unexpected. The energy sealed within her by her mother many years ago had erupted upon her inebriation. Jiang Ning found himself caught off guard. He had not anticipated that the intoxicated little fox would begin absorbing the energy left by her mother. Success would lead her to evolve into a Yao Saint. Failure would mean her obliteration. Jiang Ning could not allow such a fate to befall her. He summoned his extraordinary powers to help her channel the energy. Employing the might of the true dragon, the void, the ice, and the lunar forces, the little fox lay in Jiang Ning's embrace, continuously absorbing the energy her mother had left behind. After a day's time, tails began to sprout from behind her, 1, 2, 3. With each emergence, she felt a pang of pain. It was only after the fourth tail sprouted that the energy within her was finally fully absorbed. The little fox had successfully evolved, sprouting 4 tails and becoming a Yao Saint. Jiang Ning felt immense joy for the little creature he had raised, who had now attained such a noble status. Suddenly, Jiang Ning was left speechless, his face flushed crimson. At that moment, the little fox's fur began to shed, revealing her smooth, fair skin akin to that of a youthful maiden. Chapter 65, The Great Sage Realm. Soon, a stunningly beautiful little girl, devoid of even a stitch of clothing, appeared in Jiang Ning's arms. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, captivatingly enchanting, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, her beauty unparalleled. In comparison to her mother, whom Jiang Ning had once encountered, she was even more exquisite, for pristine, gleaming foxtails sprouted from her back, radiating a sparkling luster, signifying her lineage as a 9-tailed fox. Brother Jiang, I have successfully transformed, the little fox exclaimed, her exquisite face adorned with a rosy hue. Although she had often rested in Jiang Ning's embrace, now, transformed, she felt a tinge of shyness. Jiang Ning, taken aback, quickly placed the transformed little fox down. Hurry and dress. We shall have Xiao Li make you a fitting garment shortly. He then randomly produced one of his own outfits. To his surprise, the little fox had transformed at that very moment. Thus, he had to request Xiao Li to prepare some clothing for her. The little fox quickly donned Jiang Ning's attire, her smile captivating and disarming. Having practiced the mending technique, her bloodline was far more potent than her mother's, even showing signs of ancestral return. A luminous, mysterious symbol appeared upon her forehead. The 9-tailed fox's greatest ability was soul manipulation, with her charm being a form of such an attack. Post-transformation, the little fox's every expression, every smile, was imbued with an irresistible allure. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had also cultivated the 9-tailed treasure technique, rendering him impervious to her charms. The little fox remained affectionate towards him, taking his hand as they exited the bamboo hut. Big brother, who is this enchanting young lady you have hidden away? The old lecherous dragon drooled, unable to contain himself. Though the little fox was small, her beauty was extraordinarily rare. Old lecher, do you not recognize me, your great-grandniece? The little fox retorted, hands on her hips in mock indignation. You are the little fox? The detestable 9-tailed fox lineage? I, great dragon, am nearly at my wit's end. The old lecherous dragon exclaimed, blood streaming from his nose as he hastily fled. Jiang Ning was utterly astonished. Long Ritian, a demon king, could not withstand the little fox's allure. No wonder the ancestor of the 9 tails had once subdued emperors. Ali, you have just broken through to Yao Saint, and your control over your charm is still unrefined. Next, I shall teach you the 9-tailed treasure technique, Jiang Ning instructed. The little fox replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. If any other male beings were present, they would surely be powerless to resist her. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, the little fox's mastery of the 9-tailed treasure technique grew exponentially. That night, as was customary, the little fox nestled into Jiang Ning's arms. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. You have transformed. You should sleep beside Xiao Li, Jiang Ning suggested. I want to sleep with you. The little fox smiled gently, reverting to her original form before curling up in Jiang Ning's embrace, falling into a deep slumber. Jiang Ning could only chuckle in resignation, stroking the soft fur of the little fox. This creature, it seemed, could not bear to be apart from him. Although sages could forego sleep for extended periods, Jiang Ning still indulged in an hour of rest each day when there was no pressing matter. Sleep was the quickest way to restore one's mental fortitude, and he relished the sensation of slumber. In the northern reaches of the Xianhuang world, there lay the kingdom of Qingqiu, established by the Fox tribe. The Fox Emperor was an ancient fox demon of imperial caliber, possessing formidable strength. At this moment, the entire population of foxes within the kingdom of Qingqiu was stirred, flocking to the ancestral temple with solemnity and reverence, paying their respects to their forebear, the ancestor of the 9-tailed fox. They all gazed in astonishment at the statue of the 9-tailed fox ancestor, which emanated a brilliant and resplendent divine light. Suddenly, a line of words appeared before the statue. The 9-tailed ancestral blood awakens. The fox clan shall rise. At this moment, the Fox Emperor and the elders of the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom displayed expressions of intense excitement. After 100,000 years, the 9-tailed ancestral blood had finally re-emerged. May the heavens favor the Fox clan. Ha ha ha. With the appearance of the 9-tailed ancestral blood, divine providence blesses our clan. We must spare no effort to locate the awakener of the 9-tailed ancestral blood. She shall be the future sovereign of our lineage. The grand elder of the Fox clan, a being of unparalleled prowess, proclaimed loudly. He was the mightiest entity in the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom, a formidable gray fox. Meanwhile, the Fox Emperor wore a dark expression. With the return of the 9-tailed fox, what was he worth? He pondered the progress of the lion and the wolf he had dispatched. Could the 9-tailed ancestral blood truly manifest in this world again? The Fox Emperor silently mused. The mother of the little fox was precisely the one he had sent people to hunt down. Only when the lineage of the Nine Tails perished could his throne remain as stable as a mountain, allowing him to pass down the crown to his descendants for generations. The news of the nine-tailed ancestral blood's reappearance soon spread throughout the entire Xianhuan continent, thanks to the Fox Emperor's discreet dissemination. It stirred tumultuous waves among both the demon and human races. The Qingqiu Fox Kingdom, inherently powerful, stood as one of the dominant forces among the demon clans, rivaling the three sacred lands in strength. Thus, other demon factions and human forces were apprehensive that the emergence of the nine-tailed ancestral blood would elevate the Fox clan's might, potentially subjugating them all. Consequently, numerous formidable powers among both demons and humans sought to eliminate the awakener of the nine-tailed ancestral blood. This was also the reason behind the Fox Emperor's clandestine propagation of the news. Additionally, some powerful beings aimed to capture the yet-to-mature nine-tailed fox and forge a spirit pact, thereby gaining a formidable ally. Moreover, the beauty of the nine-tailed fox was universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of allure across the realms. How could the male beasts not be stirred with excitement? In summary, whether among the demon or human races, many mighty individuals and great powers were in search of the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox. It seemed that the little fox was in peril. No matter the cost, I shall ensure her safety. Within the ancestral land, Jiang Ning had also received intelligence from spies at the heavenly gate. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. The little fox was like a sister to him, having been raised by his own hand. How could he allow anyone to harm her? Until I attain invincibility in Xinhuang, the little fox must remain within the ancestral land, where she would be safest, Jiang Ning resolved inwardly. Subsequently, he devoted himself to arduous training, striving to break through to the Great Sage realm. After vanquishing Zhao Jinxiu and the poison serpent demon emperor, Jiang Ning reaped substantial rewards. After all, they were formidable sacred kings, whose treasures were undoubtedly vast. With the resources acquired, along with his cultivation of the emperor's canon dragon force suppressing heaven canon, the sacred scriptures void sacred canon, lunar sacred canon, and supreme cold canon, coupled with the experience multiplier for 100-fold cultivation speed, Jiang Ning felt an unwavering confidence in his pursuit of the Great Sage realm. 3 months later, a terrifying aura exploded from within Jiang Ning. At that moment, the extraordinary power within him began to transform, enveloping the surrounding void with a force of domain. In that instant, Jiang Ning could distinctly sense a sublime harmony between his body and the space around him, as if he had become a part of the very extension of his being. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, transforming the surroundings into a frigid expanse, a blizzard raging as if time itself had plunged into absolute zero. The power of frost successfully manifested into a frost domain. Within this domain, Jiang Ning could freeze any object into ice sculptures. Then, the icy landscape morphed into a pitch-black space, where a full moon emerged, casting gentle moonlight upon Jiang Ning. The power of the lunar essence coalesced into a lunar domain. Absorbing the moon's essence, within the lunar domain, Jiang Ning could recover from injuries at a visibly rapid pace, bolstered by the healing capabilities of the sky replenishing technique. As long as he was not instantaneously slain, he could swiftly recover, becoming an indomitable force. When the moon vanished, the space transformed once more, becoming a realm of nothingness. As if time itself had frozen, the void power materialized into a void domain. In the void domain, Jiang Ning could execute instantaneous movement with astonishing speed, granting him immense advantages in both offense and evasion. Finally, the true dragon power generated from the cultivation of the dragon force suppressing heaven canon coalesced into a true dragon domain. Within this domain, Jiang Ning's strength would double, showcasing the terror of the emperor's canon. All 4 domains were formidable in their own right. Jiang Ning successfully ascended to the Great Sage realm, and he was unprecedented, the only cultivator to enter this realm through the mastery of 4 distinct domains. At this moment, Jiang Ning's power experienced a monumental enhancement. Even without utilizing the experience multiplier, he need not fear facing Zhao Jinxiu again, who was also at the Sacred King level. Jiang Ning's combat prowess could easily rival that of a Sacred King. You are diligently cultivating, triggering the instant learning ability, comprehending the secret technique domain fusion. Suddenly, a line of text materialized in Jiang Ning's mind. What? This instant learning ability can be employed in such a manner? Jiang Ning was overjoyed. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated domain fusion, eager to test the might of the fused domains. Frost domain, lunar domain, void domain, true dragon domain, fuse. Boom. At that moment, a new domain emerged around Jiang Ning. It was merely a skill for domain fusion. The 4 original domains still existed, allowing the protagonist to utilize them individually. It did not truly merge into a new domain. The radius of an ordinary great sage's domain is typically around 100 zhang. For prodigious talents like Jiang Ning, it could reach 1,000 zhang. However, upon employing the secret technique domain fusion, the radius of the fused domain was a mere 3 meters. It was akin to perceiving one's own inadequacies, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, engulfed in a sense of defeat. Compact yet potent, short stature did not imply lack of power. Jiang Ning reassured himself. He then tested the might of the 3-meter domain. To his astonishment, the sheer power of annihilation was terrifying. The fused domain offered no amplification. However, it was as if a circle of blades circled around Jiang Ning. Anyone who entered his 3-meter domain would be mercilessly shredded. The potency was formidable and terrifying. It was likely that anyone beneath the Sacred King level who dared to step into his 3-meter domain would be instantaneously obliterated, with no chance to resist. Even a Sacred King, if caught off guard, could suffer grievous injuries or be slain on the spot. Though the 3-meter domain was short, it was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Just as the fleeting span of 5 seconds with someone may seem brief, within that interval, he was truly invincible. If in the future I were to comprehend the fusion of new realms, would the lethality of the 3-meter domain become even more formidable? Might new abilities emerge? A sense of anticipation blossomed within Jiang Ning. All that remained was to wait and experiment in due course. From now on, I shall name it the Invincible domain, thought Jiang Ning, a title that undoubtedly lived up to its grandeur. He had a premonition that as the domains continued to merge, the Invincible domain would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the future. Jiang Ning concluded his secluded training. At this moment, he had reached the early stages of the Great Sage realm. You have grown stronger, he heard the small fox coo as it nestled against him. I have broken through to the Great Sage realm, Jiang Ning replied with a smile. You are astonishing. How long has it been since your breakthrough to the Sage realm? And now you've ascended to the Great Sage realm, exclaimed the small fox in surprise. Long Ritian also displayed an exaggerated expression of shock. Brother, my admiration for you surpasses even the waters of the galaxy. You are truly a prodigy. Little did they know, Jiang Ning was not merely a prodigy, but a transcendent being. No matter how formidable a genius, they could never compare to such a being. Young master, you are remarkable, exclaimed Xiao Li, her face flushed with excitement. In the days that followed, Jiang Ning began to instruct Xiao Li and the small fox in their cultivation. With his guidance and the acquisition of 2 significant resources from the Sacred Kings, both made tremendous progress. Xiao Li had already reached the celestial realm, while the small fox gradually mastered the powers of the 9-tailed treasure technique. Jiang Yunhe would occasionally visit her brother. Although the Taishan Sacred Land had not launched an offensive against the Great Xia, it had already imposed a blockade on resources, food, politics, and economics. As the empress, Jiang Yunhe was exceedingly busy. Otherwise, she would have preferred to remain by her brother's side rather than manage the complexities of governance. With Jiang Ning as clandestine assistance, coupled with her own extraordinary talents, she advanced rapidly, now standing at the pinnacle of the Dharma manifestation realm, not far from the celestial realm. Under Jiang Ning's tutelage, and with an accumulation of resources, Sun Yuchan also ascended to become a formidable cultivator in the celestial realm, capable of independently handling matters on Jiang Ning's behalf. The development of the Heavenly Gate surged ahead, rapidly expanding with numerous sects established beyond the Great Xia. Ling Shijiang Yu became the first Hall Master of the Heavenly Gate, tasked with assembling a zombie army named the Corpse Hall, with the Sacred Corpse as its guardian. Those with ill intentions towards the Heavenly Gate would think twice. Months prior, Xiao Mo Lin's father, Xiao Tsangtian, had attempted to avenge his son by assaulting the Heavenly Gate, but was repelled by the Ling Shi. On this day, a sacred might enveloped the ancestral land, an unending tide of blade energy ravaging the surroundings. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, disheveled and wielding a large knife, appeared before Jiang Ning, none other than the Blade Saint, Lu Mubai. I pay my respects to the master. Lu Mubai knelt on one knee. Jiang Ning had restored his limbs and radiance, granting him a rebirth for which he was immensely grateful, genuinely becoming Jiang Ning's loyal servant. Jiang Ning replied coolly, from now on, refer to me as the Gate Master. You shall be the second Hall Master of the Heavenly Gate, overseeing the teachings of the Blade Technique. If the Heavenly Gate were regarded as a sect for cultivation, then the various branches would be akin to outer disciples, while the disciples of each hall would represent inner disciples, and the disciples of the elders would be considered true disciples. Understood, Master. Lu Mubai nodded affirmatively. Chapter 67. 8 Desolation Slaughter. The soul exits the body. Brother. Jiang Yunhe joyfully entered the ancestral land. I am heading to the stone city at the borders to receive a shipment of supplies. I came to bid you farewell, she declared with delight. The blockade on the Great Xia had led to severe shortages, causing her much distress as empress. Now that supplies were finally on their way, her burden was significantly lightened, and her spirits soared. But is it reliable? Jiang Ning inquired. Of course, it is reliable. These are resources personally transported by my sect, the 9 Absolute Sword Sect, Jiang Yunhe assured him. Very well, travel safely. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I shall be cautious. Farewell, brother. Jiang Yunhe departed. Mubai. Ensure her safety discreetly, Jiang Ning instructed Lu Mubai after she left. Yes, master. Lu Mubai vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Great Moon Dynasty, within a city, the elder Huang Tianba of the Taishan Sacred Land, accompanied by the ice fairy Lu Haining and a host of powerful figures from the Sacred Land, arrived. We pay our respects to the elders of the Taishan Sacred Land. At that moment, a dashing young man stepped forward, none other than Zhou Liangqin, the young master of the Fire Sword Palace of the Nine Absolute Sword Sect. Is the intelligence accurate? Huang Tianba inquired. Zhou Liangqin replied with a smile, rest assured. Elder Huang, Jiang Yunhe will undoubtedly arrive at Stone City to receive the supplies, at which point we can strike and eliminate her. Previously, Jiang Yunhe had struck ruthlessly against him for the sake of her brother, igniting Zhou Liangqin's fury. Thus, he chose to collude with the Taishan Sacred Land to assassinate Jiang Yunhe. This plan aligned perfectly with the intentions of the Taishan Sacred Land. Due to Jiang Taishu's existence, they dared not invade the imperial city of the Great Xia. But luring Jiang Yunhe out to kill her would at least allow them to vent their frustrations. Elder Huang Tianba chuckled, excellent. Once this is accomplished, I shall take you as my disciple. Thank you, Elder Huang. Zhou Liangqin rejoiced. After plotting Jiang Yunhe's assassination, he knew that the Nine Absolute Sword Sect would not let him off easily. Thus, aligning himself with the Taishan Sacred Land was undoubtedly the best choice. The following day, Jiang Ning visited the small tavern at the Heavenly Gates outpost. I pay my respects to the gate master, Sun Yuchan greeted respectfully. Yuchan, utilize all the resources of the Heavenly Gate to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of this woman, Jiang Ning instructed, placing a portrait of Li Muqing before Sun Yuchan. This is the Empress of the Great Xia. Sun Yuchan recognized her immediately as the head of the Heavenly Gates intelligence agency. She was well versed in all matters concerning the Great Xia. Understood, Jiang Ning nodded. If she is in danger, I will spare no effort to rescue her. In that precarious place, Jiang Ning truly had no knowledge of its whereabouts. He could only place his hopes on the intelligence department of the Heavenly Gate. In the past, Jiang Ning had not fully trusted Sun Yuchan, and thus had refrained from entrusting her with the search for his mother. Now, however, Sun Yuchan had earned Jiang Ning's trust, and the intelligence capabilities of the Heavenly Gate had vastly improved compared to before. It was time to seek the whereabouts of his mother. Rest assured, Master. I shall do everything in my power to find her, Sun Yuchan vowed earnestly. The woman's sixth sense hinted that the Great Xia Empress was of immense importance to the Master. Could it be that she was the Master's former lover? Was Jiang Tianmang being cuckolded? These thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Jiang Ning entered the steel forest, gently brushing the surface of the stone tablet. His spiritual energy infused into the tablet. You have earnestly observed the stone tablet, triggering the instant learning ability, comprehending the divine ability 8 Desolation Slaughter. What? A divine ability? Jiang Ning was utterly astonished. For the first time, he grasped the profound essence of the 8 Desolations kill. He promptly examined the technique, realizing that with the separation of his primordial spirit, he could strike down foes across the vast realms of the world. This encapsulated the essence of the 8 Desolations kill. After mastering this technique, one could project their primordial spirit, traversing millions of miles in a single day, effortlessly ignoring distances to vanquish enemies. The power was truly terrifying. At a distance of 1,000 miles, the sword technique could decapitate adversaries, a feat that reverberated through the heavens. Yet, the 8 Desolations kill could achieve even more. From the comfort of one's home, one could annihilate beings across the entire world, showcasing its sheer abnormality. Of course, this capability was intrinsically linked to the strength of one's spiritual essence. With Jiang Ning's current spiritual intensity, he could only project his spirit up to 100,000 miles. Exceeding this limit would pose grave danger, as his spirit could fail to return to his corporeal form, leading inevitably to demise. Upon returning to his bamboo cottage, Jiang Ning settled into a meditative posture, intent on testing the efficacy of the 8 Desolations kill. Isn't my sister in Stone City? I shall project my spirit to see her, he mused inwardly. A tremendous energy erupted from within him, and his spirit surged with excitement. With a resounding boom, Jiang Ning's spirit detached from his physical body, soaring into the air at an astonishing velocity. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. Before long, his primordial spirit reached the skies above Stone City. At that moment, he observed Jiang Yunhe and her entourage engaged in the exchange of supplies sent by the 9 Absolute Sword Sect. Brother Liangqin, thank you for this trip and for bringing precious resources to the Great Xia. Jiang Yunhe expressed her gratitude. Do not mention it, if you truly wish to thank me. Present me with a token of appreciation, Zhou Liangqin replied with a smile. Jiang Yunhe furrowed her brow, taken aback by Zhou Liangqin's boldness. What do you require? I will not acquiesce to excessive demands. Haha, Zhou Liangqin laughed. My request is neither excessive nor unreasonable. I only seek your life. Jiang Yunhe's expression shifted, her complexion paling. Zhou Liangqin's smile morphed into a grotesque sneer. Jiang Yunhe, you vile wretch, you dare to plot against me? Today marks your demise. Elder Huang, Elder Lu, please, step forth. Zhou Liangqin bowed respectfully. Haha, Jiang Yunhe, did you ever think your brother would betray you? Today is your end. Huang Tianba and Lu Haining emerged, accompanied by powerful figures from the Taishan Sacred Land. The saints of Taishan Sacred Land. Jiang Yunhe's face turned ashen with terror. Just then, a frenzied roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A monstrous killing intent surged forth, akin to a tsunami. Upon seeing his arch-nemesis Huang Tianba, Lu Mubai could no longer contain his fury. A blade of light, 100 feet long, cleaved toward Huang Tianba. Bold indeed, Huang Tianba bellowed, his spear coalescing extraordinary power as he countered the blade's fury. Boom! Under the terrifying blade aura, Huang Tianba was sent flying hundreds of meters. His grip on the spear trembling violently. Why, you are Lu Mubai? Impossible! He gasped in disbelief. Did I not turn you into a human pig and imprison you within the Jiang clan's prison? You have not only recovered, but you have also ascended to sainthood. Huang Tianba's face contorted in shock. Chapter 68. Killing enemies from 30,000 miles away. Huang Tianba and Lu Mubai were once confidants. 50 years prior, Huang Tianba visited Lu's home and was captivated by his wife's beauty. Enraged by this, he slaughtered his wife and daughter, annihilating Lu's entire clan. He severed Lu Mubai's limbs and gouged out his eyes, transforming him into a human pig, imprisoned in the Jiang clan's prison. Now, witnessing Lu Mubai standing before him in full form, Huang Tianba could hardly contain his astonishment. The saint of the Jiang clan has granted me rebirth. Today, I shall claim your wretched life. With his entire clan slaughtered and himself turned into a human pig, the intensity of Lu Mubai's rage was palpable. Drawing his long knife, he unleashed a blade aura, 100 feet long, aimed once more at Huang Tianba. Elder Lu, I leave Jiang Yunhe and her companions to you. I will confront this adversary, Huang Tianba declared. Very well, replied Elder Lu, an exquisite beauty with an icy demeanor. Lu Mubai, I regret not killing you when I had the chance, allowing you to rise again. Today, I shall end your existence. Huang Tianba's spear ignited with raging flames as he clashed with Lu Mubai. Casting a glance at Jiang Yunhe, Elder Lu sneered, capture Jiang Yunhe? At that moment, dozens of formidable experts from the heavenly and Dharma realms advanced toward Jiang Yunhe. Jiang Yunhe's face turned pale, rage boiling within her. She could scarcely fathom that Zhou Liangshan would betray her, summoning the Taishan Sacred Land's forces. Haha, Jiang Yunhe, you ungrateful harlot, today is your end. Zhou Liangshan laughed triumphantly, his handsome visage twisting grotesquely. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, with his spirit projected and traversing millions of miles, observed the unfolding chaos with a cold smirk. Zhou Liangshan dared to collude with the Taishan Sacred Land to harm his sister. He was unworthy of life. The elders of the Taishan Sacred Land charged at Jiang Yunhe. Protect her majesty. The guards, undeterred, rushed to shield Jiang Yunhe. Yet, she closed her eyes in despair, fully aware that betrayal had led her to her doom. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying force swept through, and the assailants from the Taishan Sacred Land disintegrated into blood mist, their screams echoing. These were formidable experts from both the heavenly and Dharma realms, and yet, in an instant, they were all annihilated. Even a saint could not achieve such ease. What is happening? Has my granduncle intervened to save me? Jiang Yunhe exclaimed in astonishment. But wasn't he at the ancestral grounds? How could he suddenly come to my aid? The Jiang clan's saints do not remain at the ancestral grounds. Isn't the distance from here to the ancestral grounds 30,000 miles. How could he possibly arrive? Elder Lu turned pale, fear etched across her features. Jiang Taishu was capable of slaying even saints. How could she, a mere saint, contend with him? In the Great Xia, there was no one with such terrifying strength except for Jiang Taishu. Elder Lu abandoned Huang Tianba, seeking to flee. Suddenly, a shadow loomed in the air, imperious and obstructing her path. Primordial spirit. She could hardly believe that it was Jiang Taishu's primordial spirit that had just intervened. The primordial spirit is an incredibly fragile existence. Yet, Jiang Taishu managed to project his spirit and strike from 30,000 miles away. My heavens, to what terrifying extent has he ascended? Jiang Taishu, I refuse to believe your primordial spirit can kill a saint from 30,000 miles away, seeing it was merely Jiang Taishu's primordial spirit and not his true self. Elder Lu's pressure diminished significantly, and she scoffed coldly. Gathering an icy snow lotus, she unleashed an extreme chill toward Jiang Ning's primordial spirit, attempting to freeze it. What she did not realize was that Jiang Ning, having mastered the 8 Desolations kill, could unleash the majority of his true power through his primordial spirit. My primordial spirit can annihilate you in an instant, Jiang Ning declared calmly, confidently, and with an air of dominance. He lifted his right hand, a single finger coalescing an overwhelming force, unleashing a laser that shot toward Elder Lu. There were no extravagant gestures. All the power was concentrated in that one finger. Boom. The snow lotus ice flower shattered, scattering into countless shards of ice. Elder Lu had no capacity to resist, instantly melted by the sheer force of that finger. No. She let out a roar of unwillingness. It was inconceivable that Jiang Taishu, with his primordial spirit extending 30,000 miles, could annihilate a saint with a mere finger. Thus, the breathtaking beauty of the Taishan Holy Land, Saint Lu Hanying, fell. Elder Lu is dead? Huang Tianba's face turned ashen with fear. In that instant, he revealed a fatal opening to Lu Mubai. The river knife intent. An endless ambition coalesced into the thundering waters of a great river rushing toward the sea. 50 years of hatred culminated in that one strike. Huang Tianba, prepare to pay with your life. Lu Mubai unleashed a magnificent thousand-zhong blade light, descending from the heavens to cleave Huang Beitian. Impossible. Huang Beitian found it hard to believe, his expression drastically changing. Puffed. The thousand-zhong blade light pierced through his body. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the skies. Boom. Having avenged his great grievance, Lu Mubai resolutely broke through the threshold of the saint's later stage. His face lit up with excitement. He had finally avenged himself, allowing the entire Lu clan to rest in peace. From this moment forth, he would devote the remainder of his life to the heavenly gate, repaying the master for his grace of rebirth. Whoosh! Lu Mubai transformed into a long rainbow. Departing from the scene, Jiang Ning's primordial spirit also vanished without a trace. Thud! Zhou Liangshan's face turned pale with fright as he fell to his knees. Junior sister, I didn't mean it. Please spare my life. Consider our bond as fellow disciples. Zhou Liangshan was devoid of his previous arrogance, appearing pitiful like a stray dog. You scoundrel! You nearly caused my death. There's no way I can let you go. Despite appearing like an innocent maiden before her brother, Jiang Yunhe was cold and domineering in front of outsiders, embodying the ruthless empress of the Great Xia. She summoned the sword intent of a saint. If you kill me, how will you explain it to my master, the Fire Dragon Sword Saint? Seeing the sword intent summoned, Zhou Liangshan was utterly terrified. Puffed. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunhe activated the sword intent of a saint, instantly slaying Zhou Liangshan. Afterward, she commanded her subordinates to clean up the scene. The Taishan Holy Land was indeed wealthy. With these resources, the Great Xia could endure for a while after being sealed off. After tallying the gains, Jiang Yunhe wore a smile. This time, the Taishan Holy Land truly suffered a double loss. Not only did they fail to kill Jiang Yunhe, but they also unwittingly aided the Great Xia in overcoming its crisis. One could only wonder if they would regret executing this assassination plan. On another front, Jiang Ning's primordial spirit returned to its ancestral land and re-entered his physical form. As the spirit returned to its rightful place, he opened his eyes. Excitement evident on his face. The ability to kill from 30,000 miles away with his primordial spirit was truly exhilarating and awe-inspiring. Chapter 69. The Source Analysis of the Heavenly Repair Technique, Emperor Tianyu. Killing from a distance with the primordial spirit, this 8 desolation kill was indeed a miraculous and terrifying divine ability. One could slay enemies from the comfort of home. It was simply a reverse heaven-defying technique. However, Jiang Ning was unaware that even the creator of the 8 desolation kill had not cultivated it to its ultimate form. After all, mastering the primordial spirit was exceedingly difficult. Jiang Ning had relied on external aids to propel himself to the highest realm, enabling his primordial spirit to inherit a vast majority of his body's power. If one merely grasped the surface, they wouldn't even be able to kill a saint, let alone a figure at the Dharma aspect stage. It appeared that the enmity with the Taishan Holy Land was now irrevocably established. Although he did not fear the Taishan Holy Land, he was currently incapable of annihilating it. After reaching the peak of the Saint King stage, he would find an opportunity to destroy it. Jiang Ning stretched lazily, contemplating. The 3 great sacred lands possessed immense foundations. Unless one achieved an extraordinarily perverse level of power, it was simply impossible to eradicate a sacred land. As for the clear map external aid, it required the presence of entities within the field of vision to selectively execute kills. Jiang Ning had no confidence that all the powerful figures of the Taishan Holy Land would appear within his sight simultaneously. Naturally, he could not risk such a venture. After all, with the external aid in hand, he could slowly bide his time until he became invincible. He would never engage in reckless endeavors. Jiang Ning ceased his cultivation and went to play with the little fox. The little fox joyfully picked up her fishing rod and basket. Requesting Jiang Ning to fish for her, he readily agreed. Little Li, that girl, was tirelessly immersed in her rigorous training. She was a strong-willed individual. Now, with her master as a great saint, the little fox had also ascended to the status of a monster saint. She was determined not to lag behind her master and become a useless ornament. Thus, she secretly vowed not to emerge until she broke through to the saint realm. Her innate talent was formidable, and with Jiang Ning's support, transcending to the saint realm was not an insurmountable task. Long Ritian, on the other hand, was irresponsibly indulging in alcohol, drinking himself into a stupor. Monster beasts did not require cultivation. They merely needed to awaken their bloodline powers to enhance their strength. The pinnacle of the Monster King stage represented the limit of Long Ritian's bloodline. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, he had regained his confidence and mastered his powers, leaving him with little else to do. Why haven't you practiced the heavenly repair technique I gave you? Jiang Ning inquired as he passed by the idle Long Ritian and the little fox. He had already transmitted the volume that enhanced bloodline concentration to him. Big brother, the heavenly repair technique is too difficult to cultivate. I'm quite foolish and have been unable to grasp it even after several days of practice, Long Ritian drunkenly replied. This left Jiang Ning deep in thought. Indeed, the heavenly repair technique was exceedingly challenging. Jiang's ancestors were saint kings who, even after a lifetime of effort, could not master it. Although he had simplified it and provided annotations, the cultivation difficulty remained immensely high. Even little Li and the little fox had not managed to grasp it despite their extensive practice. They simply did not wish to disappoint Jiang Ning and were still striving to cultivate, not having given up entirely. What exactly was the origin of the heavenly repair technique? It could truly be deemed a heaven-defying art, yet its cultivation difficulty was staggering. Jiang Ning fell into contemplation. You are in deep thought, triggering the instant learning external aid. Analyzing the true essence of the heavenly repair technique. This is possible? Jiang Ning was taken aback. Once he analyzed the true essence of the heavenly repair technique, it would enable others to cultivate it more easily. This is for you. Jiang Ning transmitted the analysis of the heavenly repair technique's true essence to Long Ritian through his mental power. Big brother, what is this? Long Ritian asked curiously. It will help you cultivate the heavenly repair technique more easily. Remember, without my permission, do not venture outside, Jiang Ning instructed. Understood, big brother. I will never divulge this. I'm going to practice right away. Once I transform into a true dragon, I will eradicate the Tai Xian Holy Land. To bully my big brother is to bully me. Long Ritian set aside the wine jar and began his training. Subsequently, Jiang Ning conveyed the profound essence of the heaven-mending technique to Xiao Li and Xiao Hu, while his sister, Jiang Yunhe, would have to wait for another opportunity to receive it. Within the grand hall of the Tai Xian Sacred Land, an atmosphere of grave tension enveloped the space. The loss of two saints weighed heavily upon their hearts, as if they were bleeding internally. What unfathomable realm had Jiang Taisu reached? With his primordial spirit extending 30,000 miles, he could annihilate a saint in an instant. The elders present exhibited expressions of incredulity. The 8 Desolations Killing Technique. Jiang Taisu must have mastered the 8 Desolations Killing Technique, a divine ability created by the first quasi-emperor of the Jiang clan, the Desolate Emperor. Only the 8 Desolations Killing Technique could wield such terrifying prowess in spirit-based combat. The Supreme Master of Tai Xian remarked with a darkened countenance. The title of quasi-emperor. A certain emperor, or a certain exalted emperor. Was Jiang Taisu truly such a prodigy? Even the most challenging aspect of cultivation, the primordial spirit, had been refined by him to such an extraordinary level. In the hall, all the elders were taken aback. Little did they know, Jiang Ning had even cultivated a second primordial spirit. It is worth noting that the difficulty of manifesting a second primordial spirit is akin to scaling the heavens. Although there exist numerous methods for its cultivation, throughout history, very few have succeeded in achieving a second primordial spirit. Once one does, it is tantamount to gaining an additional life. With Jiang Taisu immortal, the Tai Xian Sacred Land stands on the precipice of annihilation. We must devise a strategy to eradicate the Jiang clan of the Great Xia, the Tai Xian Sacred Land declared through gritted teeth. On the 9th level of the Ascending Heaven Tower, Jiang Baiteng became the 5th unparalleled prodigy of the Tai Xian Sacred Land to ascend to the 9th level. While engrossed in his cultivation, he was abruptly drawn into a mysterious space. Ha, you possess Imperial blood. You are the 5th individual to enter here and the one most likely to inherit my legacy. A commanding voice resonated within Jiang Baiteng's mind. Who are you? Jiang Baiteng inquired, fear lacing his words. I am the Heavenly Feather Emperor, the founding ancestor of the Tai Xian Sacred Land. The authoritative voice replied once more. What? Ancestor? You are not dead? Jiang Baiteng exclaimed in astonishment. This was a figure from 100,000 years ago, an era of antiquity. Life and death are cycles from which none can escape. I have long passed, but a fragment of my will remains, preserving my legacy here, awaiting a fated individual. Jiang Baiteng's heart surged with elation. So the 9th level of the Ascending Heaven Tower was established by the Heavenly Feather Emperor. The ancestor's legacy has not vanished. It resides here. The thought of an imperial legacy ignited a fervor within Jiang Baiteng. Jiang Yunhe and Jiang Taisu, I shall ensure your demise to avenge my father. A murderous intent flared in Jiang Baiteng's eyes as he clenched his fists. Young one, receive my legacy well, along with the boundless resources for cultivation I have left behind. Your strength will surge exponentially in a short time, ascending to new heights. The resonant laughter echoed throughout the mysterious space. Boom. A surge of enigmatic energy coursed into Jiang Baiteng's soul. A wicked red light flickered in his eyes, a strange smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 70. The Secrets of the World, Sovereign of the Ancient Heavenly Court. Within the Ancestral Land, Jiang Ning practiced day and night, successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of the Great Sage, further enhancing his strength. On one particular day, Jiang Yunhe arrived with a white-haired elder. Brother, this is my master, the Wind Demon Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. The young woman joyfully introduced her companion. Greetings, Elder Feng. Jiang Ning offered a respectful salute. You must be Yunhe's brother. Not bad. Not bad. You possess formidable roots, an ethereal demeanor, and striking looks, Feng Qingyang remarked with a smile. Of course, he is my brother. Jiang Yunhe beamed with delight at her master's praise of her brother, seemingly even more pleased than if he had praised her. Your flattery is unwarranted. Jiang Ning responded with modesty, a slight smile gracing his lips, which prompted Feng Qingyang to nod in approval, regarding Jiang Ning with increased esteem. "I wonder what brings you here, Elder Feng," Jiang Ning inquired. "I have come to seek an audience with the Jiang clan sage and to present a gift." Feng Qingyang replied nonchalantly. "Brother, don't you know our granduncle? Please relay a message for my master," Jiang Yunhe urged eagerly. "Very well, I shall convey Elder Feng's message." Jiang Ning nodded before departing. Until he became invincible, the Jiang clan sage was a matter of personal concern, and he would naturally not divulge it. Everything was aimed at maximizing his own safety. Not long after, he returned to report, "Elder Feng, our granduncle requests your presence by the lake for a discussion." "Much obliged." Feng Qingyang smiled faintly before vanishing from the spot. "Yunhe, I've just remembered that I have another matter to attend to. I cannot accompany you for the time being." Jiang Ning said apologetically. "All right, you go ahead." Jiang Yunhe reluctantly consented, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Jiang Ning departed, transforming into a white-haired elder. The Tian gang divine transformation sat by the lake, fishing, awaiting Feng Qingyang's arrival, curious about the gift he bore. Soon, Feng Qingyang arrived at the lakeside. "Greetings, Elder Jiang." He bowed respectfully to the angler. By age, Feng Qingyang was nearly 100 years older than Jiang Taisu. However, in the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect. Jiang Taisu, possessing the power to slay 2 saint kings, subtly exuded the aura of the foremost expert in the world. Thus, Feng Qingyang naturally referred to him as elder and paid his respects. "I hear you have a gift for me. What is it?" Jiang Ning inquired without turning. Continuing to fish with an air of nonchalance, Feng Qingyang produced an ancient sword from his spatial ring. Buzz. The moment the ancient sword emerged, it trembled violently. Yearning to fly to Jiang Ning's side, clearly disdainful of its former master. "It seems you truly do not belong to me, as you cannot wait to rush to him." Feng Qingyang offered a wry smile, feeling as if his own wife had abandoned him to pursue a new love. The complexity of emotions within him was overwhelming. He could only relinquish his grip, allowing it to depart. As soon as he did, the ancient sword darted swiftly toward Jiang Ning. Upon sensing that sword, it had entirely forsaken Feng Qingyang, as if it had discovered its true love, growing weary of its former owner. Jiang Ning extended his hand to catch the flying ancient sword, astonished by its remarkable nature, imbued with boundless sword intent. As he gently unsheathed the sword, its sharp radiance pierced his very soul, threatening to shatter it. With a thunderous sound, the ancient sword trembled violently. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt his soul drawn into a mysterious space-time continuum. As the stars shifted and the world transformed, he found himself witnessing a world from 50,000 years prior. The sword conceals profound mysteries." Jiang Ning's expression turned to one of shock. 50,000 years ago, it was an epoch where emperors reigned supreme. As if watching a film, Jiang Ning beheld events that transpired 50,000 years ago, witnessing a middle-aged man clad in an extravagant golden dragon robe, exuding an air of unparalleled authority. He was the Emperor Haoyan, the founder of the ancient heavenly court. He vanquished the sovereign emperor, earning the illustrious title of Celestial Emperor, and became the first celestial emperor of the Xianhuang world. He established the ancient celestial court, where all beings of the Xianhuang world bowed in submission. The celestial emperor, Hao Tian, radiated confidence, standing as the sole sovereign of the Xianhuang world. Even the great emperors of the realm were compelled to heed his commands. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Within the realm of the celestial emperor, Jiang Ning beheld countless corpses. Blood stained the emperor, tainting the moon and transforming it into a blood moon. The bodies of emperors lay scattered everywhere. At this moment, the once magnificent master of the celestial court, the celestial emperor Hao Tian, appeared utterly fatigued. His golden dragon armor was completely drenched in crimson. In his grasp was the celestial emperor's sword, the very ancient blade held by Jiang Ning, now dimmed from the slaughter it had wrought. He had already slain 8 emperors, instilling fear in the alien races. Despite the celestial emperor's might, there were limits. Now, it was evident that Hao Tian had exhausted all his strength, reaching the end of his life. "Ha ha ha, you brought them here to confront me, inviting wolves into the fold. In the end, you shall perish alongside me. Alas, it is the beings of the Xianhuang world who suffer." The celestial emperor's laugh was a sorrowful echo. A legendary emperor, the master of the ancient celestial court, the most powerful entity in the history of the Xianhuang world, thus fell. At that moment, winds surged and the heavens darkened. A colossal visage manifested in the sky. "Cursed celestial emperor, you have caused us immense losses. We shall unite to seal the Xianhuang path. This world will see no more emperors. The beings of the Xianhuang world will become our livestock." The furious voices reverberated throughout the realm. Crack! The illusion shattered. And Jiang Ning returned to the realm of reality, his eyes wide with disbelief. He finally understood why the emperors had vanished and why no new emperors had arisen for millennia. Through the illusion conjured by the celestial emperor's sword, he grasped fragments of the world's concealed secrets. It became clear that someone had constructed a grand formation, imprisoning the Xianhuang world's path. The beings of the Xianhuang world were nothing more than livestock to them, truly laughable, utterly absurd. A bitter smile crossed Jiang Ning's lips. He never imagined that the entire world's beings were merely kept in a pigpen. Was he to be counted among them? No one had the right to reduce him to such a status. One day, they would regret their actions. Determination filled Jiang Ning's eyes. He possessed 4 mighty advantages. A foundation for reversal. Clang. Sensing Jiang Ning's formidable resolve, the Celestial Emperor's sword trembled with excitement. This new master had made the right choice. Jiang Ning examined the sword with great seriousness, contemplating. Regrettably, you have suffered grave injuries in battle. Your blade's core has been severely damaged. Restoring you to your former glory will demand considerable effort. You have thoroughly examined the Celestial Emperor's sword, triggering the instant learning ability and comprehending the supreme sword intent. Suddenly, a line of text materialized in Jiang Ning's mind. Chapter 71. The Shocking Awakening of Feng Qingyang. Enhanced Sky-Splitting Sword Technique. Something new surged within Jiang Ning, coursing through his entire being, invigorating him and igniting an expression of profound excitement. The supreme sword intent, the very essence of the Celestial Emperor's blade, which had felled emperors. Jiang Ning's heart soared with exhilaration. With this supreme sword intent, his ability to vanquish foes was significantly enhanced. As for who had slain the Celestial Emperor and sealed the Shenhuang path, the fragmented information within the illusion remained unclear. This mystery would only be unraveled once he ascended to become the strongest in this world. Jiang Ning aspired to ascend to emperorship, and his path could not be obstructed by others. Anyone daring to stand in his way would face divine wrath. Clang. At that moment, the battered Celestial Emperor's sword vibrated once more. Jiang Ning extended his hand, gently caressing its blade. Since we are fated, and I am your new master, I shall assist in restoring your blade. As the only imperial weapon of the Celestial Emperor in the Shenhuang continent, you are undoubtedly the strongest imperial weapon in the realm. Jiang Ning would not relinquish it. Only then did the Celestial Emperor's sword cease its tremors. Senior Jiang, are you well? Observing Jiang Ning lost in thought, Feng Qingyang could not help but inquire. I am fine, Jiang Ning replied, regaining his composure. This ancient sword is exceedingly precious, indeed a powerful, yet incomplete imperial weapon. Are you truly certain you wish to bestow it upon me? He asked. Feng Qingyang offered a bittersweet smile, his gaze tinged with melancholy. Its heart no longer resides with me. Keeping it by my side serves no purpose. Gifting it to you will allow it to find joy and shine anew. This ancient sword had accompanied him for many years, aiding him in his breakthrough from the early stages of the great sage. Parting with it was a genuine hardship. Very well, Jiang Ning nodded. I shall not take advantage of you. Here is a fragment of my sword intent. If you earnestly contemplate it, with your current realm, it won't be long before you ascend to the rank of Saint King. Jiang Ning extended his finger as if it were a sword, projecting a strand of sword intent straight towards Feng Qingyang. Having traversed through realms, thanks to his daily enhancements, Jiang Ning had no inkling of how many sword intents and techniques he had comprehended. His understanding of the sword path had undoubtedly reached a terrifying level. Moreover, with his newfound grasp of the Celestial Emperor's supreme sword intent, his comprehension had ascended to an unimaginable realm. Boom! The sword intent surged into Feng Qingyang's being. A single strike penetrated his soul, causing him to tremble in blissful comfort, releasing soft, contented murmurs. His expression shifted to one of utter shock and fear. Such terrifying sword intent. My heavens, my sword heart nearly shattered. Who was Feng Qingyang? Renowned as the sword saint of Wind Demon. His mastery of the sword path would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in the Shenhuang world. Yet even so, his sword heart had nearly crumbled beneath Jiang Taisu's sword intent. The sheer shock left him questioning the depths of Jiang Taisu's sword path mastery. The realization that Jiang Taisu was younger than him only deepened his bitterness. This, perhaps, was the chasm that separated genius from mediocrity. In Jiang Taisu's presence, he felt utterly diminished. What he did not realize was that Jiang Ning was far from a mere genius. He was a terrifying anomaly, a force beyond comparison. Despite facing the overwhelming Jiang Taisu, Feng Qingyang was exhilarated deep within, with this unparalleled sword intent coursing through him. The dream of breaking through to the Saint King realm was no longer a distant fantasy. Junior Feng Qingyang, I thank you profoundly for your great kindness, Senior. He knelt, performing a deep bow of gratitude, akin to a disciple receiving teachings from a master. You have gifted me a sword, and I have bestowed upon you sword intent. This is a fair exchange, no need for courtesy, Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. You may take your leave now, he added, waving his hand dismissively. Junior takes his leave. Feng Qingyang bowed respectfully before departing. Jiang Ning noted that Feng Qingyang had a commendable character and was the master of his sister, thus deserving of some assistance to bolster his strength. He secretly nodded in approval. If it had been anyone else, confronting the Celestial Emperor's sword, such a treasure, even if it is not to be wielded by him, he would never dream of gifting it to another. Feng Qingyang is undoubtedly a person of profound affection for swords, refusing to allow any blade to suffer indignity. Even in the face of disdain or abandonment, he chooses to love it, seeking a more worthy owner. Beyond the ancestral grounds, Feng Qingyang bid farewell to his disciple, Jiang Yunhe. Master, why not stay a few more days and allow your disciple to extend the courtesies of hospitality? Jiang Yunhe expressed her reluctance. Feng Qingyang smiled gently, assuring her that there would be ample opportunities to meet again. He had pressing matters to attend to, particularly to assimilate the essence left within him by Jiang Ning. Very well, then let your disciple accompany you partway, she offered. Master, how did you find Taisha Zuzu upon meeting him? Jiang Yunhe inquired curiously during their journey. Extremely formidable, Feng Qingyang replied, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. Under his sword intent, my own sword heart nearly shattered. Deep within, Feng Qingyang harbored a lingering fear. Indeed, he was a man who had slain 2 sacred kings with a single sword strike. He would not contest the assertion that Jiang Taishu was the most powerful being of the Xianwang realm. It appears that Taisha Zuzu is indeed powerful. Even your master has shown signs of fear, Jiang Yunhe remarked with a smile, feeling a profound pride in the Jiang family for possessing such a strong figure. Yinner, there is no need for further farewells. Let us part here. Upon my return, I shall send resources to the Great Xia to assist you in overcoming your challenges. Feng Qingyang gently halted her further attempts at farewell. Thank you, Master. I always knew you were the best. Jiang Yunhe beamed with delight. Between master and disciple, our bond is akin to that of father and daughter. There is no need for such formality. Feng Qingyang responded with a tender smile, deeply invested in this. His sole disciple. Shortly thereafter, he departed while Jiang Yunhe returned to the palace, where many pressing matters awaited her attention, compounded by the total blockade of the Great Xia by the Taishan sacred land. Once Feng Qingyang had left, Jiang Ning began to experiment with the supreme sword intent. Those who dare obstruct my path to becoming emperor shall one day feel the sting of my blade, shattering this damned cage, he declared silently, gazing up at the heavens. With the truth now revealed, his heart grew heavier. The Taishan sacred land was insignificant. The true enemy lurking behind the scenes was terrifyingly powerful. Even the only heavenly emperor of the fantasy realm had fallen at their hands. Jiang Ning commenced his comprehension of the supreme sword intent, recalling his own insights into the heaven-slaying sword technique. If he were to infuse the supreme sword intent into this technique, could he unleash an unparalleled strike? A line of text materialized in Jiang Ning's mind. You are in deep contemplation of swordsmanship, activating the learning enhancement, merging supreme sword intent with the heaven-slaying sword technique. Jiang Ning's lips curled into a bitter smile. The enhancements bestowed upon him by the sky repair technique seemed to have been completely overshadowed. There was no need for his own comprehension. The enhancement automatically realized it for him. He was at a loss whether to feel joy or dismay, as his formidable talent had found no outlet. Chapter 72. Long Ri Tian becomes the Demon Emperor, comprehending the 10 supreme techniques. At this moment, Jiang Ning, feeling dejected, picked up his fishing rod and basket, making his way back to his bamboo hut. He had initially intended to spend a bit more time meditating on swordsmanship by the lakeside, but this infernal enhancement offered him no opportunity to showcase his abilities, wasting his exceptional talent. I must devise a way to swiftly elevate my realm, he mused. The supreme sword intent belonged to the heavenly emperor. At his current level, he could not possibly wield that sword. Jiang Ning acknowledged the vast gulf between his mid-stage great saint realm and that of the emperor, a chasm of insurmountable distance. Even employing the enhanced heaven-slaying sword technique, he could not achieve the perfect and most powerful strike. Before long, Jiang Ning leisurely returned to his wooden hut, where a keen-eyed little fox spotted him. You sneaked off to fish without inviting me. The little fox pouted in indignation, for fishing was her favorite pastime. I'll grill some fish for you, Jiang Ning quickly soothed her. At the mention of grilled fish, the little fox's excitement knew no bounds. She promptly forgot her grievances and dashed off to start a fire. That evening, Jiang Ning crafted a beautiful sheath for the Taishu sword and sheathed it. The sword that nurtures me shall, when the time comes, be capable of delivering an astonishingly invincible strike. The essence of the heaven-slaying sword technique lay in nurturing the sword. By infusing it with his spiritual energy, the longer he nurtured it, the mightier the strike would become. Jiang Ning intended to utilize the Taishu sword, the sacred sword shared between himself and Jiang Taishu, for this purpose. The Taishu sword hovered above Jiang Ning's head, continuously nourished by the supreme sword qi and spiritual energy. The clamor of the outside world could not disturb Jiang Ning within his ancestral grounds. His daily endeavors consisted of comprehending the teachings inscribed on the stone tablets, practicing, nurturing his sword, and instructing the little fox and Long Ri Tian in their cultivation. He also imparted the foundational insights of the sky repair technique to his sister, Jiang Yunhe, naturally under the name of Taishu. With the acquisition of this extraordinary technique, their realms and strengths were rapidly ascending. Far away in the eastern lands of Shanghai City, a magnificent city nestled by the picturesque East Sea, Shanghai City was renowned as a colossal hub of prosperity and trade. Laughing Tsangtian returned with a grim expression. Brother, what happened? Why have you returned so late? Did you avenge Amolin? Laughing Tsangxing inquired anxiously. I did not encounter the leader of the Heavenly Gate, but rather a home master. I was no match for him and suffered grave injuries. It took me months to recuperate before returning, laughing. Tsangtian explained, his countenance dark. Mo Lin was his only son, and his inability to avenge him left him filled with bitterness. He had not anticipated the heavenly gate's might. A mere hall master was capable of injuring his elder brother. To seek vengeance for Mo Lin, they would have to turn to the Xuanwu sect. Laughing, Tsangxing pondered. The Xuanwu sect, one of the 10 major cultivation sects, was established thousands of years ago by the Xuanwu emperor, who hailed from the Laughing family. Thus, the relationship between the Xuanwu sect and the Laughing family of Canhai City was exceptionally close. Very well, let us head to the Xuanwu sect, Laughing. Tsangtian confirmed. Recognizing it as the only way to avenge his son. Roar. On that day, a dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens, shaking the very skies. The citizens within a 1,000-mile radius turned pale with fright. Beasts and birds, under the pressure of the bloodline, were so terrified that their insides shattered, leading to their demise. I have mastered the sky repair technique, my bloodline has evolved, and I have become the demon emperor, Long Ritian exclaimed, reveling in the exhilarating sensation as he transformed into a dragon, soaring through the void. Having acquired the foundational insights of the sky repair technique, Long Ritian quickly progressed to the entry level of the body role, evolving his bloodline. Coupled with millennia of accumulation, he soared to become the demon emperor, a dragon of unmatched combat prowess, rivaling the elite among human sacred kings. At this juncture, Long Ritian stood at the pinnacle of the Xinhuang world. Even in his current state, devoid of any external aids, Jiang Ning remains no match for him. Long Ritian, having transformed into a somewhat unsavory middle-aged man, approached Jiang Ning. Brother, I have already ascended to the rank of demon emperor. From now on, should you find anyone displeasing, I shall assist you in dealing with them, he proclaimed, brimming with self-importance. Indeed, I did not anticipate that you would master the art of heaven's restoration before either the little fox or Shaoli. Jiang Ning remarked with a smile, offering his commendation. I am, after all, the most handsome descendant of the dragon lineage across heaven and earth, endowed with unparalleled talent that eclipses the very sun and moon. How could the little fox and her companions possibly compare? Long Ritian boasted with unabashed pride. Brother, after my bloodline evolved, I awakened a new treasure technique, the true dragon technique. It is one of the 10 most formidable techniques in existence. He continued, beast folk do not need to cultivate like humans. They merely require the awakening of their own techniques. With each bloodline evolution, there lies the chance to awaken a new and more powerful technique. The true dragon technique? Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had indeed heard of the 10 greatest techniques, and the true dragon technique was among them, reputed to possess the terrifying ability to slay emperors. It stands as the pinnacle of the dragon lineage's power. He was astonished that Long Ritian had the fortune to awaken such an extraordinary technique, an enviable stroke of luck. Could you possibly allow me to cultivate it? Jiang Ning inquired. Brother, it's not that I am unwilling, but the true dragon technique is exceedingly difficult to master. It would be quite challenging for you to reach its highest realm, Long Ritian replied. Though the 10 most powerful techniques are potent, their cultivation difficulty is exceptionally daunting. He added, skeptical of Jiang Ning's confidence. There is no technique I cannot master, Jiang Ning asserted with unwavering self-assurance. Brother, you are boasting again, be cautious of your tongue. Even the great emperors of antiquity struggled to succeed in their cultivation, Long Ritian retorted, unconvinced. Here, take this and see if you can cultivate it, he said. As a gleaming golden bone, inscribed with mysterious runes and radiating an overwhelming dragon might, emerged from within him. Jiang Ning reached out to accept the true dragon bone. Feeling an immense pressure of supreme dragon authority envelop him, the bone vanished, leading one to believe that this beast folk could no longer wield his technique. Yet, Long Ritian presenting the bone to Jiang Ning was a testament to his profound trust. You have attentively examined the true dragon bone, activating the instant learning ability, and comprehending the true dragon technique. A line of text floated in Jiang Ning's mind. The technique, which others found nearly impossible to master, was effortlessly cultivated to perfection by Jiang Ning in an instant. This exemplified the terrifying prowess of his abilities, unmatched by any prodigy.